Chapter 1953 Crotch. Ryu spent months leisurely traveling through the Chaos Plane as though he was waiting on something. Sometimes he entered cities he came across, enjoying the scenery and continuing to move unhindered. Maybe in the past he would have been worried about some super expert seeing through his disguise, but right now he didn't even believe that a normal Tao god would be able to, and a much stronger one would only be able to do so if they knew what they were looking for. And the odds of that, especially now that Ryu was fairly confident in hiding from the fate and karma searches of others, was next to nil. Soon, though, Ryu's journey came to an end. He walked through a forest of black flames that gave off a chilling cold. The smell of death hung in the air and goosebumps flared across his skin. This wasn't a fear response, but rather a direct response to the cold, something Ryu found interesting. However, he wasn't surprised. With his current body composition, there hardly existed any weather elements that could harm him. The only explanation, then, was that this was beyond the elements. The smell of death wasn't just a simile or analogy. It was truly death. This was beyond cold. It was so chilling because it reminded the body of the feeling of death, and Ryu's own had an instinctive reaction to avoid it. Ryu could shut off this bodily response of his, especially with his current control over his own. But he didn't do so. There was no need to stand out to such an extent. Soon enough it became obvious why he was having such thoughts. He walked to a cliff's edge that looked down on a valley below. In the center of it all, the portal to a holy world lay. However, as one might imagine, there were fiends present, as well as Fae and surprisingly to all but Ryu, humans. This location was actually quite close to the borders of the Rainbow Wall, and what the fiends probably didn't want others to know was that their false shrine was also located here. However, by the luck of the draw, or so it seemed, this was a holy world that they might as well have had complete control over themselves. Ryu, though, wasn't even so sure anymore. This world was of the Lord grade and it had an exceptionally strong dark affinity. This sort of Een-based world of a rare affinity was exactly the kind of thing that the Moon clan of the real plane should be all over. It had to be remembered that the Moon and Sun clans of the Fae didn't represent fire and ice. Those names had much deeper meanings. In fact, in some languages it would translate directly to Yin and Yang clans. There was a reason that the first holy world Ryu went to, the one of ice and darkness, was under the control of a Moon clan subordinate. If not for the fact it was such a weak true grade world, there might have been some real dark chi user present. There was something else that was interesting to Ryu, though. Something that he had begun to piece together as he moved through this world with these frankly quite new eyes of his. And that was that the Fae and the Fiends had much more in common than the fact their race titles both started with the letter F. In fact, they were practically perfect mirror images of one another. The Fae were the ancestors of the spirituals, and it could be said that they were inborn with high elemental affinity as a result. However, unlike spirituals, they had exceptionally strong bodies as well, and their elemental affinities could even be somewhat secondary depending on the circumstances. What was interesting was that the Fiends were the same. They were creatures with exceptionally strong bodies with likewise incredibly high elemental affinity. Ryu also found it interesting that their super geniuses actually shared the same last name. It was coincidental to the point of almost being amusing. Young Master Moon of the Fae race's Moon clan. Arya Moon of the Fiend race's Earth and Water clans. It was amusing to be sure. So much so that when Ryu first learned about it, he hadn't even thought much of it. That was because from what he could tell, although they were both called Moon, the translations were different, one meaning the dark side of the moon and the other meaning the brightness of the moon. However, wouldn't it be more amusing if they were connected precisely because of that reason? If the people of this world were fooled by such a thing, Ryu would feel like he had been far too kind with his earlier words to Star River. All of that said, this was still just surface-level analysis. Ryu suddenly leapt down from the cliff's edge, falling down in a rapid howl of wind. His presence had already been noticed by many, but his actions made it so that those that didn't notice him before couldn't help but look over. This was a Lord-grade holy world, so the security was exceptionally tight. It could be said that they knew Ryu had arrived the moment he stepped foot into this forest of death, let alone now. However, Ryu seemed to be perfectly fine with this. Boom! He landed with a heavy thud and the ground quaked. Flames of death and darkness danced around him, and he took almost careless steps forward. Soon, his path was blocked by a Lord Dark Fiend. "Who are you?" "You don't need to know who I am," Ryu said almost indifferently. "Just know that I'm here to force Arya beneath my crotch. Is that enough of an introduction for you?" A flare of rage spiked in the Lord Dark Fiend's eyes before he burst into a howling laughter that shook the valley. A transcended fiend wanted to bed their young miss? Almost 30 years ago now, Arya Moon was already half a step into the Lord Realm, just teetering outside of it. By now, she had obviously taken that step. Chapter 1954 Easy? Many years ago, when Ryu's founding Tao was first revealed, most thought of 3 people: Arya Moon, young Master Moon, and the only 3 elemental fiend child in current existence, Yeager's son. However, it had been a long time since then, and, considering the cultivation speed of true geniuses, there was already another slate of excellent talents who had likewise entered the omniscient realm with founding Taos. However, compared to these 3, the current geniuses were a lot less likely to manage to maintain their Taos into the Lord Realm, unlike Arya Moon, who had done exactly that. The gap between the Lord Realm and omniscient Sky God Realm was such that upon managing to maintain a founding Tao, you were simply on another entirely new level. Although it was still unknown if she would be able to maintain it all the way through, what shocked people was that her Tao didn't fall to the lower founding Tao. Instead, she managed to maintain a middle foundation Tao. So although they had been replaced with a new slate of geniuses, it could be said that Arya had already transcended beyond the normal bound of genius by this point. At this pace, she had a good chance of becoming the first founding Tao god of the fiends in a very, very long while. Ryu's words, however, had little care for all of this. He was simply taking advantage of the savagery of the fiends. It had probably been many, many years since anyone dared to say such a thing about Arya. So much so that the Lord Dark Fiend was taken off guard. According to the customs of the fiends, this was only natural. But the problem was that those of higher cultivation realms wouldn't have the face to say such a thing, nor would most allow it to happen. But now only was Ryu of a lower cultivation realm, he was 2 entire realms lower, including the large moat that was the Lord Realm. The Lord Dark Fiend immediately took Ryu to be one of the new so-called geniuses rising up. Given Ryu's cultivation realm, he would likely have been born in the last few decades and simply didn't understand the terror of Arya, especially since the woman had basically receded from the world ever since she started to make her push to the Lord Realm. It was only recently that she had come out and been set in charge of this holy world. But there were only a very select few who were even aware of this, which was why the man didn't even feel like there was much wrong with Ryu's identity. Only a high-class fiend would be able to have this information, so Ryu should certainly be one of their own, and likewise a genius, which was why he would be given this information in the first place. If he was being deployed here as a transcended, it should be that his status was fairly high and he had a great deal of potential. But the Lord Dark Fiend suddenly struck out with a palm. It was fast and ruthless, and completely sudden. He had only just stopped laughing and its echo was still roaring through the skies. Yet his palm was already at Ryu's chest. Ryu's eyes narrowed. A lord was indeed powerful. The attack felt almost slow in his eyes, but that was because of his heavenly pupils, not because of his natural reaction speed. Without his eyes, he would certainly be struck by this palm. And although it didn't have any killing intent, it would have certainly put him on bed rest for at least a few months. The gap between Lord and Omniscient is actually so large. Fascinating. The Lord Dark Fiend felt that something was wrong immediately. His thinking speed was that of a lord, so he could see that Ryu wasn't stunned, nor was he just so slow to react. He even seemed to be contemplating something. This was something that only one capable of reacting to Lord speed should be capable of. But how could a transcended be capable of such a thing? Suddenly, the Lord Dark Fiend's palm came to a stop. However, judging by the expression on his face, this was clearly not something that he had planned. Instead, whoosh, bang! A strong force of wind caused Ryu to take a step back. But when he tried to stabilize himself, he was forced to take another and then another. Ryu finally came to a stop and shook his head. Still 3 steps after that. Still not strong enough. However, while he was disappointed, the most shocked individual was the Lord Dark Fiend. He looked at his palm as though he couldn't believe what had just happened. Right when he was going to strike Ryu, it felt like his palm was suddenly traveling across dozens of meters rather than the few inches that separated them. His momentum all came to a stop after traveling through the space, and the only thing that hit Ryu was the residual wind. But even then, the aftershocks of a lord's strength should be able to at least make Ryu cough up a mouthful of blood, even if the lord was holding back. But to only take 3 steps back, he didn't even put up any defenses or circulate any chi. That meant that Ryu was forced to take those 3 steps back only as a result of how much effort and strength he put into his normal standing posture. This was such a shocking matter that the Lord Dark Fiend continued to look at his palm, as though he was certain that something else must have gone wrong. Ryu suddenly sneered. "Don't worry. When I become a lord, I'll remember that strike." The Lord Dark Fiend's expression changed as Ryu walked past him, making a move to enter the portal. Though he said this, Ryu had already ignored the matter. However, entering didn't seem like it was going to be so easy. Chapter 1955 Random Assortment of Words. The aura of a god descended from above, sweeping through Ryu as though interested in seeing through his entire being. Ryu looked up, his eyes narrowing. This was probably the most dangerous part of his journey. The situation here was practically entirely under the control of the fiends, so they were more lax with how things worked usually. But there was no escaping the fact that their false shrine was here. No matter how lax they were, there would be a limit. This was why Ryu had acted the way he had just now. Not to mention the fact that the Lord Dark Fiend didn't have any killing intent. It wasn't a matter worth considering too much. He was only using the Lord Dark Fiend to make himself seem like a genius, but not strong enough to actually cause any real trouble. Someone arrogant enough to say that he would force Arya beneath his crotch, yet would also let go of such a slight, was obviously more bark than bite. If he couldn't deal with this one lord, there was no chance of dealing with Arya. So technically speaking, whether they let Ryu in or not wouldn't change the overall situation. However, even under those circumstances, a false shrine couldn't be messed around with, especially after they had already lost one. If they lost any more, it could mess with their plans. "Which line do you hail from?" A voice that pervaded all things echoed. Ryu's gaze flickered. However, if he wasn't prepared for at least this much, he would have wasted his time. There was a reason he knew that Arya would be here despite it being undisclosed information. He had deduced it by reading the lines of fate. That said, information about the lines of the fiends was a different matter entirely. That information he had gathered through more normal means. The Dreadlord. A hushed silence fell when Ryu spoke these words. The fiends didn't have families in the normal sense, they had ancestors which they separated into lines. These sounded like the same thing, but not quite. That was because the first fiends weren't born the same way other races were, nurtured through evolution until this current point, before they were proliferated by the heavens. The heavens, under normal circumstances, did not like the fiends. Only in cases like this world where they were already a mainstay could the heavens begin to show them some favoritism. This was to say that the fiends did not manifest through natural means. The only exception to this were their ancestors. They were the start of their race, the only naturally occurring fiends, and lofty existences born in the depths of chaos. It was said that they were born with the start of existence itself, but didn't gain consciousness until generations later. Upon gaining consciousness, they birthed the first of the fiends, the Soul Reaver, the Blight, the Emberlord, the Stormcaller, the Abyss, the Skyfire. Some of these lines were more shocking than others. However, there were 36 ancestor fiends divided into 12 elements: fire, wind, water, earth, lightning, ice, shadow, light, dark, metal, wood, and void. Some of these elements seemed to overlap like shadow and dark or earth and metal, but the fiends were very particular about keeping these separate. On this world, however, there were only a portion of them. There were no metal, wood, shadow, or void fiends, until now, apparently. The Dreadlord. He was the most powerful ancestor of the Void line. His line shouldn't have appeared here at all, and Ryu was very clearly a dark fiend. So how was it possible for him to be of the Void Fiend line? A fiend child. That was the only explanation they could come up with. But it wasn't just any fiend child, but rather a spontaneous fiend child. Ryu's parents should be dark fiends, but the Dreadlord should have awakened sometime during his conception and chosen to bestow upon him a blessing. If this was true, then Ryu could have been born of a very normal dark fiend line, only to awaken to his powers recently. This would explain why none of them had ever heard of him. Ryu didn't even need to say much. They had filled in all the details for him. But he also knew that taking this approach came at a great risk. That was because his identity now went from a nobody to a shocking chess piece. The appearance of the first void line was a truly shocking matter. It wasn't just this, but Ryu had very clearly displayed the characteristics of the void just now. That would explain why much of the Lord Dark Fiend's attack had just been swallowed up. I mean your Dark Fiend line. The Tao God finally replied coldly. The Shade. The answer was expected. The weakest line of the Dark Fiends. They hardly produced any Tao sovereigns, let alone Tao gods. Of course, this was all relative. The Shade line still had their Tao gods. It was just that the number wasn't substantial by any stretch of the imagination. A silence fell once again, and it became shockingly oppressive. Ryu didn't move, but he was frowning inwardly. This person still wasn't letting him go. There was one hole in his story, and he knew it well. But in most cases, others wouldn't think of it. Had he underestimated how cautious these people were? Chapter 1956 Powerful. These were, quite frankly, the last words that Ryu expected to hear. No matter how stoic he usually was, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. However, there still wasn't any part of his reaction that wasn't perfectly curated. Being entirely expressionless in a situation like this one would be just as bad as having a fierce reaction. The chaotic silk meridians held great significance to the fiends. It was the bane of their existence, and in other ways the greatest treasure of their race. It was impossible for anyone to react indifferently to such words, especially if they were fiends. If Ryu were to react indifferently, then it would appear to be forced, and that would only make him even more suspicious than not. Ryu's thinking speed at this point was no inferior to any usual Tao god. In fact, even that wasn't quite doing him the proper justice. He was faster than most individuals in the entirety of existence. He could already somewhat keep up as a true sky god, let alone now. The mutation of his mind was inextricably linked to both his former bone structure and his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. Now that his cultivation was quickly catching up to his pupils and allowing them to display more of their power, his ability to process, observe, and absorb information from his surroundings was simply beyond most people. Even if, in terms of raw power, he was lacking in comparison to true powerhouses, he might not necessarily lose in combat because his mind existed on a level of its own. It was a simple logic. For his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils to be able to see through so much, something had to be processing all of that information. And that something would obviously be Ryu's soul and brain. Ryu didn't reply, but his frown said all that needed to be said. From his expression, all one could feel was that he was surprised by the Tao God's sudden turn. Could be said that his reply was perfect. However, he didn't expect the response. Kill him. Ryu wasn't even meant to hear these words. The Tao God disseminated the order to everyone else, cutting him off from the information. However, Ryu was still able to see through it. Maybe the Tao God would have been able to hide it from him if he was speaking with another Tao God. But the fact he was speaking with omniscients, lords, and sovereigns left Ryu all the loophole he needed. Unless both ends were perfect, they couldn't possibly hide from Ryu's eyes. Ryu's act faded and a cold indifference returned to his face. Since things were going to go like this, there was no use in him wasting his time anymore. His aura was still restrained, but chaos chi began to flow freely through his meridians for the first time in decades. He felt as though he was ascending the heavens themselves, the chi flooding his body and making him feel several times stronger in an instant. Every time he progressed in his cultivation, the chaos chi he could pull from the chaos plane likewise became several times stronger. The darkness around him faded and his hair returned to its streaking white. By this point, he had already been surrounded and several attacks were aimed at him. Tatsuya Constellation. A silvery star appeared high in the skies, rotating slightly. The lines of fate twinkled in Ryu's eyes and he shook his head. According to his abilities, there was about a 10% chance of what was happening right now to happen. Although a 10% chance was still a chance, he had a feeling that his ability to read the future still had some kinks it had to work out. It was clear that when powerful individuals were involved, his ability to predict properly plummeted. Ironically enough, he didn't believe that the powerful individual, in this case, was the Tao god that had just spoken to him. If he was correct, the one that was responsible was a certain elder of the Ruin Master Guild. There was one loophole in Ryu's plans that he had always known was there. The Ruin Master Guild and their involvement in this world could easily put a kink in many things. If Elsa was truly worthy to be his life partner, even in the case that she was being held back by his own weak primordial yang, this world should be no match for her by this point. The only reason she was stuck between a rock and a hard place should be because of the Ruin Master Guild. And it seemed that now the Ruin Master Guild was trying to put him in the very same situation. Amusing. However, he was the head of the Tatsuya household and would always be. If they thought they could paint him into the same corner, they would be sorely mistaken. He had a feeling that back then Elsa was unprepared for the appearance of such a power. He, however, knew of their existence quite well. So how could he not be prepared? Several auras locked onto Ryu at once, but he just shook his head. Death Acupoint, Lines of Fate, and Tatsuya Constellation layered atop one another. At that moment, the first saw through all the weaknesses in the folds of space for him, the latter read the probabilities of it being interfered with, and the last twisted the laws of the world in his favor. He took a step, and suddenly strolled out of an encirclement of dozens of Tao lords and sovereigns, his expression almost leisurely. "I'll remember this," Ryu said with a smile. "Given how important this holy world is to you, I'm sure you've got quite a lot of geniuses inside, no?" The might of a Tao god descended from above and a line of blood oozed from the corner of Ryu's lips, but he was already fading into the holy world as his words echoed. Chapter 1957 Fun. The world spun around Ryu and he took a deep breath of what could only be described as death. Though it at least didn't smell like it, it definitely had a certain chilling cold to it that was more piercing than normal ice would be. Ryu had realized that a lot on the way here. The cold was soul deep, making it feel different. But there really was no reason why his normal ice couldn't be that way. It was just that the type of ice affinity he had tended much more toward defense. It was said that the Ice Phoenix had among the strongest defenses of all the ancestral beasts, while the Dark Phoenix had the strongest offense. When you put things into perspective like that, it only made sense that the Dark Phoenix's death would be able to attack the soul. It's no wonder their fusion together works so well. I guess I should have my Tao Heart and Perfect Black Buddy Soul start working on some soul techniques. He had gotten into the habit of thinking of his clones like a pair of rascals. They did what they wanted and they were incredibly arrogant, believing that their way was the only way. But at the same time, they seemed to be aware of one another's existence. Due to that, of the over 100 techniques his Tao Heart had created, not a single one of them was a soul-attacking technique, which was a shame considering the flexibility of his Perfect Black Buddy. By the same token, when his Perfect Black Buddy Soul streamlined these techniques, it tended to go out of its way to knock his Tao Heart down a peg, taking pride in being able to keep the same power through a much simpler process as though it was a slap to his Tao Heart's face. However, there was only one true master here, and now that Ryu had a rare moment of enlightenment, the creation of the technique should be even faster. He gave them solid parameters to follow, so he bet that within a few hours to a few days at most, he would have a perfected technique. A Death Ice Soul technique. I wonder what I should name you. Ryu looked up to the skies with a slight smile. He was feeling a little bit better these days, and it was ironically because of his battle against the heavens. He had been able to unleash in a way he hadn't been able to in a long while. Of course, escaping from all of those lords, sovereigns, and that Tao God was certainly a helper as well. When a holy world appeared, it was considered to be a distortion in the world's spacetime. As such, most wouldn't even dare to rip into the void or teleport near it for fear of what might happen. That was even more true when your cultivation was above the holy world. If you accidentally stepped on the wrong node, you could be shredded apart by the world's pressure if your cultivation was above the bounds of the holy world. However, likewise, if you stepped on the wrong node on purpose, you would be able to enter the holy world without even being all that close to the portal. Ryu's control over spacetime, even without having absorbed a spacetime holy world just yet, was still among his strongest comprehensions. At the very least, his talent for it was ridiculous. Now, let's have a bit of fun. The world around him was as dark and dreary as one might imagine, with hardly much of a difference between the foggy ground and dense black clouds above. The only points of light were curves of silver that followed the outline of the clouds above, almost as though they were hiding a silver moon's shine behind them. Because Ryu hadn't entered the holy world through normal means, he was randomly teleported and he wasn't sure exactly where he was, whether that be human or fiend territory. Of course, he had no intention of relying on the humans here. For one, the human race was weak from all the oppression it faced, and even if they weren't, he preferred to work alone one way or another. Now, if he was in the fiend race's territory, well, I guess that's my answer. Ryu looked in a certain direction and already felt several auras raging toward him. However, he was calm and indifferent. This might be a Lord-grade world, but his eyes were still almost invincible here nonetheless. The fiends inside must have already gotten information about what happened in the outside world and were on an all-out manhunt. Ryu laughed into the skies. It had truly been too long since he had had so much fun. Deep within fiend territory, a young woman sat on a throne. Well, if you could call it that. She had one foot on the seat as her other dangled, unable to reach the floor due to her shortness. She must have been barely 5 feet tall, and she didn't seem to be wearing any clothing at all. Instead, her breasts and lower half were covered by a dense array of solid carbon-like earth, exuding an eerie blackness. Her hair, however, was a flowing river of water that seemed incapable of spilling even a single drop. What was odd about this little genius woman, though, was that her eyes seemed to contain a completely different pairing of elements. One was bronzed and shimmered like polished brass, and her other eye was an icy blue, emitting a frigid air. In the fiend race, this was known as metamorphosis. She was born as a child of earth and water, but through her cultivation she gained metal and ice. It was an evolution, a step up, and unlike her counterparts, it didn't clash with her current body at all. It only made her several times stronger. She took another chunk out of the enormous beast leg she was eating. "Press me down." Her voice almost came out in a growl. Of course, this woman could only be Arya Moon. Chapter 1958, Reverend Darkclaw. Boom! A world-shaking aura descended in a furious tempest. Right then, a dark fiend suddenly appeared high in the skies, not far from where Ryu had just been standing. But it was obvious that he was a step too late, having missed out on Ryu by a hair's breadth. Obviously, all of this had been perfectly calculated by Ryu. The Tao God was too used to those far beneath his cultivation realm being unable to read and react to his presence. He had no idea that Ryu had long since locked onto him with third perspective. By now, his third perspective was so powerful that even lower Tao gods couldn't easily sense it. The fiend had no idea that he had been observed from the very beginning. Of course, third perspective was originally a technique of Ryu's heavenly pupils that most couldn't sense at all. In the beginning of his journey, he used it like a cheat to read the cultivations of his opponents even when most wouldn't be able to do so. Because it worked using the lines of fate and karmic strings, those of too low cultivation didn't even have the right to sense their probing at all. And the more powerful Ryu became, the less able even those that could would become. Much like space and time, those of high enough cultivation would be able to feel their fate and karma. However, also much like space and time, there would be a vast gap between those that had the requisite affinity for it and those that didn't. And now, this fiend was learning of this personally. Reverend Darkclaw. Several lords and sovereigns bowed. Even the humans did the same in a truly pathetic display. Reverend Darkclaw was an existence of the lower Tao God realm, and he was tasked with overseeing this portal. This was especially odd, and it was a dead giveaway to the importance of his particular holy world. Usually, even if a Tao God might be tasked with a certain holy world, that didn't mean that they would be physically present. There was a reason why Ryu was escorted away by Tao sovereigns and not Tao gods after leaving the Ice Darkness holy world. And that was also why Reverend Darkclaw's expression was so ugly. Despite having been here, he had actually allowed a transcendent of all things to slip through. He could only ignore all the respectful bows he was receiving, his gaze flickering again and again. He wasn't sure what to do. On the one hand, this was certainly something that he should be reporting. But if he did so, he would be putting his neck on the line for sure. There was simply no way he would escape punishment. Although he certainly wouldn't die, a Tao God was far too valuable for that. He would most likely lose a pound or two of flesh and his lineage would likewise take a hit. But now, Reverend Darkclaw inwardly shook his head. He knew that one way or another, there was no escaping his fate. However, that didn't mean that he couldn't lessen the punishment. If he was the one to capture the chaotic silk meridians, the merit would certainly offset his mistake. The trouble was that the pride for such a thing would almost certainly fall onto Arya's shoulders, because she would definitely be the most likely to capture Ryu. However, he had an odd belief in Ryu. Ryu had come here knowing that Arya was here. It was even something he tried to take advantage of to make his way in. There was no way that Ryu didn't know how powerful Arya was by now. On top of that, he was also the one who had a heavy hand in the destruction of their light false shrine. In that case, he had outmaneuvered even those mysterious figures back then. Even in this situation, he managed to slip out of both the lock-on of a Tao God's spiritual quintessence and make it through all of their defenses as a mere transcended. Such a person wouldn't be foolish enough to send himself to death. It only took Reverend Darkclaw a few split seconds to grasp exactly what sort of situation he was in right now. He would have to strike a balance. First, he ordered for this news to be sent to the fiends inside of the holy world. Second, he sent all the Tao Lords deployed to defend the outside, sending them into the holy world as well for an extra helping of manpower. Then, using the sovereigns, he set up a perimeter of defense and had his formation masters begin to set up several nets. It was clear that Ryu had a spatial soul nature. Although setting up a protective net to stop spatial teleportation was impossible around the Holy World portal itself because of the volatility of space here, that didn't mean that they couldn't do anything. All they had to do was solidify the non-volatile space around the perimeter. Of course, this would take a ridiculous amount of resources, but it was a necessary evil. It would also be able to stop outside interferences. Once this was finished, the man contacted the other powerhouses of his lineage. They knew that his screw-up would end up falling onto all of them if things went south, and though his lineage wasn't among the strongest, they certainly had more than just one lower Tao God. In fact, they had several middle Tao gods and a single higher Tao God. By secretly contacting them, those that were able to slip away from their duties or were free to begin with would be able to make their way here. The man planned out everything meticulously, even to the point he didn't return to his secluded cultivation. He stood like a statue in the skies, ready for the worst-case scenario. Even if Ryu managed to clear the holy world, he'd have death waiting for him. Chapter 1959A Proxy. Ryu didn't know what was going on in the outside world, but he certainly had a few guesses about how that might go. Now that the Ruin Master Guild wasn't directly involved, he could see the fate lines of the future with added clarity, so the movements of the Tao God could be fairly well predicted by him. Of course, these were all probabilities and not certainties. Thanks to the unruly laws of math, even if he had 90% assurance on every prediction he made, if enough stacked up, he would have less than a 1% assurance in guessing anything. It didn't even particularly take that many variables. A 90% assurance in guessing 44 things in a row would mean that the odds that he would be correct about all of those things would be less than 1%. That said, the odds that he would be incorrect about all of them would be even less than that by a large margin. However, that hardly mattered when he was trying to guess at things so far into the future. The problem with parsing apart future events was that every event built on what happened next. That meant that in order for Ryu to have an accurate reading of the future, he had to get all 44 of those events correct. If even one thing in the chain was wrong, then it would throw the entire timeline off. This was all to say that predicting futures related to Tao gods and probably even Tao sovereigns was beyond him. He had more assurance against Tao lords, but the potential added variables could still make it a toss-up, unless he was in a world where the Lord realm was the top realm that could exist. Before, Ryu was already able to read fate in these holy worlds in ways that others couldn't imagine. It allowed him to find the hidden treasures that others couldn't fathom with the greatest of ease. And now, his eyes were even more powerful than they had been in the past. It only took him a single glance to see through a great many things. Without the canopy of a Tao god mucking up the waters, Ryu could see everything clearly. While he didn't know exactly what Reverend Dark Claw was doing in the outside world, he knew that he had sent in a great deal of Tao lords, and now they were all hunting him down. Unfortunately for them, they could bend their backs over for years and still not find a single trace of him. There was no one in this world capable of finding him. Now, it was a matter of what he should do. He had a plan for entering anyway if he was detected, but what he didn't have a plan for was what he would do after he entered should he be detected. The false shrine's core is hidden deep within fiend territory. Unless I can find a way to lure all of them out, there's simply no way to get to it. Back in the light holy world, Ryu had meditated and resonated with the world, refining it and snatching it from the jaws of his enemies. But this situation was very different. For one, that world had been in a chaotic, half-formed state. That meant that, 1, his enemies couldn't easily find him even after they sensed him refining it, and 2, it was much easier to refine it as a result. But in this case, the false shrine was in perfect health, and there was no chaos to distract his enemies from locking onto him. That said, there was good news as well. A Lord Great Holy World was large, about somewhere between the size of the 6th heaven and 7th heaven of the true martial world. That meant that if Ryu could really manage to find a way to lure everyone to a single location, they wouldn't be able to make it back in time to stop him even if they were Tao lords. That might not necessarily be the case, Ryu thought after he had this idea. Because this is a Lord Grade world, it's much easier for them to tear through space than it would be in the outside world. If they're willing to risk it, they could really cut down the time they'd need. Still, only the most powerful of them would be able to do that. Ryu thought of idea after idea before tossing them out one by one. What if? Ryu's eyes began to brighten. All of the problems with these ideas were that he would have to refine the world and the shrine personally. If he had to be occupied doing that, he would be too vulnerable to attack. At the same time, while he was quite confident in protecting his life against one Tao Lord, if there were 2, 3, or several thousand in this world, he would be finished. It had to be remembered that it was usually incredibly difficult for a sky god to fight against more than one opponent of their realm, even if they were significantly more powerful. In the past, this was an amorphous concept to Ryu, but now that he had experienced Lord Control himself, he was beginning to understand it more. Having more raw power didn't directly translate to more control over the laws of the world. That required more finesse and an intangible will and focused chi of sorts. Even if one Tao Lord was twice as powerful as another, his or her Lord Control wouldn't necessarily be. If they were facing off against 2 opponents who combined their Lord Control to suppress theirs, they would quickly end up on the losing end. Ryu found all of this to be quite amusing, mostly because he felt that this gave him the opportunity to do quite a few shocking things. However, that would be for the future. What mattered now was that he certainly couldn't allow himself to be surrounded by so many enemies. So, what if I automate the refinement process through a proxy? Chapter 1960 Confidence. What Ryu was talking about doing was ridiculous, even by his standards. Using a proxy to refine a world was like creating something that could mimic the complexity of his mind and automate it. It was practically like creating an artificial intelligence through the use of formations. Not only had Ryu never seen an example of such a thing before, this was the first time he had ever considered doing such a thing. Or was it? Technically speaking, his internal matrix was a high-level application of this same exact concept. It offloaded much of the thoughts and processes his mind had to go through to figure things out, even to the point that it helped his Tao display strength far beyond itself. But the trouble was that his internal matrix was directly connected to his soul. With his soul being the core, the more human aspects could be offloaded onto it, and he could benefit from the plasticity of his own mind, while also harnessing the rigid computational prowess of a matrix at the same time. Obviously, if he just recreated his internal matrix in the outside world, there would be no soul to guide it, making it useless as a result. Unless I make the core of the internal matrix the soul of this world itself. If he could manage that, not only would it not be difficult, but it would be incredibly easy. But the problem was, how could he do that? The soul of this world was its heavens. But the problem was that these heavens were just an extension of the heavens of the world outside. That was why it had the strength to keep those above its grayed out. Otherwise, a Tao god would just be able to rip this world apart. Due to this, connecting to it was significantly harder. There was no easy soul to just pluck out from the depths of this world. Ryu stood in confused silence, his brow furrowing. As he stood there, he had his two cloned souls give up their deduction of his soul attack for a moment to focus on this problem along with him. Their minds churned together and they came up with several ideas that they tossed away just as quickly. Nothing seemed viable. Should I just make a more permanent clone of myself then? Or, maybe I can split my attention. Or maybe I can create a remote communication array that can allow me to refine it from afar and hide at the same time. Every thought he had was stricken down for one reason or another. Suddenly, Ryu froze. Am I just overthinking this? He was still measuring himself by his former yardstick. But with his current eyes and Tao, would it truly take him all that long to refine this world? His eyes could see through the mysteries of this world with great ease to the point that he could predict things with near 100% accuracy. At the same time, his founding Tao was a level beyond this world and had broken free of its constraints. Although his internal matrix didn't allow him to form the equivalent of a Lord-grade Tao with it, if he used Heaven's Gate, he just might get there. Ryu's gaze flickered. Why was he wasting his time with roundabout methods? Sure, he couldn't face off against so many Tao Lords alone, but if he could lure them away, he might only need a few minutes to succeed. On top of that, this was exactly what he needed. The less time he gave those bastards outside to prepare, the higher chance he would have of getting out of here alive. In that case, Ryu took a step and vanished. In the next few hours, carnage was unleashed. Ryu attacked city after city, rampaging about. The Tao Lords couldn't seem to pin him down at all. The closest they got was when a few dozen came together to use their Lord control to stop him from teleporting away. Unfortunately for them, Ryu had a space-time soul nature, not a space soul nature. Even if they could lock down the aspects of space, their Lord control wasn't yet strong enough to nail down time nearly as well. In the end, Ryu walked by them without them even noticing. The small lag in their senses and what was actually happening left them completely disoriented. The manhunt for Ryu grew larger and larger, especially as Ryu's actions began to dry their faith well up. For some reason, Ryu's actions had a much larger effect on their faith than it should have. They had no idea that he was manipulating the lines of fate of this world. If another person's actions could give them 1 point of faith, Ryu was forcing the world to give him 10 by comparison. He couldn't do this in the outside world because the heavens were too powerful. But in this world, he was king. Soon, the changes were something that even Arya couldn't ignore. If things continued like this, it would only be a few months before Ryu conquered this holy world through a faith victory. In just a few hours, he had caused more movement in their faith than they had in the last several years. In truth, the fiends could have won this holy world via a faith victory long ago. The reason they hadn't was because it was the perfect place to protect their false shrine. But now Ryu was shockingly reversing that, making a holy world they could have won at any time feel like it was slipping through their fingers. Arya stood with a gloomy expression on her face. Taking personal action against a transcended was so far beneath her that even after Reverend Darkclaw had tried to goad her into action, she still didn't move. But now it seemed that she would have to. If the faith dropped too far, it would affect the false shrines. At that point, the Rainbow Wall might start to retreat, and that would cause problems for their entire race. This couldn't be allowed to continue for even another minute. Plus, even though Ryu was certainly dead, even if he did succeed in taking this world over, it would be a humiliation to her if he did succeed in such a way. She had been the preeminent genius of her generation ever since she was born. She wasn't about to let some newbie take that from her. The moment Arya moved out, the skies seemed to shift as the world trembled. She was to this world what a Tao god would be outside, and it showed. The weather twisted and turned. What little light there was waning. However, mere minutes after she left, a hidden formation pulsed and Ryu stepped out of it. He looked around with a leisurely smile on his face, his actions casual. No matter how powerful Arya was, her movements couldn't escape his notice. He had known exactly when she would leave this place, and he could track her from anywhere in this world. No one could escape his eyes. He moved around the region like a ghost, assessing the situation. They left behind quite a few Dao lords. But I knew this already. It would certainly be impossible for all of them to flee such an important region. But this still gives me some leeway. Ryu finished walking around the entire region until he fully understood it like the back of his hand. Time to start. Ryu shifted and vanished. When he appeared again, he was deep underground in a place so protected that even a breeze couldn't pass through without someone noticing. And yet, here he was, strolling forward unhindered and unnoticed. Around him, a familiar irregular formation was pulsing, a treasure of the unbalanced art sect. However, he knew the moment he started refining, everything would go south. This formation wouldn't be able to protect him for long. And yet, the light in his eyes only grew brighter as he approached the center of the node, and what was effectively the center of this world. Indeed, why had he been so worried? Refining a world? Why did it have to take so much time? So much effort? His Tao stood above this world. His eyes stood above this world. He, Ryu Tatsuya, stood above this world. Suddenly, a pair of 8 trigram diagrams appeared in each one of his eyes. Then they reflected once more, one appearing beneath his feet and the other above. The full brunt of his founding Tao pressed its might onto the world. Earth Gate. Open. Ryu's hair fluttered wildly, his aura skyrocketing. He didn't even wait until Arya was hours away, appearing barely a few minutes later. That was the confidence he should have as the man who would reach the peak of all things one day. One above all. In a distance not too far off, Arya had been flying as fast as she could toward where she thought Ryu would be, only to come to a freezing halt. Her eyes widened and she reversed directions immediately, tearing through the laws of the world as fast as she could. Chapter 1961. But Ryu smiled. At the moment, his heart felt light as confidence pulsed from him. He could feel the effects of Earth's Gate more clearly now than ever before. He had always known that it was borrowing from his future self, but things had somewhat changed after the mutation of his eyes. Originally, Earth's Gate and Heaven's Gate were based on years of exchange. His eyes would extrapolate fate to see how much he could improve in a certain number of years and grant him the power in return. This was why he had become so powerful after soaking in so many black vein lilies. He had been able to tap into a potential future that was trillions of years ahead of his current time. However, these two techniques, Earth's Gate and Heaven's Gate, had their own limitations. And it wasn't just that in the past he would have them go into years of dormancy. Though that was a shocking matter that he didn't think nearly enough about these days. Although the max potential of Earth's Gate and Heaven's Gate had decreased, the fact that he could practically use them every day without consequence now was huge. But this aside, the limitations of the two weren't just what was on the surface. Technically speaking, a Ryu who had experienced trillions of years of growth should have been far more powerful. Why didn't his eyes project him a future where he entered the true martial world and reshaped his entire foundation? Instead, it extrapolated as though he would spend his entire life in Sacrum. Not only that, but he wouldn't find the secrets of the shrines or any other treasures for that matter. Had his eyes factored those things in, just how much more powerful would a trillion-year-old Ryu be? Would he have even needed to struggle against the martial gods at all? In fact, even if Elena's father descended, he should have been able to kill him with a flick of a finger. But that hadn't happened. And that was precisely the limitation of his eyes. It couldn't just pick out the most optimal future, and it couldn't incorporate the aspect of treasures or things of the like. Essentially, if Ryu were to summarize it, it extended him the easiest future he could grasp, or in other words, the most likely future. It couldn't factor in shocking treasures he might find or sudden bouts of enlightenment he might stumble across. Instead, Heaven's Gate and Earth's Gate always represented the steadiest form of cultivation and nothing else. Now, though, it no longer worked based on years. Instead, it directly leapt him up by one cultivation grade. The only issue was that it seemed to be having issues crossing the Lord realm. If not for this, he wouldn't have any issues right now and there would be no need for a gamble at all. He didn't believe that he would need to fear anyone. He didn't even need to use Heaven's Gate. All he should need to do was use Earth's Gate on his body realm and it would be enough. This seemed like a huge drawback. So why was Ryu smiling right now? It was because he could feel it. He could sense the mutation more clearly now than ever before. He could sense his Earth's Gate feel out the paths for his Tao and then pick out a single one. But by extension, he could also vaguely feel what the other paths could be. Paths that both made his Tao far weaker than it was now, or paths that made it far more powerful. At the same time, he could feel how strained his eyes were right now. He felt just fine, and the strain wasn't much more than what a mortal might feel on a light jog. However, the strain was there nonetheless. I understand. In order to improve my current Tao beyond its current transcended grade, my eyes have to complete the far more difficult path of reaching ahead of what's possible for this world. Ryu's Tao had transcended the upper bounds of this world. But his eyes needed an anchor for the lines of fate that it was analyzing. One's fate was always inextricably tied to the heavens. If there were no heavens, there would be no fate, and thus no lines of fate to analyze to decide how to progress his Tao. Essentially, much like how back in Sacrum his trillions of years of cultivation was capped by it, his Tao was currently being capped by this world as well. At the same time, Ryu could also feel the shocking aspects of time that his eyes were using as well. Or rather, he could feel how space rolled into time and how time rolled into fate, and how fate rolled into karma. One after another, they stacked upon one another in a cascade of increasing complexity. And it made Ryu realize something. This was a process that usually happened naturally. But much like he had changed the form of robbed the world of its color, turning it into a scythe that could slash apart the lines of fate, there was no reason he couldn't take control of Earth's Gate and Heaven's Gate as well. However, he also wasn't a fool. He realized that the only reason he could use them so frequently now was precisely because his eyes were constantly picking out the easiest path, the path of least resistance. If he started to control it to pick harder paths, he would begin entering territories like the past where his eyes would be dormant for a long while. For a situation like this one, it wasn't quite worth it. At least in the past, before the mutation, only the technique itself would be dormant. But now everything had changed. His eyes would become dormant instead if he was too eager. But that didn't mean that there wasn't a balance to be struck. If he went too far, he would lose his eyes for years. But, Chapter 1962 Change. Boom!
Ryu saura sur Jade.
In a moment, he had already thought of several methods to weaken the pressure on his eyes. But all of them were things he would have to study much more, and it would take far more time than he had right here and now. In fact, he had also thought of a method of using Heaven's Gate and Earth's Gate to improve his internal matrix. If it worked, then he would no longer just have quasi-improvements to his Tao, but his Tao would truly be able to reflect those higher grades. At that point, he would truly be invincible beneath the Lord realm across all of existence, not just here. But that would also take time. However, he happened to be a master of both space and time. And unlike others, his affinity was so high that he could comprehend laws even within a time warp. Ryu seemed to freeze in place, his body unmoving. The world around him was unmoved. But in his inner world, time had practically slowed to a crawl. His three clones moved at once, seemingly forgetting what their original task was. The idea for fixing the first was simple. In an ideal future, Ryu wouldn't need to rely on other heavens. He could just rely on his own inner world. At that point, the pressure that using either skill would give him would be next to negligible. When that day came, he would be able to strengthen himself to another tier with hardly any effort at all. But his inner world wasn't at that point yet. Right now, it had pretty much all the elements there were, and his realm heart had already pushed them to beyond extreme. As such, right now, Ryu's inner world was already far more powerful than the world he stood in right this moment. But it was missing a foundation of space and time. And beyond that, Ryu realized after analyzing his eyes that it would likewise need a foundation of fate and karma as well. The first two he could probably fix just by finding the world of time and space he planned to find anyway. But the latter two would require his own feats to rise to a level that could match a world of such strength. That would take time. As a result, though his inner world was truly powerful right now, it was handicapped by its ironic lack of a strong foundation. Without that foundation, having such strong elements wouldn't help very much, especially since he hadn't gathered all the false shrines to stabilize it just yet. This was all to say that using it for his eyes right now was impossible, but he did have two other methods. The first was his chaotic silk meridians. The second was his fate star and Tatsuya constellation, and maybe he could make it even easier by using both. His meridians were a bit of a cheat. No matter which world he was in, it would directly connect to its chaos plane. The irony of that was that if he stepped into a weaker world, then his chaotic silk meridians would also weaken. But that wasn't something that he had to worry about recently. It could be said that it was a double-edged sword for this reason. His fate star, by comparison, was similar. It was tethered to the abyssal plane, but it had a faint line of connection with him no matter where he was. If he extended this thought, his spiritual foundations were similar. But they were less useful in this case because they didn't have the foundation he needed, at least not one nearly as flexible as these two options. His fate star had the foundation of fate and karma that he needed because it was the direct representation of both for him. By comparison, his chaotic silk meridians were flexible. Rather than being tethered to the same spot like his spiritual foundations, it could disconnect and connect as it pleased. If he could find a method to use both in conjunction with one another, he might be able to connect with a stronger world that was nearby and lessen the burden of improving his Daos even further. However, this was easier said than done. Setting aside the how for a moment, what about these worlds themselves? How would he find them and pinpoint them? That was where Tatsuya constellation came into play. This technique was built from the foundation of domain, the movement technique of Hope's race. It was created using star maps of existence. The stars would then be a proxy and foundation for your movements in battle, not only amplifying your evasion ability but even your overall combat ability. This required a ton of legwork because it meant memorizing all the star maps of existence. If you didn't know the star map of a particular region, you were out of luck and the technique wouldn't be usable for you. Ryu, however, had managed to find a workaround for this. Rather than wasting his time memorizing so much stuff, he was able to directly map out the stars in real time. So instead of memorizing everything, he was able to recreate the star map of a particular region in real time. That was where the change in Tatsuya constellation came in. Ryu had changed the technique once more, not just to incorporate spacetime like he had in the past, but to also incorporate fate itself. By using his own fate star as the center of the constellation, he wasn't just able to use the star map of a particular region, but he was able to warp and change it to small extents, allowing him to exert far more control over the region in combat, even to the point of twisting the laws of the world in his favor. That was what Ryu planned to do this time. If he could use his fate star to probe around and sense a stronger world, he could then use third perspective to lock onto it, and then his chaotic silk meridians to tether himself to their chaos plane. Once he succeeded, he would not only be able to use their far stronger chaos chi for a moment, but he would be able to use Heaven's Gate and Earth's Gate to their standards. Chapter 1963 3rd and 4th. All of this sounded great on paper, but whether he could even find a world in close enough proximity to allow him to do this in a cost-effective way was still up in the air. He had no guarantee that there was a world nearby that was stronger than this one. It was likely that in this entire quadrant of existence, this was the strongest world for thousands of light years, or worse than even that. Until Ryu grew stronger, finding and locating these stronger worlds to connect to would be a great strain and one that wouldn't necessarily be worth it. However, his conversation with Ailsa had told him something else. In order for Little Gem to have been taken away, there was very likely a strong world ruled by griffins not too far from this one. In fact, the fact that such a world existed made it incredibly convenient to find, because he could use third perspective to lock onto Little Gem. After all, at one point in time, this beast was contracted to him, and he had saved the little girl from a fate of being left to die by her clan. Thanks to this, Ryu found the world almost instantly. However, he didn't finish the process to contact Little Gem. He didn't know what the little one's exact situation was right now, but he did know that if this was a Griffin clan in the truest sense, then they were powerful beyond measure. His third perspective couldn't be sensed under normal circumstances, but contacting Little Gem might cause her to become the flaw in the loop, resulting in him being sensed. However, now he knew exactly where Little Gem was, and he would make sure to deal with that situation properly. If she was happy, he would leave her be. If she wasn't, well, he still had a belly full of anger he had yet to vent anywhere just yet. Boom! Ryu's aura skyrocketed to another level. He pulled on the Griffin world, connecting his chaotic silk meridians to them. At the same time, his Earth's Gate usage soared. The Griffin world wasn't just one level above this world. It was an entire 3. Meaning, in order for you to have a lower founding Tao in this world, you would need to have a peak founding Tao in this one. Even Ryu's Tao only counted as a middle founding Tao in this one. At the same time, the Chaos Chi was clearly levels beyond as well. Just sensing it made him feel like he was floating on clouds. Ryu forewent using Earth's Gate to raise his Tao to the omniscient grade. Instead, he pushed it forward. From middle founding to higher founding. From higher founding to peak founding. The insights poured into his mind as he felt his Tao take leaps forward by qualitative bounds. And then he began. At that moment, deep within his spiritual sea, his internal matrix began to shift and change. The eyes were the window to the soul. They were inextricably linked, so much so that Ryu was a bit disappointed in himself for not thinking of taking this step earlier. His plan was simple. After seeing Earth's Gate and Heaven's Gate in their truest form, he realized that it was a perfected version of precisely what his internal matrix was trying to do, at least in one aspect. Right now, his internal matrix worked exactly like a real matrix. It could take an input, handle all the computational rigor, and spit out a nice and easy-to-consume answer. When this was applied to his Tao, it amplified its effects so that it was quasi-similar to a Tao of higher grade. But what if he could take it a step forward? What if he linked his eyes with his internal matrix, allowing it to take on the computational rigors of fate itself? In that case, his internal matrix wouldn't just be spitting out what it hoped his Tao could become, but was instead studying all the paths that his Tao really might take, and producing a result that stood above them all. When Ryu linked them like this, he felt his heart palpitate as he gasped for breath. It wasn't a gasping for breath because he was tired, but rather one akin to a mortal breaking through the surface of a body of water after far too long beneath the surface. It felt like for the first time. He could see, he could feel, he could breathe. The connection between his soul and his eyes was suddenly perfected, and at that moment, his space-time soul nature finally gained a companion. The space-time star he had absorbed from the Zhu clan ancestor was so powerful that he hadn't even been able to think about getting another. Although his perfect black buddy could help him gain soul natures, if one was more powerful than the other, any he consumed would be suppressed. In all this time, he had yet to run into a second affinity that he could absorb into his soul that would match the Zhu clan ancestor's might. However, what Ryu hadn't known was that his third and fourth soul natures would be sitting right in his head. The moment the linkage was forged, there was a feedback loop that formed between his perfect black buddy soul and his eyes. In that moment, he seemed to see through fate and karma far more clearly than he ever had before. And in that same instant, his heavenly pupils' abilities took yet another step forward as though he had finally gained more of a right to control them. Ryu was shaken. He could see something now that he had never been able to see through before, and what it was shocked him to his very core. It can't be. Ryu's eyes widened. However, in that temporary lapse, his control over time slipped and the world accelerated around him. Boom! Boom! The skies overturned as Arya appeared in the skies. Chapter 1964, Distracted. Ryu stood in the middle of a large protective formation as the building above his head was ripped to shreds. Soon, a petite young woman appeared, one of her eyes glistening with a brass radiance, and the other releasing a frigid chill.
Fiend kill de Arya Moon.
Ryu looked up almost indifferently. It was as though he didn't realize that he was in danger at all. In fact, his gaze still seemed to be somewhat distracted, as though he was still trying to wrap his head around what he had just seen. It was hard for him to believe, but he had to. Boom!
Suddenly, Arya attacked.
She didn't seem to realize that Ryu was distracted, or maybe she simply didn't care. Her gaze was vicious and she clearly wanted him dead as quickly as possible. And yet, the attack vanished the moment it appeared above Ryu's head, as though it had been blown away by the wind. "I'm busy if you don't mind," Ryu said lightly, still absent-minded. Arya's eyes widened. What was that? How had he just done that? Felt like he had just stretched out the space. No, it was time. Arya's heart nearly leapt out of her chest. Ryu actually aged her attack until it ran out of energy and just puffed out of existence. But how was that possible? No, even more importantly, how could a transcended do such a thing? What Arya didn't realize was that she was still wrong. Ryu hadn't just aged her attack. He extended the space between them until her attack might as well have been a lifetime of travel away. And at the same time, he severed the fate between Arya and her attack until she couldn't even truly see what happened. With fate, the attack lost its very foundation. If anything, Ryu had gone a bit overboard. But right now, Arya just felt weak. Ryu shook his head, realizing that this certainly wasn't the place for him to think. At the very least, he didn't want to waste his time with annoying flies right now. He looked down at the formation beneath his feet and it trembled once.
Aria froze.
Stop! Unfortunately, it was already too late. Crack. At that moment, a false shrine began to rise up from the ground. But its fate with the fiends had already been severed. Without much effort, Ryu took it into his inner world, receiving the second and last piece he needed to construct his great sword staffs. He looked up into the skies and took a step. At that moment, the number of lords was greatly increasing in the air. Ryu, still a bit absent-minded, stood in the midst of all of them. Because of his little mistake, he hadn't been able to finish refining the world at the same time, but that much was fine. He would just have to deal with all of these people first. And Arya Moon would be a decent summon as well. He needed to rapidly raise his fate anyway. Subduing such a woman would go a long way. Ironically, the best thing to do was to make it obvious that the so-called goddess Tatsuya was actually his wife. But his pride was much too deep for such a thing. If he was going to raise the foundation of his inner world, he would do it himself. And he certainly wouldn't rely on his own woman to do such a thing. Tatsuya Constellation. A silver star appeared high in the skies behind Ryu and his birthed phenomena took shape beneath it. Heavenly Tao Tree. His voice was soft, and yet it seemed to project to the corners of the entire world. A crystalline tree appeared to Ryu's back, wrapped in mystery. Suddenly, it lashed out. It was impossible even to react to, and the result was shocking. The targeted lord tried to dodge and seemed to succeed, only to realize the branch was somehow still on its way. He dodged again, only for the odd feeling to occur again, and then again, and then again. It felt like his body was being constantly reset, transported backward in time only to be forced to try to dodge again. His afterimages layered on top of one another, becoming more and more numerous until, splat, his head splattered into a rain of blood. Everyone froze. Ryu hadn't even moved, and yet a lord had died in such a mysterious fashion. Was this really a transcended? The worst part was that Ryu still seemed to be somewhat distracted. He wasn't even looking at them, nor could they feel his spiritual quintessence. It was as though his entire mind was elsewhere. Suddenly, the heavenly Tao tree began to move more sharply, more fluidly. Ryu seemed to have resigned himself to a fact and he focused more on what was happening. And as a result, the lords began to fall in droves. They were like children in the middle of an adult's game. Ryu just stood there, his hands clasped behind his back as he gave them a level gaze. At that moment, his Tao heart seemed to become sharper and more refined. He was going through a sublimation right before them all, and most couldn't even sense it, let alone understand why it was happening. Only Arya found herself trembling. She had been a genius all her life, only to realize that she was nothing before this man. Ryu leveled an even gaze at her. If her Tao heart shattered because of this, he wouldn't even be interested in taking her as a maid anymore, let alone a summon. However, surprisingly, she didn't disappoint him. Arya unleashed a roar that seemed to pump her full of courage. Her aura pierced toward the skies, but compared to Ryu's own, it was like a moth to a flame. She shot forward, grasping at the air and forming a brass halberd she swung down with all her might. Ryu reached out with a finger. Arya struggled, but she found herself slowing down more and more until her blade came to a stunning halt on Ryu's extended finger. Ryu seemed to look right through her, his attention seemingly already elsewhere. It was no wonder he was so distracted, though. In the moment his soul and eyes connected, he saw through fate and he realized something profound. The space-time star of the Zoo ancestor was practically identical to the fate of his eyes. And that wouldn't make any sense unless he was either born with it, or he had been the one to create it in the first place. Chapter 1965. Why? Ryu looked at the brass halberd Arya had swung at him. Trapped on his finger, there wasn't much that she could do at all. The power to control fate in a world that was capped at the mere Lord grade was too powerful. There were no powerful individuals here that could even begin to contend against this new soul nature to him. And worse than that, Ryu had a far higher natural affinity for fate and karma than he ever did for space and time. Since his birth, he had been steeped in this comprehension thanks to his eyes. Every ability of his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils manipulated fate on some scale or another. The simplest ability of his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, third perspective, allowed him to view the world from a bird's eye view. But the reason most couldn't even begin to detect it was because it used fate to observe things. Even Tao gods had difficulty grasping such a thing, let alone normal cultivators. For the most powerful abilities, even less needed to be explained as they were all obviously tied with space. Back when Ryu got his spacetime soul nature, it took a lot of time and adjusting. And though this would certainly require at least some of that, it wasn't nearly to the same extent. With the foundation of his eyes, it was as though the world had just opened up to him. While it was the case that it would be much harder to manipulate in the outside world, in a holy world like this one, and maybe even a sovereign grade one, he was practically invincible. However, as amazing as all of this was, both what he had already thought through and things that he realized he had yet to think through, it didn't change how shocked he was internally. The good news? At least in one timeline or iteration, he had managed to become as strong as he had always dreamed, somehow breaking the fundamental laws of time itself and going backward. Ryu remembered how he felt when he first learned about the Zoo ancestor. He had been floored about the fact someone could go back in time in the first place. It just didn't make any sense whatsoever. Honestly speaking, it still didn't make any sense, and that was despite having gained both time affinity and fate affinity beyond. But it did start to make a little bit more sense. Theoretically speaking, if he had such great control over space, time, fate, and karma, then it was possible for him to step outside of fate and karma for a moment and reverse the stream of time. However, while Ryu understood how to do step one, the rest of it, well, it was a complete mess. If he just wanted to go back in time to personally observe something, that would still be fine. But changing the occurrence of events or even tweaking the timeline seemed impossible. After all, if he stepped outside the stream of fate, then obviously manipulating fate was impossible. And going through all that effort just to witness something with his own eyes was a complete waste of time. Back in Sacrum, Ryu had already been able to use his eyes to read fate and reconstruct past events to some extent. Now, he was even more capable of doing exactly that. If he wanted, he could wave a hand and experience the last 100 years of a particular location in the blink of an eye. And that was without trying particularly hard. That was the power of having gained a fate and karma affinity to match his time affinity. It was highly unlikely that anyone would be able to hide anything from him these days. His ability to comprehend and deduce had touched upon entirely new levels. So, why would he need to physically go back in time? The obvious answer was that there had to be a reason. But that wasn't much of an answer at all. Clearly, my future self wanted me to have this space-time affinity earlier. By extension, it's also possible that the person who left my perfect black buddy in the death shrine was also myself, maybe to escape from the fate of having it stolen by the martial gods. Or potentially controlled by the Phoenix Sky God. Ryu thought of the possibility that he was the Phoenix Sky God as well. Someone who could return back in time to muddy the waters of history would be the perfect person to leave behind the messy tales that were the Phoenix Sky God's life. It had to be remembered that even Ryu didn't know the true backstory of the Phoenix Sky God. He had just managed to cobble together countless folklores and tales to maybe piece together who to awaken their spiritual foundation. However, now that he thought about it, it would have made perfect sense if the Phoenix Sky God could return back in time to obscure the truths of their life so that others couldn't scribe their fate. But he dismissed the idea, although he could potentially become a Phoenix Sky God in another timeline. After all, he did have the bloodlines necessary. The real issue with him being the Phoenix Sky God was that he had seen the Phoenix Sky God in this timeline. No matter what kind of voodoo and tricks he could pull, there was simply no way that two of him could exist at the same time. And on a deeper level than that, his new fate soul nature made him even more sensitive. The Phoenix Sky God was someone with strong ties to him, obviously, since he had their spiritual foundation in his body. But he was 100% certain that they weren't him. So the question was, why? What did he deem was so important that he had to return like this? Was he just trying to reach a higher realm of cultivation? Or was it something else? And what did the Zhu clan have to do with it? Chapter 1966 Awry. That was the other oddity to this puzzle. Why the Zhu clan? Ryu thought of the possibility that the Zhu clan was actually his own clan, but he knew himself. First off, if it really was his own clan, he was certain that his future self would have found a way to stop Eska from becoming his wife. He didn't care how many generations separated them. He had no intention of betting one of his descendants. And second, he would never change his name from Tatsuya even for a plot. He had too much pride for that. Unless it was the case that he had changed more than he thought, which he guessed might be possible, there was simply no chance of any of this happening. But the Zhu clan felt useless to him. They were weak, and the only thing they had ever really brought him was trouble. Being mistaken for a Zhu clan descendant was why he had been bullied so fiercely at the start of his second life, the reason he had been labeled a so-called white devil. There were so many moving pieces that it was hard even for Ryu to wrap his head around them all. And ironically enough, everyone was just either frozen in time or being ruthlessly slaughtered one after another as he stood in silence. Arya tried to take her halberd back and attack him several times already, but it was a completely useless endeavor. She couldn't even break through his defenses. And when she tried to retreat, she found the passage backward inexplicably long. It took her several seconds just to succeed in taking the equivalent of a single step back, when before she could easily cross tens of thousands of miles in that kind of time. Instead, it looked as though she was flying backward in place, something that made her face flush with embarrassment and rage, especially when she remembered the words that had been sent in earlier. Had he really come here to press her down? Unwillingness brimmed in Arya's eyes and her dissatisfaction was quickly boiling over. However, at that moment Ryu finally looked up. Okay, let's end this. He wasn't getting anywhere with his thoughts, so he just didn't want to waste his time anymore. He had to be fast with dealing with these matters, or else the trouble in the outside world would really come back to bite him. As easy as it was to control fate in this world, he knew that he would have already become a mummified husk if he tried to repeat the same in the outside world, especially if it was against enemies stronger than lords. So before a certain Reverend Darkclaw finished up his plot, it was best he get out here. Ryu reached forward and clamped a hand around Arya's neck. She struggled and clawed at him, but it was useless in the end. She was unceremoniously suppressed and sealed by the might of his inner world before being tossed inside like a bag of sand. Ryu yawned. It wasn't a fake one, but a legitimate one. It seems controlling fate even in this world can take its toll. If I can raise up the fate of my inner world to a high enough degree, though, I bet it would offset a lot of the cost. He raised up a hand as he thought, and the world shuddered. His lips parted slightly and death acupoint reflected in his eyes. All of a sudden, under his control of fate, these small, impossible-to-grasp targets expanded to the point they became large bullseyes. D. Ryu said softly, Pucci. The world fell to silence. Hundreds of Tao lords fell from the skies, completely and utterly dead. The drastic difference between how Ryu thought this matter would go and how it actually ended up going were two vastly different. But sometimes, you were only one slight breakthrough away from a shocking windfall. And this time, it seemed that he had been holding himself back too much. A slight hint of fatigue pinched his brows, but that was when something shocking happened. Ryu combined focus, his time affinity, and his new fate affinity together, and in that moment, the fatigue between his brows had been wiped away. What he had done just now was far more effective than even the prayer mat had ever been. Even if he was comparing it to his days in Sacrum, and those were the days he used to have unlimited focus chi. Focus was the technique of his eyes that allowed him to sink into states of meditation whenever he wanted. This technique of his eyes had an inextricably linked status to his focus chi as a result. So, using it as a conduit, Ryu reversed the time and fate on his own focus chi. And in an instant, he was back to 100%. Ryu chuckled, looking up into the skies. I'm really going to miss this world. He was truly a god here, a god that broke laws without the slightest scruples. However, soon, I'll be just as much of a god in the outside world. When that day comes, I'll bend a certain disobedient wife over my knee and see if she still dares to be so arrogant. A flash of malevolence sparked in Ryu's gaze. Surpassing me isn't so easy. He remembered the words clearly, but she had obviously forgotten who her husband was. Ryu's aura flared and the Lord Grade world seemed to crack. He didn't need to waste his time refining it or gathering fate anymore. He was the master of fate in this world. If he said he wanted it to come to him, it would come. And when he did that, the world would obviously acknowledge him as its victor. In the outside world, Reverend Darkclaw was continuing his preparations, feeling that he had time. The formations in the surroundings were quickly coming together. The Tao gods of his family were on their way, and he was personally standing guard even if something went awry, and awry they went. Boom! Chapter 1967 Mindless. The portal shuddered and the world overturned. At that moment, Reverend Darkclaw's head snapped in a certain direction, his pupils constricting when he noticed that the rainbow wall was crashing backward. It approached by several thousand more miles before it came to a wobbling stop, or so it seemed. With his sharp gaze, Reverend Darkclaw could see that it was still collapsing, albeit slowly. Unless they changed the formation of the shrines, it would continue to recede. In a few hundred years, it would return to the original borders. Damn it! He didn't understand how this could be possible. There were so many lords in there. How could Ryu possibly have succeeded? He had had a bad feeling when he saw Ryu's confidence. But he had thought that after exposing Ryu, things would be fine. What he didn't expect was that it wouldn't matter in the slightest. Not only had Ryu managed to succeed, but he had also slaughtered every single one of their lords as well. And now, he had refined their Lord Grade world. A pillar of blackness pierced toward the skies. This time, Ryu didn't suppress the chaos chi aspects in the slightest. Since they knew what he was, he would show them the might they had feared so much. The world overturned and large amounts of insights poured into Ryu's mind. But this time, he didn't turn it into potential. He already had a dark world. He didn't need another. Instead, he would use it for something else. The false shrine appeared high above Ryu's head, and his gaze blazed with light. At that moment, the seed of darkness pulsed through his body, and the world turned even darker and more dreary than before. Reverend Darkclaw didn't know what Ryu was doing, but he still acted first. So long as Ryu died, everything would be fine. He would be able to fix all of this. A Tao god was too fast. Ryu had barely begun when he felt a pressure that almost shredded his chest apart. However, hope appeared before Ryu, her small palm pressing out and shattering Reverend Darkclaw's momentum. The Reverend's expression twisted. He should have expected this. The only reason the humans would be so bold is if they had such support. Kill him, he roared, pulling out a halberd and slashing out at Hope. He could tell that Hope should have only recently broken through. Such a lower Tao god shouldn't be a match for him at all. However, that was when he sensed a Tao that twisted his face into a terrible expression. Founding Tao. High-level Taos weren't a shock for Tao gods. If one was a Tao god, at the absolute worst you would have an ancient Tao. Just being a Tao god alone meant that you were a genius among geniuses. Still, the vast majority of Tao gods tended to have lower founding Taos at the peak of sovereignty, only to slip down to the ancient realm upon becoming Tao gods. To see a Tao god with a founding Tao already made them a cut above most. To see a Tao god with a higher founding Tao, however, Reverend Darkclaw felt his throat constrict. What he didn't know was that if Hope hadn't grown up in the true martial world, maybe right now she would have a peak founding Tao. The only reason it was a step below was that this world was on a tier higher. Reverend Darkclaw only had a peak ancient Tao. In the true martial world, that would be a lower founding Tao. But even if he did have that grade, he was wholly inferior to Hope whether she had just broken through or not. Realizing his situation, and knowing that running would only mean death, he immediately swapped techniques. Stall, stall, stall. It was the only thing he could do. He took out a great number of treasures and tossed them into the surroundings, burning through what little wealth he had managed to retain. So long as Ryu died, it would all be fine. But when he noticed that Hope didn't even look back toward Ryu as though she wasn't worried about his safety at all, he felt his heart constrict again. That was when his pupils shrunk into pinholes, his body shaking as he sensed the aura coming from Ryu. "My name is Ryu Tatsuya," Ryu said with a smile, his handsome visage being burned into their minds and souls. "Those of you that happen to survive, do well to remember that." The seed of darkness pulsed and the world turned black. Death acupoint. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. Beams of darkness lashed out toward the surroundings. One shot, one kill. It didn't matter if they were lords or sovereigns. It made no difference whatsoever. One after another, they collapsed, freezing in the skies and then slowly falling. Ryu raised up a hand, his silvery eyes flashing as he analyzed the formations in the region. Took him no more than a handful of seconds. The formations they had put so much effort into shattered beneath the weight of a single word. Break. Bang. Crack. Chi. "Let's go," Ryu said casually. He took a step and darkness warped around him. "Okay," Hope said lightly. She smashed out with a palm that collided with Reverend Darkclaw's chest as though all the defensive measures he had put up were worthless. Then, she vanished along with Ryu. Reverend Darkclaw fell from the skies, coughing up countless mouthfuls of blood as he cursed continuously. They were too smart, too smart. They didn't delay in the slightest, and he even suffered that palm for no reason at all. Damn it! He realized that he couldn't hide this matter anymore. Without a choice, he began to send out messages to mobilize the entire Chaos Plane. Then, he gave a vicious glare to the humans that managed to survive. They all deserved to die. A mindless slaughter ensued. Chapter 1968, I Would Do It. News of a human boy with 2 shrines in his possession and the legendary chaotic silk meridians in his body spread like wildfire. Most of the fiends had already noticed the shuddering of the Rainbow Wall, but when they learned of this, the entire race was shaken, even more so when they learned that Arya Moon was dead. It wasn't long before the Moon Fiends came out to confirm that this wasn't the case. Arya Moon's soul flame was very much still active, but that only made things worse. That meant that the pride of their race, and the genius that was most likely to be their next Tao god, had actually been captured alive by a transcended sky god. News spread like wildfire and suddenly there was a plane-wide manhunt for Ryu. And yet, the man they were looking for was lying on the lap of a beauty. Well, maybe his situation was a little worse than that. Ryu was, indeed, resting his head on Hope's lap as they soared across the skies on Little Silk's back. The problem was that his body was filled with cracks that were exuding black fog. It looked like he would shatter like porcelain at any moment. He was fiendishly circulating embryonic chi, but it was slow going. If not for the fact his body had become so powerful, and the fact he had used the blessings of the holy world and the shrine as a proxy, he would have already collapsed. His seed of darkness was no longer at the pinnacle standard of the true martial world. It was at the pinnacle of all darkness across existence itself. There wasn't a purer concentration of darkness anywhere else. And yet, Ryu had just used it with impunity. On the one hand, it allowed him to kill a large number of lords and sovereigns, and on the other, practically left him half dead. Damn it! Ryu coughed. Hope seemed to be a flustered little wife doing her best to seem composed, but Ryu could see right through her. Seeing her state, he couldn't help but chuckle a bit. What are you laughing about? Do you know how reckless you are? Ryu smiled. It won't matter. I'm not worried about them finding us now. Before they entered the Chaos Plane, he told Hope not to appear unless she absolutely had to. The appearance of a new Tao god in the Chaos Plane, under usual circumstances, would definitely be sensed by the others. However, now that he had a fate and karma soul nature, he wasn't worried anymore. He might not be able to use it as freely as he could in the Lord Realm, but there was no way even a Tao god could sense him or those he wanted to protect so easily. He was sure that a manhunt was well on its way. But did it matter? Don't underestimate Tao gods, Ryu, Hope said seriously. All of them are geniuses that could have given you problems at a cultivation realm or two ahead of you. Some of them, especially the peak Tao gods of this world, were geniuses that could have given you trouble at the same cultivation realm. The title of Tao god. Hope looked down to see that Ryu was looking at her with a casual smile on his black vein, cracked lips. He wasn't listening to what she was saying at all. Hope sighed. She realized that if she were someone else, Ryu's gaze would have already grown cold. But because she took her to be his woman now, he was listening with a smile. But that didn't change what was in his heart. Defeat him at the same cultivation realm? He didn't believe there was anyone in existence that could do that any longer. He hadn't believed that before he entered the Lord Realm, and least of all now, if he wasn't being chased by Tao gods. How could he have any fun at all? It made Hope feel both warm and contradictorily cold at the same time. On the one hand, she was happy he was willing to deal with her nonsense. But on the other hand, she didn't think she was speaking nonsense at all. Ryu might think that letting his women be so willful was a great thing. But sometimes, it was patronizing. Ryu's gaze flickered. He always called Hope Little Woman for a reason. She was too easy to read and wore everything she felt on her sleeve. Now, he was even more sensitive to such things, so he could guess what she was thinking. Taking a breath, Ryu sighed. Indeed, his father was right. Having so many women was truly a headache. Not because women in general were, but rather dealing with so many different personalities, thoughts, and feelings was like its own path of cultivation hardship. Ironically, outside of Yana and Elena, he had spent the most time with Hope, so he understood her quite well. And also well enough to know that she wasn't really upset by his casual listening to her words. She was upset because he had found a casual reason to blow off her advances, and he hadn't made any moves on her since. He called her his little wife without having actually consummated anything. It made her feel like she didn't have the same place in his heart even if he acted like she did. She could tell that he was upset about Ailsa and didn't care to focus on anything but cultivation. So she wouldn't complain about such a thing even if she knew Ryu wouldn't blame her in the slightest for doing so. But logic and emotions often existed on two different spectrums. Even if she understood, it didn't stop her from feeling like Ailsa would always be more important to him. And if Ryu was honest, was it even possible to love so many women equally? Ryu looked at Hope for a long while, his gaze soft but his heart confused. After a moment, he reached toward a hand Hope was using to stroke his hair absent-mindedly. He held it tightly, pulling it to his chest. If you wanted me to make my divorce with Ailsa official right now, I would do it. Hope froze when she heard such words, suddenly feeling flustered. Chapter 1969 One Chance. Hope had never expected to hear such words, and the moment she did, she began to tear up. Suddenly, it didn't matter if Ryu's action felt patronizing to her or not. The reason being treated like a child would hurt in the first place if there was some sinister intention or underlying disdain. But for Ryu to say such words, how could she not be moved? Ailsa was his life partner, the only woman that had broken his stubborn streak, the woman he was designed to love the most, whether it be by nature or the heavens themselves. And yet, he had said such a thing. When Ryu first met Ailsa, he was completely opposed to her entire existence. Could be said that in his whole life, Ailsa was the one person that had ever applied external pressure to change any of Ryu's internal thoughts. In his life or lives, Ryu had changed, altered, and grown as a person in various ways. But not a single one of those instances was because of something someone else told him. At least not when it came to large things, and certainly not in regard to things that he had decided to be stubborn about. Ryu had never put it in so many words. But maybe the catalyst for his largest change in self was Ailsa. If not for Ailsa, he would have never even thought to look at a woman other than Elena. If not for Ailsa, he wouldn't have come to accept the heavens for what they were instead of always thinking of them as his number one enemy. If not for Ailsa, the foundation of cultivation he relied upon to this day wouldn't even exist. It had been trillions of years for Ailsa, but to Ryu, it had barely been a blink of an eye, and the things he had learned with his wife by his side were very much there. It could even be said that if any other wife had done what Ailsa had done, maybe instead of threatening divorce, Ryu would have directly done it. And maybe it was precisely because such a thought was his reality that Ryu realized that it might truly be impossible to love so many women equally. And that was when an unexpected feeling appeared. Guilt. Even a small bit of regret. Ryu had heard his father's words, and had taken heed of them. However, he hadn't truly changed from the bottom of his heart. He had only planned to follow what his father wanted because he respected him. But it wasn't because he felt to the depths of his soul that this was something he should do. But now he could feel it, truly feel it. Before, it had been Icemine to a small extent. He wasn't a fool. He knew that Icemine was more than a little dissatisfied with their relationship. If he had the time to fuck her brains out at least a few times a month, she would be content with that. But he didn't even have the time on hand to do that much. Of his women, she would certainly be the one to most easily turn his back on him. And he couldn't say that he would care very much at all. He had no feelings for her whatsoever, and outside of their playful and somewhat enjoyable banter, he had hardly any impression of the type of woman she was at all. So when his father spoke and mostly used her as an example, Ryu listened. But he didn't truly listen. Hope, on the other hand, was someone he did care for. He would definitely care if she left him, and it wasn't just because she had risked her life to save his own. Ryu always had a soft spot for women willing to risk so much for him, and a lot of that was why Ailsa had been able to break down his ice-cold walls. But Hope resonated with him on a deeper level than that. She wasn't just the woman who would be likely to carry his first child either. He saw too much of himself in her. If Ailsa was his idealized reflection, the cultivator he could have become had his life never been tampered with. Elena was the one who picked up the pieces. Yana was the silent support by his side. And Hope was the one lying in pieces on the ground with him. She too had had her life ruined at the hands of others, her fate toyed with, and her destiny ripped from her hands. Her fate was now tied to his own, and he remembered distinctly the sort of despair she had felt when she thought that she had calculated wrongly and hitched herself to the wrong person. The last time such a woman had broken down before him like that, Ryu had directly abandoned any thought of ever being with her. Of course, Serial hadn't truly broken down into tears, but in Ryu's eyes, it might as well have been no different at all. That sort of resignation to fate was something he hated to see, and even more so in women since his most liked women were the exact opposite. Even so, he remembered almost ignoring Hope back then. At first glance, it seemed that he was just as disdainful of her as all the others. But the more he thought back to that moment, the more he self-reflected, the more he understood his real emotions back then. He had seen a potential reflection of himself, a reflection of what he might become if he never broke free of the martial gods, of how he might fail if he took a single wrong step, of how he might crumble if the walls crashed unexpectedly. And even that was being too charitable, because the reality was that she wasn't what he could become. She was what he had been, a failure who gave up, a failure who just needed one chance to reverse their fate.
Chapter 1970 Impossible.
Ryu raised a weak hand and caressed Hope's cheek. These sorts of feelings had truly settled in for him after he saw his past lives. He knew he wasn't special. Given a different set of circumstances in life, he might be at the bottom of a barrel somewhere, despairing just as much as Hope or cowering just as much as Serial. What he did know was that this version of himself, the version that could look down on the world and dauntlessly stare into the face of death, was the version of himself he wanted to be. But that didn't change the fact that he could have easily been different. And yet, even that was more complicated than it seemed. He had had almost 3 decades of secluded meditation. Most of that time seemed to have been spent calculating out his body realm cultivation method, but only he knew how much of that time had been idle, running experiments, testing how the flow of different elemental chis worked and how they vibed with his vital chi. So on and so forth. It had also allowed him a lot of time to calm down and a lot of time to think. During that time, Ryu thought back to the trial of the Phoenix Sky God. It was the one reincarnation that he experienced that he could fully remember even without the aid of the dream wraiths. It was funny. The reason he thought of it to begin with was as a vain attempt at debunking the idea that he wasn't unique and special. After all, in that life, born to the Tor clan, he was in a completely different environment than he was in the Tatsuya clan. Logically, he should have become a different man. But why was the little Ryu of then of the same make and build as he had been as a scion of the Tatsuya clan? That should prove that he was special, no? Even while being suppressed by his own elders, his own father and mother, he had managed to display his intelligence, and he was staunch in his arrogance. That seemed to contradict everything that he had come to learn from his reincarnations. But was that the case? Wasn't he only able to display his intelligence because he had intelligence in the first place? His ability to cultivate was still gone, but he still had his eyes despite the fact his eyelids had been forcefully sealed shut. Beyond that, his bone structure was still the ice jade crystal body, so it would still be able to mutate his brain folds and make him smarter than most. On top of that, wasn't the Tor clan the equivalent of what the Tatsuya clan was to the shrine plane to the higher mortal plane? He had been given pretty much the same gifts and the same opportunities. Ironically, if it wasn't for the fact his clan had come to hate him, he would have ended up in the same cycle he had in the Tatsuya clan, hating everything around him because the heavens wouldn't allow him to cultivate. It had to be remembered that, in order to pass the Phoenix Sky God trial, Ryu had to break free of his mental restraints. Even if his father, Emperor Tor, hadn't tampered with his awakening ceremony, he would have still failed it without this awakening. When Ryu realized all of this, everything came back full circle. Once again, his environment had dictated how he changed and what kind of person he became. It was almost a sick joke, and it was something that made him sympathize with Hope all the more. They had had 10 years in the black hole together, and many more years outside of that. He had learned so much about her. He had heard her voice more times than he could count, been forced to withstand her little woman antics. He was certain that she was a woman who deserved to be by his side. She had fought through so much, and unlike his circumstances, she was even more unlucky. How far did a woman of Hope's caliber have to be pushed to force herself to have the child of a man she hadn't even known all that well back then? Should he look down on her for not having enough pride? For not being stupid enough to act against the will of the heavens as though it was something she could truly fight on her own? Did he even have such a right? Hope tried to open her mouth to speak, but only sobs came out. Her chest rattled with guilt as she held Ryu's hand to her cheek. She didn't even know why she had said something so stupid. She didn't want to put Ryu into such a position, but she just couldn't help the emotions she was feeling. Nu, 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 nu. She kept saying the word over and over again, faster and faster, as though she was afraid Ryu would do something stupid. Ryu couldn't help but burst into a fit of laughter. Little woman antics, indeed. Don't laugh at me. And don't say something so bad again. Bad, Ryu said with a weak smile. I meant every word. Don't say that. Hope hurriedly covered his mouth. I do not want my sister wives to hate me. I still have to ingratiate myself with Sister Icemine and Big Sister Eska properly. Don't ruin this for me. Ryu was suddenly speechless. Why did it sound like he was getting pushed to the side? Still, his thoughts couldn't help but drift off as Hope continued to sputter words somewhat quickly and part incoherently. He had just put something together that he couldn't put together before because he hadn't known it at the same. But wasn't the reason he was ostracized by the Tor Kingdom because he looked like a white devil? And wasn't he now suddenly an ancestor of these white devils, aka the Zoo clan? And wasn't the hatred of the Tor Kingdom the difference he needed to break through his mental constraints and earn the White Phoenix spiritual foundation? In that case, could it be his future self set all of this up? It's impossible. I can't be the Phoenix Sky God. Can I? Ryu was confused once more, because his title was certainly not Phoenix. Chapter 1971. Shortly. Something about it still seemed off. Plus, he was having a hard time wrapping his mind around how time could possibly work like that despite his time affinity. How could he become the man that was capable of reversing the flow of time in the first place if he needed the help of his future self to even pass the trial in the first place? It was like a chicken and the egg situation, but even worse than usual because it was just an outright paradox no matter how you answered. The only way this would make any sense was if the purpose of his future self wasn't just to help him pass, but rather to speed up the process. In fact, now that Ryu thought about it, before, he had thought about creating a technique that would allow him to reforge his foundation. What if this was similar? But if that was the case, he was doing a very bad job. There were still many holes in his foundation now, and it felt like too little had been done in that regard. Was it that his future self couldn't be too hands-on? Maybe. It hadn't been too obvious to him that someone was helping until now. But Ryu still felt that it was likely more complicated than that. Ryu realized that he should probably focus on recovery. Although he had brushed off a lot of what Hope had said, she wasn't exactly wrong. He couldn't underestimate the fiends or else he would end up suffering for it. However, there wasn't much he could do right now other than shielding them from detection and focusing on undoing his wounds. He was in one part trying to control the false dark shrine to pull the damaging chi away from his body, and another part using the embryonic chi to quickly heal himself. He didn't dare to ask Hope to help because the chi that was rampaging around right now was the strongest dark chi in existence. The only reason he was still alive was because he had the false shrine and limited control of the seed of darkness. In fact, had it not been for the fact he was limiting himself to using as little of it as possible, he might have even been able to wield it to kill the likes of Reverend Darkclaw. Though that was more of a pipe dream than anything else. If he had gathered up so much of his dark seed chi, he wouldn't even be alive to flirt with this little wife of his. Hope continued to ramble, mostly trying to distract herself from her own worry. However, it was hard to when little Silk wasn't even flying toward the rainbow. Instead, they were flying diagonally away from it, slowly going deeper and deeper into fiend territory. She knew that this was the smartest thing to do, but that still didn't make it any better. Therein lied the elephant in the room, though. If Ryu was wrong about all of this and he really was the Phoenix Sky God, how would he face Hope? After all, that would mean that he was the one who destroyed her world and put her in the situation to suffer like this in the first place. Ryu took a breath and closed his eyes. It seemed that no matter what happened, he would just have to take it in stride. The odds that he was the Phoenix Sky God as well as the Zoo ancestor were low. But at this point it was hard to rule it out completely. For now, he chose to keep it a secret, not because he wanted to hide anything from Hope, but rather because he felt that he would only be harming her by even suggesting it. She had gone through enough for now. When the time came and if he was right about these speculations he would deal with it then. Time passed quickly and the powder keg that was the chaos plane only grew worse. The number of fiends searching for the duo was only growing and even several higher Dao gods had been mobilized. The importance of the false shrine was too great, but to stack that on top of the chaotic silk meridians, it could be said that Ryu was one of one in terms of high-priority targets. It only made it worse that one of their fiend childs was in his possession. Arya was the crown jewel of not just one, but two fiend lineages. When they confirmed that she was still alive, both sent out 3 higher Dao gods. This sort of firepower was something that hadn't been seen on such a scale since maybe this war began all those generations ago. By now, much of those ashes had settled down, only for a little transcended sky god to flip it on its head. In fact, even the peak Dao gods were alerted about this matter. If not for the fact that their positions were too strategic, they would have likely been deployed as well. The commotion was so great that news began leaking to the real plane, and soon, in a matter of days, the Dao gods of the Fae and their allies would be slowly awakened to the truth. As for how they would react, it was hard to tell. But there would definitely be at least one person incredibly antsy about it, and that was none other than Star River. She had never wanted Ryu to go for precisely this reason. Even if Ryu managed to escape to the real plane, there was simply no way that the fiends would let this go. This would certainly lead to an all-out war, and by then, just how many would die? The human emperor stood at the bottom of the valley in silence. He looked from one human corpse to the next and he felt his Dao heart creaking and shuddering. He had experienced this more than once. Every time the human race was humiliated, every time they scorned or genocide, every time they were forced to suffer both at the hands of their enemies and their supposed allies. He took a breath and looked into the skies. When will this end? Al waved a hand and his Tao thrummed. The souls of the humans here, shackled and suppressed, were relieved of their burden. In one breath, they were both sent into the cycle of reincarnation, and all their thoughts, hopes, and memories were taken by the human emperor. This was part of his human emperor Tao. Usually, such things would be cleansed away by the dream wraiths, but he had the ability to step in and act as the middleman. Al was then able to incorporate the understanding of cultivation that these humans had and use them to strengthen himself, as well as add positive karma to himself by relieving them of the curse and burden the fiends had placed on them. When fiends wanted to be especially cruel, they could do so. It had to be remembered that the fiends were antithetical to life and order. As such, they were neither born through normal means, nor did they reincarnate through normal means. The powerful among them even had the ability to taint souls that relied on order with chaos, making it difficult to almost impossible for them to reincarnate as well. It wasn't a surprise that the race that suffered this the most in this world were the humans. There was a time that the human emperor even wanted to find out why it was they were so viciously targeted like this all the time, only to give up years ago. Soon, the human emperor learned of what happened here and he couldn't help but frown. A truly reckless child. The human emperor sighed before he realized something. Was this Ryu the same one he had been stopped from helping almost 27 years ago now? He had survived? The human emperor frowned. This was troublesome. Why would such a hope for the human race come here? He didn't blame Ryu for not saving the humans. He had simply seen too many die. Although he thought Ryu was a bit selfish in this regard, he felt that it was only right that he be exactly that. Such a talent, with a founding Tao so high at the transcended realm, had an excellent chance of becoming a Tao god so long as he could break into the Lord realm. Al was too valuable. But by the same token, if he didn't take such risks, he would end up heavily suppressed by the Fae. Before, they didn't take him seriously because he was a mere true sky god. But now that he had stirred such a commotion and given them such a good reason to target him, well, the result could be guessed. The fiends might not be Ryu's only enemies very soon. What the human emperor didn't know just yet was that Ryu's current actions would unravel a mystery that had caught them in a web for generations to come, and the other foot would fall very shortly. Chapter 1972. Simple. Ryu pushed all other thoughts out of his mind, rushing to heal himself. At the same time, he set part of his clones to focus on finding quicker solutions to all of this. Luckily, he ended up finding one. The best sort of method he could use to heal himself was, obviously, his body realm cultivation method. After all, it was built on the foundation of his natural treasures to begin with. There's no need for a new technique. I can use the excess dark seed chi to temper my body and turn the chi itself into more normal injuries. By then, it'll be easier for my embryonic chi to heal it, albeit only by a small bit. This process would speed things up by about 50% or so, but considering the damage he was already suffering, he would be hard-pressed to finish up in a short time regardless. Luckily, his eyes had already recovered quite swiftly in just a few hours. There should also be a method of changing the fate around me to make my embryonic chi more effective. His embryonic chi had been shown to be less effective on those that didn't have the proper fate. He, himself, got screwed over when he started relying on the 9-pillar flame sex taboo methods. Hope had also suffered because of this as well, and his embryonic chi was far less effective on her. But now, after coming to a new world, Ryu realized that the other half of his chaotic silk meridians was perfectly mirrored by his embryonic chi meridians, meaning his embryonic chi connected with the laws of a new plane when it moved as well. In this world, his embryonic chi was actually even less effective on him than usual. However, if he changed the world he was connected to, Ryu tried another world as soon as his eyes recovered and flickered when he realized that there was a change. Then he shifted again to the world that he could most easily connect to, Sacrum. In his opinion, there would be a bit of a trade-off. Sacrum's fate might be far more aligned with him, but it was also a weaker world. So it was likely that the embryonic chi it produced wouldn't be able to help him as well. But since Sacrum was also the world that Ryu could connect to the easiest regardless of distance, It wasn't much of a problem to at least try. And the result shocked him. Weak? Who had said that it would be weak? The second Ryu circulated a single drop from sacrum. His injuries had already healed by over 5%. Practically floored him. Is it that my affinity with sacrum is so high that the weakness is offset by the gains? Or is it that sacrum is powerful to begin with? The answer was hard to pin down, and Ryu didn't have the time to waste on trying to figure it out. Not when he needed to heal as quickly as possible. The foundational injuries, the ones done directly to his body, forming lacerations and bone fractures, were healed first and within a half hour. It would have likely been faster had Ryu not had to wait for the embryonic chi droplets to form one by one, but there was no helping that. Unfortunately, when connecting to a world that was so far away, the droplets formed even more slowly than usual. And that wasn't the only problem either. While it was relatively easy for Ryu to connect to sacrum, it was still an impossibly long distance away, a distance that couldn't even be properly described in terms of light years alone. If not for the fact fate and its fabric worked with means well beyond mere distance, connecting to sacrum would have been impossible. And it was also because of that ease was just a relative term. After half an hour of being connected to sacrum, Ryu was absolutely gassed. If he pushed his eyes to maintain the connection for any longer, he would end up collapsing and forcing them into dormancy once again. He gasped for breath, severing the connection as he now focused on pushing the rest of the dark seed chi back to where it belonged without doing more damage to his body. Unfortunately, some damage was inevitable, reversing some of the good progress he had made. But fortunately, it wasn't nearly as bad as before. At first, Ryu had been trying to return the chi to his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, but he eventually realized that this wasn't worth it. The process was too long and he would end up doing more bad than good. However, that was when he remembered that his meridians were damn near indestructible, being the third most durable material in all of existence. The more he learned about the world, the more he truly understood how shocking such a rating was. That was to say that even the material that was used to make these false shrines was inferior to his own meridians. He had begun neglecting the fundamental talents of his meridians because who wouldn't? Would he care about such simple abilities when he could control the chaos chi of the various worlds? But now this simple ability was going to be what saved him. Every time he improved the foundation of his chaotic silk meridians, it transcended to the chaotic silk of a world that was on par with its new stature, thus making its durability even more profound. Right now, his dark seed chi was much more powerful than the current foundation of his chaotic silk meridians after his spiritual foundation got a hold of it. But the fact his chaotic silk meridians were so durable in the first place should be able to offset this gap. Ryu then began to direct all of the dark seed chi back into his meridians. His body began to swell as though it would blow up at any moment. Chapter 1973. A little bit. All the while Ryu was being put through the ringer, Hope could only sit there in a nervous mess. He had gone through many cycles of injury and recovery, and he looked as though he had almost died several times now. How could she not be nervous? The only thing stopping her from crying out was the fact that Ryu did seem to get a little better every time he went through one of these cycles. But no matter how much she tried to keep herself calm, it was nearly impossible to do so when her husband started blowing up like a balloon. It sounded like bombs were going off in Ryu's body, or like a heavenly tribulation had been triggered right in her presence. However, all the while, Ryu's eyes remained almost lightly closed and his face was entirely expressionless. One could have thought that it was someone else's body undergoing such horrors and not his own. That calm sort of sharpness seemed to stir something within Hope. She remembered the first time she met Ryu. Then she remembered the first time she learned that Ryu's fate wasn't anything special at all. In fact, it was shackled and might have been even worse than her own. Even now, she had no idea how Ryu had made it through with such poor fate, and it hadn't made any sense to her until he exited the dark holy world they had just left the vicinity of. With high affinity for space, one was no longer bound by it. With high affinity for time, training in a time warp was possible for you when it wasn't for anyone else. It was an ability that most would absolutely kill for, and with a high fate affinity, could it be that you stood outside of its influence? Was this the reason her scribe had fallen onto Ryu? Did it calculate this? No. Hope knew that that was impossible. She was called the favor alchemy god, but she knew her level, especially back then. There was no way that she could calculate such a thing. That meant that in all likelihood, it was Ryu that had acted upon her fate rather than the other way around. Hope almost laughed when she thought of this. And all the while, she thought that she was the one taking control of her own fate and changing it. If it was someone else, maybe she would have collapsed at this realization again, not much different than how she had reacted the last time, but since it was Ryu, she looked down at his handsome, expressionless visage and couldn't help but caress his cheek. If her fate was being controlled by her husband, then maybe she wouldn't mind too much. She had realized something after she tied her fate to Ryu's all those years ago. Her path to supremacy had already been cut out. The fact that she had taken such a way out indicated that she would never become the Tao god that she hoped to be. If she had wanted to maximize her potential, no matter how great her foundation was, she should have never taken on 3 tribulations at once. That was nothing more than shooting herself in the foot. However, she knew that this was the right thing to do. Trying to scrounge for every little bit of foundation when Ryu needed her protection would be far too selfish. And she also knew that given her husband's talents, what she was lacking in would likely soon be made up for. Being the favor alchemy god meant more than just weaving your own fate. In fact, because alchemy was tagged onto it, it had almost never been about her own fate at all. Her role in the world was to create the greatest pills existence had ever seen. She was meant to find her place in the world instead of forging it for herself. She was meant to rely on teasing apart the mysteries and unveiling them slowly, rather than creating new ones herself. Whether it was the title she had chosen or the path she had taken, she realized that her previous dreams were nothing more than pomp and circumstance in the mind of an immature child. However, she gently stroked Ryu's cheek again, a light smile playing on her face. She looked up for a moment, realizing that they had been found, but the calmness in her gaze didn't fade in the slightest. She had only allowed Ryu to try so hard on his own because he knew that whenever he was pushed into a corner, he would force his way out. And this time, he had managed to make it 90% of the way through. In that case, she would cover the remaining 10% and pretend as though she couldn't cover the full bill. The funny part about all of this was that she had had a solution within a few minutes. However, she allowed Ryu to take the reins nonetheless. Now that there were enemies here, she could give her husband's ego a light massage. Hope waved a hand and the laws of the world solidified into runes. Magical energies swirled and her slender fingers looked as though they were plucking at the stars and gliding through the silvery rivers of fate. Then she made a plucking motion. In that moment, a pill condensed from the runes and the skies above suddenly shook. Hope smiled and then giggled to herself. Maybe she liked being patronized by her husband a little bit. But only just a little bit. Now was time for her reward. She pressed the pill to her lips and then kissed Ryu. Ryu was taken aback for a moment because he felt the medicinal effects pour into his body. His eyes snapped open with hints of surprise in them, but he still couldn't move for a moment as his meridians rumbled. All at once, his body shuddered and the dark seed chi vanished into the air. Boom! 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 Hope looked off into the distance, a sinister light in her eyes. Chapter 1974 Womanizing. Ryu suddenly felt that his body was incredibly light and he couldn't help but chuckle. He could read Hope's thoughts without much effort and he knew what she must be feeling. Indeed, he had boxed her in a bit too much. She was an alchemist. First and foremost, everything else came secondary to her. All things considered, it might actually be somewhat impressive that she could harm Reverend Darkclaw because his godhood wasn't founded on combat at all. He had been worried about her trying to help him because the chi would definitely harm her. But he hadn't considered the fact that she could use a pill to reverse his situation. It didn't even seem like it had taken much effort from her. And that was when he realized something else. He was likely not the only one with fate affinity. Why was it that Hope had been able to sense his existence? Why could she create pills that could reverse and change fate? Wasn't the answer to that obvious? In fact, if he wanted someone who could teach him how to use his fate affinity to the greatest extent, the answer was probably this little wife of his. Just now, that pill had bolstered his control over fate. The moment he grasped it, The effort it took to manipulate it had plummeted, and he had been able to reverse his situation in an instant. The combination of hope and himself was truly powerful. Suddenly, he looked down at her belly and couldn't help but smile. His first child would truly be a little monster now, wouldn't they? Hope blushed and pinched his cheek. "Where are you looking? Pervert. I seem to remember that it was someone else who begged me to be their Tao companion. Who was that again?" Hope blushed profusely. "You're not allowed to bring that up." Ryu laughed heartily, standing to his feet and sweeping Hope into his arms as though he couldn't sense those on their way at all. He planted a kiss on her lips, greedily almost inhaling her pleasant scent. She squirmed a little bit before she seemed to melt. She had kissed Ryu before, but for some reason this felt like their first. She could practically feel his heart opening up to her, and it made her feel like she was riding on a cloud. There was even a slight moan that left her lips. But then she felt like she was electrocuted when Ryu's hand pinched her bottom. She jumped, almost taking Ryu's nose out. Ryu's laughter made her feel more embarrassed, but also confused. She could never understand men. In her time, she had been ogled more than once. She could never understand the fascination with such a weird place. Ryu smiled, finding this little woman quite adorable. He didn't understand why she was so bold, sometimes, and so shy at others. He was going to take his time to truly understand her. Sometimes he thought about why it was that he was so attached to Elena. Of course, she was his first love, and that was obvious enough. But it was deeper than that. When he first met Elsa, there was a strong attraction to her as well, and he was ultimately a man, but he had no intention of crossing that line with her. And it went beyond just him hating the heavens being involved in his affairs. He just didn't want to betray Elena's trust, which was ironic considering she was always the one trying to convince him to have more women. But the reality of it all was that he had felt such strong emotions for her because he knew her like the back of his hand. She had been his fiancée for centuries, and though he never touched her during those times, at least not so intimately, their hearts had been as close as they could be. Didn't he owe all of his women such loyalty from him? Was it fair if he didn't give them such a thing? How well did he know them? How many of them did he know as well as Elena? He had known Yana so well once. But not only was she gone now, she had been reborn and even changed her name. Was she still the Nuri he had once known? He thought that Elsa might fit the bill, but she had experienced trillions of years of life without him. What right did he have to say that he still knew her? And this situation only seemed to further prove that. When his thoughts reached this point, Ryu found himself relaxing somewhat, his Tao heart shining more resplendently. He was so reluctant to seal the deal with Hope, not because of Elsa, but because he felt that he owed her more than just the cock between his legs. He wanted to make her happy. He wanted to make all of his women happy. He had always wanted to make them all happy. It was just that his methods were too immature, and maybe that was the real point his father was getting at. He had always allowed his women to be as willful as they wanted. But was that really the perfect solution? Ryu laughed to himself, holding Hope in his arms as the world collapsed around them. Plenty of women had thrown themselves into his arms in his life, but he had always been terrible at wooing them himself. His charm was practically non-existent. He only seemed capable of attracting women when he didn't give a damn about them. Al had ignored Elena and been quite cruel to her for the longest time. Elsa was a perfect mirror image of that situation. Yana was more of the same, though he had only ignored her and never been so cruel to her. Time and time again, the same matters were reflected. It seemed he could only attract women with his pretty face and terrible personality. That was fine enough to get them. But what about keeping them? Did he have any method aside from threats and the societal pressure around them? Or the fact he had their primordial eons in his clutches? He suddenly recalled Eska's words. Or rather, Icemine's words on behalf of Eska. Eska hadn't liked the way he treated Wobbling Fairy, not because she cared for the woman herself, but rather because it made her look bad as his wife. She was an extremely prideful woman, and that was part of why Ryu liked her so much. She was his favorite type of woman. And as such, because of her pride, she couldn't stand the idea of another woman thinking that her husband was inferior in any way. If her husband couldn't even woo women properly, wouldn't that be just as embarrassing? Boom, boom, boom. Ryu looked into Hope's eyes, his smile becoming deeper. It seemed that he was going to have to train up his womanizing. Hope's blush deepened. Stop looking at me. Where do you want me to look? I don't know. Somewhere else. Hope seemed to have forgotten that there were enemies on their way as well. Ryu had stopped touching her ass, but just the firm hand on the small of her back made it difficult for her to focus on anything else. Our fate is tied, right? Ryu asked. Of course. Hope replied almost absent-mindedly. Interesting, Ryu said with a chuckle. Suddenly, Hope felt a tug on her. Her blush deepened when she realized it was her primordial Qilin. What was this guy doing? Let me borrow it for a bit. You can't just... Hope didn't even know what to say. This guy. Ryu's smile didn't fade and it made it hard for her to even look directly at him. Just for a little bit, I'll give it back. You! Pat, pat. Another jolt went through Hope as she felt 2 light taps. Her primordial Qilin hadn't had much resistance the first place, but now it practically flew out of her body. She still didn't even know how that was even possible. Suddenly, the connection between her and Ryu became even firmer and she could practically see through his eyes. Ryu's plan was simple, really. He was gonna lean on his wife to act a little badass for a moment. Since he had a Tao god for a wife, why not take advantage? Suddenly, the two completely vanished. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of fiends at the sovereign realm and above appeared high in the skies. They thought that they had already surrounded the duo, and yet, nothing. How was that even possible? Poochie. One of them suddenly fell from the skies. It was a completely inexplicable death, one that struck down like a bolt from the blue. The group froze, looking around with wary gazes. Poochie. Another fell just as silently, just as inexplicably. There was nothing to sense, nothing to grasp. Poochie. Yet another. Then another. Fear gripped their hearts and their stomachs rolled in their guts. Run. They had to run. Chapter 1975 Solution. Ryu and Hope stepped out from thin air. The latter's expression was filled with surprise, and Ryu's was covered in a slight sheen of sweat. Even so, the bright smile on Ryu's face couldn't be restrained in the slightest. It was this sort of power that he had been seeking all his life, killing lords and sovereigns like dogs. It was hard not to be intoxicated with what he was experiencing. It was like he was flying on cloud 9. However, it didn't take long before he reigned in his enthusiasm. This wasn't his power. It was Hope's. Just now, he had been using Hope a lot like his internal matrix. By letting her take on the burden of fate quantity, he could direct its action with his eyes. It made it far easier to use the abilities of his eyes as a result because in a lot of ways, his body was reacting as though he was a Tao god now rather than the transcended he was. Thanks to that, he was able to access a depth of ease of use that he shouldn't be at yet. All it cost him was some focus, but he was able to replenish that easily enough. An affinity of fate is truly powerful. It felt like Ryu was toying around with the fundamental laws of the world. Things that should be locked in position, unchangeable, or at least restrained, felt like putty in his hands. With Hope's primordial Qilin in his body, he could offload the burden of playing fate to her. And that sounded easy enough, but the only reason he could take her primordial Qilin so easily at all was because of fate in the first place. Ironically enough, the sheen of sweat on his body wasn't because of the effort of killing these few ants. It was instead because of the effort he put into taking her primordial Qilin. And that was despite the fact she didn't resist. Still, Hope couldn't help but look around in shock. She had a fate affinity herself, obviously. But she had never been able to do such things. Was this the power of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils? Let's go. Ryu and Hope vanished once again. However, Ryu couldn't help but think, how had they found him? Was it because of Arya? Unlikely. She was in his inner world. There was no way they could sense it, right? Did they have a fate expert as well? As powerful as Ryu's affinity was, it wasn't to the point of truly being able to ignore all the powerful experts of the world. His advantage was that he had mutated mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. But it had to be remembered that Tao gods all naturally gain some control of fate. If there happened to be one that also had a small fate affinity on top of that, it wouldn't be impossible for them to circumvent his defenses. Ryu assigned a small probability to this. It's odd. If they had such an expert that could find me, why send these weaklings? If they were so confident, given how important I am to them now, they would certainly send someone far more powerful if they could get away with it. It smells much more like they're throwing darts at a board blindfolded. But how were they so close? Then,
Odd.
a realization suddenly hit Ryu. I see. That would explain it. He had neglected something. He was hiding himself from detection with fate, but there were certain things that he couldn't hide. Or rather, it wasn't that he couldn't hide them, but rather that, 1, he hadn't thought so deeply, and 2, it would be much more difficult. The underpinning of the problem was clear to him now. They were in the chaos plane. They weren't locking down his location in particular, but rather he and Hope's existence in this place was an anomaly to begin with. They were creatures of order in the chaos plane. There would naturally be some rejection. Because of his chaotic silk meridians, things would even out a bit, and that was what caused them to send such a weak contingent. If Ryu was a full creature of order, pinning down his location would probably be extremely easy. But because he could meld in well with the chaos plane, there were many more phenomena that might appear here that could give off signatures similar to his own. Meaning they were likely sending out a net, trying to find his location by sending several groups to places that he was likely to be. That meant, because we wiped out the group, they've narrowed down the region. There'll be a next and then a next one after that, even if we manage to survive. They'll also only grow stronger. Realizing this, Ryu changed Little Silk's direction. Since they had been exposed, continuing to head deeper into fiend territory, albeit at an angle, would be suicidal. His expression became a hint serious. How should they get out of this one? His mind churned. Suddenly, he looked over toward Hope and raised an eyebrow. Her shock from earlier seemed to have faded somewhat, and her breathing was even. She seemed much less nervous now than she did before. You have a solution? Ryu asked. He had learned his lesson, so he might as well ask this little wife of his. There is a long-distance teleportation method in Domain. You just stopped bothering to ask about it, because you want to walk your own little path. Ryu chuckled. Little path. You're too stubborn. Hope huffed. You would be the only Tao god in existence to never rely on someone else's technique. It's not normal. Ryu smiled, and Hope rolled her eyes. It was the same as always. Whenever he was smiling like that, he might as well have stopped listening and was just letting her ramble. We can do it. It's a bit involved, which is why I didn't mention it before. But, Chapter 1976 Fluctuation. Ryu only really knew one way to teleport long distance, and that was formations. No matter how high his spatial affinity, there would be a diminishing return on time and energy the longer distance you wanted to teleport. It was far easier to shrink the ground than it was to pierce through space. But when you shrunk the ground, you were forcefully bringing together two folded pieces of reality. The further apart those pieces, the more energy it took, and even if you had infinite energy, it would still take time. Piercing through space was actually something that happened more on a quantum level than not. But the complexities were irrelevant to Ryu right now, because the main point was that even they would have diminishing returns. After all, if you were piercing through space, even if it was faster than folding space, you would still run into the problem of energy and time eventually. It was a problem you would have to face no matter what. That was where formations came in. It was possible to use a formation to make shrinking the ground or piercing space easier, but those were lesser spatial formations. The strongest spatial formations formed two gates, one on each side, before connecting them. That way, the issue of time was handled in advance. Then, it was only a matter of energy. But because the connection was already formed, even the energy needed was much less substantial. However, doing this was difficult for obvious reasons. If he could draw a spatial formation for where he wanted to go, he would already be there, so why would he need the formation? There's an argument to be made that maybe he should have tried to set up such a formation ahead of time as an escape route, but there were too many variables involved with such a thing. The largest problem was that it would be a huge investment of resources, and it would also give the fiends an easy path to enter the real plane. That wouldn't be worth it in the long run. But now Hope was saying she actually had another method. And the more he listened, the brighter his eyes became. Fate can actually be used like this? The explanation was simple, using fate manipulation to strengthen the connection between 2 points in space. The more complicated explanation was, of course, much longer. But it was apparently a segment of domain that Hope had been yet unable to learn, mostly because she had only just become a Tao god, and this was reserved for the highest echelons of the technique. However, with Ryu's control, they could mitigate her unfamiliarity with the technique. There would still be a risk involved, and they might end up in the wrong place. But it was a risk that was worth taking now after seeing Ryu's abilities. Let's do it. Ryu nodded. Hope nodded. She knew that Ryu would agree and had already begun gathering up her star chi. Ryu put Little Silk away, and the two stood in the middle of nowhere as a gorgeous cascade of starlight fell from the skies above. Suddenly, a constellation formed, and the skies overturned with darkness. Ryu took Elope's hand and his eyes flashed. His internal matrix thrummed and his sensitivity to fate skyrocketed. The difficulty of the technique stemmed from the fact that it was like the normal difficulty of domain doubled twice over. It had to be remembered that domain was a pain to learn because it required memorizing all the star maps of existence. If you didn't know the star map of your current location, you were out of luck. Those of Hope's race, a race that Ryu still didn't understand quite well, had a great amount of sensitivity to star chi. At Hope's level, they could practically feel the stars in their region imprint their very being onto their body. As such, Hope didn't have to put in much effort to memorize star maps. They practically spoke to her themselves. However, that didn't change the fact Hope was unfamiliar with this world. She might be able to execute her techniques, but there was no way she understood the star map of a location far away like she might in the true martial world. This made executing the technique even more difficult, which was another reason she hadn't suggested using it before. However, with Ryu's third perspective, he should be able to project himself far enough away for them to get an understanding. Then, with his control of fate, Hope could focus on the stars, and he could establish the connection they needed. Together, they would be able to execute the technique. Ryu basked in the feeling for a moment, trying to find the perfect location. Should be easy. Ili's sensitivity to fate was high enough that he was able to feel the places that he had been before. To anyone else, even to many Tao gods, the fate would be too faint by now. But between him and Hope, the more they focused, the clearer that image became. Suddenly, the technique solidified. The stars around them flashed. But at that last moment, Ryu's gaze flickered as though he had just realized something. Unfortunately, it was too late. The human emperor stood, gasping for breath. His breathing was labored and blood covered his body. He chuckled beneath his breath, looking up with a dauntless expression. He had been going all out to find Ryu, but he didn't expect that he would be ambushed like this, though maybe he should have. He had been such a pitiful ant in the eyes of these people that he had been completely ignored for years. He had hoped that he could fly under the radar once again, but it seemed like he wouldn't get such a chance. They had actually sent 2 higher gods and a middle god after him. It seemed that he would finally be laid to rest today. That was when there was a sudden strong spatial fluctuation that caught all 3 of them off guard. Chapter 1977 Mistake. Ryu and Hope appeared, and both couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that something had ended up going wrong anyway. No, it was the right direction. The main problem was that the human emperor's Tao had bent their landing location. It only took a glance for Ryu to understand. The human emperor must have a strong control over the human race, and most importantly, the fate of the human race. If he knew the title of the man, he would be even more certain of his conclusion. The human emperor had been making use of his Tao, doing his best to try and find Ryu using it as an extension. That ended up twisting the fate around Ryu and caused him to appear here. Obviously, the human emperor hadn't been trying to get him to teleport here, especially not when he was on his last legs and about to die. He had just wanted to increase his luck a bit in an attempt to find Ryu. When he realized that he wasn't going to make it, he changed his tactics, trying to pour some of that juk toward Ryu in hopes it would give him a better chance of escaping. Unfortunately, that luck ended up getting twisted as Ryu and Hope tried to manipulate that same fate. In the end, their destination became muddied and they ended up in the same dead end as the human emperor, facing off against a higher god and middle god. Seems my luck isn't all that great. The two fiend gods were taken aback. They had sealed off the region and didn't understand how anyone could make it in. When they saw that it was likely to be Ryu, their target, they were even more stunned. Was their luck so good? Ryu sighed. I'm sorry, Hope. I made a misstep. Hope shook her head. She had already somewhat understood what happened as well, and it certainly wasn't Ryu's fault. If anything, she blamed herself. She was a Tao god, but she actually had to rely on Ryu for something like this. As powerful as Ryu's control over fate was, how could it be stronger than the human emperor's? However, before she could say anything, she realized that Ryu had already moved on from the topic, focusing his attention on something new. Survival. The human emperor himself was the third to understand what happened. His face twisted with unwillingness, not understanding how he had picked up a rock just to drop it on his own foot. Hey, old man, focus. Now's not the time to show that kind of face. Ryu's voice astonished everyone but Hope. But soon they were going to learn that they weren't facing off against a normal transcended. Unfortunately, judging by his pale face, Ryu was pretty close to his last legs as well. His words might have sounded confident, but whether his bravado would actually get him anywhere was up in the air. However, Ryu's words did seem effective. At the very least, the old man cast a wary glance toward the two Tao gods, prepared for their attack. At that moment, the two fiend gods seemed to have finally accepted the current situation. The middle god couldn't help but laugh. Warden, it seems our luck isn't bad. Not bad, indeed. The Coldfang Warden, the Glacial Ring, a pair of Li fiend gods felt like they had everything in hand. I can find a chance for you to escape. Can you use that skill again? The human emperor's voice echoed in Ryu's head. Ryu didn't respond immediately. He had only wasted time speaking because he needed to snap the human emperor out of his lost state. Otherwise, they would die even faster. But after that, he had practically closed off the world, his mind churning in 3 different directions at the same time. The gap between Tao gods was too large. Maybe if there were lower gods here, he could have hoped deal with one or a few of them, but that was impossible now. Hope wasn't a combatant to begin with. Although he didn't know her exact combat strength, he wouldn't let her face off against a middle god, let alone a higher god. Their best bet was the human emperor. But not only was he weaker by comparison to the Coldfang Warden, he was now heavily injured as well. But his strength comes from the human race. He'll be stronger now that he has to protect me, but it still isn't enough. The human emperor was starting to feel anxious. What was wrong with this child? Why wasn't he answering? Even if the thinking speed of a transcended should be much slower than his, it wasn't this exaggerated. No, old man. I'm completely spent right now, I can't do it again. Especially since this region is cut off. Ryu had a feeling that part of the reason he was so spent was because he had to break through this barrier before. He had thought that it was just the natural difficulty of the process, only to realize the problem too late. Now, his stamina was practically at rock bottom and he simply didn't have much more to give. There's only one way. Ryu's gaze sharpened as he realized what he was going to have to do. Listen to everything I say. Don't miss a beat. Don't be slow. What about? Stop. Listen to me. And also, don't try to get my wife involved. Ryu preemptively stopped the line of inquiry. In fact, he took Hope's hand and protected her at his back, his silver eyes blazing with light. He was just going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. The human emperor and the fiend gods were taken aback once more. Why was a transcended protecting a Tao god? No, why was a transcended even so intimate with a Tao god in the first place? Having finally reached the end of their patience, the two fiend gods suddenly attacked. At that same instant, Ryu's lips began to move. Chapter 1978. Listen. The human emperor felt his heart constrict before Ryu's words made his eyes widen. Not only did a huge stream of information enter his mind, there were 3 streams. Not only that, but there was something that hit his back. It felt like a droplet of water, though thicker and more viscous. And suddenly he felt like a great deal of energy had flooded into his body. He couldn't fathom what was happening. One stream of information told him exactly how to move his body. The second told him exactly how to circulate his chi. The third told him the weakness of the attack he was facing. His horsetail whisk lashed out and he felt that it was a bit awkward. He would definitely never use it like this. He had moved subconsciously, trusting a child for reasons even he didn't understand. But the moment he did, he regretted it. Ryu had never used a horsetail whisk before. He knew nothing about it. It was only natural that he had no idea how to make effective use of one. The fiend gods seemed to realize the problem immediately as well. The human emperor had never been this unskilled. Was he just too heavily injured? Regardless, they planned on capitalizing. It only took less than an instant for Tao gods to analyze everything before them and realize the issue. But the result? The whisks lengthened, shooting through gaps in their defense that even they didn't notice. The Coldfang Warden reacted first but was still lagging a bit. However, just as he was bracing for a hit, the whisk suddenly gained a flare of energy. The hairs pulsed and suddenly changed directions, slapping down at Glacial Ring's side just as he was about to take advantage. Glacial Ring's style in battle was very defensive. Even if he helped outnumber the human emperor, he was still a middle god. The only reason he could participate in this battle at all was because of the Coldfang Warden, and the fact his Tao was focused on control and defense. This time he thought that things would be no different. But he was wrong. Very wrong. Bang! Glacial Ring was sent flying, his body slamming into the ground heavily. At the same time, Coldfang Warden was retreating, his eyes widening as he realized he had been fooled. I can decide if this weapon is good or trash, Ryu thought to himself, but he was already calculating the next steps, and then the next, then the next. His face was getting paler and paler, but he continued to press. While Ryu directed the human emperor, his chaos chi surged, trying to suppress the control of the fiends over the atmospheric chi in the surroundings. This was the real reason the chaotic silk Meridians were so feared. The trouble was that Ryu shouldn't be capable of suppressing god-level chaos chi. However, these people didn't have god-level chaos chi. They controlled chi far inferior to chaos chi. Ryu didn't have to be able to control god-level chaos chi in order to suppress them. More shocking than that, the awkward movements of the human emperor were becoming sharper and more defined as though Ryu was learning how to use the horsetail whisk in real time. The shock in the human emperor's heart was only growing with every passing moment when the hairs of his whisk suddenly sharpened, shredding into the heart of the glacial ring. Damn it! Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling his eyes dimming. Tears of blood ran down his face, his inner organs feeling like they were shutting down. Hope caught him, her face twisting with worry. He had already been past his limits when he appeared, but this was far too much. The human emperor felt like he had lost his eyes when Ryu's support collapsed. However, he reacted quickly, pulling back his whisk and attacking the Coldfang Warden who had already been heavily injured by this point. Ryu gasped for breath, feeling his vision blurring. The sounds of battle echoed in his ears, but he was inwardly cursing. He had wanted to hold out until they both died. Now that he was losing his consciousness, there was no guarantee that the human emperor would be able to finish off the battle even with how injured the Coldfang Warden was. This would also end up putting Hope in danger. All this time, Hope had been protecting him from the shock waves of the battle, and the backlash she had suffered as a result was enough to piss him off. Unfortunately, he didn't have the strength to do much more than what he had already done. It was then the situation changed once more. Ryu barely had the time to see a woman bathed in starlight descending from above, shattering apart the barriers that Coldfang Warden and Glacial Ring had put up, before he collapsed. Star River. The human emperor, Star River, and Hope stood over the corpses of Tao gods, gasping for breath. They were all at a huge disadvantage battling it out on the Chaos Plane, and it wasn't easy to kill a Tao god even under easy circumstances, which was both why it was so shocking what Ryu had managed to do against Glacial Ring, and also why Coldfang Warden had managed to escape. Hope carried Ryu, blood leaking from the corner of her mouth. We need to go. The two nodded, and they all shot off into the distance. The fact that Coldfang Warden had managed to escape was a huge problem. It likely wouldn't be very long before they were pursued. News was likely already being sent. The good news was that they were much closer to the Rainbow Wall than before, both because the human emperor had been closer to begin with, and because the integrity of the wall was collapsing thanks to Ryu. The bad news was that close was only relative. Star River couldn't help but grumble inwardly. This boy was going to get her killed. Chapter 1979 again. Ryu felt odd. This was the first time he had been truly unconscious since he began using his Tao Heart and Perfect Black Buddy Soul as clones of his thoughts. But that, ironically, made being unconscious odd. His real ego took a back seat, and his Tao Heart and Perfect Black Buddy Soul seemed to take over. There was a shift in the way he thought about things as a result. A push and pull, a tug-of-war of sorts, was erupting between the two powerful aspects of his body, and it felt like they were fighting for supremacy over his body. By comparison, his ego was lost in a weird dreamlike state where he could observe, but he couldn't do much at all. It was a feeling that should have left him feeling a bit helpless, but honestly he didn't really feel that way at all. He saw his Tao Heart and Perfect Black Buddy as extensions of himself. Even if his ego one day died by mysterious means, they would still be him regardless. However, it also made him realize just how odd the situation he was in was. No one's Tao Heart or Talent Soul should be like this. They were almost too independent. Now that he knew it was likely a future version of himself that had allowed this to happen, he couldn't help but wonder why that was. Ryu had already successfully created one above all, but that was ultimately just a cloning technique with extra steps. In some ways, it lived up to its name. But was that really all a technique with such a grandiose name should have? Ryu suddenly saw a light at the end of the tunnel, and his eyes snapped open. The first thing he saw was the dreary sky of the Chaos Plane above him. Then he saw Hope's blood-drained and soaked face. Not liking the sight at all. When had Hope gotten so injured? His mind raced back to action, and soon he had pieced together many things. When he understood his situation, he realized that after he fell unconscious, the battle against the Coldfang Warden must have gotten several times more difficult. After analyzing things, the odds that he had escaped were probably high. His third perspective flared out, and he found that Hope wasn't the only one here. Well, she was the only one nearby, but nearby to cultivators, and especially Tao gods, was all relative. In the distance of what must have been thousands of kilometers away, Star River and the human emperor were taking up the rear, fighting back against rains of techniques. He had to admit that the silly woman was better than he thought. Not in terms of power. He had already assumed that anyone personally taught by Ailsa would be quite decent at the very least. Instead, it was her character. Although she didn't agree with his decision and hated it even, she had still come. In the end, she had turned out to be mostly right. Of course, if the human emperor hadn't interfered in their teleportation, Ryu and Hope would have gotten off scot-free. But the aftermath and fallout would have still been in line with Star River's thoughts. It was just that Ryu had never given a damn about this. In fact, he wanted to force the hand of the real plane so that he could personally see who stood on which side. This, however, wasn't something that she had ever planned for. Now he was being cradled in the arms of his own woman, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Pathetic state, indeed. One day, he had lost count of the number of times he had had this exact thought, but he had never given up on it and would never. Al took a breath, and his negative thoughts and emotions vanished. Ryu's gaze flickered. That wasn't as natural as it seemed. His Tao heart had swallowed them all up on its own. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to mind the phenomenon. He knew that emotions weren't so intangible. For example, his rage flame literally fed off of a type of negative emotion. They could be used, manipulated, and changed. Even the 7 corporeal souls were built on types of emotions as well. His one above all should have undergone a mutation while he was unconscious, or more accurately, it seemed to have completed its foundation in ways that he had to be unconscious to accomplish. He didn't quite understand it yet, despite the fact he was the one to have created it. But he realized that after his Tao heart swallowed his negative emotions, his mind became clearer. His sleep had already made him feel a great deal refreshed, and his mental stamina had already returned to around 60% or so. But now it was back to over 80%. It was like he had never failed the teleportation at all. If he and Hope had some time now, they could even do it again. Ryu's gaze flickered as he began to calculate something. Alope realized that Ryu was awake, but she was so focused on running and protecting him from the speed of a Tao god that she didn't have the mind to say anything. She also realized that Ryu didn't say anything either, and that could only mean one thing. He was thinking of a solution. For some reason, she relaxed when she saw this. Maybe it was a bit unseemly of her as a Tao god to place things in the hands of a transcended. But Ryu had a way of leaving her feeling comforted. "Let's do it again, Hope." Hope's expression changed. He couldn't want to leave Star River and the human emperor behind, could he? She knew that Ryu was stone-hearted enough to do it. But she was not. But at the same time, she didn't want to place her husband's life at risk for their sake either. Chapter 1980. Both sides.
No.
I can do all of us at the same time. Just be sure to carry me some more. This might be more comfortable than I thought. Hope had to refrain from rolling her eyes, but she also sighed a breath of relief. That was right. Ryu might be stone-hearted at times, but he was also a person who repaid his debts, i.e. bowed to those who showed him respect, guided those that helped him, and if his pride was the matter on the line, he wouldn't mind going particularly far. The benefits the rebirthing cultist sect had gained in the last quarter century were too mind-numbing to describe. And it could be said that other than the value of Ryu himself, this was another reason why Star River had appeared. Because of Ryu's breakthrough and his enlightenment on the Tao, there were countless geniuses of the sect that had benefited greatly. Someone who didn't know Ryu might think that this was just a coincidence. But this was another aspect of Ryu proving a point. Not only could he take the resources of the sect he wanted just by becoming their throne, he could even give them far more benefits than he took in return. He was the head of the Tatsuya household, and he wouldn't allow anyone who wasn't his very own father to try to usurp that position. And now he would do it again. Starlight suddenly began to descend from the skies, and Ryu's gaze flashed as he began to calculate. Synapses fired in his mind faster and faster, and he found that his mental capacity had broken into a completely new tier. He was really fascinated by what was happening, but he forcefully suppressed his curiosity. Time. Hope's heart skipped a beat. It had taken Ryu several minutes before, and that was just the two of them in small quarters. This calculation was orders of magnitude more difficult. Could he just be trying to buy them some time by teleporting just anyway? But they were only a half-day's flight from the Rainbow Wall. If they ended up even further behind, they might not get such a chance again. Trust your husband, little wife. The words dispelled the last bit of Hope's confusion, and she chose to put her fate in Ryu's hands once again. She had already done it before, so what was the harm in doing it again? After all, their lives were tied as one. For all intents and purposes, she might as well be his life partner. Though it was a one-sided partnership in this regard. Ailsa and Ryu had their fate intertwined and mutually reliant. By comparison, Hope's fate was clearer as the child to Ryu's parent fate. It was a different dynamic. But from her perspective it brought warmth nonetheless. The world around them flashed, and Star River and the human emperor felt a strong tug. Realizing it was Hope's energy, they chose not to resist it, and the world twisted around them. Boom! 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 Several fiend gods fell from the skies, their bodies causing the landscape to overturn and nearly collapse through the nothingness of time and space. However, they were still too late. Hope and the others fell from the skies before stabilizing themselves. When they looked around, their eyes couldn't help but widen. The Rainbow Wall. It was actually right there. With eagerness, they rushed forward, crossing over and finally exhaling a breath of relief. The suffocation of the Chaos Plane left them, and their bodies finally felt comforted again. On the Chaos Plane, it felt like they were fighting with a hand tied behind their back. If it wasn't for how desperate they were, and how Ryu had been able to hand over several embryonic chi droplets to Hope before he passed out, they would have been finished. They looked over to Hope with thankful glances, but they were inwardly confused about how she had only just managed to do this. Could it be that she needed all that time to set up her success? However, when they saw the state of Ryu in her arms, they realized that it must have been him again. Ryu looked as though he had been practically mummified. They were certain that his state had been somewhat stabilizing before. For it to get so much worse could only mean that he had taken action. They really couldn't understand it. Just how could a transcended be able to affect the battle of gods so profoundly? However, what shocked them even more was that Ryu seemed to react even faster this time. His mummified body pulsed with life and energy as it slowly regained its vitality. Primordial chaos chi thrummed through his body. Black lightning, raging dark flames, blackened green winds. It didn't matter what type it was. His body greedily swallowed it all and quickly replenished itself. His eyes flashed open, and there was a sharpness to them already that surpassed what should have been possible for a man drained of his energy. Of course, Ryu wasn't already back to 100%. He had never been back to 100% in the first place. But he was back to 20% after falling to nearly zero. He didn't know just yet why his Tao heart could feed off of his negative emotions. But he had plenty to give it, that was for sure. I think I can find a way to help Master now. Of course, the Master Ryu was referring to was his first master and the man with a special place in his heart. The Zhu clan ancestors had ended up in the same state as Ailsa, caught in a trap of time. Although their souls were able to survive quite a long time, there would be a limit even to this, and they had nearly reached it. All of them were dormant. He was hoping that he would be able to change all of that. And Ryu's thoughts were cut off as he looked up into the skies. He subtly flicked a droplet of embryonic chi to Star River and the human emperor as he stood from Hope's arms. Unfortunately, they had enemies on both sides of the wall. Chapter 1981 Human. Unsurprisingly, if the news could get to Star River, there were others that were aware of the commotion that Ryu had kicked up. So, it was even less surprising that they would be here. The moment the group crossed the rainbow wall, they had been sensed by several existences. The good news was that these existences were extremely spread out. After all, their first role was to defend the border. This had been a preemptive measure taken just in case the fiends truly went crazy. The bad news was that they were undoubtedly hostile. Just to make it through the wall the first time, Star River had certainly broken a great deal of rules. On top of that, the human emperor was on a mission and shouldn't be allowed to return right now. Then there was Hope, who was an unregistered, unknown Tao god. And finally, there was the greatest sinner of them all, Ryu, who they would have surely preferred to have died on the other side. It could be said, then, that all four of them were rebels, traitors, or whatever word you would like to use to describe criminals that should be hunted down to the last man. It was as though at that moment a man riding on the back of a lion with a flaming mane crashed to the ground. Mountains collapsed and overturned. A middle god. There was clearly very little respect. With a higher god like the human emperor present, a middle god should be obedient to the point of tucking their tail. Then there was the fact that Star River was also a higher god. But she was in disguise currently, not wanting to implicate the rebirthing cultist sect in all likelihood. Unfortunately, this flaming fae didn't care in the slightest. Ryu couldn't help but chuckle. Kill him. The human emperor's eyes widened as his head snapped toward Ryu. Do you want to waste time here? I promise you that they will take this opportunity to knock you down several pegs. Whatever pathetic holdings the humans have left in this world will be crushed. But dash. Ryu continued to speak as though he couldn't sense the human emperor's anxiety. I also can't believe my human race has fallen to such a level. I've never been to a world where humans aren't king. You're really dropping the ball here. The human emperor's gaze flickered. It sounded like Ryu was being the same unruly teen he always was, but the words suddenly hit the human emperor in a different way. Other worlds. Humans were king? Suddenly, he made a decision. His palm slammed out with a vicious momentum. The fae was taken aback, his eyes widened. He had never expected this to happen. Stop! Star River called out. But she was a step late, not having expected the human emperor to actually listen to Ryu. From what she knew, the human emperor was a very mild-tempered man who often kept his head lowered. He didn't try to stir up trouble anywhere because it would only implicate his people. But now he wanted to kill a Tao god under the umbrella of the Sun Fae? What the hell was he thinking? This wouldn't just be a normal fallout, especially considering the commotion that was already being kicked up. The palm landed. The middle god Fae didn't even have the time to react before he was smashed to a pulp. The gap between a middle and higher god was so large that the former didn't even have a right to resist. This was an insurmountable gap. "Let's go," Ryu said. Star River put her hands to her head, truly feeling like tearing her hair out. Insane. She was in bed with insane people. However, that was when something that made her eyes widen happened. The human emperor's body shook, and a bottleneck he shouldn't have even been close to suddenly loosened. Then, all at once, his aura underwent a shocking breakthrough. It was so powerful that Star River was sent stumbling several steps back. But her shock was so great that she didn't seem to notice at all. The commotion was fierce. So fierce that there wasn't a single Tao god of the real plane that didn't sense it. And every peak Tao of the Chaos plane did. The only ones who might have been left in the dark were those stuck in Ioli worlds, holding down the fort. And yet, the most powerful of them also sensed it. Peak Tao god had been born. All of the Tao gods tried to think of who it might be. But the only one with enough experience and who was close enough was the human emperor. And that was simply unacceptable to them. There was no way they could accept such a thing. It took many hours before the human emperor's aura settled down. His eyes flickering with one part confusion and another part gratitude. There's no need to be confused. Your Tao is about protection, but offense is a sort of defense as well. Enlightenment washed over the human emperor when he heard these words, and having only just broken free of one breakthrough, he seemed to be having another. However, this time, he couldn't help but look toward this young man with awe. Even Tao gods wouldn't dare to casually comment on the Tao of their juniors, regardless of how low-level the Tao was. If they were going to, they would have to be incredibly subtle. Yet, Ryu did it as though he was just waving a hand. He even mentioned the word Tao on purpose. Just what kind of monster was he? Under the shocked gaze of Star River, the human emperor's Tao actually progressed from the middle founding grade to the higher founding grade. That was actually a level beyond hers. And now that he was a peak Tao god, she didn't even have the right to question him any longer. And yet, this still felt like the beginning. Chapter 1982. Oh. Ryu seemed entirely uninterested in the human emperor's breakthrough. He never got excited about the strength of others. The only strength he cared about was his own. That said, he had helped the human emperor out for two reasons. One was because he had falsely accused the man before. He had thought him to be a coward, but the situation was much more complicated than he knew. He tended to do that a lot. He didn't give people much leeway for their mistakes. His only exception was his wives, but even that seemed to have its own tipping point. One he hoped he would never come across again. That aside, the man had proven that not only would he help him if given the opportunity, but had even gone a step further and actually done it. Although it was his fault that they were in so much danger to begin with, he also put his life on the line for Ryu's sake. And Ryu could respect that. He would always respect that. As for the second reason, it was because having a peak Tao god by his side would make many things easier. It would also shift the balance of power. The gap between Tao god tiers was such that the human emperor might as well have entered an entirely new realm. Also, Ryu didn't believe that the human emperor even understood just what kind of potential his Tao held. Of course, there would definitely be a large number of human experts who wanted him dead. After all, a title like Human Emperor was absolutely shocking. It was a huge deal that he had even managed to survive the Tao God tribulation with such a title. But Ryu didn't care about any of this. Like he had said, the only power he cared about was his own. After he left this world, he would likely never think of the Human Emperor again. When he sat on that mountaintop, the race he started as would hardly matter. Ryu bent down and pressed a palm against the mutilated corpse of the middle Tao god. He wanted to test something. Long ago, he had realized that the best way to upgrade his realm heart was to absorb godhoods. He had killed quite a number of sky gods by now, and he just did it subconsciously at this point. But he never really felt much of a change. This was why he was so shocked when his realm heart revealed such an absolutely broken ability. Being able to take an entire holy world and force it to perfection. Not just of this world, but existence itself. Ryu didn't have the words to describe just how ridiculous such an ability was. But even if he could thank his spiritual foundation for displaying such might and mutating his realm heart, he felt that something was missing. The problem wasn't with the ability. But power couldn't come from nowhere. There had to be a limit somewhere, and even back when his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation duplicated the divine chains of the martial gods, it was only in part forming illusory divine chains and not the solid state of the real ones. So what was up with the difference? As much as he wanted to embrace this new power and strength with open arms, something about it all was fishy and almost too taboo. Star River's lip twitched when she saw Ryu's actions. It was like she was watching the past replay itself, and the pain of losing all those powerful corpses was coming back to bite her. However, something told her that the human emperor wouldn't mind. She would give up 1,000,000 corpses more for a chance to break into the peak Dao God realm and an upgrade to her Dao. No, she would actually do it for either one, without the slightest hesitation. Unfortunately, this wasn't her party to crash. Ryu absorbed the godhood and frowned as he stood in contemplation. Star River's eyes widened. Did he just absorb a Dao God's godhood? Realm hearts were so rare that she couldn't even begin to wrap her head around how that might be possible. The idea of a realm heart didn't even cross her mind.
Odd.
Ryu thought to himself. Felt no different than usual. It vanished into a seemingly bottomless hole. He didn't usually think much about it because it was only natural. A realm heart was the seed of an entire world. There was absolutely nothing that a single Dao God could do against it. It was only natural that it just vanished. But now he was starting to feel like there was something off. Ryu began to communicate with his Dao heart. He realized that there was a deeper connection between him and his souls now, a mutation triggered by him becoming unconscious. He wasn't sure if that would make much of a difference now. After all, he had always had a strong connection with this spiritual foundation. It was his spiritual foundation. As expected, nothing much happened. His Dao heart just told him the same thing he had sensed himself. Nothing was wrong. No, something is off. Ryu frowned, his mind churning. He wasn't used to not figuring things out immediately. Various ideas came to mind, but he dismissed them one by one, not one of them seeming like the truth. Then there was the most boring conclusion of them all. That nothing was wrong and that he would just have to be patient. His spiritual foundation and Dao heart had set up shock in his realm heart. It was under his complete control and its former soul had basically become one with him. If there really was a problem, he would have sensed it long ago. It was less so that there was a problem and more so that, oh! Ryu's gaze flickered as he realized something. This might be a problem, but it could also not be. It could be a boon, but it could also not be. No. Wonder I couldn't sense it. Chapter 1983 or Ryu's realm heart had long since left the path of normalcy long along. Well, it was hard to say that there was a normal path for realm hearts in the first place. Technically speaking, they all followed their own unique paths, each one having different laws to establish themselves upon. As they matured, they would naturally begin to deviate along their unique paths, and thus begin to shift and change along with those laws. That said, they all had a natural sort of progression, although said progression was incredibly slow. And that was part of the oddity here. Usually, those lucky enough to stumble onto realm hearts would all die long before said realm heart could even begin to blossom into maturity. And that was even if said person managed to become a Dao God. The length of life of worlds was so far beyond that of living beings that they couldn't be compared at all. And therein lay the problem. Due to the influence of his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, Ryu's realm Ayurt had experienced accelerated growth and was actually on the verge of becoming a real world. The reason he hadn't noticed was because the process was completely different from what it should be. For example, his realm heart wasn't expanding like it should, nor were its laws maturing in the normal sense. Or more accurately, the laws were being obscured, twisted, and changed by, once again, the influence of his spiritual foundation. This sounded like a good thing. After all, how could he turn down a world that was in his control? But there were several problems with this. The most obvious of which was that this world might not be in his possession at all. A realm heart was valuable because they were immature and could be easily controlled. A true world wasn't so simple at all. Even if Ryu had influenced it all throughout its youth, if it actually matured, it would have a heaven of its own and it would begin to be more in line with the rules of order. As such, it would begin to restrict Ryu just as much as it helped him. Depending on the situation, this could be a great help or it could be a great detriment. And given all the variables in his body, Ryu was actually more inclined to believe that it would be more detrimental than not. And therein lay the second issue, his spiritual foundation. If his connection with his realm heart faltered, or was at least no longer under his full control any longer, he might also lose control of his spiritual foundation again. In fact, it was worse than this. Let alone losing connection, his spiritual foundation might become directly assimilated. Why would his realm heart miss the chance to accelerate its own evolution? And what stronger path to evolution could there be outside of absorbing so many strong treasures? His realm heart was easy to control, but that was only because it was a bundle of instincts. And this bundle of instincts was only focused on one thing: evolution.
16:27.
His spiritual foundation to his realm heart now was practically like a big, juicy steak placed in front of a rabid dog. There was simply no way it would just leave it be if it was given the chance. He could lose everything in an instant if he wasn't careful. And yet, this still wasn't everything. There was a deeper layer to all of this. His own inner world. Even if he managed to leap through all of these problems and concerns, it would be hell to have two worlds in his body, each one pulling in different directions. The worlds would certainly clash, and they wouldn't like having to share his body at all. In fact, it would probably be worse than even that. They might try to swallow one another. This was a huge problem for Ryu because just fusing them wasn't a solution at all. 1/3. His realm heart had to be the vessel for his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. If it wasn't there, then he would lose one of his greatest reliances. By the same token, his inner world was currently inextricably linked to his soul and his eyes. He had many plans for it in the future, and it was also the foundation of one of his strongest techniques. He couldn't give it up either. Fusing them together into one simply wasn't an option. They were located in and performed completely different aspects of his cultivation. There was something else as well. If his realm heart succeeded, or rather, when it succeeded, judging by the pace it was moving at now, it would be far beyond his inner world. As such, the winner between their struggle would be clear and obvious. There was an obvious problem to this. Even if he managed to avoid all the pitfalls of his realm heart's evolution, in the end, it would be his Tao heart ruling it. But by comparison, his inner world, headed by his perfect black buddy soul, would be far behind. This would cause an imbalance to his souls, and his Tao heart could end up trying to take over again. That would throw a wrench in his one above all technique and end up screwed over. Suddenly, he understood at least in part how his Tao heart had begun to absorb his negative emotions. That just might be an evolution related to his realm heart, one that had been allowed to happen after he was unconscious. That couldn't be a coincidence. His Tao heart chose to act while he was out of it. Couldn't be any more obvious than that. It seemed like his own body was trying to kill him again. However, rather than being perturbed, Ryu chuckled. It was quite a frightening chuckle, too, because it was hard to tell if he was so confident because he truly had a solution, or if he was only so confident because his Tao heart sucked away his worry. Chapter 1984 Clear Path. Ryu was smart enough to catch this. Ili's Tao heart was, of course, a part of himself. It was impossible for these thoughts to escape him. Ai had to admit that he was clever. His negative emotions were probably something that were holding him back the most. If his Tao Iliart could suck them away for him, he would feel grateful and even let his guard down. In the end, his Tao heart would be able to continue its plans in silence. By the time he noticed what was happening, it would already be too late and there would be no chance for him to reverse the situation. He had to admit that he was quite the genius. However, his Tao heart, or his perfect black buddy, could never outthink him. As clever as they were, he was even sharper, and the steps he could see to were on another level. Whether it was his Tao heart or his perfect black buddy, they were both rigid in their thoughts and set in their personality. Ili's Tao heart was obsessed with improvement, and his perfect black buddy was obsessed with laying the perfect foundation. This was both their greatest strengths and their greatest weaknesses. Ili's Tao heart was willing to risk losing everything to his realm heart for the chance to gain a huge leap in strength in a single instant. And because of that, it was predictable. And by the same token, his Tao heart might be a piece of his soul, but it was missing the one thing that made his intelligence so shocking in the first place. His brain. Just like those dream wraith ancestors had said, it was the mutation to his brain and its folds that truly made his intelligence so shocking. And unfortunately for his Tao heart, it didn't have the support of it. You might be my Tao heart, lighting the beacon of my cultivation path, but before me, even you must bow, because I am the ego. Ryu felt his Tao heart quake. And contradictorily, it actually shone more brightly, polishing itself and becoming several-fold firmer. The sky gods to his back sensed this and their eyes couldn't help but narrow. Yet, neither one of them dared to interrupt Ryu in the slightest, feeling that he was on the verge of something shocking. Ryu never feared his clones, even after they separated. That was because he knew that they were more like siblings in rivalry than enemies. No matter what, his clones would never truly turn on him. They might try to trick him to reach their own ends, and they might even try to replace his ego, but it would all be in the pursuit of getting stronger. And at the end of the day, they all represented aspects of himself. When his Tao heart heard his words, it wasn't enraged at all. Instead, it was excited and even proud. This was the version of Ryu he hoped his ego always was. But by the same token, it didn't plan on stopping its plotting and scheming either. As for Ryu himself, he was still in deep contemplation. He didn't have a solution for this problem just yet. His realm heart was silently stocking up on godhoods, preparing for its final push to evolution. On the one hand, he could stall it simply by not absorbing godhoods anymore. But on the other, he didn't want to do that. This was a power boost that he wanted. It might let him reach the Lord realm ahead of schedule. However, he would need to handle this delicately. Troublesome. I would need a lot more years of seclusion to figure this out. But I don't have the time. Ryu's gaze flickered as he stood to his full height. Al had stirred up a storm in this place, and he couldn't just pat his ass and leave. Ai had to prove to an unruly wife of his that the problems that kept her at bay for so long weren't problems to her husband. And that, unfortunately, meant that he couldn't deal with this issue. He smiled, looking off into the distance. Hope. Ryu walked to Hope's side, sweeping her waist into his arms. What are you doing? She hissed, trying to hide herself from Star River and the human emperor, who still couldn't get used to seeing a Tao god in the arms of a transcended like this. Let's go see your sister wives. After this, we're going to return to the human empire. We have some changes to make before this boils over. Hope's gaze flickered, not understanding. What Hope didn't know was that she was experiencing something Elsa had in the past. Back when Ryu first awakened his Tao, he seemed to make a breakthrough every time he breathed. It was exaggerated to the point he could be in a meaningless battle and still progress it. It was something that had left even Elsa speechless. She didn't know how to deal with the situation at all. It had been a long time since Ryu had such rapid-fire breakthroughs, but right now, his mental state seemed to be undergoing such evolutions in real time. He seemed several times calmer than he did even moments ago. And how couldn't he? All of the negative clouds that had hung above his head had been swallowed up by his Tao heart and devoured. It seemed like cheating. Even Ryu felt so in part. It felt like this was something that he should have worked through on a personal level. However, wasn't this exactly what he had been refining his Tao heart for all this time? Every step he took along his cultivation journey was like another building block to this stage. However, Ryu knew that this wasn't the perfect, endless solution. Even so, he also knew that it was the light at the end of the tunnel. So long as he could make this final breakthrough in mental state, there would be a clear path to Tao godhood. Chapter 1985. A Human. Ryu sat on Little Silk's back with his eyes half closed. Hope's body shrank into his lap and he breathed in her delicate scent. Until now, he had been meticulously taking care of her injuries, though she insisted she was fine. Truthfully speaking, she was closer to all right than not. She had a great ability to protect herself, and her healing factor wasn't bad. Plus, even if it wasn't, she was the favor alchemy god. She could just concoct a pill if she couldn't naturally heal something. But Ryu would be upset even if a hair on her head was harmed, let alone the fact she was actually bleeding. Luckily, he had embryonic chi and was able to help her even if she was a Tao god. And then, in a rare moment of peace, he was able to hold her in his arms in silence. There was something about a woman's body, though so small and seemingly fragile, that made him feel a great deal of comfort. Though he didn't find the dichotomy of it all amusing. Hope's body felt as though he could break it by accident, and yet it was very much the opposite. In all likelihood, if she wasn't careful, he was the one that would be in pain. The human emperor followed after the two of them from the distance, giving them their space. As time passed, he got more used to the scene. If he, as a peak Tao god, had still chosen to follow this young man, then was the fact a lower Tao god fell in love with him really so shocking? If anything, the former was more shocking. It was just that the human emperor wasn't used to seeing himself as a powerhouse. He spent so much of his life lowering himself for the sake of survival. But now, he had chosen another path. Humans would certainly die as a result. But if things worked out the way he hoped in the end, then there would be light at the end of the tunnel. The skies warped and the earth rapidly changed beneath them. Soon, over the horizon, they could see their destination clearly. The front lines. Whether it was Selhira or May, both of them were unknown existences. Without a backer like Ailsa to help them, doing something like entering a holy world was impossible. In fact, they might not want such a thing. After all, it had to be remembered that May was still in hiding, not wanting to expose her identity as a dream wraith. And on the other hand, Selhira was technically a beast. If any one of them was thoroughly investigated, it would lead to problems. As such, they both made the smart choice to stay here on the front lines where things might be more dangerous, but there would also be plenty of opportunity to train and keep themselves hidden at the same time. Ryu had chosen to leave Selhira here because it was her choice. She had the pride of a dragon and didn't want to constantly be following after him, even though a part of her heart pined after such a thing. As for May, he originally wanted to find her immediately but thought differently of it when he felt Selhira's wishes. He had met May when she was young. Unlike his other wives, she herself hadn't truly decided what kind of person she wanted to be, and he didn't want to make that choice for her. In the end, he felt that this training experience the dream wraiths were forcing onto their young was actually a good thing. So other than contacting her here and there to let her know that he had come for her, he was completely hands-off. Well, not completely. After all, he still had Lucard and Panna and Ianger around, though only in a slight capacity. They lingered around the battlefield from time to time just to make sure that anything untoward didn't happen. After all, comparatively speaking, the cultivations of the two were too weak, and they were too beautiful. That was a terrible combination in any cultivation world, let alone this one where they didn't have the backing of powerful families. Sometime a decade or so ago, Selhira and May had met up and were now on the battlefield together, and this was the battlefield that Ryu was approaching from the skies. At this moment, there was no battle ongoing, so the encampment was filled with just the usual hustle and bustle. As a result, the appearance of such a powerful beast definitely warranted some attention, and it only became worse when Hope and the human emperor were sensed. Ryu didn't seem to care, though, as he descended from the skies. At the moment, his clothing was still in tatters and covered in blood. And yet, there was a certain sharpness and aura to him that couldn't be ignored in the slightest. He walked forward calmly. By the time he touched the ground, the main tents of the encampment had already opened up and several Tao sovereigns had appeared, frowning. A human? It wasn't like they had never seen a human before, but one coming with such fanfare and arrogance was simply something they didn't have a box of memories for. It was so shocking they didn't even know what to say or do. At that moment, however, two women with beauty beyond words appeared. One had a head of snow-white hair and blue eyes that looked like an exploding nebula had been set off within them. The other had a head of jet-black cascading hair and eyes of delicate crimson that suddenly carried a rare gentleness to them. The two women felt Ryu's presence almost immediately, but they weren't sure what to do. Before, Ryu had hidden his relation to them for their safety. Should they run to his side? Or should they stay put? The answer was quickly given to them as Ryu smiled and opened his arms. Chapter 1986 Doran. Selhira and May didn't hesitate, flashing forward and leaping into Ryu's arms with happy smiles. Ryu wrapped an arm around each of their waists, lifting them up with a blooming happiness in his heart. May was truly as light as a feather, but Selhira might as well have been a mountain. She was so heavy that it wouldn't have been a surprise even if he blew out his back. Selhira was even a bit regretful of her actions, feeling that she had been a bit too impulsive, only to be shocked that her husband picked her up and spun her around as though she weighed no more than May did. Her eyes lit up and a fire of lust flared in her eyes before she quickly suppressed it. As much as her bestial side wanted Ryu to ravage her right here and now, she knew that she had to have at least some propriety. The encampment of fae and beasts was completely shocked. These two fairies had become commonly spoken about amongst them for a long while, and there were no small number that had tried to approach them. However, all of that had stopped after a certain person made their intentions known. The reality was that it was supremely rare to find such good stock amongst the common people. Usually, beauties that were both so talented and gorgeous were all from the most elite of families, or were swept up from their youth to become part of such families, usually through marriage alliances. The fact that May and Selhira had made it so far, seemingly without being used as a bargaining chip in this way, made them a hot commodity amongst the dreamers of their encampment. It could even be said that the various men that were drooling and or seething right now just didn't know how many of their own had already suffered for having such thoughts. Most of those that were left had some sort of propriety. Those that were foolish enough to take action on the thoughts of their lust had already died through mysterious means. Ryu eventually put his wives down, but he held them close. He truly felt at peace at the moment, so much so that he almost forgot that his actions were about to bring a war the likes of which the real plane hadn't seen in generations down on all their heads. "All right, are you guys ready to go?" The two blinked, looking at one another before nodding. "Okay, good." Ryu tightened his hold around their waists slightly and was ready to lift off into the air when his eyes narrowed. Boom! 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 A falcon beast shot over from the distance, flying so fast that the air continuously shattered against its body. On its back, a young man with a furious expression and the momentum of a lord rode on its back. "Young Master Doran is here." Ryu's ear twitched as he heard the whisper. Honestly speaking, he didn't know much about what happened here in these years because he never asked and his wives weren't willing to tell him the details. Ryu tightened his hold around their waists slightly and was ready to lift off into the air when his eyes narrowed. A falcon beast shot over from the distance, flying so fast that the air continuously shattered against its body. Boom! 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 On its back, a young man with a furious expression and the momentum of a lord rode on its back. The reality was that he knew that if he was aware of every little thing that happened here, he would have killed his way over a long time ago. It was honestly better that he didn't know and things were handled silently. However, considering the look on the man's face, Ryu's happy expression had already faded even before they let him go. "That's trouble. I hear he's young Master Moon's elder brother." Years ago, Doran had passed through this region on a casual trip. He had broken into the Lord Realm finally and was given some responsibility. But considering his standing, he wouldn't be stationed here permanently. However, because he had seen May and Selhira, he took it upon himself to take up a post here. As arrogant as he was certainly powerful as well. This battlefront had seen unprecedented victories. At least at first. Unfortunately, after the fact, the fiends reacted by sending their own geniuses while also calling the real plane shamelessly for trying to take advantage of it. Since then, the situation on this battlefield had completely flipped and they suffered more casualties in the last year than they had the last 100. Although things looked peaceful now, it was only because the commotion that Ryu had caused on the other side had not only caused the Rainbow Wall to retreat, but it had occupied the fiends. So they were taking a rare respite. Even though they felt that Doran was to blame for all of this, which of them dared to say anything about it? Although many of them were jealous, they somewhat hoped that Ryu might teach this scumbag a lesson. They had lost too many friends because of his attempt to woo women that apparently weren't his to begin with. Bang! Doran landed on the ground with a heavy thud, his eyes blazing. Unhand them, now! The thunderous might of his lord aura blazed. Both May and Selhira's bodies shrank, their cultivation not nearly strong enough to go up against a lord. The gap was simply far too large. Both had reached the omniscient realm, but they were still pressing for a chance to take that final step. Just this alone was enough to infuriate Ryu. But he was in a decent mood, and the fact his wives didn't think twice to lean on him for support despite sensing his cultivation being weaker than their own settled him down. This was enough to put him at ease. However, when Doran saw their subconscious action to lean on Ryu, his white hair nearly stood up and a frosty aura came out from him in waves as a moon reflected in his pupils. You too slew. D. A flash of gold seemed to envelop the word, a murderous word laced with venom and fury making their hearts sink to the bottom of an abyss. By the time their vision cleared, Doran's head was spiraling through the air without so much as a single spurt of blood. Chapter 1987 Difference. Ryu watched the head spin through the air indifferently. He thought that his temper was better these days, but apparently not. Basically, the moment he felt the intention of what Dorian wanted to say, a flip inside of him switched, and whatever attempts his Tao heart made at swallowing his negative emotions failed on its face. This was the problem with just suppressing everything. There was a reason he had been warned many times in his life that a Tao heart that was too stubborn could often be brittle instead of strong. However, Ryu didn't believe it was a problem in this case, nor was it. If he hadn't already figured out what his Tao heart was up to, it might have been a red flag. But other than that, he was in an unprecedented state of calm. Well, other than the fact his internal organs were lacerated again. This time he had used the false light shrine, and the result was to be expected. But he had overestimated this lord a bit too much. However, no one could see his injuries. All they could see was the almost careless disregard for life Ryu had. That and a sheer contempt for the background of those he targeted. "Let's go," Ryu said indifferently. There were several sovereigns in this encampment that wanted to say something. They couldn't just let things stand like this. Even if it wasn't their fault, there was no doubt that they might get caught in the crossfire when things were done. Dorian had been a core member of the Moon Clan. He wasn't someone that could just die without repercussions. Of course, if they knew that they had just come from killing a Tao god of the Sun Clan, they wouldn't even bother hesitating. This matter was clearly above their pay grade. Unfortunately for them, just as it seemed like they were going to make a move, the aura of a Tao god descended from above, and they all froze in place. The worst of them pissed themselves directly, and even those that were slightly better off collapsed to the ground. Ryu didn't look back at them, stepping into the air with his wives in his arms and landing on Little Silk's back. The wings of the beautiful butterfly beast flared out as a strong downward pressure almost shattered the encampment below. However, this soon vanished as Little Silk adjusted Selhira's weight. Then, in a twinkle, they vanished over the horizon. Those that remained in the encampment looked at the corpse of Dorian. Bang! Before they could do anything, it seemed to explode in a rain of gold. The body was completely desiccated. In one moment, it had been the remains of a genius. In the next, it might as well have been the remains of any other dying soldier on the battlefield. They all trembled, realizing that this had easily made an already bad situation 10 times worse. But who was that young man who was being followed by a Tao god? They couldn't remember anyone with the cachet worthy of such a thing. Not even young Master Moon. At that moment, Empana silently left the encampment. His speed accelerated after leaving the region. His cultivation was in the omniscient realm, and he had yet to break through that final veil. Honestly speaking, even he didn't expect that it would be so difficult, and he only felt more inferior when he saw Ryu's current strength. He had no idea that Ryu had relied on a treasure, but even if he had known, it wouldn't have changed much of anything, especially if he knew how Ryu had gotten his hands on those treasures. Empana was a genius himself, and he had been improving a great deal even though his cultivation had stalled. But compared to Ryu, it felt like he might as well have been running in place. However, there was light at the end of the tunnel. With Ryu's talent, how could he not have already become an omniscient at worst? Yet he only had the aura of a transcended. There were places in the universe where there were teens with such cultivation. Of course, they were incredibly rare, but it was true nonetheless. The fact it had been almost 3 decades, and yet Ryu was still at the transcended realm, meant that cultivation speed wasn't everything. There probably wasn't a single one of those teens that would be confident in defeating Ryu. Impana clenched his fists as he flashed into the distance. He would be better. He couldn't let his wishy to improve consume him. His strong Tao heart pulsed, and he even sensed the gateway to lordship open up. However, he forcefully suppressed it, his eyes blazing. He had to be stronger. Much stronger than this if he wanted to be Ryu's summon. Ryu wouldn't let a worm like Dorian affect his mood for long. It wasn't much time before he was introducing Mac and Selhira to Hope. Selhira was somewhat familiar with Hope, though to a small extent. But it wasn't long before the women were well acquainted. Ryu took the opportunity to observe from the sidelines with a slight smile on his face. It wasn't because he was just admiring his handiwork, but because he felt like he was learning new things about his wives. Well, at least about May. Mac was probably the vaguest in his mind. It was odd. He understood her soul implicitly and could probably deduce how she'd react in any given situation. But it was more surface-level things that he didn't quite understand. Despite her dream Azura side, she was quite reserved and quiet. Now that Ryu thought about it, it was her cousin who had always been the shit disturber. May was often just along for the ride and got caught up in her cousin's nonsense. No, reserved isn't the right word. Ryu continued to observe in silence. May wasn't reserved. At the very least, she wasn't nervous or hesitant when meeting Hope. Back when she had lost her primordial een to him, Ryu remembered that she seemed to have flipped a switch, becoming a dutiful wife instantly without any hints of shyness. Of course, that wasn't related to dual cultivation. In fact, they didn't share a bed again for quite a long while after the first time because they had been stuck in the incomplete heavenly path together. Instead, she seemed to defer to him and placed a great deal weight on his words despite the fact. They were mostly just strangers back then. Since then, Ryu had done quite a lot to actually earn her trust. For example, without him, her dream Azura clan would have already gone extinct. He was a key reason why her master was her master. Right now. But that was now and then was then. The fact she had acted like that so soon after they met made it curious. She wasn't reserved. She was disciplined. She kept her cards close at hand and laid them out when it was necessary. Her relationship with Selhira was very good, showing that they hadn't just perfunctorily gotten to know each other, but had instead taken extra steps beyond that. For Selhira, it wasn't surprising. The Selhira that Ryu first met was incredibly gentle and kind, in addition to sociable. He remembered her treating him to food, only for practically everyone they met to greet her as though they were worshipping her like a goddess. The only difference between then and now was that she had a bit more forcefulness between her brows, as though she could flip a switch in an instant. Her arrogance before was almost passive-aggressive. But now it was more aggressive than passive. This was all to say that if there was going to be any hold-up in the relationship between the two, Selhira wouldn't be the problem. She knew how to ingratiate herself with people and earn their favor. Any other man whom Selhira had pursued like she had Ryu would have been wrapped around her finger. It was only because Ryu was a particular brand of stubborn that she had ended up being forced to suffer a loss. Though, ironically, it was because of that she loved him even more implicitly. All of this made Ryu realize that May was quite socially adept as well. She preferred not to have to interact with people, but she was more than capable when it came down to it. Her temperament was far more refined and graceful now. She wasn't quite the same level of gentle that Selhira was. Instead, she was more like Eska. Ryu's eyes glowed. What an unexpected surprise. Eska was the type of woman he liked the most, and he didn't expect May to begin to grow such a direction, but he should have known. Originally, she followed him so dutifully out of a sense of duty. She felt that that was what she should do as a woman who had lost her primordial Qilin. That sort of duty, wasn't it just like Eska? But there was a large difference between them as well. Chapter 1988 Ice Empress and Mother of a Nation. Eska was a woman who was regal and arrogant in an empress-like sort of way. By comparison, May was far more motherly in nature. If one could be considered an icy empress, the other was more like the mother of a nation. It was quite interesting to view this from afar because Ryu didn't expect to see such a thing from Mac. Inwardly, he was actually quite thankful that he made the decision to let her grow on her own. If he hadn't, who knew if he would have accidentally suppressed this side of her. Although this had certainly always been a part of her personality, it had never been so pronounced. Despite the fact both Hope and Selhira were years her elder, she seemed to be the most mature of them all. He couldn't help but chuckle. Selhira was at most a few decades older than Mac, but Hope was tens of thousands of years older. This was definitely a bit embarrassing on her part. Hope sensed Ryu's gaze and looked over with a questioning one of her own. But when she saw his teasing smile, she seemed to have pieced it together on her own and couldn't help but blush. "What are you laughing about?" she pouted. "My luck, of course. Look at my 3 beautiful wives. What else would a man need?" May blinked in surprise for a moment before blushing shyly. She sensed that something had certainly changed in Ryu since she saw him last. But to her, the difference wasn't all that important. From the day he took her primordial Qilin, she had accepted that she would be his in all ways. That decision had only gotten easier after he moved heaven and earth to help her family. What could she possibly have to complain about with such a husband? When she noticed that Ryu was looking at her, she subconsciously looked away, trying to regain her bearings. Ryu sighed inwardly. It was nice to have women who were so devoted to you. What man wouldn't like to have his ego stroked in such a way? But there was also a problem with the sort of women Ryu liked the most. They might be with him out of a sense of duty, and their actions would never show the slightest hint of disobedience or unruliness in most cases. But would it truly be love? Ryu could tell that Mac had a fondness for him, and she was quite happy to have him as a husband, but it wasn't the same sort of deep infatuation that Elena, Selhira, and Yana had, or even the Ailsa of the past. In fact, even though Hope's reliance on him had already crossed into the realms of infatuation, he felt like it was cheating a bit. After all, what choice did she have when her fate was tied to his own? This was inevitable. He had never been a naive man. He didn't think that claiming a woman's body meant having her heart. It was just that, in the past, he didn't really care about the distinction. But now, he was finding that he did. Even so, these weren't things that he could change with a single swipe of his hand. If he could, then it would be meaningless on its face. Why would he even waste his time then? Ryu settled down, and his Tao heart swallowed up the feelings of dissatisfaction he had. This time, however, he was sure that it was a feeling he would be able to press down on his own. This matter was clearly his fault. He wasn't a good enough husband. Since there was no one to blame but himself, why be angry about it? He would just fix it. So, he stopped observing and began to participate in the conversation between his wives. In fact, he even brought Eska and Icemine out as well. Since they were a family, it was about time everyone got to know one another. "We're here." Ryu looked up to the distance as he was about to speak again. It was the beast's domain. Since he had saved it, he hadn't been back. And honestly speaking, the volatile appearance of the light holy world had thrown a wrench into a lot of things. However, it seemed to have recovered just fine. Though now it had a mysterious overlord that wasn't so mysterious to Ryu at all. Roar! A silver dragon soared through the air, cutting through space to appear before them in an instant. A single flap of its wings flattened the ground below and hit them in waves. Little Silk seemed dissatisfied with the display and flapped her own wings. A torrent of ice began to coat Lucard. Hey! Hey! Lucard still wasn't a match for such a powerful sovereign beast and immediately regretted his actions. In the end, he had to rely on Ryu to save him from Little Silk's wrath. "Who told you to be so arrogant?" Ryu asked with a laugh. "Me?" Lucard was stunned when Ryu of all people said these words. Even the latter's wives couldn't help but cover their mouths in a light chuckle. It isn't arrogance if it has foundation. It's confidence at that point. Lucard's lip twitched, but he was also finding it hard to refute it. He had seen Ryu accomplish more ridiculous feats than he could count. I'm going to refine a weapon here. I need you to keep the beasts away so that I can succeed. Lucard frowned. What? There was no reason for Ryu to do this if he was just trying to act in a small area. He had not just one Tao god following him, but two. In the far-off distance, there was still the human emperor who was walking on pins and needles by now. The human emperor couldn't be blamed. After all, he really wanted to return to the human domain but couldn't because he was following Ryu. Although logic told him that the Fae wouldn't turn on the humans so quickly, especially since there were no witnesses to what happened, logic and emotion didn't always coincide. I need the whole beast domain, Ryu said calmly. After speaking, he hopped down from Little Silk's back. Also, if any fiends try to interfere, kill without mercy. Lucard's pupils constricted. What the hell was Ryu about to do? The fact he was making such a big deal meant that he was really about to use the entire beast domain to refine something, but that was the equivalent of millions upon millions of miles. How could he even control such a large region? No, more importantly than that, what weapon would even require such a large region? Hope, Ryu called out. Yes. Hope hopped down. If I do this on my own, it would probably take at least half a century to finish the array. I'll need your help to speed things up. Hope nodded. Ryu took a breath and then closed his eyes. A breeze flew by, and Lucard wasn't sure what he was sensing. However, for some reason, he still felt as though he had been stripped completely naked, his flaws exposed for all to see. Hope was the one who felt it the fiercest. Ryu was no longer using normal means to scan the region. He was using faith directly. Because of third perspective, using fate like this was even easier for Ryu than using spiritual sense would be. With his new soul natures layered on top of it, it was like the world was whispering into his car. All right. Ryu opened his eyes barely 3 hours later. First, we'll need to extend this river from here to about here. Hope felt a probe on her mind, and a string of fate directed her actions. She was surprised once again. She had never seen such an interesting method of fate control. It was like Ryu was directing her almost like he would a corpse puppet, but since she was living, she could, obviously, easily resist. However, there was no need to. Her figure flashed. She appeared high above a rushing river and struck down. Flatten this mountain. Press into this fissure. Suppress the cold energy here. Ryu's commands came out in a rapid-fire series. In fact, at one point he even forced Lucard to start, using his spatial control to help Hope move around even faster. The landscape of the beast domain didn't seem to be changing much, and yet, after 3 days or so, a subtle dividing line began to form. On one side, everything was just a little bit brighter as though filled with life and vitality. On the other side, there was a hint of a shadow that filtered all the colors you saw, suppressing and muting the vibrancy, though not to the point of making it feel like death. And then Lucard cursed. Son of a bitch! It wasn't just because what Ryu had done was shocking, but because this bastard had actually taken out the 2 shrines that fiends were losing their heads in an attempt to find. Always dragging me into your bullshit. Chapter 1989 Heaven and Earth. Ryu seemed to forget about the world, entering an unprecedented state of focus. Usually, he wouldn't want to rely on external items to supplement his battle strength. He felt that if he did so, the moment he lost them, he would end up in an untenable situation where his strength would plummet and his life would be in danger. But the truth of it was that this thought process was too inflexible. What good was not relying on external items if your strength wasn't going to get to the point naturally anytime soon? If he ran into an enemy that could take these external items from him or even destroy them, then without them he would be even more screwed, not to mention the fact that these were not normal external items. It had taken him too long to realize this, but his alchemy, his formation mastery, his blacksmithing, all of these things were part of his strength. They were as much a part of him as his cultivation was. In fact, not using them was like snubbing his nose at a large part of what made his eyes so special. Unlike others who would have to rely on external items created by others, he was Ryu Tatsuya. Even his so-called external items would be forged by his own hand. Ryu's eyes flashed and he suddenly slapped his palms. At that moment, the two false shrines vanished, appearing in two different nodes across millions of miles. If one looked at the scene from above, it would look as though they had become the centerpieces of a large, swirling array of yin and yang. While Lucard was panicking about the fiends sensing them, the reality was that Ryu was messing with him. He had prepared more than well enough. If the fiends could sense this, he would cut his own head off and hand it right to them. He wasn't even in the omniscient sky god realm, and simply put, Ryu didn't believe that he was very far from the pinnacle of crafting. When he had this sort of preparation time, and the help of a Tao god no less, there was simply no one, in this world at least, that could possibly see through his plans. Ryu's pressed palms trembled and his veins became more and more obvious. Bloodmancy. Ryu hadn't forgotten about it. In fact, this unique profession his second master guided him in actually was a large part of why he succeeded in creating his body realm cultivation method so quickly. And it would also be the secret to how he finally dealt with his bloodlines. Ryu seemed to have put a lot of effort into his body, yet the changes to his actual blood were minimal, or so it seemed. The foundation of body realm cultivation was vital qi, which was just a fancy way of saying vitality that found its roots in the blood. The problem was that while Ryu had completed the cultivation method, he wasn't yet strong enough to force the result he wanted. Ryu's main problem in the past was that he had too many talents, too many techniques, too many paths to follow. In fact, it only became worse when he realized that these talents were actually combating and fighting against one another. Creating a body realm cultivation method that relied on the power of his spiritual foundation wasn't a bad step toward fixing that, but it wasn't nearly enough. The reality was that his body realm cultivation method didn't just rely on his spiritual foundation. It also relied on his inner world, which was quickly forming and forging its own fate. One of these days, his bloodlines would be truly free to act as he wanted them, not how their fate dictated that they should act. And actually, they had already made large strides to doing exactly that, and these great sword staffs would be another shortcut to doing this. Boom! The explosion was so profound that it echoed across the entire beast domain. It could be heard for many miles even beyond that, shaking the very foundation of the real plane as though the gods were punishing them from below. The skies overturned as two pillars pierced upward. Within the center of these pillars, the false shrines seemed to begin to shake into pieces, being refined again and again until they were nothing but dust particles, and then refined again until they were nothing more than the essence of energy. At the same time, the landscape of the beast domain began to crack as though along the lines of folded paper. The destruction should have been widespread and uncontrolled, and yet the cracks and fissures almost looked as though a god had carved them with the delicate stroke of a knife. These fissures raced across the landscape and met at controlled points before pools of energy began to gather along with them. From the side, Hope was watching with flickering eyes. She had helped with most of this, so she understood it more intimately than most other than Ryu himself. However, seeing the actual result, she couldn't help but still feel shock. There were details popping up time and time again that she felt that she had missed earlier. Her gaze locked onto Ryu, her heart palpitating. She was a woman who had wanted to make Ryu her Tao companion purely because of his skill in alchemy the very first time they met. It was safe to say that she really liked men with this sort of talent. Hope bit her lip and forced herself to look away. If she didn't, she couldn't promise that she wouldn't pounce on Ryu at such a crucial time. And a crucial time it was, because it was then that the motes of energy the false shrines became poured into the cracks and fissures they had created. The earth rumbled and mountains collapsed. The pillars of light reversed, and dark and light sides swapped. Chapter 1990 Crack. The energy of Eleven and Earth moved with Ryu's will. All he did was stand there, not even using any energy at all, and yet it felt as though the world was listening to his beck and call. Ryu couldn't help but bask in the feeling, almost like this was what he was always meant to do. They called his eyes the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, and for the first time he seemed to truly understand just what that meant. It was only a casual thought, and yet he felt like he heard the sound of shattering glass reverberating through his mind. He subconsciously opened his eyes, only to find that there was an explosion of color before him. However, This color certainly wasn't ephemeral tapestry. It was something else. It wasn't that the world gained color, but rather the color that was there seemed bolder and brighter. Ryu had no idea what was happening. It felt like his eyes had just had a breakthrough, but he didn't understand it at all. It felt as though everything had changed, and yet like nothing at all had changed. He also didn't really understand how his eyes could break through at all. He had already unsealed all 999. Ryu's heart skipped a beat as he looked internally. IE had realized it a step too late. There was a perfect loop formed between his body, his soul, and his spiritual foundation. It was the loop that he had been pushing toward all this time. Al wanted to consolidate his paths down a single lane, and he had actually succeeded. His self-created body realm cultivation method was the last piece to the puzzle. Or more accurately, his new weapons were. These great swordstaffs would form the foundation that his weak body currently couldn't on its own. And because of that, even in just a half-completed state, they were already enough to complete the loop between his body and his inner world. This was certainly not a bad thing, he thought. At least not on the surface. The real devil was in the details. And the completion of this loop meant that his souls had more of a direct impact on his body, including his Tao heart. Ryu's gaze flashed. This meant that if his Tao heart succeeded in controlling his realm heart like it wanted, it would basically be impossible for him to escape. It seemed that the problem was even more serious than he thought. However, this state of panic only lasted for a few moments before Ryu's lip curled. His Tao heart certainly had its weaknesses. It was far too obsessed with progress no matter what the cost. And what it probably realized but didn't care about was the fact that while it had given itself a great advantage, it had given Ryu an even greater advantage. He had only felt this change to his heavenly pupils for a short time, but he could already feel that. This level of control was truly profound. His Tao heart had picked up such a mountain only to drop it on its own foot. Ryu couldn't help but wonder if this sort of immaturity was something that always plagued him. Al didn't need to think much about that either before he realized that it was true as well. What his Tao heart had done was precisely something that he would have done in the past, and maybe even something he would still do right now. He would never believe that someone else was his better, so as long as something helped him out, he wouldn't mind taking such a step, even if it meant potentially putting him at a disadvantage in the future. But the difference this time was that the person he was helping was none other than himself. Shoo! Bang! Bang! A swirl of auras descended, and at that moment, all the veins in Ryu's body exploded. Hope covered her mouth in shock, but she forced herself to remain standing. She knew that Ryu had done this on purpose. She just didn't know why. There was a reason he had wanted to stand in that particular location. Ryu's blood seeped into the ground, his embryonic chi pumping to force the creation of more and more. His blood flowed out of him in rivers and filled up the fissures. Every time Hope thought he was finished, he would pump out more, and then more even on top of that. He was even more ruthless to his own body than he was against the land itself. At that moment, the motes of light and Ryu's blood met. The world froze for a moment before everything reversed. The blood began to rush back into Ryu's body with a new energy piggybacking it all. However, the problem was clear in an instant. There was far more blood than Ryu's body could handle, let alone the fact there was an additional energy not designed to be vital chi in the first place. And yet, Ryu remained calm. His eyes closed as his body continued to grow in size. He looked ridiculous. Even worse than that, he truly looked like he might die at any time. His skin began to grow in blotches that quickly began to look like cancerous growths. His stomach, arms, and legs bulged in odd ways. Even one of his eye sockets almost popped as his eyes didn't miss out on the swelling either. Even a sovereign couldn't pull Ryu's eyes out of his skull. So one could imagine the kind of pressure his body was under for even his eyes to begin to swell like this. However, Ryu himself didn't make a single peep. The more the aura of death surrounded him, the sharper he seemed to become, the more determined. There was a stoic sort of silence that filled the region as though the world was ready to mourn the loss of a true hero. However, crack, Ryu's body fissured and an aura rushed out all at once. Lord Body. Chapter 1991 Stuck. Ryu's body soared in strength. After his tribulation, he had already been knocking on the door of lordship with his body, but he hadn't been able to take that final step. The first reason was a lack of foundation, and the second reason was a lack of comprehension. The body realm wasn't as simple in the god realms as it was in the previous realms. In the mortal, immortal, and cosmic realms, the body realm was just a matter of how much pain you could withstand and how much talent was stored in your bloodlines. However, in the god realms, there was a certain essence of spirit involved. It wasn't quite the same as comprehending a Tao, but one needed to have a comprehension of the body to an intimate level, and part of that secret lay with the 7 corporeal spirits. The real difference between the Qi realm and the body realm, though, was that talent could easily make up for a gap in comprehension with the latter. Even if one stumbled onto the right solution for the body realm, it was good enough. It was like how an athlete could perform an action but not precisely break down exactly how it was done. That was good enough. There was no difference between a body realm cultivator who could naturally feel and understand versus one that could break down exactly how they were feeling. And Ryu was obviously someone who was the latter. He could fully understand it all, and the way his body moved and pulsed was completely under his control. In fact, he was on a deeper level than even just understanding. He had configured his own body realm cultivation method to be in tune with the movements of his own spirits, and as the final connection was made between them all, his blood rolled and rumbled like thunder. At that moment, a pair of tattoos began to etch themselves onto Ryu's forearms. Both of them were identical in every way other than their color. One was a sleek gold with a blade edge of red, and the other was a sleek black with a blade of the same crimson color. Each tattoo pulsed with power, and then Ryu's blood began to respond in kind as though a feedback loop was being formed between themselves and the weapon. The resonance became stronger and stronger until more tattoos began to spring up all across Ryu's body. The original body realm technique of the sky god that mastered both light and darkness had used a method of tattoo etching. It was a method of grafting energy onto oneself and using it as a catalyst to trigger something else. In this case, Ryu was using this to maximize the 2 false shrines he had just forged into his body. By using the tattoos as a medium to communicate with the heavens, he was able to offload much of the pressure of the techniques he wanted to use. At the same time, Ryu's aura flared and the weapons etched into his forearms howled along with it. With a flash, they appeared in his palms, their crimson edges practically reeking of blood. Ryu took a step forward and casually swung out. He had only swung out halfway before his eyes lit up, slits splitting his pupils and expanding the darkness in his silvery irises. This is the feeling. His father had been able to take the talents of his fire dragon bloodline and incorporate them into his halberd stances. Ryu had always been shocked by this, especially since he felt like he could never quite manage to do it. The time and effort it would take to distill such a skill into a form factor it wasn't suited for was no less difficult than Ryu trying to dual-wield polearms. He simply couldn't split his attention down such a complicated path. But now, he had managed to craft a weapon that could do it for him. His great swordstaffs now had an inextricable link to his bloodlines. When he wanted to act, they would resonate and carry the momentum of a dragon, a Qilin, or even a phoenix so long as he desired it. With one, he could call down a storm, and with another a dragon's breath. Shoo! Ryu slowed his blade before it connected with anything, and yet the residual force still cut into the ground. A dragon's breath seemed to manifest from the air itself, howling along the split ground and into the distance. The fire raced across the ground and pierced through layer after layer of trees, cutting down mountains and drying up rivers. Ryu pulled his great swordstaff back, allowing it to rest on his shoulder as he looked off. He felt powerful, practically invincible. And yet, deep inside he felt that it wasn't enough. It wasn't because of his Tao heart, though he knew that it was probably it at least in part. Still, the largest part of it was definitely a shadow he was chasing. He looked off into the distance and seemingly not in any particular direction. And yet, his eyes pierced through it all until he landed on a world. Convenient. He didn't explain his thoughts even to himself as he simply turned away. Standing there, he closed his eyes and took a breath. With the evolution to his eyes, he felt like his control over fate had reached an even more exaggerated height. although it wasn't to the point of intuition. Ryu felt that he could almost ask his eyes a question and achieve the answer he wanted. Of course, he wasn't really asking a question. Instead, he was testing the strings of karma until he found something that was in line with what he wanted. And what he was looking for this time was the world of space and time that he needed to complete the last and final step of his body. 19-06. He found several. However, there was only one that stuck out to him. The holy world Ailsa was stuck in. 213. Chapter 1992 maybe. After confirming that his earlier realizations were correct, Ryu had a decision to make. Would he go to the other worlds and take the Kazi path? Or would he end it where it should be ended? Truthfully, he already knew the answer. He didn't even need to ask himself because he knew the reality he was facing. His pride would never allow him to take the easy way out even if he knew it was foolish. But at least this time, he wasn't being completely willful. Ryu had never really had to deal with a heart demon in his lifetime. Or rather, the times he would have were either triggered by someone or something else, or he wasn't able to feel the full effects of. For example, his first life could be certainly said to have birthed a heart demon in him. But he hadn't even been able to cultivate, so it was minimal. And at the same time, his Tao heart wasn't even with him, so there was nothing for it to latch onto. Then there was the time Mei's dream Azura clan caused his Tao heart to shatter. That could be considered another form of a heart demon, but it was more artificial than not. It wasn't even his fault back then. It was the shoddy workmanship of the crafter who forged it. Had it not been for the fact that the person who forged those stairs was far beyond him in strength, he would have been able to easily shatter those illusions. This time, however, although his Tao heart was doing a good job suppressing it, this could very easily become something more troublesome. It would have been one thing if he hadn't been able to tell, but now that he couldn't let it go. No, he wouldn't let it go. Ryu flipped his great sword staffs in his hands and, in a flash of light, they disappeared into his flesh once more. I'll call you two bloodless judgment. Boom! Crack! The skies split and a tribulation began to fall from above. However, this one was far more normal than the last. Ryu just took a seat as bolts of lightning descended. Even when the streaks of lightning formed into heavenly knights that pierced into his body, he didn't react. The wounds he suffered were just rapidly healed and his embryonic chi continued to slowly circulate. His control over his body was immaculate, and he seemed to treat the tribulation like it was his own personal backyard, gathering up the fierce lightning and bolstering his lightning seed. The fact that this tribulation could hurt him at all, though, was a testament to just how powerful it was. The land around him was certainly left charred and crucified, but Ryu didn't mind it. A long while later, and very naked, he stood to his feet. His skin peeled off of him in layers and he soon looked as though he had just been born. The tattoos on his body faded until they became like brand marks on his skin, somewhat subtle and yet clear at the same time. With a wave of his hand, he put on a new set of robes and the intent in his eyes blazed. Hope, I'll need a pill that can help push my mental realm up to par. Hope blinked, still in somewhat of a daze. But she understood what he meant soon after. Ryu had the perfect Black Buddy soul. He could practically expand his soul indefinitely even within the same realm. Even if he didn't break through, the strength he could add by expanding his spiritual sea was no joke. Plus, a pill to gather spiritual quintessence was far easier to concoct than one that helped one break through. Following this, the breakthroughs would obviously come more naturally anyway. For Ryu's current soul strength, it really only took Hope a wave of the hand. Although Ryu could forge such a pill himself, he would need ingredients he didn't have and extra time and effort. By comparison, Hope could gather what she needed for fate itself. And all things considered, her depth of alchemical knowledge was still far deeper than his own. It was just that he was far better at using the knowledge he already had to create things that were new and unique. Ryu swallowed the pill as he walked back toward Little Silk. With every step he took, his spiritual quintessence soared until it finally began to reach the limits of his body. Watching Ryu take in so much spiritual quintessence, Lucard's lip couldn't help but twitch. Normal person's soul would have already burst apart. The amount of spiritual quintessence it would take for Ryu to reach a state appropriate for the current power of his body was absolutely ridiculous. It was hard to even put into words just how ridiculous it all was. However, Ryu took it all in stride. With the connection between his eyes and soul now, it was even easier. He was able to take the quintessence that was coming in and manipulate its fate such that it believed it had always been a part of him. Let alone absorbing the quintessence, it didn't believe that this was what was happening. Instead, it felt like it was just returning home, and that made something that might have been a complicated and difficult process as easy as breathing. By the time Ryu got to Little Silk, his aura was already settling down. He looked back to the human emperor and nodded. Let's return to your human domain. They should be learning the truth right about now. The timing is good. The human emperor was in such shock that he wasn't even quite sure how to respond. He could only dully nod, looking at Ryu as though he was staring at a deity. Lucard, where is Langer? It's time. How would I know? Lucard snorted. The two had gone their separate ways a long time ago. Found him, Ryu said. Let's go. Then why the hell did you bother to ask me? Do you just like ordering me around? Maybe. Ryu's laughter peeled across the skies like streaking lightning. Chapter 1993 Debatable. Truly didn't take Ryu much effort to find Langer at all. But what he was involved in was enough to leave a person without words. Langer had ended up in the human domain as well, funny enough. Though maybe it made sense considering he was, obviously, also human. What was surprising was that he was actually spending his time as an academy instructor. The human domain of this world wasn't as poorly managed as one might have thought. In fact, the human emperor had put quite a lot of effort into managing it properly despite the circumstances. He had put in place a top-down education system with several levels, and in order to avoid the prying eyes of others, he didn't seem to be placing much emphasis on cultivation at all. The humans of this world learned a lot about periphery matters such as history, culture, agriculture, and anthropology. However, even after observing this for just a small while from a distance, Ryu found himself feeling a rare bit of praise once again. It was extremely rare that he was impressed by something, so much so that that was the bar one had to cross in order to be his master. But it seemed that the more he learned about the cultivation realm, the higher up he went, the more frequently this was happening. On the surface, it really did seem like the human emperor was punting cultivation in favor of a more docile lifestyle for the human race. However, in Ryu's eyes, he saw something else. This system wouldn't generate a large number of warriors. However, given the circumstances, this system would surely have the best chance of raising up the next human emperor. Cultivation could come in many facets. Often, after spending a large amount of time in closed-door seclusion, it was necessary to experience life and accumulate experience before one could continue to proceed smoothly. The state of mind, one's understanding of the world around you, were all important to cultivation and could even be considered pillars of it itself. There was a reason that there were stories of absolute geniuses becoming Tao gods in a single bound by following disciplines such as painting, or even the game of domain. Maybe the most important part of cultivation was the state of mind. There was a reason the Tao heart and the spiritual foundation, the latter of which one couldn't even begin to cultivate without, as Ryu would know intimately were one and the same. This system wouldn't be able to create a large army of Illumines, but at this stage, and with the level of suppression they experienced, there was simply no way that the human race could ever get away with building up such a large army instead. So, the human emperor used a different approach. Using his Tao and his comprehension of the human race, he forged a different method, one that he hoped would blossom a few seedlings that could at least replace him when he was gone, and hopefully, in the future, lay the foundation to break them free from this prison. As the human emperor was observing things, though, he couldn't help but sigh and sigh again. Now that his Tao had improved, he could see several mistakes that he had made in several aspects. If I changed this and made a tweak here, maybe we would have already produced another genius. 1207. 1/2. It was likely that the Fae knew of just how potent the human emperor's Tao could be for the human race, which was why they kept him away from them for so long. Well, other than the fact they wanted him to use up what remained of his lifespan. If the human emperor had more time to sit by and observe, He would have likely noticed these issues with his system even without the improvement to his breakthrough. Even so, Ryu was still impressed. The human emperor was a man worthy of respect. Tanger, though, well, that was debatable. Part of the reason the human emperor was sighing was that Langer was practically raising up an army himself. The human race was greatly dissatisfied with the current state of things. And though this was considered to be the illumined domain, how could there not be Fae here to monitor things? Of course, these Fae were supposedly here under the guise of diplomacy, but they mostly spent their days suppressing the humans and doing as they pleased in a society that wasn't their own. This bred discontent, and some even harbored hatred for the human emperor for not doing enough to protect them. Ironically enough, Ryu had once put the human emperor in the very same camp. Though he never expected the human emperor to save him like these people did. He had once looked down on the human emperor for not even showing up. Ianger, though, was doing a bang-up job at reversing all of the human emperor's hard work. He had gathered up large segments of this dissatisfied populace and was training them in secret. As for why that was in quotations, it was because he was practically an open secret. Ryu could see that not only were most of the human population aware of it, but so too were the Fae. The Fae ignored it because this was probably exactly what they wanted. When the population lost trust in the human emperor, the only person who was actually wholeheartedly helping them, it would begin the true downfall of the race. There would simply be no coming back from such idiocy. The human emperor didn't seem to mind it. He even blamed himself, thinking that his guardrails simply weren't good enough. Of course, it was also much easier to be relaxed about it now that he was following Ryu. Soon, the human race would either die out entirely or rise like a phoenix, and the human emperor had a feeling that it would likely be the latter that won out. Chapter 1994, same time. Ryu gave Ianger a look while he rubbed his nose. Human emperor, is it? Nice to meet you, Langer said while clearing his throat. Human emperor? Ryu asked with a cocked eyebrow. Don't you mean Fae emperor? Isn't that what you've been calling him? Ianger sent Ryu a glare. Of course not, don't listen to his nonsense, human emperor. I've heard great things about you. The human emperor smiled. As easily as Ryu could tell, so too could he. When it came to anything related to the human race, he was highly tapped in. Even if Ryu didn't mention it, he would have a subconscious understanding of everything that had happened here. Tanger was quite sensitive to this as well, so when he first met the human emperor, his instinctual reaction was actually one of respect. He could feel instantly that the caricature he had created in his mind wasn't accurate. There was something about the gentle purity of the human emperor's aura that couldn't be denied. Maybe any human but this cold-hearted bastard here would feel an instinctual closeness to him when they met usually. Langer would be put off by this feeling. But there was something so natural about it that he had a hard time feeling that way at all. And this was definitely a surprise. It didn't take a genius to understand why Langer had been raising up an army to begin with. He had spent much of his life under the thumb of a man far more powerful than himself. There was nothing he hated more than a situation like the one the human race of this world was in. He trained every day for just the smallest chance to skin Primus alive, so when he saw that his human race was actually being declawed in this place, when he wasn't playing babysitter for Ryu's wives, he was usually here, training them up. They had been at it for almost 2 decades now, and it could be said that he had built up a few with a substantive edge. But unfortunately, those with the strongest Tao hearts, those with precisely the chance to become the seedlings that the human emperor was looking for, were also those most likely to join Langer's little army. It could be said that any chance the human race had of raising up a replacement for the human emperor was destroyed thanks to Langer. Ryu couldn't help but give him a thumbs up for his rare brand of foolishness. Luckily for Ianger, none of this mattered very much because with how things were, whether he had been raising this army for 20 years or 200 years, the difference wouldn't be all that great. They were still too weak, especially since Janger's training wasn't all that effective at all. Ianger didn't have Ryu's eyes or the human emperor's insight. He had no method of training people other than working them hard. And in the world of cultivation, unfortunately, hard work didn't always equal results. Otherwise, there would be far more Tao gods than there were. Ryu couldn't help but clap for Ianger again. Well, at least you have spirit. Fuck you, Ryu. Some of us have hearts. I think I've done more for this world's human race in a couple of days than you have in 20 years. I would show some more respect if I were you. What the fuck could have possibly dash? Tanjiro was about to fall right into Ryu's trap, but he caught himself in the end. Since Ryu dared to say it, he probably had. So, he turned to the human emperor instead. Don't trust this bastard no matter what he's done for you. He's shameless to an extreme, has no bottom line, and has a particular fondness for manipulating people into doing what he wants them to do. The human emperor chuckled lightly but didn't respond. Either way, Ryu moved on, seeing that Langer wasn't biting. Let's get rid of the rabble first. Kill all of the Fae here. The human emperor just nodded and then vanished. Langer's lip twitched. Why was this peaked-out god listening to Ryu's orders? Sometimes he hoped that for just once this smug son of a bitch wouldn't have a reason to be smug. The human emperor returned in no more than a few seconds. In truth, he didn't have to disappear at all, but he felt that it would be more respectful to do so. Finished. Good. Langer, bring the seedlings you ruined here. I did not ruin them. All but. Tanjiro shook his head and eventually came back with 3 people, 2 women and a man. He knew Ryu well and knew that he wouldn't waste time on useless people. The ruined seedlings should be the absolute best of the bunch. Ryu observed for a small while. They were all in the omniscient sky god realm and all under 100 years of age. All things considered, this wasn't too bad. Truthfully, he didn't care about raising these people up. He was only acting for 2 reasons. First, he wanted the human emperor's heart to be at ease. This wasn't just for the sake of his peace, but also for his cultivation. The human emperor needed confidence just like every other cultivator. The more at ease he was, the smoother his cultivation would be. Although he seemed to have reached the pinnacle of cultivation, there was always room for improvement. Deepening his foundation, strengthening his Tao, mastering new techniques and methods. It could be said that the road of cultivation never truly ended, otherwise there wouldn't be individuals as powerful as the Phoenix Sky God. The second reason he wanted to do this was to see just how strong his eyes had become. 3 individuals on relatively mediocre paths, at least in comparison to himself, should be easy. Enough. He scanned them for a moment and then his eyes flashed. His finger rushed forward, and he touched them all on the forehead one after another. In that instant, they all seemed to have reached enlightenment at the same time. Fuck you, Ryu. Some of us have hearts. I think I've done more for this world's human race in a couple of days than you have in 20 years. I would show some more respect if I were you. What the fuck could have possibly dash? Tanjiro was about to fall right into Ryu's trap, but he caught himself in the end. Since Ryu dared to say it, he probably had. So, he turned to the human emperor instead. Don't trust this bastard no matter what he's done for you. He's shameless to an extreme, has no bottom line, and has a particular fondness for manipulating people into doing what he wants them to do. The human emperor chuckled lightly but didn't respond. Either way, Ryu moved on, seeing that Langer wasn't biting. Let's get rid of the rabble first. Kill all of the Fae here. The human emperor just nodded and then vanished. Langer's lip twitched. Why was this peaked-out god listening to Ryu's orders? Sometimes he hoped that for just once this smug son of a bitch wouldn't have a reason to be smug. The human emperor returned in no more than a few seconds. In truth, he didn't have to disappear at all, but he felt that it would be more respectful to do so. Finished. Good. Langer, bring the seedlings you ruined here. I did not ruin them. All but. Langer shook his head and eventually came back with 3 people, 2 women and a man. He knew Ryu well and knew that he wouldn't waste time on useless people. The ruined seedlings should be the absolute best of the bunch. Ryu observed for a small while. They were all in the omniscient sky god realm and all under 100 years of age. All things considered, this wasn't too bad. Truthfully, he didn't care about raising these people up. He was only acting for 2 reasons. First, he wanted the human emperor's heart to be at ease. This wasn't just for the sake of his peace, but also for his cultivation. The human emperor needed confidence just like every other cultivator. The more at ease he was, the smoother his cultivation would be. Although he seemed to have reached the pinnacle of cultivation, there was always room for improvement. deepening his foundation, strengthening his Tao, mastering new techniques and methods. It could be said that the road of cultivation never truly ended. Otherwise there wouldn't be individuals as powerful as the Phoenix Sky God. The second reason he wanted to do this was to see just how strong his eyes had become. 3 individuals on relatively mediocre paths, at least in comparison to himself, should be easy enough. He scanned them for a moment and then his eyes flashed. His finger rushed forward, and he touched them all on the forehead one after another. In that instant, they all seemed to have reached enlightenment at the same time. Chapter 1995 Obvious. Easy enough. Though Ryu thought this, he was surprised by himself, especially as 3 Lord Tribulation triggered all at once. He was even forced to put a faith barrier up between them, lest they fuse into one and cause more trouble than he was expecting. He had always been able to help others break through, even long before he got embryonic chi. In fact, this time he hadn't used embryonic chi at all, but that was beside the point. The only reason Ryu didn't use this ability of his more was that he had no interest in it. It was the same reason why he felt that his Tao would be capable of making him maybe the greatest emperor to ever exist, and yet he never used it either. Only rarely did he use the manipulation aspects of his Tao, and even then, it was in niche circumstances. The earliest instance he could remember of this was when he helped out a senior of the Armament Guild back in Sacrum. He had helped him become a true god in one go, though those titles had different meanings in Sacrum versus this world. Ryu froze. The moment he had this thought, it felt like a flashbang had gone off in his mind. In Sacrum, there were 2 states of Sky God. It was to the point that Ryu had once thought that the Sky God realm itself was the end-all, be-all. There was the false Sky God realm and the true Sky God realm. Sacrum had nothing else beyond that. False Sky Gods and true Sky Gods weren't things that you could just hop between or cultivate to. It was decided from the moment you broke free of the World Sea realm whether you would be a dragon amongst Sky Gods, or a flood dragon. Ryu had never thought about this much. Things like this could be seen all over the cultivation realm. It simply represented a broken system, one that represented a false step somewhere in the understanding. In this case, Ryu thought he understood it. They were missing the Tao. In more complete worlds, the Tao was a part of cultivation almost from the very beginning. Some of the best geniuses would comprehend their own as early as the awakening realm. By comparison, this wasn't the case in Sacrum. The Tao only came into play when it was absolutely needed, and in this case that was at the very apex of the World Sea realm. However, when one thought about it, the issues with that became very apparent very quickly. In the Cosmic Seed realm, one formed their cosmic seeds, planted them into their spiritual foundations, and cracked their foundations apart from a solid state into a more accessible liquid state. This process allowed one to control a vapor form of cosmic chi at the Cosmic Seed realm, and upon reaching the World Sea realm, one could use true liquid cosmic chi. The process of going from the Cosmic Seed realm to the World Sea realm seemed to only require forming enough cosmic seeds, and that was technically true, but there was another process as well. In order to enter the Sky God realm, one had to enter godhood, and forming a godhood required binding all of one's cosmic seeds together into a foundation that could hold your Tao. This step didn't necessarily have to start at the end of the World Sea realm. In fact, the best geniuses probably started the moment they planted their second cosmic seed, laying a solid foundation for what would come next. But how could one even begin to do this if they didn't at least have a concept for what their Tao was? How could they even know if their cosmic seeds were compatible with the Taos they would eventually form? There was simply no way of knowing, and a sudden enlightenment like the ones the Sky Gods of Sacrum might have to rely on could come at any time, for anything. Ryu had a feeling that what separated a false Sky God from a true Sky God in Sacrum was whether or not they managed to grasp a Tao that was at least semi-compatible with their cosmic seeds and coincidentally, or maybe by design, matched up with the path that they were already on. A genius among geniuses might be able to do this on purpose by meditating on their purpose. But those that ended up as false Sky Gods, while they were assuredly geniuses as well for being able to grasp onto something so obscure without any sort of guidance whatsoever, were also clearly a tier below. That was all fine and well, but why was Ryu even thinking about this now? For some reason, when he had this thought, he had another. Wasn't the difficulty in breaking through from the World Sea realm to the Sky God realm in Sacrum a lot like the difficulty in breaking through from the Omniscient realm to the Lord realm? It was a random thought, hardly without any foundation at all. And yet the moment Ryu grasped onto the faintest string, he kept tugging and tugging only to run into a dead end. Was he trying to say that even his current cultivation method was incomplete, just like Sacrum's was? Even he wasn't sure. It was like he was looking for something that evaded his grasp again and again. He circled around the thought once, then twice, then thrice. He eventually lost count of just how many times he had the same thoughts again and again, but it continued to slip out of his grasp until his heart skipped a beat. His gaze sharpened, and there was a certain menace that was uncovered deep within them. He didn't like when others manipulated him. Not in the slightest bit. Piss off. Invisible bindings of fate and karmic strings were shredded apart with a flash of Ryu's eyes, and he could finally see it. The answer was so obvious. Control. Chapter 1996 On Purpose. It was such an obvious answer that Ryu couldn't believe he hadn't thought of it earlier. Of course the answer would be something hiding in plain sight. It wouldn't even make sense if it was something that was completely out of the blue. In a way, the reason Sacrum had yet to properly stumble onto the Tao was because there were too many things that could be mistaken for it. In fact, now that Ryu thought about it, he had had that exact same thought in the past. Inheritances, natural enlightenments, mortal endowments. Each one of these things was a form of comprehension, and they could casually be mistaken for a Tao under the wrong circumstances. In fact, each one could easily become a Tao should one make it the center of their cultivation. It was easier to avoid someone when you were hiding where they least expected it, and often where a person would least expect it would be at the very scene of the crime. It was the reason Sacrum had been lost in a fog for so long, and now it seemed to be the reason the Lord Realm was obscured by such difficulty. There were such detailed analyses for the control at each realm every step of the way. But then you reached Lord Realm, and then what? What was even the difference between Lord Control and Sovereign Control? Just that the latter was a little stronger? What about God Control? It was just a little stronger than that? When Ryu thought about it, that seemed to be the answer. He couldn't find another answer even after several more moments of thought. It was like a shroud over the whole thing. Even when he first committed himself to studying the realms of the Sky God, he subconsciously stopped after finding a detailed explanation of the first 6, thinking that he was stopping before he could bite off more than he could chew. But was this really the case? Or was he just convincing himself to follow through on something someone else wanted for him? What is it? Atmospheric chi? Immortal ring? Something else? Almost immediately, he thought through several possibilities. Controlling atmospheric chi and his immortal ring seemed like the most standout features. Could it be that he was supposed to do something more with his immortal rings? It would make sense. After all, such a powerful ability was basically pushed to the wayside. He didn't even use his immortal rings anymore. It was a waste of time. Controlling atmospheric chi was a huge part of one's battle strength. And control seemed to be a perfect offshoot of that. Ryu started reworking his cultivation system in his mind, but he had too many ideas, too many paths to take, and in the end, he wasn't sure if any one of them was the right one. In truth, he wasn't even sure if this was really what he was supposed to be seeing in the first place. The destruction of the fate chains obscuring his vision had been too easy. Although that was in part due to the evolution of his eyes, he had a hard time believing that whoever this was would make it so easy on him. Ryu suddenly frowned as another question popped into his head. Why was it that his future self went back in time for the Zoo clan of all things? Setting aside the fact that logic made him feel like it should be impossible in the first place, what purpose was there? Was it for Eska's sake? Did someone else find the Jade in that timeline and he ended up marrying her anyway? Was there another story that he was unaware of? Is the fate seal mine? The thought was like a whirlwind that hit him almost as though someone else was suggesting it. Or rather, someone else wanted him to realize it. Why? Is now not the time? Ryu's gaze flickered as he seemed to piece things together. Maybe there wasn't some hidden cultivation method obscured by the elites of the world after all. For once, it didn't seem like he was being targeted by someone above. Instead, it might just be that he had created this method. He had been thinking about recultivating for a while now. It was just that he needed a method to do so, and he hadn't thought of the perfect one just yet. It seemed that he had now not only stumbled onto it by accident, but he had also comprehended another secret. What was so special about the Zhu clan? He really didn't understand. Other than being good with visualizations, there was nothing else that was particularly important about them. Something made Ryu feel like he was once again facing an obvious answer, one that was right in front of him, and yet, there was nothing there for him to peel away this time. Ryu suddenly awoke from his daze to find that the three youths had already completed their ascent into the Lord Realm. However, Ryu still felt like he was in a bit of a daze. It was hard to snap out of such realizations, and he had a feeling that this might very well not be the last realization he had about this version of himself, and that was because he already had another thought. The White Phoenix Spiritual Foundation. It was a type of control as well, wasn't it? It was a control type built right into a spiritual foundation, a gift from the heavens at the birth of a young genius. In that case, if there really was a secret to be found about Lord Control, Sovereign Control, and God Control, then wouldn't it be found in it? And if he was really pushing things to the logical extreme of it all, if this version of himself really had managed to find a way to avoid paradoxes in return, and it grasped this new method of cultivation, could it be that his future self had allowed himself to be taken over by the Phoenix Sky God on purpose just for a look at this secret? Chapter 1997 Young Master Moon. Deep within a islandly world of fire and ice, a young man sat. At the very least, it seemed to be a world of fire and ice. But for some odd reason, the flames seemed to be continuously and ruthlessly suppressed. If one took a step back and observed the rest of the world, it would be possible to see a great number of fire fiends shivering. It was as though the cold was growing to be too much for them. This rare Lord Grade realm was one of the defects of this world. From time to time, an untenable holy world would appear where powers of opposite structures appeared, making the holy world itself highly unstable. Holy worlds of earth and wind, or light and darkness, or in this case, ice and fire. But what was even more shocking about this world was that it hadn't started as a world of ice and fire. No, it had instead started as a world of water and fire. However, over the last 2 decades, a great change had been occurring, and for no other reason than the existence of a young man, young Master Moon. He hadn't moved a single inch in these last 2 decades. Even when he broke through into the Lord Realm under everyone's gazes, and the fiends tried to assassinate him several times over, he hadn't moved. It was as though the lightning strikes of his tribulation were meaningless to him. People couldn't even get close even when they wanted to, and all around him, there were the frozen statues of failed, would-be assassins who could do nothing but watch themselves slowly lose their lives. What young Master Moon was doing here was absolutely unprecedented. It was something that even Ryu had never done, though this was because Ryu had no interest in doing so, and likewise no reason to even attempt it. He had entered this world of clashing elements on purpose, so that he could suppress the flames and affirm his Tao. Bang! Young Master Moon's eyes flashed open, revealing a deep, eerie blue. His sclera and pupils were nowhere to be seen, as though his eyeballs had been replaced with a pair of shining, polished ice balls. With a single thought, the aura he had been suppressing for years burst out from him. From the lower founding Tao, his Tao burst into the middle founding Tao. From the middle founding Tao, it burst into the higher, and from the higher, it burst into the very peak. Waves rolled and rumbled around him as he inhaled once. All the flames of the world surged into his body. But if one observed closely, it would be clearly possible to see that the closer they got to young Master Moon, the more blue they became. First they lost a tinge of red, then they became a hint violet, before they finally became a beautiful radiant blue as they disappeared into him. Young Master Moon's hair became a dancing mass of blue flames. For a moment he seemed to be more fairy than fae, or maybe more fiend than fae. Boom! The holy world burst apart and a pillar pierced into the skies. A flash of arrogance and domineering lit in young Master Moon's eyes. He had been in this Lord Grade holy world ever since he first entered the omniscient sky god realm. He was never interested in outside news and directly turned people who tried to distract him from his cultivation away. Because of this, young Master Moon was under the impression that he was the first to clear a holy world in countless years, and it was a Lord Grade holy world at that. How could he not feel prideful? Honestly speaking, it truly was impressive. especially considering the method he had used. If he had entered a normal water or ice lord grade holy world, he would have succeeded long ago, but he also wouldn't have allowed his Tao to rebound the way it was. He looked up into the skies as the blessing fell onto him. The Fae and the Fiends were expelled from the region. In a shocking showing, young Master Moon was the second person in history to ever claim the entire blessings of a holy world for himself. He took deep breaths as his aura continued to rise. Unlike Ryu, he didn't store away most of the potential for the sake of an inner world. He absorbed everything he could himself. And because of that, his aura continued to skyrocket. From the lower Lord Realm to the middle, and from the middle Lord Realm to the higher, his power baffled those in the surroundings. But there was a particular lower Tao god on the scene that had eyes that were shining as bright as torches. This Tao god was of the Moon Clan and had an odd title. He was known as Tao God Shai. But as things went in the world of cultivation, the simpler the title, the more shocking it was. If the Moon Clan had such an individual, why was this war even still ongoing? But what was even more pertinent to the current situation was that Tao God Shai seemed to still be anticipating something. Even when young Master Moon's aura broke into the peak Lord Realm, he was still biding his time, still waiting, as though all of these benefits weren't nearly enough. And then it happened. The moment young Master Moon sucked away all of the real plain blessings from the holy world, he unleashed a roar that traveled for countless miles. With just the chaos blessings remaining, his body was rebuffed and suffered countless backlash. However, he forcefully pushed himself to absorb one small strand after another. And then, boom! 14-02. Young Master Moon's founding Tao trembled, and an enormous manifestation of a reflective blue moon appeared high in the skies. At that moment, his natural enlightenment, mortal endowment, and Tao seemed to all layer, and his Tao broke past the ceiling of this world. Chapter 1998 Final Phase. From this day forth, my title will be. Young Master Moon's words seemed obscured by the laws of the world, as though he was waiting for the right moment to reveal it. However, he seemed happy and content. Or rather, he seemed more happy and content than usual. Those who knew him felt that he was an existence who was always stone-faced. Having just the slightest curl of his lip now spoke volumes about his mood. He descended slowly from the skies, his aura billowing about and his hair still dancing with blue flames. When he touched the ground, it iced over beneath his restrained aura alone, and several fire fiends that were far too close found themselves becoming streams of energy that entered young Master Moon's body, dead without even a single glance. And among them, there were sovereigns. For a sovereign to die so easily, it could be imagined the kind of power young Master Moon wielded. Now, congratulations, Tao God Shai said with a smile. For some reason, he seemed to be speaking to young Master Moon as more of an equal than not, which was odd considering he was no less talented, and yet far more powerful by several measures. Young Master Moon might have accelerated through the Lord Realms, but if he wanted to keep that nice Tao of his, he was going to need to work and put in a great deal of effort. Though he was at the peak of the Lord Realm, it might not be until thousands of years later that he broke into the Sovereign Realm. Though, of course, if it really took him so long, this Tao God Shai wouldn't be interested in him in the slightest. Am I worthy now? Young Master Moon spoke indifferently. His words seemed to be from someone seeking approval, but his tone seemed to say that he already knew the answer. Tao God Shai smiled almost bashfully, something that was even more odd for a man of his stature. You have met the standards. You can now participate in the deeper matters of the family. But you should know that a lot has happened while you've been away. Well, you aren't the only one of this world to break the ceiling. Young Master Moon's pupils constricted. Arya. His mind obviously went to just one person, but he didn't really believe it. He had always been a half step ahead of Arya, and her thinking wasn't nearly flexible enough due to her temper. Surprisingly, though, Tao God Shai shook his head. No. Then who? Someone who had risen up after he went into seclusion? Just how Vung were they? Was that even possible? Unless you would not know him even if I told you. It is a human. So they broke through the ceiling before the Lord Realm. I am uninterested. Then, Young Master Moon made the logical conclusion. The only way someone could rise up after him and succeed was if they did these things before the Lord Realm. Otherwise, it would be too exaggerated. There was a huge difference between breaking through the ceiling before and after the Lord Realm had been entered. Of course, what he didn't know was that Ryu had broken through the ceiling in 2 worlds now. He couldn't be explained with matters of common sense. Al has also cleared about a half-dozen holy worlds. Dao God Shai continued. That is easy if you break the ceiling, young Master Moon replied just as indifferently. One of which was a Lord Grade realm. Young Master Moon finally paused, his gaze flashing. Everything that Dao God Shai had told him until now left him feeling completely uninterested. Until this moment here. Although his feat was still much more difficult because of the clashing wills of the 2 elements, and the fact he had done it with an inferior Dao, he couldn't look down on this. Human. Young Master Moon frowned. He had been so careless about this information that he only now remembered that Dao God Shai mentioned that he was human. How was that possible? Could this be a hidden genius the human emperor was raising? They would certainly not like that at all. I also hear this human has killed your elder brother. Boom! A light of fury sparked in young Master Moon's eyes for the first time. However, what made him furious wasn't brotherly love. It was that this human had almost certainly known who his brother was and chosen to kill him regardless. Where is he? Young Master Moon asked with a sharp gaze.
Dao God Shai chuckled.
I wouldn't advise you go now. He is under the protection of the human emperor. Young Master Moon's pupils constricted. Just how many things had changed while he was in secluded meditation? Since when did humans dare to be so, well, daring? Why have we not mobilized the family already? The human emperor seems to have broken through to peak Dao God. His vitality is no longer waning, and his Dao has progressed substantially. Those that could kill him are all occupied, and there's no one around who can order them around. The peak Dao gods of their realm plane were all taking care of important tasks. They couldn't just leave because they felt like it, and the human race wasn't so easy to deal with now that they had a peak Dao god. In time, if this ceiling breaker was also able to rise up and the human race gained a second peak Dao god, it would truly be troublesome. Young Master Moon wasn't a fool. No matter how arrogant he was, he knew that he wasn't a match even for a slightly stronger sovereign, let alone a peak Dao god. However, the gloominess to his face had returned as a result. There's no need to harp on this too much, although this move by the human emperor is shocking. He has overextended himself, even killing one of the Sun Clan's middle Dao gods likely as a show of dominance. He would need tens of thousands of years to flip the situation. However, we can enter the final phase of our plan right now. Chapter 1999 Descent. Young Master Moon's gaze flickered. A plan. He hadn't been privy to this information at all. In fact, there were only a select few in the family that were. It was such a well-guarded secret that he wasn't even made aware that there was a deeper level in his family until he broke through the Lord Realm while maintaining his founding Dao. And even then, he had only had the right to know that his family had more secrets, but not exactly what they were. Come with me, please. Dao God Shai spoke lightly. He motioned to place a hand on young Master Moon's shoulder, and the latter accepted, still somewhat at a loss for how a Dao god could be so timid. He couldn't fathom what kind of Dao could possibly be related to the title of Shai, but whatever it was, young Master Moon didn't feel like he had the right to know just yet. Soon, the two had vanished. It was a long while later that young Master Moon could finally see his surroundings again. Dao God Shai was simply far too fast, and this experience had solidified just the kind of gap there was between him and a true powerhouse. In the future, he would certainly reach this peak. His gaze flashed with determination before he settled down and actually looked around him. If Ryu had been here, he would have found this place to be eerily familiar. It was a practically empty world with nothing more than the statues of 9 figures standing in silence. However, these were not the same 9 statues that Ryu had seen before. That said, when a voice echoed, it was eerily similar in that there were 9 voices speaking atop of one another. The more they spoke, the brighter young Master Moon's eyes shone until they were as bright and wide as torches. His understanding of the world was being overturned in real time. He hadn't even known that there were worlds outside of his own. But to think that not only were there, but there were many worlds where the Fae weren't even the rulers. The 9 figures wove a tale of tales, speaking about the continuous clash of the Fae with the ancient beasts. But this was hardly the most shocking part of it all. As the final bits of information settled in, young Master Moon stood in a daze for a long while, staring off into blank space without much focus at all. Dao God Shai stood by his side and didn't say a single word, simply allowing things to play out as they might. There weren't many who earned the right to come here, but those that did all tended to have differing reactions. The through line that tied them all together, though, was this pensive sort of silence. Geniuses would think first, then react later. Young Master Moon was taking his time to process what he had just learned and understand how that would impact his current life. This struggle between Fae and Beast wasn't something that he ever expected to hear of. Was that why the beasts in this world were so suppressed? But then that would mean that in other worlds it just might be the opposite. That couldn't help but leave him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The idea of his race being pressed down beneath the foot of another felt like a slap to his own face. It was the same reason he was so infuriated by the death of his elder brother. It wasn't that he loved him so much, but rather that a person could know of their relationship and yet somehow still be bold enough to act. It was enough to make his stomach turn with disgust. But that also made him wonder. It made sense that the beasts were so suppressed considering their history. But what about the human race? Why did they put so much effort into suppressing them as well? What is the plan? Young Master Moon finally asked. We will call some help over to finish off this war? Or rather, it can be said that we'll be mutually aiding one another. Once they've finished tying up the loose ends with us over here, we will be helping them to take control of their world as well. Are they facing off against beasts? A fighting intent flared in young Master Moon's eyes. He had always thought that dragons were just the stuff of fantasies, and phoenixes were just fairy tales. But now, he really wanted to feel what it would be like to slaughter these powerful beasts. The ruler of that world is actually humans. Young Master Moon's gaze flickered as he came to a realization. It seemed that they had fallen so far in some places that even humans could suppress them. Do not take humans lightly. They are our enemy for a reason even deeper than the ancient beasts. The ancient beasts are the antithesis of what we once were. However, the humans have the capability to adapt and change to all circumstances. They can fit into our roles even better than we can sometimes. Although their floor is much lower than ours, their ceiling has just as much potential. Young Master Moon fell into silence again, remembering that the human emperor had somehow managed to become a peak Dao god when everyone thought his lifespan was reaching its end. There was no doubt that this matter was a shocking surprise, and it should be more than enough reason to not take humans lightly any longer. But in those words, Dao God Shai had said something that would cause many to raise eyebrows. The ancient beasts are the antithesis of what we once were. The words didn't make much sense. Ancient beasts were in tune with the heavens, as were the Fae. They literally represented the moon and the sun at their highest levels. How could they be the antithesis? And that was none other than because of the shocking revelation the statues had just revealed to him. The Fae descended from fiends. Chapter 2000 Conquer. We will begin the final phase of the plan now. But how? Young Master Moon couldn't help but ask in confusion. He had grown exceptionally powerful now, but even he still couldn't fathom a method of leaving this world. It just felt too vast. The dome of the skies was too tall. How could they even make it to another world, let alone contact and connect with enough helpers from this world to bring them back? You're already standing in the answer. This place is a reflection of a technique of the dream wraiths. Dream wraiths? They are the overlords of the nether plane. This world does not have a nether plane in the normal sense because of the chaos plane's fusion with the real plane. As such, you have never heard of them. Young Master Moon frowned, not quite understanding, but allowing Dao God Shai to continue. Anyway, all you need to know is that we've captured enough dream wraiths in our days to forge this method. This is why this world is so important to us. Only in a place without dream wraiths could it be possible to do this, as dream wraiths are the only existences that can move between worlds with Ease. This is because all reincarnation paths are connected. So long as your world has a nether plane and the dream wraiths are present, you can be reincarnated into any other world upon death. Then what happens to us in this world? Young Master Moon did not like asking questions. It made him feel ignorant and uninformed. But his curiosity was simply too great at this point. We have a self-enclosed system. Those that die here are reincarnated here in a cycle. Well, it's actually more complicated than that, but this isn't important for now. Either way, this unique ability of the dream wraiths is what allows us to connect to other worlds. If not for this, even a peak Dao god wouldn't be able to easily cross. The only other organization I know that has this ability is, well, that's also something you don't need to know for now. You need my help for this? Not necessarily. Just observe. You'll be representing us. I'm sure you understand what that means, right? All of young Master Moon's confusion was wiped away when he heard this. He might have been very confused before, but there was nothing to be confused about now. Even if they were all of the same race, there would still be some vying for power. There could only be so many people who held the name Moon and Sunday. Eventually, they would have to decide who led and who followed. And he had no intention of being a follower. He was here to prove that their Moon clan had more potential than the others, and Dao God Shai was here to prove that they had pillars to hold it up while also not revealing all of their cards. After all, Dao God Shai was only a lower Dao God at the end of the day. Though he had yet to meet them, young Master Moon had a feeling that there were only existences more powerful waiting in the wings. One day he would meet them, but for now, he would have to show them that they should have invested in him long ago. He was the future of the Moon clan. He and no one else. His pride blossomed forth and his Dao heart shone like a beacon. There was a flicker of light in Dao God Shai's eyes, but soon his bashfulness returned as he began to prepare. Ryu was focused on setting things up for the future. Entering that world couldn't be done without preparation, and he hadn't prepared nearly enough. However, at that moment he couldn't help but frown. There was a shifting to the fate of this world, and he was the first to feel it. Something was putting some weight on the scales, and it was making him feel slightly uncomfortable. This is a problem. He knew that things couldn't be so simple. After all, even if his primordial yang had held Elsa back, there was a reason she was his life partner. There was no doubt in his mind that after all this time, she was obscenely powerful. So the question was, how could someone so powerful be tied down for so long? The obvious answer was the Ruin Master Guild, and that had been satisfying enough to him. But now he felt that his answer was a bit incomplete. The world rumbled and quaked, but it was so far beneath ground that no one other than the two Fae could feel it. It was then that a portal appeared in the midst of the 9 statues. It stood tall and proud, and soon, there was the light sound of footsteps as several powerful existences began to make their way out. The first was a Dao god, regal and proud. The second was also a Dao god. But soon, other existences began to make their presence known, and these were the few young Master Moon focused the most of his attention on. This was his competition, and his momentum couldn't lose out to them. But then he saw her and he found himself struck. She had the delicate, pointed cars of an elf, skin that reminded one of silvery moonlight, and a pair of violet eyes so beautiful one could lose themselves for an eternity within them. She wore a flowing white dress that contrasted perfectly with her cherry red lips and fluttering black hair. She was dainty in all the right ways, yet had a hidden sort of flair and arrogance to her that was hard to conceal. But then there came those hints of bashfulness, as though she was a fair maiden on her wedding night. Her temperament seemed to change with the winds, but each one was astoundingly beautiful in their own way. The temptation to a man was shocking, almost as though having her would be like having dozens of wives in one. The moment he saw her, young Master Moon made a decision. This woman, he would conquer her. This woman, Serial Moon. Chapter 2001. Lower your gaze. Serial walked forward with light steps, her beauty lighting up the otherwise dark atmosphere. Basically, all Fae women were beauties amongst beauties, and yet she managed to stand out anyway, as though the heavens themselves had reached down their hands to mold her to perfection. Although her expression seemed unchanging, The constant sway of the air and aura around her made it feel as though she was constantly switching between differing temperaments, and somehow that only made her feel all the more enticing. She was only in the Lord realm, and yet her momentum made those around her feel as though she had already completed her journey of cultivation, stepping into the highest realm there was and basking in the glory of true godhood. Young Master Moon didn't seem to have eyes for anyone other than her. Although he was calm, his eyes seemed to have stars exploding within them. On the one hand, he had the dignified air of an expert, his aura and the strength of his Tao heart leaking and pervading the region. It was enough that those around could sense his level of talent without the slightest doubt, and it made many of the geniuses turn serious. But on the other, a young man took a step before Serial, blocking young Master Moon's gaze. "Lower your gaze unless you want me to dig your eyes out for you." His voice was calm, and his expression was just as unreadable as young Master Moon's. And yet, also much like young Master Moon, his eyes seemed to tell a completely different tale. The auras of the two young men clashed in the air, a reverberating echo causing the basement to shake and quake. The young man across from young Master Moon was simply known as Falling Snow. His black hair had changed over the course of his life, becoming a trail of white that followed behind him like a flowing stream of pale, silvery light. However, what was more interesting than even that was that his excessively long white hair hid a gorgeous white tail behind it, one that swayed ever so gently and seemed to radiate an energy that was both cold and dark. Falling Snow was enormous, standing at over 2.5 meters tall. His broad shoulders looked as though they could block out the sun if one stood before him and looked up at his gaze. When he spoke, a pair of canines flared, reflecting in the light, and a bestial sort of aura flickered for a moment before vanishing. Comparatively, young Master Moon was much shorter in stature, only being around 2 meters tall and even a little shorter than Ryu. However, that didn't mean that his aura lost out in the slightest. A swirl of blade-like snow manifested purely from Falling Snow's aura. But by the same token, young Master Moon's aura sparked with blue flames that clashed against them. Any expert could tell that these two hadn't actually chosen to attack. Their Daos had sensed their clash of wills and chosen to act all on their own. However, from the sidelines, their Tao gods didn't say a single word. Tao God Shai watched on from the sidelines with a somewhat bashful, but expectant glint in his eyes nonetheless. However, he seemed to be distracted by Serial's appearance as well. It was hard for any man, no matter his cultivation, to not be. That said, he was still seeing beyond the layer that was her beauty. Seeing her, he couldn't help but think of something interesting. On the other side, there were several Tao gods, but the most important of them was obviously a man who likewise radiated the aura of the lower Tao god realm. He was known as Tao God Darkness Rising. He had a cool and unapproachable temperament that became somewhat gentle and doting when it landed on Falling Snow. They seemed to have a master-disciple sort of relationship, but this wasn't the case. Despite not having a tail or a bestial aura, Tao God Darkness Rising was actually full-blood brothers with Falling Snow. As for how that was possible, maybe only these hidden experts of the true martial world would know. That said, the reason they didn't have this sort of master-disciple aura between them was that Darkness Rising was obviously much older than Falling Snow. He had been guiding him since he was in diapers, and now his little brother was finally growing into the young man he expected him to be. All the while this sort of clash was occurring, Serial didn't seem to react much to it at all. In fact, it was the girl by her side that smiled and chuckled bitterly, shaking her head. It seems that little sister Serial's charm is truly great. One of these days you're gonna have to get a husband so the world doesn't just burn down around you wherever you go. It's best to let people know you're taken. The girl blinked and seemed to only be about 13 or 14 years old. And yet, she too radiated the aura of a lord. As for why she would be calling Serial little sister despite being so young, well, that was a tale maybe for another time. Serial looked at the little girl and didn't respond with anything more than a smile and a nod. She had always said that she would marry the man who showed himself to be capable of helping her revive her family. Originally, she had settled on that man being Falling Snow quite comfortably and had planned to accept. But something she ended up inadvertently learning changed the situation. Now she wasn't sure any longer. Her gaze shifted and landed on young Master Moon for a brief instant before she looked away. This was the first time she was seeing a man who could stand on the same level as falling snow. Rare indeed. Regardless, time would tell. There was a certain calmness to her. One that suddenly changed when she felt a familiar aura. Chapter 2002 Sweet. Serial's pupils constricted. She thought that she had made it up when it appeared, but all of a sudden a voice echoed out that made her speechless. This idiot! She couldn't believe that he was actually still so reckless. How had he even managed to survive so long? Didn't he know how to keep his head down? But when Ryu was provoked, it was like he didn't care about anything else. So the moment he confirmed that it was actually Serial, and then shifted his third perspective to see the clash between young Master Moon and falling snow, his chuckle echoed out. I see, so that's what's going on. You know, I had speculations about you, Faye. What an annoying race of people. I assume your existence is why the martial gods are always hiding their true power. I was wondering why that was. Selhira's mother had told him not to underestimate the martial gods, though that wasn't really necessary. She mistook his arrogance for underestimating an opponent. That was never something he did. He just felt that no matter who the opponent was, it didn't matter. There would only be one winner in the end. Ryu Tatsuya. All of the Fae looked up into the air trying to see something, but there was nothing there. The aura was so fleeting, and it was completely untraceable. With the evolution of his eyes, it was even easier for Ryu to use his third perspective like this. His relationship with Serial could be considered decent. In fact, because they were both from Sacrum and had followed a somewhat similar path, their fate bond was actually strong enough for Ryu to sense her. But it shouldn't be strong enough for him to pass through layers of protection and see the deepest held secret of the Fae like this. Still, it seemed stupid that he was revealing himself like this. But this time, Serial had misunderstood him. After he broke through the barriers to get here, Ryu already knew that it was an impossibility for him to hide his presence. Dao gods gained small control over fate much like Transcendeds did with space. Because of that, they would certainly sense him given these circumstances. In that case, why hide his head? When did he ever have anything to fear? As for why he was provoked, it wasn't really because of Serial. He didn't care about her much at all. Although he had grown more mature since then, and he understood her perspective about lowering her head and biding her time, he couldn't just reverse track and rebuild the attraction he had to her. That memory was already tainted, and even if she had come married, he wouldn't care. She wasn't his woman, after all. She could do whatever she wanted, and he had no desire to conquer all the beautiful women in the world. Let alone the fact that he had more than enough beautiful wives beneath his belt. No, the real reason he was provoked was because of Eska, a woman he actually cared about. Remembering Icemine's words that pushed him to give Wobbling Fairy a good time, he knew that if he wanted his arrogant wife to be happy, he had to be a man that women only had good things to say about. That was part of Eska's pride. Before, she had laid down that pride for the sake of family. But as she grew more fond of Ryu, and felt that her previous decision wasn't so bad after all, that same pride began to creep back up again before it exploded due to the Wobbling Fairy situation. Ryu had already made a commitment to woo his wives properly, and ironically enough, that happened to now place Serial on a list she couldn't escape from. That said, he had no interest in making Serial his woman or his wife, or even concubine for that matter. He remembered Serial's goal quite clearly. She said she would marry whichever man proved himself to be strong enough to help her reach her goals. He just had to prove to her that she was a fool for looking toward any man for that but himself. As for what happened after she made that realization, he didn't give a damn. Just because she chose him didn't mean that he had the obligation to choose her. He was just doing this to keep his wife happy. Darkness Rising and Shai's aura both flared as they tried to entrap Ryu's consciousness, but he didn't seem to notice. Watching these Dao gods try to match him in fate and karma control was like watching a toddler trying to grab a slippery fish out of a bowl. He completely ignored them. Serial, it seems that your husband candidates aren't quite so good after all, huh? I killed the brother of one of them, but here he is with his tail tucked between his legs. I'm sure he's learned of it by now, and yet he came here instead of seeking me out. Isn't he a bit too cowardly? He doesn't even want to face off against a mere little Transcended? And what's with this other one? I thought your people hated the ancient beasts? But this oversized, pathetic excuse of a genius actually spliced his own bloodline with that of a fox. Do you think he shits in the forest and smells it afterward too? Ryu's words were sharp and incisive, and for a moment, the two geniuses completely forgot that they were supposed to be clashing with one another. Their expressions remained calm, as expected of geniuses. However, much like before, their gazes told a different story as their auras flared. I'm sure you all will be going to the God-grade holy world. After all, you've spent so long planning all of this. It would be a shame if it fell through now. I'll be there to put an end to all of this. As for the matters of this woman, though, I'm sorry to inform you that they ended long ago. Her lips tasted quite sweet. In case you were wondering, after saying these words, Ryu's aura vanished. Chapter 2003. Interesting. A silence fell over the underground region. Serial's temper had been well restrained in these years. She had learned to always keep her calm, a necessity when she was facing off against the odds. Hiding her emotions, controlling them, and keeping them under wraps was what she did best. As she grew stronger and her Tao heart only followed along, the end result was that her control only became better. But right now, her gaze couldn't help but flash with fury. The worst part was that Ryu was far too prideful to lie about anything, but he was also far too prideful to feel the need to spread his conquests to the world either. This meant two things. First, she had indeed given her first kiss to Ryu, although it wasn't technically her, and was instead an alternate persona resulting from her special cultivation method. The ultimate truth was that she had. She also liked to pretend that that person wasn't her. But the reality was that it was. That version of her was a shy, naive girl who very easily acted on the whims of her feelings. The fact she had kissed Ryu meant that that was what she had wanted to do. Or more accurately, at least a part of her, a sliver of her personality wanted to. And secondly, that meant that Ryu had a purpose for saying those words. He was using her first kiss as a method of attacking the men around her, their psyches, and ultimately their Tao hearts. That made one thing very clear. He didn't give a damn about her at all. She had been around Ryu for long enough to know how he treated his women. She had observed what he had done for Elena, despite the trouble she brought him, and how her naivete only made things more difficult on him. She didn't blame her in the slightest during that final battle with the martial gods in Sacrum. That was the kind of man he was. If the roles were swapped and it was Elena standing here instead of herself, there was simply no way that he would ever use his experiences with her to his advantage, even if it meant targeting his enemies. For some reason, that was what pissed her off the most, because it made the change of Ryu's feelings toward her all the more real. Back then, her senses were sharp enough to sense it. Ryu had suddenly gone from a man with intense desire toward her, much like almost any other man she had come across, to a man who couldn't be bothered to give her the time of day. She didn't even care that he revealed the kiss. It was the purpose behind it that truly pissed her off. In any other situation, she just wouldn't react at all. She didn't particularly care whether young Master Moon or Falling Snow believed him or not. It was easy enough for them to believe that Ryu was just lying. And even if they saw the oddities of the facts, and realized he was likely telling the truth, it still didn't matter. Her virginity was intact, and her charm was such that any man would wish to conquer her nonetheless. There were probably plenty of powerhouses out there who would want her even if she was no longer a virgin so long as she still had her primordial een, that is, and even then, there would still be plenty. However, regardless of all of that, for the first time in decades, she truly lost her temper. A powerful aura flared out, her heavenly pupils flickering deep within her eyes. She was going to kill this man herself. The murderous intent of three geniuses spiraled, and to the surprise of many, Serial didn't seem to be inferior in the slightest. In fact, they truly had no idea just how much Serial was holding back. If she was so weak, then maybe she would have already been married. Ryu awoke from his third perspective, a snickering light hidden deep within his eyes. He didn't really care how much Serial hated what he did. Her choice would never be based on love, and whoever kissed her ass the best anyway. It would all be dependent on how valuable he was to her. Once he killed her little lovers and defeated her again, what choice would she have? Lionel stood to his feet, looking toward where the God-grade world was. Now, all he had to do was find a method of entering that world. That world was far too important. There were several high gods in that region, and there was no doubt that the peak Dao gods invested a lot into making sure that it was well protected. It was safe to say that it would be much more difficult now. And unfortunately, his first plan had fallen through. He originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos of killing the middle Dao god of the Fae, distract them with a peak Dao god human emperor, and then find the opportunity he needed to slip in. But now, that was obviously impossible. The Fae had reacted much more calmly than he expected, and now they had apparently brought backup to make this matter even more difficult. Honestly speaking, the more he learned about this situation, the more suicidal it seemed. But this holy world was too important. Not only was it the location of the third and final false shrine he would need to destroy, but it also held the space-time fusion that he would need to absorb in order to finally complete his body realm cultivation method. Ryu sat in silence, his gaze flickering as he thought through several possibilities. But then his eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. Those statues. Interesting. Ryu called out Mei, and she sat in his lap as he finished the last of his thoughts. Finally, he opened his mouth to speak. Chapter 2004 Hypothetically. Are you the only one that was sent to this world? Ryu asked. I'm not sure. Ryu nodded. He already knew that the answer was no. He had a feeling that the portal that the Fae finally finished building was only completed recently, and that meant that they had relied on a dream wraith to do it. Obviously, it wasn't his wife. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be alive and kicking. So that meant it had to be another poor soul. And that was going to be the key. They were using the abilities of the dream wraiths, but the odds that they had full control over it were next to nil. In fact, he was willing to bet that it was 0. Ryu's hands subconsciously squeezed Mei's waist a bit, causing her to blush. Noticing, he looked over with a chuckle. What is it? You're still so shy. Mei looked away, unable to meet the intensity of his eyes. Honestly, she was a bit disappointed. Ryu hadn't even tried to take her to bed in this last while. It almost felt like he was either too occupied with other things or, worse, had already expelled all his desires on others. Oh! Ryu's smile deepened. His hand shifted down from Mei's waist to her ass. Suddenly, he felt that the dress she wore was far too in the way. Ryu looked at Mac intently, who seemed to now want to find a place to bury her head. He reached for her chin, pulling her face to his and kissing her lips. He savored the taste. The sweetness practically flowed like honey, a feeling of intoxication overwhelming him. The feeling of having a woman like her in his arms was undoubtedly the best. He pulled away slowly, looking into her crimson eyes. The various lines of different shades of red seemed to pop. Mei's eyes looked a bit hazy, her head leaning slightly forward as though it wanted more. Ryu smiled, stroking her cheek lightly. It isn't because I'm neglecting you. I'm sorry, but my focus is just elsewhere. After I deal with this, I promise I'll show you a good time. Mei blinked awake after hearing these words. When she realized what she was doing, and how Ryu had read her like an open book, she felt slightly ashamed. Ryu shook his head, pulling her in closer. There's nothing a man loves more than for his wife to desire him. If you weren't like this, I would be disappointed instead. I don't want you to feel ashamed. This is just a problem I have to deal with myself. Mei's gaze flickered with confusion, but after a moment, she slowly nodded. She leaned her head against Ryu again, feeling at peace. What do you need me to do? She asked softly. Her voice had a foundation of gentleness to it, but there was a regal sort of temperament as well. It was enough to make Ryu almost regret not taking her right here and now. Tell me about your abilities as a dream wraith. Let's say, for example, you wanted to establish a path of reincarnation. Could you do it? 1/2. Mei's lips parted before her brows furrowed. It was a bit of a silly question because the answer was obviously no. Even if the dream wraiths could do such a thing, her own cultivation was far too low to even attempt it unless she went to a lower world like Sacrum. But that obviously wasn't the kind of help Ryu needed. But that aside, dream wraiths didn't have such capabilities. Their task was to guide and nothing else. They erased memories, cleansed the soul, and passed them on through the worlds to be randomly selected by another world to be born into. From there, everything else was handled by the heavens. There was a reason the phoenixes were the embodiment of reincarnation and not them. But even the phoenixes didn't have direct say in what happened. In fact, they had little to no involvement at all. Just representing something didn't mean that you were a part of the process. The same way fire dragons didn't appear every time someone defied the heavens and lightning Qilins didn't appear every time someone was facing a tribulation. Ancient beasts were just the heavens' method of refining their laws. By allowing these beasts to carry aspects of their abilities, the various phoenixes of their world could refine and better rebirth, so on and so forth. However, she knew that Ryu would never ask such a stupid question. At the very least, this shouldn't be his actual intention. Ryu smiled. How about manipulating an already existing path of reincarnation? May hesitated again, still not quite knowing what to say. The answer was yes, somewhat. But again, she wasn't powerful enough. But this time, the possibility was at least less remote. The problem was that this world didn't have a normal path of reincarnation to begin with. On the one hand, this was good because there were no other dream wraiths here that could stop her. But on the other hand, the mess that it was would make it impossible for her to do much of anything. It might even be easier to create a new path of reincarnation from scratch, but that was expectedly nigh impossible. Ryu's smile deepened. Now, let's say, hypothetically, someone here already opened up a partial path of reincarnation just so that they could communicate across worlds and transport people to and from them. These people have no idea what they're doing. And now there's this gorgeous, red-eyed, slim-waisted, and proud-busted wife of Ryu Tatsuya who's just waiting here to take it over. What do you think would happen then? Mac's pupils constricted as she suddenly understood something, but then she blushed due to Ryu's praise. Why didn't she remember this man being so unserious sometimes? Ryu's grin widened. His plan was simple. 1659. The foundation had already been laid out by the efforts of the Fae. He just had to work with May to take it over, tweak some things, and throw them into chaos. At that point, they would have no choice but to dance to his tune. February 3rd. Grand Ancestral Bloodlines. Ryu sat in silent meditation with May on his lap. He communed with her primordial Qilin as he held her tight, trying to work out the kinks in his plan. Al seemed confident enough in his explanation, but many of the things he mentioned were simply far easier said than done. This would probably be more difficult than forging his great swordstaffs had been, except back then he could rely on a Tao god's help. But this time it would be difficult for anyone other than Ryu and May to participate. An added person would throw in yet another chaotic variable that was hard to manage. If it came down to it, Ryu could try to commune with Hope's primordial Qilin at the same time in hopes of a better outcome, but whether that would be successful or not was another matter entirely. In the end, he felt that it was best he stay the course like this. But that was just one aspect of the problem. What if he actually succeeded? How exactly would he use this to throw a wrench in the plans of the Fae? That was another variable that needed to be worked out. There were many ways that he could answer this question, but the real goal wasn't just to disrupt them, but also to disrupt them in a way that maximized the benefits he received. Bonus points if he could somehow manage to find a way to lower his odds of dying in the holy world. It wasn't lost on Ryu just how ridiculous what he wanted to do was. Al was planning on entering a world that peak Tao gods all had their eyes on, and somehow he wanted to effect change in it. Enough that he could conquer it. Even with his arrogance, he knew how completely and utterly ridiculous it all was. Even the Fey Tao gods would want his head on a platter, never mind the fact that the location of this god-great holy world was actually in the Chaos Plane, a plane where an entire race of people wanted his head on a pike. And yet, Ryu was the picture of calm. With his beautiful wife in his arms, the delicate fragrance of her hair wafting to his nose from time to time, he felt at peace, and for more reasons than just the machinations of his Tao heart this time. I know what to do. Ryu had comprehended Nether Chi, but since then, he had practically ignored it. This wasn't really by design, nor was it because he had just forgotten about it. Rather, the circumstances took the matter out of his hands. He had been completely focused on his body realm cultivation, but the nether chi he had incorporated into his path was more related to his soul. Whether it was his mental realm or his chi realm, he hadn't placed a very great emphasis on them in the last couple dozen years, so it seemed that he had neglected these things. This was often why cultivators chose to focus far more on one path than another. But obviously, Ryu had no intention of doing such a thing. Nether chi was the embodiment of lowercase chaos, and Ryu felt that it just might be the key to bringing everything together. However, as he was exploring down this lane, he paused. He sensed something stirring deep within his wife, so deep that he could only feel it after his fate. 18 to 55. Affinity was strengthened so many times over. Now, not only had he formed a soul nature, but the mutation to his eyes had strengthened it again, bringing it to an even higher, elevated platform. Dream Azura. Ryu's eyes opened, and his gaze flashed with light. Mei wasn't technically a dream wraith originally. She was a dream Azura. Your clan descended from the dream wraiths and eventually broke off from them. They were forced to return to the nether plane due to Mei's Tao being too strong. They wanted to avoid being hunted down by the higher planes of the true martial world. What Ryu never considered was what differentiated the dream wraiths from the dream Azuras. Of course, he had a rudimentary understanding. For example, dream wraiths were mostly mental realm experts. By comparison, dream Azuras, though they had mental realm aspects as well, also had extremely strong bodies. Well, relatively strong, that is, 1/3. On a macro scale, the dream Azuras were so much weaker than the dream wraiths that the fact they had relatively strong bodies compared to the others of the fifth heaven they once resided on was a worthless tidbit. Ultimately, a dream Azura would lose to a dream wraith 10 out of 10 times without any sort of suspense. This was precisely why Ryu never really cared about the intricate differences. Ultimately, after Mac's fate had been changed thanks to him helping her become a chosen, everything else didn't matter anymore. He thought that she would become among the best of the dream wraiths, and that would be that. But what he hadn't bothered to consider was the fact that the chosen blessings wouldn't just make her a dream wraith outright. Of course, it would enhance her suppressed dream wraith characteristics to a maximum, but would it do anything else? Regardless of the situation, now didn't seem to be the time to think about it, but Ryu was entranced for a very specific reason. Mei's body held the key to what he needed. He only knew how to make use of nether chi in respect to his mental realm, and his body realm cultivation method didn't touch upon its aspects at all, nor had he ever had the desire to look into it. His body realm method was already far too complex as it was. Even now, he didn't have the intention to do it. But what he saw in Mei's body was a bridge that just might connect the two, not for himself but rather, his plan. Chapter 2006 Obvious Answer. Deep within Mei's body was a body realm potential that was still waiting to burst through. It had to be remembered that the dream Azuras weren't just descendants of the dream wraiths. Mac, in particular, had the blood of fire giants and Eilorn devils within her. Together, this gave her both astonishing flame control abilities and a powerful body that had mostly been suppressed by her dream wraith characteristics because it was the most prominent of her bloodlines. However, they were still there. It was this horned devil bloodline that was the most intriguing. Horned devils were pure monsters of power. Their bodies held a shocking amount of strength, and their bloodlines held the secret to turning nether chi from a useful mental realm booster to a body realm one. Once again, this wasn't for the sake of Ryu himself, but why this was so important was because a cycle of reincarnation would be incomplete without all three pillars of cultivation, and that was where the fire giants came into play. If the dream wraiths were the pillar of the mental realm, and the horned devils were the pillar of the body realm, then what were the fire giants if not the pillar of the chi realm? Ryu felt that Mac had a truly profound path within herself that she was neglecting, but right now he didn't have the time to guide her. He could only allow her to sense it all passively through what he was going to do next. The two slipped into an odd state. Much like Ryu could communicate with and enter the chaos plane as he pleased thanks to his chaotic silk meridians, and the fairies and Tay could do the same with the ethereal plane, the dream wraiths could do the same with the nether plane, or in this regard, the incomplete path of reincarnation. Ryu felt the connection immediately, but he kept it subtle, not pressing the issue just yet. So long as he did this, the odds that the Fae would sense him were next to nothing. He took his time to familiarize himself with the incomplete path, and he found it to be almost surreal in a way. In his mind's eye, there was nothing but a long tunnel that seemed to extend to everywhere. And yet, nowhere at the same time. This feeling gave the impression that it could connect with anywhere at any time. A normal person would just see a foggy road built of clouds that extended toward a light in the distance, the so-called light at the end of the road. But Ryu saw an endless den of runes and patterns so complex it made his head spin. By now, his mental capacity was at a level that could rival some of the weakest Tao gods, and yet he still felt completely overwhelmed. It was shocking, indeed. But that was why he took his time. In fact, he took an entire year, just sitting there in silence, feeling it out with his wife in his arms. In this year, May seemed to have also subtly grasped something, and those hidden seedlings within her began to stir. Before, she was disappointed that she hadn't been able to break into the Lord realm. But now, she was thankful she hadn't. Wouldn't this have meant that she had lost out on her best potential otherwise? This road, it represents potential, hope, chaos. Chaos is the spark that's needed to trigger life. He could remember every single one of his reincarnations, enough to know that not a single one of his lives could be easily mapped onto another. Every time he was likely a completely different person. No, he was a completely different person. So much so that after he got over the fact, they didn't even feel like him at all. Seeing this winding chaos before him, Ryu understood it. Lowercase chaos was all about randomness within order. 3 variables alone were already impossible for normal people to track. For was a nightmare, but how many variables were involved in the life of a person? What about if you restricted it to just their birth alone? It was this tunnel of chaos that could throw these random assortments of variables together and decide the starting point of a person's life. When manipulated in the right way, it could instantly allow people from countless worlds away to appear here. But why was that? According to the quantum laws of the world, there was nothing scientifically impossible about an atom that made up your body suddenly vanishing and appearing countless light years away. The reason why entire humans weren't disappearing every day was that the odds of all the atoms in your body doing that at the same time were so infinitesimally small that it might as well be a 0 chance to begin with. However, this road was able to direct this chaotic probability, which was precisely how it allowed such instantaneous teleportation without a care for time and space. And it was precisely this directing of chaos that was so powerful. If it could allow a Tao god to suddenly cross from their world to this one, what other spontaneous changes could it force with the right sort of delicate hand? Ryu had a few ideas. What about randomly teleporting a few ancient beasts here for some chaos? Maybe a sprinkle of changes to the holy world to trap some people instead, and keep others out, and maybe a dash of subterfuge for a cherry on top. Ryu had a ton of ideas, but how many of them could he actually execute? His stamina was limited, but he was the only one with the mental capacity and comprehension necessary to act. He needed to find just one action that would completely flip the tables. The problem was that he already had the exact answer he needed. It was just that he didn't know if this was really the path he wanted to take just yet. Was this how he wanted to end it? The answer was obvious. Set Ailsa free.
Chapter 2007 Just die.
Ryu sat in silence. It was a tale as old as time. A man's fight with his own ego. The truth was that if Ryu was the one to set Ailsa free, he won no matter what. She would be relying on him as always the way he felt like things should be. However, it wasn't the perfect win he wanted. He could already manage what would happen. The moment Ailsa was set free, everything would be over. There was no one here that was a match for her, he knew that. It didn't even matter that she was outnumbered by so many. Ryu knew that not only would she win, she would make it look easy. At that point, his efforts would seem pale by comparison. It definitely wasn't the perfect victory he thought it would be, and definitely far from the perfect ending he was looking for. On the other hand, he could choose another option. He could take the much tougher road and only release her at the end. When that time came, there would be no room for doubt who was superior. Ryu chuckled. Since when did I care so much about what others thought? He never did, never had. He hated to explain himself. But here he was wringing his hands and brain trying to squeeze out a perfect idea so that he could one-up his own wife. He could consider himself to be a petty, hypocritical man, but that was only when things were in line with his heart and his mind. But this wasn't in line with his mind and his heart. The difference was clear to him. He had been willing to target the God-grade holy world instead of an easier spacetime world because the burden would be on his shoulders. No one would suffer other than himself. However, trying to extend this problem just because wouldn't just be making himself suffer anymore, it would be causing extra suffering to Elsa. And at that point, what sort of husband would he be? Even if he wasn't in a state where he would happily call Elsa his wife, he couldn't deny himself his love for her. If he was willing to do this, then he probably wouldn't even be a man any longer. Ryu shook his head and chuckled. He didn't need a technical victory. Regardless, he would one day defeat her with his own hands. It was fine if that day wasn't today. Ryu's heart settled down and a stoic sort of calmness returned to him. Deep within a familiar world, Elsa's eyes suddenly snapped open. She hurried to stand, her eyes opened wide. Her cherry lips parted and she shouted out, "No!" It was too late. She didn't even know why she was screaming out. Or, rather, she only had a vague subconscious understanding, one that her subconscious couldn't or didn't want to acknowledge. And it made sense that she wouldn't. After all, the fact Ryu made such a choice meant that she had shifted in his mind. She was in the same category of people he couldn't be bothered to explain himself to. The only reason he had even thought about doing something so petty was that he actually cared what Elsa thought. She was in his heart in ways others couldn't fathom. A life partner had a bond with another that simply couldn't be described and could only be understood by the two of them. Even Elsa, who thought she had already been prepared for this result, couldn't help but react like this not just once, but twice. The first time she had such an outburst was when Ryu threatened divorce and then directly ignored her. And the second time was now. Somehow, this one decision, one that should have brought them closer, actually made them feel much further apart instead. Beads of sweat fell from Ryu's brows, but his expression was peaceful. He held his wife in his arms, not tiring of her presence even as the years ticked away. The chaos in the world didn't seem to have anything to do with him at all. All the probes of the Fae and Fiends against the human emperor all ended in failure as the man only seemed to grow stronger. None were willing to invest their peak Tao gods, and because of that, failure was the only option forward. The gears of war churned, and soon the years became decades. Ryu continued to sit in silence, and by now Hope, Selhira, and Eska were by his side as well. It was almost like they had felt how good his mood was and felt that it was only natural that they should be by his side. Soon, it had been almost 70 years since Ryu had entered this world, and the war of Fae and Fiends seemed to be about to boil over. It was then that a crack echoed across the world. Elsa sat in silence, tears streaking down her face. Her golden hair spread across the ground around her, fanning out like a gorgeous fan. Beneath her tears, her irises seemed more crimson than ever before. As the last of her shackles were shredded apart, her fury seemed to pierce toward the skies. Her aura made that of a peak Tao god seem like nothing more than a joke. One side of her seemed wreathed in a bright gold so shocking it almost looked white. On the other, there was a dark gold so deep it almost looked black. Her tears fell faster, but her fury rose with even greater speed. She had lost count of the number of years she had spent suppressed here. And now, her mood was particularly bad. So bad she couldn't even quite put it into words. You all should just die. She didn't even bother to dead in. Her Hattie in it vanished and Von Che neared high in the chine. She didn't even bother to get up. Her body just vanished, and soon, she appeared high in the skies. Her hair still spread around her, forming a sun in the skies as portals of darkness and light appeared one after another. Chapter 2008 My Beautiful Elsa. Everyone in the God-grade realm looked up. One would have thought that they would see something special in this world, but there was nothing special at all. Instead, it looked like a completely normal world. It had trees, it had a sky, running water. If one stepped in from the outside, it would be hard to tell that there was anything special about it at all. At that moment, a laughter came from the distance. My beautiful Elsa, you've finally made another appearance after all this time. Come to spar with me again? A family voice echoed through the land. A fiendish man stood in the far-off distance, facing off against the palace that Ailsa hung above. This was the very same man who Ryu had tuned out the first time he saw Ailsa, thanks to his master. He had the tongue of a venomous snake, and every other word he spewed was a disgusting, grotesque hodgepodge of the foulest things one could think of. And now he seemed to be provoking Ailsa again. In all these years, Ailsa had never stepped outside the bounds of her palace. Others thought that this was because she had to rely on the palace's formations to act, not realizing that the activation of the formations did nothing more than suppress her time and time again. She couldn't even access her real abilities and was mostly limited to directing her people. Of course, she was very good at the latter as a cultist fairy with a deep understanding of the formations of the world and feng shui especially. However, it had never been enough to harm the fiend. The fiend man stood like a brutish orc. Rather than an element, it looked as though his limbs were made of blood. Deep scars ran across his body, but each one bubbled with blood that seemed to dive into a world hidden in an abyss within. However, as the man's laughter echoed, his expression suddenly changed. From one of the black holes that manifested, a hand that encompassed the skies began to squeeze its way out. What is that? How can you have that? What is that? The fiend's incoherent garbled mess of words didn't seem to make any sense, almost like he was going back and forth between knowing and understanding what he was seeing, and not. Chains rattled, and a blue-skinned arm boomed against the ground, leaving a handprint that would look far more like a valley from a normal-sized person's point of view. Out from one of the white portals, a single feather bloomed. Gorgeous and delicate, it began to form out a path that a swan soon flew out onto. One after another, creatures of the dark and beautiful goddesses of the light began to manifest. The number only seemed to be increasing. At first it was just a handful, a number that could be counted with just one's eyes. But as Ailsa seemed to only grow more infuriated, the number continued to increase. From a handful to dozens, from dozens to thousands, from thousands to tens of thousands, and the problem was, each and every single one of them had an aura that made the peak Dao God fiend want to fall to his knees. In fact, he might have already if it wasn't for the last shred of strength in his Dao heart keeping him upright. At that moment, he realized that he had never known the true limits of strength of this woman. If she wanted to raise this world to the ground, she didn't even have to lift her finger personally. Why could she, with an army of thousands of beyond peak Dao gods at her beck and call? Destruction rained down. However, Ailsa had already disappeared. She stepped out of the holy world of her own volition as though it was a single glance away. She looked down at the world that had bound her for so long, and the skies shook. Large numbers of powerhouses all turned toward her. And yet, she just forced open more portals. Thousands of beyond peak Dao gods? That was a joke. The scale she worked on wasn't something these people could fathom. Tens of thousands? Hundreds? More like millions. If she was pissed off enough, she just might release them all. Her jaw set, her gloomy gaze looking off toward a certain direction. Ryu gently laid hope beneath him, his lips pressed against hers. His hips pushed forward, and he felt her grip around him tighten. In those moments, he didn't seem to have a care for what was going on in the world around him. His wives lay around, and since he had promised them a good time, he would give them exactly that. However, first he was going to have to get Hope used to his flow of things. She pulled back from his kiss, covering her face with two hands as though she couldn't handle the embarrassment at all. However, there was simply nowhere to hide. Suddenly, she felt a grip on her wrists before they were pulled apart. She thought that it was Ryu, only to find a pair of large breasts swaying above her face. She was speechless to find that it was actually the gentle Selhira who had taken such charge. However, before she could see anything, she could see the light of lust practically spilling over in Selhira's eyes. Hope was speechless for a moment, but for some reason, that gaze made her feel a heat swelling up inside of her. And then Ryu thrust again. Her body shook as the pleasure hit her in waves. It wasn't long before she was practically screaming at the top of her lungs. Ryu's mind worked at full capacity, taking all of his women into his arms, sometimes one by one, sometimes at the same time. He swapped between his member, his tongue, and his fingers with shocking fluidity. One might have even thought he was executing some sort of technique. All the while, the world outside fell into chaos. Chapter 2009, is that so? The chaos of the world didn't seem to have anything to do with Ryu. He enjoyed the body of his wives with a certain peace of mind that couldn't be described in just a few words. Their delicate waists, their soft lips, the moistness of their folds. He indulged in a way that he hadn't in decades, as though he had forgotten just how much he enjoyed their touch and feel. The outpouring of their souls caused them to connect one after another, and they gained a sense of comprehension for fate and the mysteries it worked with. Ryu had just spent decades comprehending the path of reincarnation and how it allowed such instantaneous travel, ignoring restrictions and making time seem like nothing more than a figment of one's imagination. It was a profound application of fate that relied on chaos. The game of choice that was life, the manipulation of the fundamental variables of the world. The series of complex changes was enough to make one's head spin, and yet they felt like clay putty in Ryu's palms. It was hard to pin down exactly what the path of reincarnation did, and how it was able to fix everything. It felt like a blanket solution, but the truth was that it wasn't exactly like that. What was the purpose of the path of reincarnation? The key to everything was this. The Fae only wanted to use the simplest function, that being the capability of instantaneous travel across existence. Although there were much deeper levels to it, Ryu didn't need to touch upon them either. Just this level alone, should he remain a transcended for the rest of his time, would take a lifetime for him to tease apart and comprehend. To make a complicated matter simple, all Ryu had really done was use the path of reincarnation to allow Ailsa to shift out of her bindings. The moment her restrictions lost hold of their target, they shattered, and she was able to slip away. And now that she was free, she was able to unleash a carnage and pent-up fury that had been stifling her chest for a very long time. Tao God Shai felt like there was a hand pierced through his chest, squeezing down on his heart. It didn't matter what level Tao God you were, or where you were located in this world. So long as you were in this real or chaos plane, you could feel it, the sheer gap between her and everyone else. It felt hard to fathom that a Tao God could even have this power. In fact, it was hard to imagine that even one of her summons could have this strength. Ailsa stood high in the air, her golden hair fluttering and her crimson eyes piercing through everything. It was as though there wasn't a single location in the world that was anything more than a single step away from her. Whether it was fiends or fae, they all died in droves. It was a genocide on a scale that even these cultivators, who had grown up bathing in blood, simply couldn't wrap their heads around. And the worst part was that it was completely unnecessary. She could have just summoned one. If she felt like she was on a time crunch, summoning a dozen or so would have been enough. There was simply no need for her to summon thousands like she did. And even now, she didn't seem satisfied in the slightest. It was like the world owed her something as she unleashed her destruction. Ailsa waved a hand, and the false shrine that had been stored away in the God-grade world rose to her palm. It radiated with a blinding light, but it didn't seem to have a particular affinity to it like the others did. If one didn't know better, it would be easy to mistake it for a normal lighthouse used to guide mortals in the night instead of such a powerful treasure. However, it was probably one of the most valuable false shrines in existence, and it was certainly something that couldn't be easily destroyed. Yet, Ailsa barely tapped it. Bang! The rainbow wall shuddered and then practically accelerated backward. In droves, holy worlds that had been under the control of the Chaos Plane were transferred back to the real plane, and the advantage the fiends had in the war was reversed all at once. Fiends that were stuck in an in-between state found themselves suppressed, having suddenly gone from thinking themselves to be in the Chaos Plane to being stuck in the real plane all of a sudden. But this was only the surface issue. The retreat of the Chaos Plane was only one factor, and even more shocking was the fact that now, crossing between the real and Chaos Planes wasn't nearly so easy. The ease of doing this crossing was nothing more than an illusion allowed by the formation of false shrines. But now that they had lost 3 of their cores, this formation couldn't be used so easily any longer. As such, it was no longer so easy to cross this barrier. The only ones that could do it now were supreme experts or someone with chaotic silk meridians. Suddenly, the real plane had taken complete control of the situation. Or rather, Elsa had. She was a one-woman wrecking ball, and everywhere her summons appeared, they killed with impunity. Blood flowed in rivers until she appeared high above the location of the Sun and Moon clans. The region looked straight out of a painting, a wall of blue cold and red-hot forming swirling colors in the air, as their auras clashed, and yet remained in an odd balance with one another. At that moment, several powerful, but solemn auras shot into the skies. Whether it was the Moon or Sun clans, they both had 3 peak Tao gods each. And at this point, it was simply impossible for them not to appear. Tao God Light Ray.
Tao God Sparkling Dan. Tao God Erupting Pulse.
Tao God Frosted Edge. Tao God Blue Moon's Radiance.
Tao God Silent Chill.
No matter which of them it was, their names could cause the world to shudder in terror. These were peak Tao gods, the overlord existences of the real plane. There were only 7 such existences in total on the real plane, at least in the eyes of the public. And an entire 6 of them were concentrated in the hands of the Fae. However, not a single one of them could do anything but show a solemn expression in the face of Elsa. They couldn't even muster up any hard words to speak, even if for no other reason than to save face. It was like they were cats with their tails firmly clamped down. They didn't dare to move or even speak for fear that the pain constricting their limbs would only increase. For some, their fists were even trembling within their robes, the solemnity between their brows deep. However, this sort of stalemate could only last for so long, especially when Elsa raised her hand and seemed to be about to attack without a single word. In the end, it was Tao God Silent Chill who forced himself to speak first. He was the most slender and unassuming of the peak Tao gods present, and his voice had a gentleness to it that could have almost made one mistake him for a woman in the right context. Tao God Tatsuya, I can understand if you're angry, but do keep in mind how all of this began in the first place. Killing us will do you no good. We've been aware for a long time that we are no match for you. Elsa's hand didn't lower, but to their surprise, she actually spoke. Is that so? You've been aware? Are you sure about that? Tao God Silent Chill wanted to speak again, only for his eyes to widen in terror when he noticed that his lower half had suddenly vanished. He had no idea how it had happened. He hadn't even felt any pain at all. Somehow, the fact that there was no pain made it all the more horrifying, especially as slow droplets of blood began to tick and drip down, falling toward the ground in heavy thuds. The blood of a Tao god couldn't be shed so easily, and yet here it was, falling down to the ground, causing rivers to flow with a single drop and forming valleys with a single collision. Tao God Silent Chill trembled from head to toe. I don't remember the posture of people who knew they were beneath me at all. Why is that? Elsa asked lightly. Her tone was filled with an edge of darkness, one so cold they almost felt like they had lost control of their bodies to shivering. The constant feeling of a knife twisting into her chest and gut made her more and more infuriated with every second that ticked by. Chapter 2010 Cultists and Kabus. She would never speak so many words to enemies, and she would never bother to say so much to people that she didn't give a damn about. She was Ryu's life partner, his mirror image. She might have been patient with him in the past, but she hadn't even gone to see her own parents in all these years despite having had the power to do so. All because they had slighted her. How could she ever spare the time for these people? But right now, she was agitated in ways that she couldn't quite describe properly. The Ruin Master Guild is filled with nothing but scheming cowards. If not for the actions of the Griffins that day, do you believe that even they would be able to trap me? And yet, you yourselves, knowing what happened, still dared to test my patience time and time again? What were you banking on, exactly? Your little hidden trump cards? Where are they now? Why do you think they haven't appeared yet? The 6 Tao gods froze, their bodies trembling from head to toe. Indeed, this was what they were hoping for. But not a single one of them had appeared just yet, and they could guess why. It seemed that even those hidden experts of their clans felt wholly inferior to this woman before them. At that moment, their gazes slowly shifted as they heard rattling chains. They looked over to find a peak Dao god fiend they had always been wary of in a half-dead state. His eyes had been dug out, his lower half had been castrated, his tongue had been ripped out, violet centipedes crawled in and out of the crevices of his body, and if it wasn't for the slight moans of pain that came from him from time to time, one would have thought that he was already long dead. Looking at him, it was like they could see their futures reflected before them now. They were mighty peak Dao gods. They had already long refined their Dao hearts to the point that even if existence collapsed, they wouldn't even blink. But right now, they were shivering like children. The problem wasn't that Ailsa was scarier than the end of the world. It was instead that her Dao heart was so much more powerful than theirs that their own had been suppressed into the ground. At this moment, they might as well have only just stepped onto the path of cultivation. Their bodies were completely out of their control. I'm sure that while you're waiting for your hidden experts to act, they're waiting for the Ruin Master Guild to act. But they don't know that the Ruin Master Guild also fears me, so they will likely wait for one of their higher branches to act. Or maybe they'll call the Holy Griffin clan here once again in hopes of seeing a repeat of the past. One after another, you who claim to stand above me, are hoping for someone else to do what you cannot yourselves. So I'll ask you again. I don't remember the posture of people who knew they were beneath me at all. Why is that? Who gave you the guts? Her voice suddenly roared out like a clap of thunder, shredding Dao God's silent chill to minced meat. The other 5 Dao gods felt their hearts leap into their throats. A peak Dao god had died just like that? Stay your hand. A rumbling voice came from the depths of the Sun clan, and soon, it looked as though a real sun was rising into the skies. A man hidden in a gaseous ball of sputtering chi appeared. The peak Dao gods of the Sun clan felt themselves relax a bit when this man appeared. Dao God's smoldering star. His aura seemed to melt chi itself, smoldering it and refining it into a mesh of energy that forged the gaseous aura surging around him now. Who are you to speak to me? Silence. The echoes of Dao God's smoldering star's words were suppressed by the world until there was nothing left at all. Then his gaseous fire was snuffed out. The man froze in the skies. All the 5 peak Dao gods had time to see where the ashy remains of his corpse before it shattered and then flew off into the wind. Cold sweat matted their backs. Ailsa's power was simply in a realm they didn't understand. None of her summons had even attacked. She only spoke, and the world seemed to obey. This level of god control made them look like children. They didn't even have the right to breathe in her presence. If not for the fact she seemed to be venting something, or maybe just trying to bait out something she could truly vent on, they would likely already be dead. However, she seemed to notice this as well. She looked at the scattering ash in the wind, her gaze somewhat dull for a moment. It was only now that the Dao gods dared to even look her in the face, only for them to see a scene they never thought they would. Tears. They didn't know what could possibly make such a powerful woman cry, and yet that was exactly what she was doing. The droplets fell silently, and seemingly fed up by something, Ailsa just waved a hand. The 5 Dao gods didn't even have a chance to retreat or even feel pain before they were scattered into the wind as well. Ailsa stood in silence, staring up into the skies as the moon and sun clans were razed to the ground. She already knew that Dao God's smoldering star was just a distraction. The rest had likely already entered deep into the protective formations. The Fae weren't so easy to deal with, or else she wouldn't have ended up in such a situation in the first place. She had let them go honestly. It didn't make a difference to her whether they died or not, because unless she could uproot them by their very foundations, killing these ants wouldn't even be enough to abate even the smallest bit of her anger. It was hard to tell how long she stood there. Probably weeks. By now, her summons had already raised most of the world to the ground, and the Ruin Master Guild was slow to react, once again thanks to Ryu. For one, the path they used to get here was now under Ryu's control. And second, he had dealt them a great blow the last time they were here, something that somebody was still paying for. However, Ailsa knew that this wouldn't stop them forever. This world was too important for them to give up indefinitely. They would definitely come, and they would come with a great amount of force and power. She closed her eyes as her tears finally seemed to run dry. The streaks were torn apart by her aura until there was nothing left but a flawless face and equally flawless skin. However, the red of her eyes seemed deeper than ever, churning with a deathly, murderous intent. "Come," she said lightly. All of her summons flashed from across the world. This wasn't her going all out even nearly. Ailsa wasn't just a cultist fairy. She was also a Kabus Fakrik. Both of her lineages ran through her veins, and very few people understood just how powerful this sort of synergy was. On the one hand, she was the ultimate nurturer, an existence the likes of which could help even the weakest talent reach the realms of Tao God. And on the other, she had command over life and death. At the same time, she had forged her own path of necromancy. Her summons weren't just some of the rarest demons across time and space demon kings, demon emperors, but she also had summons from the heavenly plane. There was no doubt that had pissed off quite a few people, and maybe that was why she was targeted to such a great degree. However, there was a flap that came behind her. A dove with beauty beyond words shrank down and landed on her shoulder. "I'll kill my way back there eventually," Ailsa said lightly, stroking the dove's head. Gently, "but for now." The skies suddenly shattered apart. Thousands of vessels and millions of powerhouses bore down from above. In a far-off corner, there was a familiar cloaked man who stood in complete silence. The portals around Ailsa trembled once before they doubled, and then tripled. A blue-skinned demon raised a bow and fired. Choo! Cut through the skies so fast sound couldn't hope to keep up. Ailsa watched silently as a ship was split in two, erupting into a rain of fire all before the destructive wave. And cacophonic boom echoed through the world. Her cherry lips parted slightly. Kill. All at once, her summons shot into the air, a murderous intent piercing the skies.
Chapter 2011 Impossible.
Several cloaked figures filled the skies. Many of their faces were hidden, as though they were trying to hide their identities from the heavens themselves. All one could tell was that some were vaguely men, others were vaguely women, and others weren't the normal form of humanoids at all, making it difficult to tell anything much other than the fact they were living, breathing creatures that held a power that made the world weep. And weep it did. The skies opened up, and raindrops of golden red fell from the heavens. One would have thought that a Tao Lord of great rapport had just died. But this was nothing more than a precursor. Even when Ailsa went on her earlier killing spree, it was like the world had been too fearful to show its dissatisfaction. But now it had truly reached its breaking point. It didn't dare to show its fury, but instead, it displayed its sadness. The potential of the world poured out in waves. Tao Goddess Tatsuya, it seems that you still haven't learned your lesson. This tale will end the same way it had all those years ago. Ailsa stared off into the distance, her gaze still somewhat unfocused. She didn't seem to hear the voice, and she cared even less to figure out exactly who it was that had spoken. These people were still not the ones she wanted to kill. Maybe to the other experts of the world, they were shocking existences that could overturn worlds and even make them weep like this one. But to Ailsa, it didn't matter how many of them there were. None of the people she would actually have to take seriously had come this time around. At least none of them were here yet. Attacks suddenly rained down from the skies above, and the world seemed like it was going to break apart at the seams. Ailsa didn't move in the slightest, her white robes fluttering in the air. Her hair was like a golden waterfall, her crimson gaze so red that it seemed to reflect a blood moon. Her summons acted on their own, beginning a battle at a scale that could only be described as an all-out war. And yet, this war was being fought by one woman against one of the most powerful organizations across the entirety of existence. And yet, she seemed distracted. As the Tao gods above fell one after another, she only lightly took a step forward after a long while. A ripple of gold spread out from under her feet, quickly forming an 8-trigram diagram that seemed to want to swallow up the entire sky. Behind her, a certain fiend was still violently convulsing beneath the torture he was experiencing. No matter how sharp his tongue in the past, it had been dulled down to nothing more than a nub, both figuratively and literally. If one had seen him before, you would have noticed that Ailsa had slowly ground it down with sandpaper, ignoring the shrieks and cries of pain until there was no tongue left to speak of. Wouldn't just cutting it off have been far too crazy? Elsa reached out a hand, and the stream of life and death seemed to ripple. At that moment, the energies of the world converged, and even the slightest injuries on her summons were healed in an instant. Those that had fallen in battle were directly resurrected. And as though that wasn't enough, their strength seemed to take another step forward.
Impossible.
The voice that had spoken earlier couldn't help but call out once again. Elsa's strength seemed to be on an entirely different level, one that couldn't be described in just a few words. It felt like everything in the world was truly resting in the palm of her hands. Doom, doom, doom. The heartbeat of the world grew erratic as it was constantly being pushed beyond its limits. The echo of the voice was suddenly snuffed out. Elsa wasn't even really paying attention, but it seemed that he ended up dying in the rain of attacks. She couldn't be bothered to figure out who exactly was speaking. By now, her tears had dried into sparkling trails along her delicate cheeks. From a distance, it looked as though they were a line of crystal droplets, shining and shimmering along with her beauty. The redness of her eyes seemed to have settled down to the greatest extent. They were so red now that even a blood moon could not compare, feeling like the slightest poke could trigger a rain of crimson to bestow the world with the very same frustration and fury that she was feeling. The split in the skies didn't vanish even as the ships came crashing down. Elsa stood in the midst of the carnage, her robes fluttering along with her hair. The meteor showers fell around her in droves, and yet no matter how loud the explosions or how great the destruction, her expression didn't so much as change. Finally, she seemed to have sensed what she wanted. Looking up into the skies, another ship appeared, this one so large that it rivaled the size of the world itself. On its helm were more black figures, and if Ryu was here, he would certainly recognize one of them. That was because offset to the side was the very same member of the Ruin Master Guild that he had faced off against all those decades ago now. Lam. His Dao title was unknown, and he went by this simple name. However, it wasn't I am who spoke first. It was the vague form of a man with a tall stature and a momentum that could seem to rival even Elsa's. Yet, with his appearance, Elsa's reaction was just as indifferent. Dao Goddess Tatsuya, it seems that you have grown a great deal stronger. I am somewhat curious how you managed to accomplish that. Curious? Elsa said softly, almost as though speaking to herself. It's simple. My husband grew stronger, so I did as well. Chapter 2012 Send. The man fell into silence. He had no idea what Elsa was talking about. Maybe for even him, the circumstances surrounding Elsa and Ryu were things that he couldn't accept. Doing so would require accepting that one of the fundamental laws of reality could be bent and twisted. However, the outcome was to be expected. If Ryu's cultivation could hold her back, its improvement could likewise loosen the restrictions on her as well. After being forcefully sent back in time, she had had more than 99% of her strength sealed away because a piece of her was with a man who had yet to even be born. By the time it was undone, she had to wait as Ryu's strength began to grow. But when the timelines converged and her younger self met Ryu, her power was restricted even further as though the two could not control the same fate. She lost access to her spiritual foundation and practically all of her strength aside from preparations she made in advance. It was only after her younger self got sent back in time once more that the restrictions on her were lifted and she could finally cultivate normally again, but that still left the problem of her primordial Qilin. Ryu's will was shockingly powerful, so much so that it was difficult to put into words. Or more accurately, his Dao heart was. It had to be remembered that Mei's primordial Qilin was once a danger to Ryu because the primordial Qilins of Dream Azuras were known to swallow up the minds of greedy husbands. Due to this, Dream Azura men only dared to marry more than one woman when they had absolute strength. Without this absolute strength, they would just be sending themselves to die in gruesome fashion. However, around the same time Ryu gained Mei's primordial Qilin, before it could take action against him, he also unsealed his original Dao heart. As such, the coming pressure that would have formed didn't get a chance to before it was ruthlessly suppressed. By the same token, the sudden spike in power of Elsa's primordial Qilin should have put Ryu in an even worse situation than that. However, it didn't even get a chance to spike in power at all. She had been ruthlessly suppressed time and time again. one might not understand just how this was possible. After all, a primordial Qilin should have no direct impact on cultivation. Well, other than the most important, faith, women of esteemed families, sects, and clans were highly protected because their primordial Qilins were the gateways to a well of secrets and their very fate and faith themselves. When you held a woman's primordial Qilin, should you be able to withstand its strength, it meant access to a well of information about their bloodlines, their talents, and controlled one of the most powerful aspects of their fate. The higher in cultivation you were, the more important the ties of karma became. There was a reason that even Primus wanted to make certain that his karmic ties were dealt with before he entered the Tao God realm. He even went as far as offending the martial gods for this purpose. Of course, as Ryu's great-grandfather, maybe he should have been willing to do so anyway. But who knew what that man was thinking? This was all to say that it wasn't necessarily Ailsa's cultivation itself that was being restricted, but rather her freedom to use it. It could be said that the reason Ailsa faced suppression at every turn was that she was unable to use the full extent of her cultivation. And though she was still unable to now, Ryu had undergone a great number of changes. Not only had his body entered the Lord Realm, but he had also unlocked a fate soul nature. Due to this, Ryu's fate was no longer as strongly tied to his cultivation realm and instead had far more room to maneuver. This allowed Ailsa's primordial Qilin far more freedom by extension, and ultimately, while it made her enemies feel as though she had grown several times more powerful, the truth was that she was just finally using the power she had always had. In fact, they were right in part. After all these years of being trapped, she had grown stronger. The ceiling of her strength had increased because at her stage of cultivation, there was only so much that absorbing qi could do for her. She was at a stage now where she stood at the pinnacle of cultivation itself. Her comprehension, means, techniques, and Tao were all far more important than anything else. These people simply couldn't understand the heights that she had reached. She slowly raised a hand, delicate white gold and dark gold lights swirling around her. Tao God Radiant Compass stood in silence, but he could feel all the hairs on his body slowly rising to a point. It seemed that even now, he had still underestimated Ailsa. This battle wouldn't be so easy to complete. As Ailsa's aura accumulated, he made several calculations in his mind. This world couldn't be given up on. It was too important to their plans. And Ailsa being free was also a problem. She was unruly, didn't listen to anyone, and she didn't seem to have anyone that could be used against her. Her mention of a husband was the first he had ever heard of it. He did not expect such a prideful woman to have a husband, but by the same token, any man it was would also be very difficult to deal with. However, why hadn't he done anything while Ailsa was locked? Tao God Radiant Compass eyes suddenly narrowed. Ailsa's escape was a complete anomaly. It happened without warning and they couldn't even react to it. Could it be that her husband was the one to set her free? If that was the case, this man was far more dangerous than they knew. Send in the others, Tao God Radiant Compass said. We will stop her here. First priority is to kill the chaotic Silk Meridian youth. Chapter 2013 Single Arm. Ryu sat in silent meditation, his aura fluctuating. The feeling of cultivating with his full strength would never not be intoxicating. The ability to access an entire plane of energy whenever he wanted to was the kind of thing that others could only dream of. Ryu's slow cultivation speed was only a product of two things. The first was that he was greedy. He always felt like his Tao could continue to break through, and he was never truly satisfied with it. And time proved him to be correct. He had already shattered the ceiling of his Tao several times, and he felt that there was still more room to improve before he entered the Lord Realm. As such, he was never too eager to progress. In fact, in these recent years, his Qi realm cultivation had only progressed passively as his comprehension of his Tao deepened. And now, Ili's aura surged once again, and he crossed the final barrier of the transcended realm, entering the omniscient realm. A deep, dark energy of sparkling black silvers, black golds, and black violets swirled around him. He felt at peace. With his wives laying around him, he felt like he had everything in the world that a man could possibly want, except for one thing. He wasn't at the top of existence yet. That yearning deep within his heart, to be the very best of the best, was still sitting in his depths. And no matter what else he gained, he wouldn't be satisfied until he could claim it all for himself. Ryu opened his eyes, slowly standing as his aura continued to skyrocket around him. With a step, he appeared outside of his inner world and outside of the human domain. He didn't even look up into the skies despite all the destruction around him. It was almost as though he was only at his most peaceful state when the world was in chaos, much like this. He reached out a palm, and space churned beneath his might. Slowly, he was starting to get a deeper picture of what it really meant to have royal control. He didn't believe that there were large, fundamental differences between Lord control, sovereign control, and God control. Putting them under the same umbrella just felt only natural. However, he still felt like he was missing something quite profound. His figure flashed again. When he appeared once more, he was nearer the core of the chaos. He turned his head and found Elsa standing in the middle of battle. He knew that she was aware that he was here despite the fact millions of miles separated the two of them. But this one look from him was enough before he looked away. There, in the distance, was the God-grade world that he was looking for. He raised a foot to approach it, but halfway through his action he stopped, slowly lowering his foot. Bang! 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 Several powerful auras appeared around him. One attacked without saying a word, but Ryu only lightly drew a finger across the skies. The sharpness hidden in the laws of the world flared, and suddenly, the figure that attacked him froze. The figure shuddered in the air before falling from the skies in two halves. The tattoo of a golden great sword staff trembled on Ryu's forearm before settling down into a state of calm once more. Special runes began to float around the world as Ryu's child of order and chaos constitutions came together. The control he had over the world skyrocketed as he drew another line through the air. The figures that surrounded him shuddered once before they fell from the skies in two pieces. Blood rained along with the falling meteors in the skies. Lords fell like cattle, unable to even put up a fight before they were crushed. Ryu took a step but ended up canceling his teleportation halfway, only making it part of the way to his desired location as several more figures appeared. This time, they were a mix of individuals he recognized and ones that he didn't. There was Kira, the ancient sinew-bone structure wielder. Adlil, a descendant of the martial gods who had quite a few bones to pick with them and even more to pick with Ryu. Then there was the young woman with 3 pupils. Last time he had seen them, their auras hadn't been nearly so powerful. But the last time he saw them was also over 70 years ago. Each one was already in the Lord realm and radiating the auras of their own paths. "He's mine," Kira growled. The last time they fought, he was humiliated because of the holy world state of chaos. He wouldn't allow that to happen again, though. He had an odd definition of humiliation. After all, he had forced Ryu back, and then the latter left to escape instead of finding a path to kill him because it wasn't worth the effort when he would win anyway. Surprisingly, though, Adlil, who should have the most grievances with Ryu, said nothing. It was as though he was willing to wait it out. Compared to the last time where he lost his temper the moment he saw Ryu, he was completely calm this time. He didn't even try to stop Kira at all, as though he didn't mind if he was the one to kill Ryu. But Kira, likewise, wasn't standing around waiting for Adlil's approval either. He let out a howl that sounded as though it had truly come from the maw of a beast. He took a step, and the space beneath his feet shattered. In an instant, a claw had appeared at Ryu's throat. Shirling, Kira froze, his eyes slowly turning to his arm. A spurt of blood from a fine line came from it, and he watched as his arm suddenly fell. From the skies. In a single exchange, he lost an arm. Chapter 2014 The Difference. Kira suddenly accelerated into retreat, looking at his lost arm in shock. He knew how great his defenses were. On the same level, there was practically no one that could cut through his skin, let alone his bone and tendons in a single strike. He didn't even quite see how Ryu had attacked. It was as though the world had done it for him. Adlil's gaze couldn't help but narrow. The real reason he had allowed Kira to attack was precisely because he thought that something like this might happen. He knew that Ryu was an anomaly, and he found the fact that Ryu's cultivation was progressing so slowly odd. Most would think that Ryu simply wasn't as talented as he purported to be, but Adlikal knew better. The geniuses confident enough in themselves to slow roll their path to lordship were the truest geniuses there were. Existences that would be shaken from their path even if they were scorned by the world. Ryu always did things his own way. Even if he discounted the time he wasted in Sacrum, Ryu had been cultivating for over 100 years now. By the metric of the best geniuses in existence, to only be at the omniscient realm after such a long time meant that he wasn't worthy of being named amongst the best of the best. And yet, he stood here before them as though he had already proven himself to be far above them all. And it didn't even seem out of place. Kira stared at his lost arm for a long while before a rage billowed in his eyes. His canines grew, and his body shook once before a new arm burst out from the wound. He took a breath that sounded more like roaring wind and booming thunder. His body grew in size, and spirits of beasts began to manifest out from his body. Roaring tigers and lions shook the space, and his strength skyrocketed. With a step, he charged at Ryu again, his fist descending from the skies with the menace of a falling meteor. Just as Ryu's chest was about to be collided with, he reached out a palm. Boom! The air cracked and fractured, violent winds causing Adlikal and the three-pupiled woman to cover their faces with an arm to protect their eyes. However, the result was Ryu standing in place while Kira was forced to take a step back. Your body is weak, Ryu said lightly. You have such a good bone structure, but you wasted it like this. You filled yourself up with the blood of tigers and lions? They don't even seem to be profound bloodlines at all. A coward like you has no right to walk the path of cultivation. Kira's eyes bulged. He understood what Ryu was saying without so many words. With his bone structure, he should be slaying dragons and drinking their blood. But he didn't dare to offend such races on a large scale, so he stuck with lesser beasts. While there were tiger and lion races that could stand with dragons, Qilins, and phoenixes, the ones in his body right now certainly could not. Ryu had seen through his sore point and stabbed a knife right into it. With a bone structure capable of swallowing normal blood and refining it down into his personal blood essence, Kira should be a true monster. But his Dao heart was unrefined, and he was a cowardly fool unwilling to mess with the dignity of the ancient beasts. If I had your bone structure, let alone the blood of dragons, I would drink from the bodies of phoenixes in their rebirth trees and Qilins in the midst of a tribulation brought down by the heavens themselves. You have no right to be a cultivator. Crack. Kira's body shuddered, and his aura began to leak in all directions. His Dao heart had shattered. At that moment, his entire cultivation foundation was practically erased. Fate leaked into the air, and Ryu seemed to only naturally breathe it in. He waved a hand, and Kira's throat appeared in his palm. The man seemed listless as though he was ready to die. He didn't even try to fight back. Ryu looked down at him, seemingly not taking much joy in destroying a man. All he had done was confirm that his Dao really had reached quite a shocking level. The moment he found a weakness in a person, attacking their Dao heart was quite casual, especially if they had a chink like Kira did. Still the same mindless drivel. Do you think that if you don't wave it around what's between your legs fiercely enough, people will mistake you for a woman? The voice was pleasant, but the words were sharp and incisive. With such a beautiful woman speaking to you in this way, it was easy for any man to feel as though they had lost any semblance of masculinity they had left. And yet, Ryu hardly reacted at all. He didn't even try to find where the voice came from. Instead, he just put Kira away before speaking lightly. Whether that's true or not, I'm sure you know best. I didn't think you were the kind of man who would try to use ambiguous words to attack the chastity of a woman. What kind of man I am doesn't really matter to you, does it? You speak words that are quite ironic considering isn't precisely what you're looking for a man who swings what's between his legs fiercely. Your chastity? I think you threw that away on your own along with whatever pride you supposedly had. A chuckle came from everywhere at once. But it was dark and sinister in a way that made it seem like they weren't truly laughing at all. I'm going to enjoy killing you, the voice echoed again. That sounds like something I'd say, Ryu replied. But unlike me, you're going to let your little boyfriends attack first instead of doing it yourself. Boom! A violent aura descended from above as young Master Moon suddenly appeared. Chapter 2015 Lock. Ryu hardly looked at the descending man. His thoughts almost felt as though they were elsewhere entirely. Was this the feeling that he was chasing after all this time? He felt like the entire world was in the control of his palms, as though there wasn't anything he could face that he would have no chance of dealing with. Maybe even if a Tao god had showed up just now, he would feel the same way. Though that would probably be foolhardy of him, it was a resonant sort of confidence in himself that shouldn't be shaken or moved. His clear mirror Tao heart shone with a resplendent light, and his skin, already practically clear and crystal-like, likewise reacted with the same sort of flare. Ryu took a breath, and the harsh winds around him seemed to freeze. This was an odd occurrence. Considering the destruction in the surroundings, the meteors falling from the skies, the fluctuations of a battle of Tao gods in the distance, it didn't make any sense whatsoever for there to be such a stillness here. But to Ryu, any world around himself was his own. Tatsuya constellation. Shimmering starlight descended, streaking with a beautiful sort of cadence that an expert would recognize as the rhythm of a unique formation. Ryu took another breath, and the world seemed to pulse along with him once again. He looked as though he had completely forgotten that he was in the middle of a dangerous situation, or maybe he was simply incapable of taking it as a dangerous situation. A smile couldn't help but curl his lips. This was certainly the action of his Tao heart. If it could make him feel calm even with Ailsa so close to him, then something like this was almost certainly going to be pressed down by it with great ease. In reality, he knew that these opponents were not easy, and it could become troublesome if they laid down their pride enough to actually attack him together. But, would they? And even if they did, would he care? If you're not going to come, I will. Ryu took a step, and his body seemed to become a streaking starlight. He pierced through space, time, and fate all at once, disorienting their senses. Bang! His fist drilled into Adlal's gut. The latter was completely taken off guard, not expecting such a sudden blow. He had been expecting a blow from behind, only to realize at the last moment that Ryu was actually attacking him head-on. It was almost like Ryu knew what he would think and acted accordingly. The aura of a powerful founding Tao shrouded the space. It leaked into the fabric of the world, manipulating even its fate. Ryu already had lines of fate activated, and even the smallest changes were already in the purview of his heavenly pupils. Adlal coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes bulging as a mysterious power almost forced him to stay in place. However, the surprise in his gaze was quickly overwhelmed by fury. His earlier calmness was erased so easily it would have shocked even him if he was aware of what was happening. Ryu was still playing games of the mind. Adlal was the least of his dangers until now, especially since he had shown no intention of attacking. And yet, Ryu had still attacked him first as though to pour salt into his wound. Ryu had killed his family. He had forced him into humiliation time and time again, and even now he was still humiliating him. It looked like between the two, there wasn't even a competition. Even without looking up, he could almost see the sneering grin on Ryu's face. That forced a chink to appear in his calm facade, and he immediately roared out, his white gold hair billowing as his heavenly dew fueled his body. In truth, between himself and Kira it was actually he who had the stronger body. Taking advantage of the fact Ryu kept him close, he sent out a streaking punch right for the side of his head. Boom! His fist collided with something solid. A shuddering pain racked his arm and threatened to shatter his wrist into countless pieces. However, it wasn't Ryu's face. Soon after the pain came a biting chill, a harsh, penetrating iciness that threatened to destroy all of his nerves. He barely had time to register the fact that Ryu had summoned the immortal Sakura. Or, rather, his heavenly Tao tree. Bang! A tree branch came from nowhere, shrouded in darkness. Its unpredictability reached a new level, cutting into Adlal's flesh almost down to the very bone before he was sent flying away. Ryu stood there, still unmoved. Starry light streaked around him, and a crystalline tree rose to his back. wreathed in ice and darkness. Gorgeous icy blue blossom petals fell from the skies, coated in ice phoenix heavenly patterns. But if one looked closely, from time to time, one would see one hidden in the masses that carried the heavenly pattern of a dark phoenix. At that moment, Ryu suddenly felt like he was frozen in place. His third perspective locked onto the three-pupil woman whose three pupils were rotating in her eyes like a Rolodex. They locked onto one, and for a moment, Ryu felt as though all the space in the surroundings was constricting him. But he also knew that it couldn't possibly be space. It was something else. Laws. He had never faced this woman before, so he didn't know what her abilities were at all. Seemed he knew what one of her pupils could do now. And judging by the greed. But, in her eyes, she seemed to understand what his eyes could do for her. A shame, really. A roar came from Adlil as he closed in the distance once again, aiming a punch right for Ryu's head. However, he was sent flying again. What good was locking him down if his heavenly Tao tree wasn't? Chapter 2016 Smart Risks versus Impossible Odds. Ryu's body was being locked in place by a series of complex laws. To his eyes, they looked like the runes of the world, something that he was very familiar with as a formation master. But it was more complicated than just that. It was almost like the woman's pupils were instantly forming a visualization of sorts, while also borrowing power from the world itself to strengthen it. With this sort of binding power, even a sovereign would be locked down for a brief instant, and if she was willing to give up her eye, maybe even a Tao god. Having come to this conclusion, Ryu shook his head. That was unlikely. She didn't have any true heavenly pupils. Instead, she seemed to have replaced her pupils with shocking abilities that were just a step below heavenly pupils, something that Ryu had never seen before. Was she trying to create them like Primus had succeeded in? That was a possibility. It was just that she still had a long way to go. Ryu's child of chaos and order constitutions rippled only slightly for a flaw to appear. Death acupoint. A needle of chi came from a simple roll of his shoulder. It pierced right through before he even had the care to look toward his surroundings again. By this point, Adlil was a mess of blood, continuously charging, and continuously getting flung away as though he was no more than a fly being swatted. His state of mind was far too fragile, and the more cracked it was, the easier it was for Ryu to read him. By this point, Ryu's lines of fate weren't just working on a few percentage points when it came to Adlil. He had seen through his heart so implicitly that his ability to predict his next actions was near 100%. So close, in fact, that it might as well have been 100%. The synergy between his abilities had reached another level. Now, he could use the chaos half of his Tao to read people, and then use what he understood to read their fate and karma with much greater ease. In his eyes, they were nothing more than a bundle of white, gray, and black strings that he could pull like that of a puppet's own. The three-pupiled woman was shocked that Ryu managed to break free, but she was even more shocked when he suddenly streaked a finger across the skies. Rob the world of its color. Shiiraing. The woman shuddered, and she took a step back. She didn't feel any pain, even with her eyes now bleeding. But for some reason, she felt that something had been stripped from her. If she could look in the mirror, she would have realized that one of her pupils had gone from a glossy black to a dull gray. Soon, she realized the change to her field of vision, and it all hit her at once. Ryu had severed one of her abilities. She stood in stunned silence, not understanding how this could have happened. Adlil roared again and was about to charge once more when the woman suddenly shrieked. "Wake up, Adlil!" Adlil froze. His mind shuddered as a wave of soul pressure hit him. His mind seemed to slowly awaken, and he found himself gasping for breath. He looked down at his body. He was littered with wounds. Several bones had been fragmented and shattered, and even with his healing factor given to him by his martial god lineage, it seemed that the effort he would need to fix it wouldn't be small at all. He heaved deep breaths, slowly looking up from his body to Ryu, who stood in the air almost casually. The man's white hair was without a speck of dirt or dust, his white and sky-blue robes fluttering with the same perfection. Ryu seemed unbothered by the world, uncaring for even the fact he was in the middle of a battle. He played them in the palm of his hands with the ease of someone who stood far beyond them, despite the fact his aura seemed to make it clear that he was still an omniscient. The woman was heaving deep breaths as well, but for very different reasons. Her shock was still practically palpable, but she knew that if she didn't wake Adlil up, they would all die. Ryu casually sent a glance into the air to find that young Master Moon and falling snow were still standing there. They took up separate halves of the sky as though sentries watching over his death. Ryu couldn't help but chuckle. He really hated people standing above him, but these guys didn't seem to know their place. He really wondered what made them think they had the right to do so. There was only one person here who had even a chance of defeating him in a one-on-one battle, and it was certainly not them. They were lucky that she was allowing them to gather information for her. It seemed that in the time he was away, Serial had only become more cautious. Despite her rage and his baiting words, her Tao heart was exceptionally firm in its convictions. She wouldn't act unless she was absolutely certain that she could protect her life. But the irony of it was that Ryu knew she would act anyway, even if she eventually realized that there really was a chance she could lose her life to him. He was starting to understand Serial's Tao heart a bit better. It wasn't that she was unwilling to take risks. If she wasn't, she would have never grown so strong. It was rather that she was only willing to take smart risks, ones that weren't up against impossible odds. Maybe that was smart. However, Ryu simply couldn't allow it. If he allowed his Tao heart to feel aggrieved after all those years of suppression he faced for so very long, he would feel maybe even more agitated than Adlil had just now. No one was worthy of making him feel that way, not even his own wife. Ryu reached out a hand, and the world flickered as a bow appeared in his palm. Chapter 2017 Undefeatable Spirit. Feeling his grandfather's bow in his palms, Ryu couldn't help but smile. There was a calmness to him as he watched the trinkets on the end of it rattle above. It reminded him of his memories with his grandfather. Long ago, he had fused a substance into his grandfather's bow to give it a chance to slowly improve along with him. In that time it had been in his inner world, and it had undergone a great number of changes, at least on the inside. On the surface it looked the exact same as it always had, untouched and unmoved by the world. It still had the same worn wood where his grandfather's hands once wrapped around it. It still had the same trinkets of his and his mother's childhoods hanging on the end, and it even still radiated the aura of a simple treasure. One would think that he had just taken out an antique. And yet, he looked at it with more fondness than any treasure he had. His Tao heart resonated with it, and his peaceful state seemed to deepen. The world slowed around him as he slowly raised the bow. To one side, the three-pupiled woman's lips were still opened in a scream. Below, Adlil was still caught in a daze, and above, the arrogance of the two were still shining through. He pulled back on his bowstring, his back remaining loose and almost carefree. The light and darkness of his great swordstaff's tattoos pulsed and suddenly formed an arrow. The moment it was created, the aura of the bow completely changed. Boom! Time snapped back to attention as the bowstring was pulled back to a full moon position. With an exhale, Ryu released, the aura of a bow god towering over existence. Adlil snapped out of his daze, danger gripping his heart. By the time he realized the arrow wasn't actually aimed at him, his body had already been covered in a cold sweat so thick it dripped down his body. The pupils of young Master Moon constricted, but then he snorted, slamming out with a palm. Ryu almost carelessly drew the bow again, releasing it with a breath. He had found that his Tao had a problem. He was progressing it nicely, but it didn't really have the solid foundation he was looking for. Could do too many things, and it wasn't nearly focused enough. It made him feel like it was more of a weakness than not, an amusing conclusion considering his Tao was certainly more powerful than any of the people he was facing now. His Tao had two halves, a side of order and a side of chaos. One side came to understand people, and the other was focused on understanding things. Together, they could impact the world a great deal. Falling Snow's gaze flashed with rage when he realized that Ryu was actually attacking him as well. Did he think that they would have to work together to deal with him? He was certainly overestimating himself. He threw out a palm no less casually than young Master Moon did. Bang! Bang! Ryu was already drawing his bow again, the calmness in his eyes not wavering in the slightest as he continued to fire. Adlil and the three-pupiled woman were sent flying back, though much of it seemed to be them making distance on purpose. Ryu's heavenly Tao tree expanded, its whipping branches lashing out time and time again as he continued to fire. Falling Snow and young Master Moon were forced to take a half-step back, their gazes flickering. They had used too little of their strength and had ended up suffering a loss. But when another volley of arrows came, they were still forced to take a step back. Ryu would never understand men like them. Did he understand their pride? Sure. But only in part. If someone pissed him off or dared to speak such a way about a woman he wanted, he wouldn't be standing in the air, pretending to be a lofty, untouchable existence. He would be killing them. Ryu had an arrogance that was self-driven. It was rooted in the depths of his heart, his soul. They had an arrogance that was externally driven. They cared about what others would think of them, and he simply did not. Bang! 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 The next step of my Tao. I will use you all as a whetstone until I can find what it is. This is not good enough. Ryu's aura changed once more, his hair fluttering in the wind. Adlil and the three-pupiled woman seemed to realize that they couldn't continue to play it safe and tried to engage in a more meaningful way. But the woman was scared to use another one of her eyes abilities and didn't dare to casually use them, while Adlil's frontal combat capability was being completely overwhelmed by Ryu's ease at battling from a distance. Show me something. Ryu's voice echoed again, his almost leisurely arrows piercing toward the weaknesses of his opponents time and time again. Even when they used more power than he did, it didn't seem to matter. He would target an imbalance in their footwork, a shift in their weight, a gap in their chi control. Every time he struck, it was sharp and precise. Ryu was already used to battling like this. It was the largest reason he was able to bridge large gaps in strength. But now, he was already close to these people in raw power, and his eyes had only become sharper. With such a combination, if they insisted on holding back due to pride, he wouldn't mind killing them right here and now. In his generation, and within his cultivation realm, Ryu feared no one, and it wasn't going to change here. An indomitable spirit rushed out from Ryu like a tide, piercing the skies above. Undefeatable spirit. As though agitated by something, young Master Moon and Falling Snow both erupted at the same time. This time, Ryu had truly pushed them too far. Chapter 2018 One by one. Falling Snow's body flickered and vanished. At such a point, it was about which of them was the sharper and faster existence. And from what it seemed, Falling Snow's explosive speed was much greater, so he made it to Ryu first. Young Master Moon, realizing what would happen, frowned and came to a stop. He refused to fight Ryu together with someone else. His pride wouldn't allow it. His jaw set and he watched on coldly. The moment Falling Snow showed signs of losing, he would kill him first, then deal with Ryu. At that moment, there was a clash of fluttering blossoms and snow. The battlefield was divided into two halves, one formed by Ryu's heavenly Tao tree and another by Falling Snow's blizzard-like aura. Ryu's peaceful expression didn't change as he continued to fire his arrows. The snow formed blades around Falling Snow, shattering the arrows one after another in a violent tempest of momentum. He continued to close the distance before his hands flashed. A pair of thin sabers formed of rosy gold and an edge of icy blue appeared in his hands. His aura skyrocketed when they appeared, and his rate of parrying Ryu's bow only accelerated. The skies overturned, and a swirl of blue, black, and gold swirled around them. They took the shape of slashes, fluttering petals, and sharpened snow, creating a whirlwind that seemed to want to destroy the world itself. Ryu's hands became faster, leaving blurring afterimages in the air as he suddenly began to move. Every time he did, he would cross what seemed to be impossible distance, his heavenly Tao tree flashing along with him. Slowly, heavenly Tao tree and Tatsuya constellation seemed to become one, the unpredictability of the first stacked together with the space and time control of the latter. And soon, they came together under the umbrella of fate, a power the likes of which the world had rarely seen, throwing Falling Snow for a loop. An arrow suddenly slipped through this defense and struck him on the shoulder. A flickering blue barrier appeared that stopped the arrow from piercing through him, but he was still forced to take a step back, his gaze flickering with astonishment. Ryu had managed to make it through his defenses. Well, at least his first layer of defenses. This had never happened to him before, not by someone a cultivation realm beneath him. Even people at his cultivation realm shouldn't be capable of such a thing. The astonishment didn't stop the speed of the second arrow from flashing before him, and then a third, and a fourth. Ryu wasn't surprised in the slightest. To him, falling snow was nothing more than a whetstone. He practically shut off his thoughts, his movements only becoming faster and swifter. His words continued to echo in falling snow's ears as the arrows rapidly approached, tearing through the air as though they would split space apart themselves. And yet, Ryu's Lord Control suppressed them. Lord Control. How could an omniscient have Lord Control? Falling snow seemed to still be in a bit of a daze, not reacting at all as the arrows approached. But then he suddenly growled. His tail grew in size along with his body, and his once slender sabers became much longer and thicker, growing to over 1.5 meters long and just shy of 1 meter thick. The edges of the sabers seemed to only grow sharper, and falling snow slashed out just a single time. His aura skyrocketed, and in an instant he seemed dozens of times stronger. In the skies, even young Master Moon's pupils couldn't help but constrict before he calmed soon after. Falling snow was clearly an existence who suppressed himself on most occasions. It wasn't just a matter of trying to be mysterious, but rather a form of training. Control was only more important the higher your cultivation realm, and having the ability to control it to this extent said a great deal about a person. But now, he was ready to unleash a bit. He took a step forward, and his aura alone shattered Ryu's arrows. Seeing this, Ryu slowly lowered his grandfather's bow. Honestly speaking, he had only taken it out on a whim. Of the techniques his Tao heart had created and his perfect Black Buddy soul had refined to a form he could actually use, none of them were Bao God techniques. With a calm expression, he put his bow away, and the heavenly Tao tree rustled above him. In that moment, a silver star began to shimmer into existence, nestling itself above the heavenly Tao tree. Ryu's aura underwent a qualitative change as well. It was just that it was far more reserved and calm. He reached out a hand, and a single great sword staff appeared. It was a gorgeous weapon. Its blade was gold, and its polearm carried the same color with embroidery of shining white layered atop. However, the edge of its blade was a heart-shuddering crimson, one that seemed to come from the depths of the nether plane itself. Ryu placed 2 hands on the long polearm and took a step forward. He and falling snow vanished at the same time. Bang! Twin sabers and great sword staff met. The former crisscrossed as the pole arm of the latter bent into a wide arc, pressing down with greater and greater might. Falling Snow's expression flickered when he realized that Ryu's body was extremely powerful. No worse than his by any stretch. The two separated and unleashed into a flurry of strikes. The skies split, and meteors falling all around were shattered by their auras alone. Ryu's great sword staff spun in his hands, an illusory arc taking shape. Falling Snow moved to block it, only for the silent heavenly Tao tree to suddenly act. Forced to change his tactics halfway, he separated his sabers, blocking from both directions at once. But the force was too great. He was sent 3 steps back, his wrists shaking and rattling. Ryu calmly took a step forward, his intent blazing. If they insisted on working alone, he would simply kill them one by one. Then, Chapter 2019 Greenhouse Genius. Ryu's battle intent blazed through the skies, his great sword staff swinging again and again. Every one of his strikes seemed to carry a myriad of changing forms, and yet each one was just as simple and direct. It was hard for Falling Snow to pick up on whether he was fighting a swordsman or a spearman, a saberman or a halberd smith. And unlike the past, it was like these constantly changing forms were all casually and smoothly flowing into one another, beautifully incorporated in an array of magical fate and tides of chi that mesmerized the eyes. In the beginning, Falling Snow managed to regain some of his footing and even seemed capable of countering Ryu to some extent. But after just 3 exchanges, It was like Ryu had imprinted his battle style into his mind and knew what was coming before it came. Ryu's great sword staff suddenly became heavy. Falling Snow braced himself, facing off against the clashes with rattling wrists. But Ryu's great sword staff suddenly became light and fluid, sharp and incisive. The change was just as abrupt as all the others and didn't seem to be lacking in ease at all. Ryu chose his styles almost like a child casually choosing what meal they wanted to have that day. And what attacked Falling Snow's psyche the most time and time again was Ryu's casualness about it all. Ryu seemed to glance at the surroundings from time to time, taking in the scenery and preparing for the arrival of more enemies all at once. He wasn't even fully focused on him at all. The more things were like this, the stronger the feeling of oppression on Falling Snow's heart became, and the more suffocating the battle was for him. The oppression made his strikes duller and his flair in battle take a dip. In another corner of the battlefield, Hope stood in silence, her robes fluttering around her. Before her, there were Tao God Shy and Tao God Darkness Rising. Much like Ryu, the attention of Darkness Rising was elsewhere. It was the first time he had seen his little brother in such a situation, but despite the fact he was giving a great deal of attention to it all, he was relatively calm. The confidence he had in his little brother was not small at all. Falling Snow was a genius who had made it through life without facing much opposition and oppression at all. Because of the plans of their Fey clans, he wasn't allowed to go out and get any experience, so all he could do was fight against the same opponents. When this was put into perspective, it could even be said that the fact Falling Snow had grown so powerful was a miracle and real proof of his great talent. There was no genius in the world that could grow in a greenhouse, and though Falling Snow's upbringing wasn't that exaggeratedly easy, it was close enough that Darkness Rising knew that he hadn't reached even a portion of his true skill just yet. Young Master Moon? Darkness Rising didn't take him seriously at all. That young man had grown up in the middle of a war, and yet the best he could do was match up to his little brother. As far as Darkness Rising was concerned, the moment Falling Snow stepped out into the world, he was already destined to become far greater than he was now. The three Tao gods stood in a triangle around one another, but neither seemed eager to attack. Shy and Darkness Rising were more than okay with letting the geniuses deal with Ryu. Killing a baby in their cradle would be a hit to their fate they wouldn't take unnecessarily. So if it wasn't necessary, they might as well let things continue as is. As for Hope, as much confidence in Falling Snow that Darkness Rising had, it would have to be doubled or even tripled if one were to speak of her confidence in Ryu. She had also watched Ryu grow up. And what these people didn't know was that he wasn't an existence that could be described in terms of mere common sense. As for Tao God Shy, his expression was unreadable other than the slight bashfulness that was on it. It almost looked like he was shying away in the face of a beauty like Hope, but he still looked over to the other battlefield from time to time. As for what his thoughts were, no one but he knew. At that moment, Darkness Rising's gaze blazed with a sudden light. Yes, show them who you really are. Whether you fall from the skies in a rain of ash or come to be reborn from them will be decided now. A single failure doesn't dictate a cultivation path. Neither does a single success. Falling Snow was beaten back again and again. Every strike of Ryu's curved through the skies, blending into the wind, caressing the snow, slipping through the shadows, and gliding upon the rays of light. His elements began to seamlessly blend into his combat style as he poured on the pressure. He seemed to have had enough with playing around with Falling Snow and was almost a bit disappointed that this was all he had. Falling Snow's rebuttals only became duller until suddenly. Ryu's blade accelerated, and a slash cut across Falling Snow's shoulder. Blood spurted into the air, a deep shade of crimson catching all of their attention. The blood seemed to arc in slow motion as the snow falling around the young man slowed to a crawl as well. It was as though the shedding of Falling Snow's blood was a blasphemy that could overturn the heavens. Ryu found that even his blade slowed somewhat. Although he was able to pull back, and the feeling was extremely subtle, with his level of control over his body and the sharpness of his own senses, he knew what he was feeling more clearly than anyone else. Interesting. Falling Snow stood there, looking at the spurt of blood along with everyone else as though he too couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was as though this was Chapter 2020 Skill and Power. Tap. Ryu took a second step back. Tap. Then a third. Finally, he stabilized himself, but the rattling in his bones echoed like cracks of thunder. And yet, he grinned. It was a wild, fiendish grin, and it was the kind of maddened smile that made Darkness Rising's pupils constrict in the far-off distance. "Are you angry you shed a little blood?" Ryu asked, his voice sounding like a deep abyssal hell and his own aura beginning to grow in towering waves. What a worthless excuse of a cultivator. Boom! Falling Snow's body accelerated as he slashed out again. A battle erupted between the two as their howls cut through the skies. Bang! 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 Space rippled and then forcefully reformed around them. Falling meteors nearby crumbled from the reverberating impact alone, and the heavens seemed to whine beneath their might, not liking the fact they were forcefully making the world withstand their power. The truth was that the heavens breaking apart and space shattering was part of a world protecting itself and letting pressure disperse. The use of Lord Control to keep a world forcefully contained was like making a vehicle too sturdy. There was no way to disperse the impact through the crumple, so the heavens had to take on all the burden. Ironically enough, Lord Control was often more dangerous to a world than God Control because it had the power to keep a world intact to an extent, but not enough to truly take on all the pressure alone. Yet, these weren't things that these two men cared to think about. With every clash, Falling Snow's power seemed to increase as though he had touched upon a valve that was endlessly pouring power into his body. His dullness was nowhere to be seen, and in fact, it seemed like he was using Ryu as a whetstone to strengthen himself again and again. Bang! 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 Ryu slashed out with his great sword staff to block one saber and took a half spin to slip out of the way of a second. Every time he calculated the next path Falling Snow would take, the man would improve again and make his previous calculations worthless. It was almost comical the speed at which the man was improving, and likewise the pressure on Ryu was only increasing as well. And yet, Ryu's fiendish grin hadn't faded. If anything, the excitement in his eyes was growing. He went from only putting about 20% of his attention into this battle to 30%, and then from 30% to 50%, and then from 50% to 90%. All of a sudden, his full attention was on the battle at hand, and he seemed to have forgotten about everything else. His blade flowed with a mastery that Falling Snow still couldn't match, but the combination of Falling Snow's powerful body and Chi realm cultivation was like a tempest that fused and collided with one another, raising his power to another tier. Boom! Falling Snow's aura broke through, shattering the ceiling of the lower Lord Realm and entering the middle. Ryu's great sword staff was almost blown out of his hands as he was sent flying backward. Falling Snow raised his head to the skies, howling like a madman as his hair grew more jagged and sharp. Ryu's chaos chi flared to steady his flight back, but Falling Snow had already appeared before him again, swinging down from above with both blades. Crossing his great sword staff across his body, Ryu blocked, but he was sent flying downward. Several blossoms and whipping tree branches appeared in Falling Snow's way to block his pursuit. However, the Fae unleashed a howl. A fox spirit appeared behind Falling Snow, carrying 9 tails that fluctuated with a mesmerizing cadence. His strength seemed to hit a new tier, and he blasted through Ryu's defenses. From the side, it looked as though Falling Snow's body had become nothing more than a streak, moving so fast that his afterimages formed a long string of blurring colors in the air. Through mysterious means, his reach seemed to lengthen, and his battle tactics only became more savage. The tip of one of his sabers pierced into Ryu's body just before he could react. However, his instinct was still fast. Space fluctuated around Ryu, and he appeared exactly 1 foot lower, giving himself enough time to react to the blade. He knew that teleporting any further would take too much time and likely be stifled by Falling Snow's aura, so he didn't bother. After shifting that single foot back, his body spun to the side, still horizontal in the air. Flashes of starlight sparkled around him as he slipped out of Falling Snow's wild charge. Boom! Falling Snow crashed into the ground below with his full force. Earth shot into the air like large splashes of water, and what remained grounded spread out in tides of dirt, trees, and soil that collapsed mountains in the distance. Ryu's laughter filled the skies as he saw the blood running down his collarbone. Another few centimeters and even his bone itself would have been compromised. But unlike falling snow, he wasn't so shocked. Instead, his booming, jovial air filled the skies and burst the sparse clouds that remained apart. Ryu loosened his grip on his great sword staff, holding it out with one arm. His other arm flared to the side, surging with darkness as a second blade appeared. This blade had a body of black and an edge of crimson. Its polearm was likewise wrapped in embroidery of the same white, but rather than radiating the holiness of the golden great sword staff, it only accentuated the darkness further. The moment the second great sword staff appeared, Ryu's aura shifted, and his bloodlines, which seemed to have been shackled until now, burst out. Tattoos appeared across Ryu's body, his now torn-up robes falling off in strips as he revealed his strong torso. Dragon scales took shape, and a pair of wings that could block out the skies appeared not long later. His wings solidified, revealing a form delicately formed of carefully carved white feathers embroidered with heavenly patterns of gold and dark gold. His scales were no less of a brilliant white, but each one seemed to carry a hidden world within. Together, they forged a momentum that towered. A draconic tail whipped out from Ryu's back, and he took a step forward that shattered the space beneath him. When he vanished, he was even faster than falling snow. The latter had only just been preparing for another attack when Ryu appeared before him, slashing down. Falling snow blocked and swung his second saber, only to be met by Ryu's second great sword staff. The reverberating, booming cacophony of their battle sent devastation all across the land. But this time, Ryu's arm displayed a flexibility that was unmatched. The strength of his foundation wasn't something that falling snow could compare to. The level of dexterity that Ryu had in dual-wielding weapons wasn't something that falling snow could compare to. It was the very reason he had chosen this path in the first place. And while falling snow had a great deal of skill, he placed strength and power first and foremost. Comparatively speaking, Ryu had a great deal of both, and he didn't have to choose. The only reason falling snow could even compare to his body was that he had yet to complete his body realm cultivation method. And as for skill, he couldn't compare at all. Ryu's strikes suddenly went from heavy to light again. As though he were wielding a thin sword, his wrist lightly flickered, undercutting falling snow's blade and parrying it upward. Shi-yining. The grating sound of two blades grinding against one another echoed, and the chips that Ryu's blade had caused in falling snows were never more obvious than now. Falling snow twisted to the side, thinking that Ryu would use this parry opportunity to pierce him right through the chest. But instead, Ryu's wrist forcefully bowed downward. At that moment, the pole arm of his dark great sword staff displayed a flexibility it never had before, curving like the arc of a bow. The pole arm bent downward, but the tip of the blade shot up, snagging a chip in falling snow's saber. Falling snow's eyes widened, but it was already too late. Crack. His saber shattered. Ryu had forged his great sword staffs with the aid of a Tao god and two false shrines. How could falling snow's blades compare to his own? Falling snow managed to block Ryu's light great sword staff with his second saber, but he had no answer for the follow-up of the dark great sword staff other than to dodge. Unfortunately, what good was that? Ryu's blade cut across falling snow's body. Falling snow barely managed to pull back, but his body was still half cut into. A slice extended from his shoulder to his opposite hip, his collarbone, his lungs, and his heart all being cut in two. Chapter 2021 No Time. Ryu didn't seem to react much to his slice across falling snow's body. His gaze calm and unperturbed. Falling snow fell to a knee, hacking up mouthfuls of blood, the howling winds of his breath strong enough to cause space to shudder. That was another large difference between the two. Even without the injury, falling snow's skin was a bright red, his chest heaving and sweat matted on his body as his limbs trembled from the strain. Comparatively speaking, Ryu just stood there silently. His heartbeat was so slow that his chest couldn't even be seen moving. It was only every few minutes that his heart might echo with a beat that caused space to shudder. It was like he hadn't even been in a battle at all, the cadence of his breathing too even. His body looked spry. Though his robes were torn asunder, it didn't do much to detract from his momentum in the slightest. There didn't even seem to be the slightest wound on his body either. Ryu casually swung down his second great sword staff, and falling snow hurried to block. However, he quickly found that the energy pouring into his body couldn't easily be handled. The ravaging darkness suppressed him from all sides, tearing into his body and throwing the chi that he once had such great pride in into disarray. That was when he remembered that part of the reason they wanted to capture Ryu in the first place was because of his chaotic silk meridians. He hadn't taken it very seriously at first. The chaotic silk meridians were just another god-grade talent. He had plenty of them, and unlike the chaotic silk meridians, the usage of his own were quite straightforward and not difficult to manifest at all. Comparatively speaking, without jumping through many difficult hoops, the chaotic silk meridians would never be able to display their greatest strength. However, this was both a curse and strength of the chaotic silk meridians. They might be lackluster if you failed to bring them to their full potential. But when they were, Falling Snow coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Since you like seeing your blood so much, I thought I would help out," Ryu said casually. "You'll probably need quite a bit of help closing that wound if you want to survive." Falling Snow was driven to his second knee by Ryu's blow. The former was struggling through gritted teeth, but the latter was only casually chatting as he continued to add strength to his blow. None of these people even knew that Ryu had not just one set of meridians, but two of them, and the second just might be even more shocking than the first. Wanting to use a series of battles to tire him out when on the one hand he had unlimited chi, and on the other he had unlimited healing, weren't they overestimating themselves too much? Falling Snow didn't respond, both because he didn't know what to say and because he couldn't. If he loosened his muscles just the slightest bit to speak, he would collapse to the ground and suffer the greatest humiliation of his life. Being on his knees was already bad enough. But if he was forced to lay flat on the ground before an enemy in his generation like this, that was the sort of thing he would never be able to erase from his heart even if he killed Ryu in the future. "No response, Ryu asked with a smile. "Who do you think is going to come to save you? I wonder, if a woman ends up saving you, would that be better or worse for your psyche? What do you think?" Boom! The pressure from Ryu's great sword staff suddenly increased by another 50%, and Falling Snow's teeth shattered beneath the strain of his clenched jaw. The pain didn't even register to him as tears of bloody rage fell from his eyes. Ryu's smile didn't fade, but deep within his eyes, there was a dense flicker of killing intent. The reason he didn't act to kill Falling Snow immediately was that he could feel his life-saving measures through his fate. He needed time to tease them out before he could circumvent them and go in for the kill directly. In the meantime, he was trying to attack Falling Snow's Tao heart. But there was also a very clear difference in skill between geniuses. The more he attacked Falling Snow's Tao heart, though cracks appeared, the foundation seemed to be tempered further. It was clear that Falling Snow wasn't the sort of man that could easily collapse. In that respect, he was a lot like Starlight, who had had a breakthrough beneath Ryu's pressure. This was part of the reason Ryu was dissatisfied with his Tao even now that it had grown so strong. What use was a powerful Tao if it was only useful against middling opponents and geniuses? Why waste the time using his Tao when he could just kill the likes of Kira directly? Why even waste his time? But then, when he faced an opponent like Falling Snow, even after forcing him to his knees and defeating him in direct combat, his Tao still couldn't seem to attack his psyche well enough to shatter the foundation of his cultivation. The truth was that Ryu was confident in succeeding if he could work on Falling Snow slowly and subtly for a few days. But Falling Snow was not only now on his guard after witnessing Kira's ending, but how could Ryu be willing to spend days on a single opponent? This was why he had said that his Tao would make him the greatest court minister of all time. But he didn't say anything about using it to become the greatest expert. There were many things about his Tao that he wanted to change, but very few things that would be easily resolved. And unfortunately, right now, he didn't have the time to take Falling Snow's life. Chapter 2022 Limb from Limb. Ryu looked up to find that young Master Moon was already standing there. His arrogance just as great as Falling Snow's had once been. Giving him a casual glance, Ryu suddenly kicked out. Chapter 2023 Blue Moon. Blue Moon shot forward, slamming down with a mighty momentum. "Don't you understand your own Tao?" Ryu asked. "You're defensive. Attack isn't your strong suit. Ryu stood in place, not moving an inch as his heavenly Tao tree rippled. With a gush of wind, several icy blue petals formed a barrier in the sky. Boom! A curved barrier formed around Ryu and the haggard falling snow in his hand. He gave the half-dead Fae a glance before shaking his head. This was more annoying than it was worth. Ignoring Blue Moon, he raised his great sword staff and pierced it toward Falling Snow's Dantian. As expected, there was yet another barrier there. Bang! You young masters are so annoying to deal with. No wonder you've never seen your own blood. It's not because you're so strong, it's because you're wrapped up like a newborn. How could you possibly expect to ever grow strong like this? Scram! Ryu ripped Falling Snow to the side and sent him flying off into the distance without a care. It would simply take too long to try and find a way to bypass Falling Snow's defenses. It had to be remembered that Falling Snow's life protection items, given how strong he was, were almost certainly designed to save him even if a Tao god should be the one to try and kill him. Although Ryu was confident that he could find a way to bypass it, he simply didn't have the time. In any case, he didn't have time for an enemy that he had already defeated. He had more important things to do here, like completing his body realm cultivation method. Ryu took a step forward, sending a glance over to the side that caused the three-pupiled woman to shudder. She seemed to know now that Ryu hadn't forgotten about them in the slightest. Blue Moon's roar filled the skies, but Ryu slashed out again. Against an opponent that used this sort of Tao, Ryu feared them the least. Falling Snow was a bit troublesome because he had matched overwhelming body strength with Power Chi realm strength. Ryu only had one aspect of his body in the Lord realm, while Falling Snow had had all three. Though he didn't use his mental realm much, having a Lord mental realm allowed Falling Snow to at least somewhat keep up with Ryu's analysis of the battle, albeit toward an inevitable failure. By comparison, Blue Moon was actually stronger than Falling Snow. It was just that he was also much better at hiding his strength. His battle experience was also something that Falling Snow couldn't match up to. Unfortunately, his potential was much lower than that of Falling Snow, and comparatively speaking, Ryu couldn't even begin to take him seriously. Blue Moon's Tao was built off the back of reflection to an extreme. Even the blue flames that reverberated around his body were reflections of fire, not real fire. Instead, he had gone all in on the cold aspects of his Moon Clan lineage. So though the flames felt like they were burning, they were doing so with a dense cold. Illusions, defense. If he fought for long enough, he could probably even refine his style further to match and counter that of Ryu's. But why would Ryu waste his time on this? All he had to do was use his Tao to analyze the fluctuations of Blue Moon's defenses and target their weaknesses. By now, Blue Moon's split arm had healed up. But it was only a few exchanges before his second arm flew into the air. "You're going to have to defend better than that," Ryu said lightly. Blue Moon's roars came to a stop as he froze in shock, looking toward his stump of an arm as though he couldn't believe what he was seeing at all. But it was still very much there. No amount of blinking and double-checking was going to change it.
Impossible.
Very possible. In fact, it already happened. Ryu's great sword staff flickered again, and Blue Moon hurried into a retreat. He managed to hold on for several more exchanges, but Ryu was quickly cornering him. Facing off against Ryu, whose Tao was a deductive sort, was like placing your head on a platter for his taking. It was ironically precisely because Blue Moon had chosen a Tao title that Ryu might have that he was at a great disadvantage. That was because the Tao title that Blue Moon had taken decades to formulate and decide upon had been seen through by Ryu in a mere few moments. Another of Blue Moon's legs was cut at the knee. He stopped in the skies, looking down with an unconcealed shock in his eyes. After all that work, was this really all his Tao amounted to in front of a real genius? It didn't even feel like Ryu had fully unleashed his own Tao yet. And yet, he could feel a steady sort of oppression coming from it. Blue Moon looked up toward the silver star resting above Ryu's heavenly Tao tree. Could that be the reason? He was reflecting everything he saw. The moon's radiance could only be present as a result of a star. He controlled the moon, but Ryu was the star. Blue Moon's vacant gaze stared at the star for a long while before a malevolent aura began to burn within him. He wasn't prepared to use this Tao method yet. His Tao wasn't nearly refined enough. However, he would rather die than lose like this. That was his pride as a cultivator. Boom! Ryu's gaze flickered as Blue Moon's aura began to radiate a large amount of chaos chi. That was when Ryu remembered that Blue Moon had been reported to have cleared a Lord-grade holy world not long ago, the first in a very long while. Could it be related to that? Could he have succeeded in doing what only Ryu could have in the past? Ryu's casualness faded. Chapter 2024 Press. The blue moon above Blue Moon's head suddenly began to fluctuate like a wild flame. In one moment, it looked forged of solid rock, and in the next, it became a bundle of burning, gaseous flames, like a star. In the far-off distance, Darkness Rising's body flickered and vanished, catching his little brother's body out of the air. There was a dense rage in his eyes, but he tempered it with a slow and steady breath. Ryu wasn't a fool. This throw had proven two things. First, it meant he knew exactly where they were. Even though they were a seemingly impossible distance away for a lord to manage with, Ryu didn't seem to take the distance very seriously at all. And second, he knew that Darkness Rising would have no choice but to deal with Falling Snow's injuries. Otherwise, he would be crippled for a lifetime. Ryu had used his primordial chaos dark chi, sending it ravaging through Falling Snow's body. He was already in a half-dead state after that single slash. But as though to make things worse, it wasn't normal primordial chaos dark chi. It was rather primordial chaos dark chi from the Griffin world that was 3 levels beyond this one, and an entire 4 beyond the true martial world. In this time, Falling Snow had already succeeded in swapping out his chi for that of this world. But his chi was still 3 steps below that of Ryu's in grade, only being that of the God grade. Above the God grade, there was still the ancient grade, primordial, and the level of chaos chi, embryonic chi, and essence beyond that, the strongest chis in all of existence. And that grade difference didn't take into account the gap between the laws of different worlds either. That meant, in effect, Ryu's chi grade was as much as 6 entire levels beyond Falling Snow's in that instant of time. This was a shocking reality that Darkness Rising sensed the moment he touched his little brother. He realized that Ryu had checkmated him. He would either have to decide between letting his little brother die or returning and allowing this to continue. But he didn't understand how Ryu even knew that Falling Snow would be so valuable to him. Darkness Rising had no idea that with his eyes, Ryu could easily see the fate connection between Falling Snow and Darkness Rising. He knew at a glance that they were not only family but that Darkness Rising had a great deal of affection for this little brother of his. Expecting anyone to hide from his eyes was simply a pipe dream. Even a Tao god wasn't immune to his scans any longer. Darkness Rising's jaw set. He gave Ryu a glance from a far-off distance and then shot off into the distance. Hope made no attempt to stop him at all. A light smile on her face as she watched Tao God Shai silently. Then she suddenly attacked. Tao God Shai had expected the stalemate to continue, and he was still paying attention to Blue Moon, his confidence no longer where it was at before. However, he was still a Tao god. He reacted quickly. Their palms formed an energy barrier in the skies that reflected against one another, sending them both taking a few steps back. Tao God Shai was stunned. He had already sensed it, but Hope's Tao hadn't broken through the ceiling, or so he thought. No, he was sure. How could she possibly face off against him? And why was she so eager to fight? Weren't they fine in this sort of stalemate? Then he understood. Who would be the first to break this sort of stalemate? Wasn't it the side who thought they would lose? Hope attacking now was ironically showing her confidence in Ryu. Even with the changes to Blue Moon, soon, Tao God Shai wouldn't be able to hold himself back from rushing over to help Blue Moon. And at that point, they would end up fighting anyway. So why not start now? Ryu gazed at the blazing blue star with a calm expression. With a flip of his hand, his second great sword staff returned to his palm, and he pointed it out. He didn't have the time for all of this. The longer this battle went on, the more variables there would be. He needed to strike a balance between conserving himself and speed, but unfortunately, he would need to press a little bit more. Although he had embryonic chi, it couldn't do much about his focus chi, and if he ended up fatigued enough, even his embryonic chi would stop working properly. He had experienced that before. His body was just too powerful at this point. However, soon enough, he knew the Griffins would get involved in this. Why? He had no idea. All he knew was that when he reached out to use their world, he felt the shift. All things considered, the Griffins should want nothing to do with these people. After all, they had forcefully suppressed the ancient beasts in this region, stopping them from appearing. But all of this was still a confusing mess to him. After all, if the Fae descended from the fiends, then why were they still fighting a war? Did they not know? And weren't the ancient beasts and Fae arch-enemies? Why would the Griffins coming here mean danger for him? Then, shouldn't it be a good thing? But his sense of fate didn't lie, and his sensitivity toward the trouble his life was in couldn't be faked. In that case, he would just need to press a bit. It had to be remembered that he hadn't just created the great swordstaffs to have a powerful set of weapons. He had created them to take on the burden of a Tao method he couldn't withstand the backlash of on his own. It seemed that it was time to make its appearance in its truest form. Ryu held out both great swordstaffs, and the world was suddenly forcefully stabilized. Judgment! He didn't even move, but space shattered around his blades like broken glass. Even Lord Control couldn't keep reality together. Chapter 2025 Make Them. The world fell into a silence, as though all the air had been sucked out and a vacuum had formed. Blue Moon felt as though he had been locked onto, his body frozen in place. He was entirely unable to move. It felt like the laws of the world had suddenly turned on him. Fluttering runes of light solidified around him. "You should be thankful," Ryu said with an indifferent tone. "Normally, I wouldn't waste an attack like this on the likes of you. I normally wouldn't waste any words on you either. But you see, in the darkness there's this woman who thinks too much of herself. If I stay too silent, she might think that the likes of you actually has a right to stand on the same stage as me, when in reality, you were never worthy." Ryu's blade slashed down. The world was divided in two. It could only be said that it was the simplest of any one of the attacks that Ryu had ever created. There didn't seem to be any profound truths. There was no overriding of the world or shocking overturn of reality. It was just a single slash, simple and seemingly unadorned. And yet it was this very same attack that made Blue Moon sense the scent of death. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move a single inch. His entire body was locked down as though the heavens had descended with the purpose of killing him. No, it was deeper than that. It wasn't just death. It was judgment. In some ways, this was an even higher form of trial. He could feel as though it was his karma itself that was being locked down. It was said that the dream wraiths could erase one's memories before passing one along to the other side. However, the passing into a next life wasn't as random as one might think. Many times, karma was so important precisely because it could marginally change things around one's coming life. The more you did in your life and the more positive karma you had, the better chance you had at living an easier life on the other side. Ryu had already seen this through his lives. However, the problem was that the impact of karma wasn't nearly as large as anyone seemed to think it was. If you wanted to impact your next life to a great degree, a few good deeds here and there weren't nearly enough. But whether it was true or not didn't matter. What was important was that Blue Moon could feel like his next life was being decided right here and now, like Ryu had replaced the role and function of the dream wraiths and the heavens themselves to pass judgment on his own. Those that he hated didn't deserve life. The slash that split the world appeared before Blue Moon in a blink. It looked as though it had slowly crossed through the distance, but the reality was that it was nigh instant, so fast and sharp in its movement that Blue Moon, who thought he was trapped in place, was actually just moving so slowly in relation to the attack that it only felt as though he was. The strike cut into his body. A line appeared down Blue Moon's face. His torso was cut into, and it looked as though his body was going to truly be cut into pieces right before everyone's eyes. His phenomena certainly couldn't escape this fate. It was split in two despite the fact the blade light never seemed to touch it in the first place. However, as expected, just when it seemed young Master Moon would die, there was a blinding flash of light. Ryu took a casual step to the side, reading through it without the slightest change to his expression. A beam of light reflected back at him, but other than rustling his hair and what remained of his robes a bit, there were no other changes whatsoever. Blue Moon, on the other hand, stood frozen in the skies, a line of blood running down his body. Whether it was his skull or his lower extremities, nothing was safe. He fell from the skies as a light enveloped him, shooting him off into the distance. Ryu shook his head, exhaling a breath. He could feel a heaviness on his mind that wasn't there before. Fatigue. He shook his head. Blue Moon and falling snow were powerful opponents. There was clearly something extra special about those that had broken through the ceiling of their world that others didn't have. Their undefeatable spirits had an extra tinge of power that wasn't normal. The result was that their Dao seemed to stretch further than others did, and their power was more refined and sharper than it should have been. But Ryu couldn't help but wonder why his Dao didn't have the same character to it. Why was it that his Dao, which had broken through the ceiling of a world more than just once, didn't carry the same benefits as the others did? Ironically, the only explanation that Ryu could think of was that it was because it was too easy for him. Maybe it was precisely because it was so easy that he didn't experience the same thing. Others gained undefeatable spirits from taking this step, while he just took it as a casual action. If there wasn't effort involved for him, then how could it help to refine his Dao heart? That said, was his Dao heart weak? Of course not. So why couldn't he use his Dao heart to allow this change to his Dao? I see. They gained a subconscious understanding of how to do it through the difficult process, but I never experienced the same struggle, so my Dao heart and Dao are seen as two separate existences to me, when in reality, I can make them one. Boom! The moment this realization overcame Ryu, his aura shot through the skies.
Chapter 2026 impossible.
Ryu felt the changes. As expected, on the surface there wasn't much. But he also realized something else when he began. It wasn't just that it had never really been difficult for him to break through the Dao ceiling, but it was also the fact he had two Dao hearts inside of him. His body wasn't used to using his original Dao heart the way it was meant to. In addition, his spiritual foundation wasn't in the location it was supposed to be in. On top of that, there were two godhoods pulling for his attention. One formed in his White Phoenix spiritual foundation and the second formed in his Beyond Perfect Extreme spiritual foundation. Is this what I was missing? A reflective light shone in Ryu's eyes. At that moment, his clear mirror Dao heart seemed to have layered over his pupils, making his eyes seem far more reflective than they had in the past. Usually, his silver irises were forgettable. It wasn't just because they were more like a dull and muted gray most of the time, but it was also that his pupils themselves were attracting so much attention. Even when others didn't notice it, his heavenly pupils were always there, and they would obviously detract from any beauty that his irises might have had. But at that moment, it looked like his eyes had gained two blazing silver stars to them. I see. It's so obvious when I think about it now. How could I have missed this? There was a reason the Dao heart was called the Dao heart. It was the center of your cultivation, the spiritual foundation that held up all things. In that case, how could it not incorporate your Dao and your control? The world shuddered around Ryu and solidified. His will manifested into a tangible form, and his Lord Control took such a large step forward that Adlil and the three-pupiled woman took a step back, almost mistaking Ryu's momentum for someone who had just broken into the sovereign realm. However, the reality was that Ryu's cultivation hadn't changed in the slightest. He stood there in silence, his aura continuing to skyrocket as he poked and prodded at the changes in his body. He felt that just the act of using his spiritual foundation the way it was meant to be used, his power had easily doubled. It was no wonder there was still a gap between him and falling snow. He had been using his Dao heart properly while Ryu certainly hadn't been. But these were also things that no one seemed to speak about in a tangible form. There was nowhere to go and learn about this because Ryu was the only one who needed to learn of this after the fact. Because he was one of the very few people who ever had to learn to live without his spiritual foundation and then adjust to the appearance of another. Ryu even had a feeling that part of the reason people didn't have high opinions of those that inherited spiritual foundations from others was precisely because of this. It was just that they couldn't explain the incapability so clearly. When taking on a Dao heart from another person, who could it possibly meld and fuse with your own path perfectly? Instead, you would end up struggling to find and strike a balance. The effort you would put into trying to find that balance would be so great that even if you did eventually manage to, you would either have used up so much focus chi that you would be worthless in battle, or you would have turned from the path that was perfect for you so much so that your own strength would take a plummet downward. It was almost sad now that Ryu realized it. Because his Tao heart had been stripped from him at such an early age, he hadn't realized that he had had all this power at his fingertips all the while. What an irony! Had he had Elsa by his side, he certainly wouldn't have taken so long to realize it. At that moment, he also fixed a hidden danger within him. His unruly Tao heart settled down and its thoughts of separating, though they had not fully vanished, had been tempered a great deal. Ryu relaxed and his aura was like a tide of water that had risen so high that it peaked over a dam, spilling over slowly at first, before rushing out like a tsunami. He took a breath and the world seemed to breathe along with him. At that moment, his rigid Tao heart became his greatest strength. Whether it was space, time, or faith, they all bent to his will to a degree he had never experienced personally before, so powerful and strong that he felt like his soul nature had suddenly taken enormous leaps forward when in reality this was just the affinity he had always had finally showing its true might. He waved a hand and time froze. Adlil was trying to escape, but by the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. He looked down in horror to find that Ryu had an arm through his chest.
Impossible.
Who didn't know how hard it was to control time? To completely grind time to a stop in a world this powerful, and against an opponent who was a realm above you, that was completely unheard of. Even those races with great elemental affinity simply couldn't do this. Oh? You don't have protections on you? A shame, Ryu said lightly as though he didn't really care whether Adlil was going to live or die. In the end, he had died just as pitifully as his brother did. However, as he was dying, Ryu sensed something odd and waved a hand. Adlil's spatial ring shot into Ryu's palms. Normally, Ryu wouldn't be bothered with the items of his enemies after their deaths. But he realized a while ago that he was missing out on quite a bit of wealth. Even compared to those moments, though, this felt different. Chapter 2027 Crystalline Edge. Ryu only looked Adlil in the eye for a moment before he ripped all of his fate out of his body, incorporating it into himself and then tossing the man's corpse to the side without a care in the world. He looked down at the ring in his palm, his gaze flickering. Time slowed down around him and then ground to a halt. In that moment, his thinking accelerated and it was as though he had entered a completely isolated space where others couldn't react to his speed, and yet he also couldn't interact with them. Regardless, he had no intention of trying to interact with them in the first place. His only goal was to deal with the ring in his hands. Ryu scanned through the entire ring until he found it. With a thought, the sword appeared in his hands and he was taken aback by what he was seeing. It was a sword formed with a blue crystalline edge, forged of a material he had most definitely seen before. Ryu thought for a moment before he brought out a familiar dagger. He hadn't used this dagger in a very long time, so much so that even he had almost forgotten he had it. This dagger, or pair of daggers, rather, was none other than one of the gifts that he had received for his 1000th birthday in his first life. It allowed one to pour spiritual chi into it and attack the soul of an opponent directly. Honestly, Ryu didn't care much for this weapon anymore, not because it wasn't interesting, but because he had no need of it. Not only did he have some bias against it because it was a treasure of sacrum, but with his perfect Black Buddy soul it was completely unnecessary. With his soul, who cared if it ended up injured? He could just heal it. He had one of the most flexible souls in all of existence. He could recover from injuries that others couldn't fathom. If he wanted to attack someone's soul directly, he could just do it and not care for the consequences. But it was extremely interesting, though. Why was it that he could feel this sword calling out to him? Of course, the sword wasn't doing that. Rather, it was his sensitivity toward fate pulling him toward it. This sword had no spirit whatsoever, and to a layman, it would look like a nice piece one would want to put to rest on a wall somewhere. It didn't look like a sword that was meant to be used for fighting. It instead looked like an ornament one would show off to guests and nothing more. Ryu looked back and forth between the dagger and sword, his gaze flickering. After a while, he took out yet another treasure that he hadn't touched in a long while. The Glove of Order. The Glove of Order was a treasure ideal for archers. One could pour one's comprehension into it and use it to form arrows. That could save on the cost of arrows and also rely on the heavens to gather up a large amount of strength in a short time. It was like exchanging focus chi for more raw stamina, which was quite excellent depending on what kind of fighter you were. For obvious reasons, then, Ryu had no need for it. He would prefer to use his overwhelming chi stamina to make up for it rather than having yet another drain on his focus chi. But for some reason, he was feeling that this treasure was also calling out to him. He had received the pair of daggers from his birthday party, but the Glove of Order came from the so-called Natural Order sect of the higher mortal plane. Ryu remembered finding it in the spatial ring of the expert that was there, and it was a so-called unique grade treasure. Now that Ryu thought about it, he had yet to stumble across even a single unique grade treasure after leaving Sacrum. The implications of such a reality only dawned on him at that moment. Had he been missing something big all the while? Ryu slipped the Glove of Order on his hand. As usual, it covered his palm and 2 fingers and looked like a common glove used to protect an archer's fingers from calluses. But the moment it slipped on, it trembled and a surge of aura came from it. An illusory gauntlet quickly covered Ryu's hand, then up his arm and shoulder. Soon, his entire body was covered in a crystalline blue armor. It wasn't the first time Ryu had seen this armor. He had already triggered it back in Sacrum. But once again, he hadn't been very interested in carrying it forward. He was so obsessed with the outside world and what it had to offer that he had yet to unearth all the mysteries of Sacrum. For example, the human skin tome that was still in his possession. Or even more shockingly than that, what about the prayer mat? He had found the prayer mat covering a node that surged with energy from the core of Sacrum's heart. Sitting on it allowed him to sense every life and death in Sacrum all at once. Who had been able to create such a treasure? Why was it there in the first place? What was the relation between it and everything? Were the martial gods really only obsessed with Sacrum because Elena's mother was looking for a method of supporting her ambition? Or was there something deeper? With the armor on, Ryu's grip over the dagger and swords tightened. And soon there was a connection formed between the two. At that moment, Iam's head snapped toward Ryu's location. The speed of a Tao god that was in a hurry was exceptional. Even under supposedly frozen time, the reaction was snappy and quicker than what could be described. Unfortunately, with their hands full with Ailsa, there was nothing they could do at all. Chapter 2028. Only one reason. Ryu saw the crystalline objects in a new light, but at the same time he was baffled. This was definitely not the first time that he had held the dagger in this form. He was sure that he had done it before. But why was it that it was so different now? Looking at the glove on his hand, his eyes flickered as he began to deduce something. I see. Before, I was hardly acknowledged by this thing. To think a treasure born from Sacrum would be so arrogant. Ryu couldn't help but chuckle. The Glove of Order reacted to one's level of comprehension. But back then, Ryu hadn't even had a Tao, let alone a solid enough comprehension for it to latch onto. Every time he had an improvement in his inheritances, the Glove of Order would react in kind, but it was also like feeding little meat pebbles to a black bear. How could it ever be satisfied with that? For a long time, the Glove of Order had been starving. But now it finally had something to hang its hat on. Ryu chuckled and then shook his head. Raising up the sword, he casually slashed down. There was a resonance that formed and the laws of the world overturned. Ryu felt that even his own soul was about to be ripped out of his body. And to his shock, the power of this casual swing was already nearing about 90% the potential of his judgment attack. It floored him. That Tao method was one of his most powerful, and he had even improved it further by incorporating the use of a false shrine and his fate and karma soul nature on top of that. He couldn't fathom how this casual swing managed to cover so much of that strength. Ryu looked at it for a moment and then shook his head. He didn't like it. With a casual toss, he threw the sword and dagger back into his inner world and pulled the glove off his hand, tossing it inside as well. He wasn't interested in using external items to form his strength. If it was a treasure that he had created himself, or if his life was truly in danger, he wouldn't mind it. But he would reach the top of the world under his own merit. He waved a hand, and the three-pupiled young woman was forcefully sucked into his palm. He slapped her forehead and her vision swam. Her vision seemed to be stripped from her before he tossed her into his inner world as well. Soon, the world around him began to accelerate again. And when things cleared, he found a beauty with flowing black hair and bright violet eyes staring back at him. Serial stood before him casually, unaffected by anything in their surroundings. One would have thought that he had just dealt with a great number of geniuses all on his own. Ryu knew why she was so arrogant. He had defeated her in their first battle, but it could be said that her own arrogance had played a great part in it. She didn't use her natural enlightenment, and the only one of her truth pupil's abilities that she had used was truth clonal. Well, other than the passive deceit that she could inflict on the world with her pupils. Back then, she had also told Ryu something quite profound. The deceit of the truth pupils ran deeper than anyone knew. In Sacrum, it was always rank 7, never higher, never lower. In fact, no matter what world you went to, it was always ranked 7th, never moving up and never moving down. Serial seemed to imply that this was on purpose. But then something happened. In the true martial world, it had moved up to 6th, tying with Ryu's mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. Why was that? After all that nonsense Serial spoke about, could it be that she was just blowing her own horn after all? There were only two explanations. Either she had been lying from the very beginning or Ryu almost wanted to dismiss the thought. The second possibility was so shocking that it would have to mean that Serial was at a level now that was hard to imagine. In order for the second to be true, she would have had to override every truth pupil wielder who had ever existed before, making her already the strongest truth pupil wielder to ever exist. Of course, this wouldn't be in cultivation, but rather in mastery of the truth pupils. That second possibility was that she had become the main decider of the fate of the truth pupils, and she personally made the decision to lift the veil of deceit that shrouded the truth pupils. It was only just the slightest bit, moving them from 7th to 6th place. But even a half a position was shocking. In fact, budging it at all was far beyond means that Ryu could even fathom right now. It could be said that this woman, if it really was the latter case, had all the reason in the world to be arrogant. But that was also precisely why her methods were baffling to Ryu. On the one hand, she was unwilling to lay her pride down in front of him, even to the point of holding back during their first fight. But then she wanted to lecture him about being cautious and careful, of knowing when to lower his head and protect himself, on top of going around trying to find a husband out of such pathetic candidates, all to do something that her talent should allow her to do all on her own. How could Ryu ever respect such a woman? He refused. The sharpness of the two's gazes caused the world to warp and twist around them, shuddering with pain and horror, as it seemed to realize that there would be no escaping the damage this time around. At the same time, it could be said that Ryu truly wasn't very good at wooing women. There was only one reason Serial would act so contradictorily with him, and he had only himself to blame if he couldn't figure it out. But at the moment, he only seemed interested in knocking her down a peg. Chapter 2029 Silence and Arrogance. The silence between the two was palpable. Their arrogance seemed to be ingrained into their very bones, drilled through the psyches and melded into the foundation of their Taos themselves. Maybe the two had their own various thoughts about these matters, but what was clear was that they both seemed to be pissed off. In the past, Ryu was disappointed that a woman he thought might be perfect actually had such a great character flaw. Trying to juxtapose the woman he once thought her to be, and the one she was ended up being something he couldn't square no matter how hard he tried. How could the arrogant woman he almost fell for be put in the same breath as this woman who was looking to spread her legs for revenge? It was enough to drive him mad. However, it was also a good thing that his pride was so deep. He hadn't even thought of Serial much in these last few decades, and the reason for that was that he had already decided that she wasn't worthy of him. She was so far from the woman that he thought she was that it was impossible for him to accept her in her current form. As for Serial, she was far too arrogant to explain herself, ironically not much unlike a certain other somebody. The glimpses that Ryu had into her life were the things that she had casually decided to disseminate. Maybe if he cared to listen, she wouldn't have minded telling him more, but his reaction basically guaranteed that she would never do such a thing. Explaining things because she felt like it? Sure, she wouldn't mind. Explaining things because she was chasing after someone else's validation? She would rather die. Ryu flipped his palms over and his great sword staffs disappeared. The scales on his body rippled, and in that moment, the horns on his head grew longer and more penetrating. His muscles rippled as his horns branched out, almost forming antlers. Runes began to ripple across their surface, and sparks of lightning danced along with the common spattering of flames. His body was slowly changing in subtle ways. The hidden worlds of his scales became deeper and more reflective, and there was something especially demonic about him. His horns completed their transformation to antlers, and they seemed to hold up the skies. Though his body had barely grown, and he still stood at just over 2 meters tall, he felt larger than life, as though he was taking up far more space now than he ever had before. The whites of his eyes vanished, becoming a well of endless silver. Even his pupils seemed to be nowhere to be seen. The runes that danced on his antlers began to descend onto his body, and the hidden tattoos that formed his body realm cultivation art began to make themselves known. An array of gold and dark gold danced, deepening his demonic air as they fluctuated within his scales. The hidden worlds of his scales seemed to form a connection, and there was a sudden burst of light. The tattoo of a dragon began to swim across his body. The call of a phoenix echoed as one flew through the worlds of his scales, entering his wings and setting them ablaze. A Qilin stomped down once, causing veins around Ryu's ankles and feet to crackle and pop with a surge of power before they slowly settled down. Every time one of these phenomena appeared, there was a flash of a birth phenomena behind Ryu. And though he didn't speak, the echo of booming words reverberated through the hearts and minds of all those on the world. Take form and forge the heavens. Take form and command the heavens. Take form and burn the heavens. Take form and conquer the heavens. I would bring your stupid weapons back out if I were you, Sariel said indifferently. Ryu continued to look at her, his lips not moving in the slightest. The time for talking was finished. In his first life, wagging his tongue and sharpening it was all he could do. When his second life began, he grew a particular distaste for it, preferring to use his fists to the point where even conflicts that could have been avoided with a simple explanation were hopped into with both feet by him. He had grown better as he continued to age and mature, but there were still times like this when he preferred to not speak at all. Even he didn't realize the irony of the fact that the last time he couldn't be bothered to speak to explain himself like this was in front of Ailsa. And maybe it was also precisely because of Ailsa that he couldn't stand the fact these people were standing in his way right now. Sariel, though, didn't seem to mind it. She smiled. It was a smile so beautiful the world seemed to light up for a moment despite the oppressive atmosphere between the two. And yet it was also matched with a pair of eyes that were brooding with darkness. She stood there with that arrogant smile on her face, meeting Ryu's eyes as though she was looking at a plaything. I wonder, how long can you maintain that form for? She took a step forward, her dress fluttering in the wind along with her long streaming black hair. How many birth phenomena is that at once? How's your focus chi doing? You must be taking me very seriously to go all out like this. I'm almost a bit touched. She took another step forward, her momentum building again. Ryu still didn't reply, his breathing even as his eyes shone brighter and brighter. The elements flickered all across his body, giving him more and more of the air of a god. Wouldn't it be a shame if all of this came crashing down with a little push? Her sweet voice echoed. I think you need to learn how fragile you really are. Chapter 20-30-90%. Sariel vanished and her palm appeared on Ryu's chest in an instant. Ryu could see it clearly, or so he thought. The twisting deceptions that danced around Sariel made it difficult to tell what was reality and what wasn't. It was hard even to trust his own senses to twist space and warp time when the line between illusion and reality was being blurred so easily. If the passive ability of his Mysteries of Heaven and Earth pupils was third perspective, then this casual twisting of reality could be considered the same for the truth pupils. Even when Sariel turned it off, a thought of hers could shape and mold the laws of the world. This had only grown more powerful after she formed Lord Control. Sariel was clearly much like Ryu, not caring for the speed of cultivation very much, and yet instead excavating every hint of her potential every step along the way. When he had met her, she had already been several times older than him. Since then, he had experienced rebirth for almost 1,000 years on top of decades more. With Serial's talent, Ryu wouldn't have been surprised even if he came back to find her already a Tao god. But the fact that she was only a Tao lord wasn't a sigh of relief. If anything, it made him several times more serious. There was no way that she spent all these years grinding her wheels in the dirt hoping for a single breakthrough into the Lord realm. So the question was, just how deep was her foundation right now? The palm collided with Ryu's chest, but there was no sudden, shocking explosion of strength. It was just a last slap, almost as though she was patting Ryu and feeling his chest rather than attacking him. And yet, the rolling storm within Ryu's body told a different story entirely. His inner organs shook, his heart would have burst had he not had his realm heart, and it felt like all of his bones would dislocate at once. And yet, he stood there, perfectly still, perfectly unmoved. His body was so powerful that despite the rolling changes happening within, they didn't even echo out into the world. It was perfectly silent. However, he realized one thing immediately: Serial's body was exceptionally powerful. This was the difference between the Fae and the Fairies. The Fairies were a pure spiritual sort of race. Their bodies weren't their strong suits, but they instead placed their bets on their elemental and chi control. They often had powerful souls as well. But the Fae were perfect all-rounders. They had powerful souls, powerful chi control, and powerful bodies. They were one of the ancient races for a reason, and their weaknesses were few and far between. And even those that existed were abstruse and difficult to take advantage of. Just a casual palm from her carried so much strength and power. Ryu looked down and into her eyes as though assessing something. Then, twin 8-trigram diagrams appeared in each one of his silver eyes, rotating in opposite directions. The illusion on the world seemed to disperse before him, and the layers of fate became the foundation upon which he read the world. This was what he really wanted. He needed to establish a baseline for what was Serial's reality and what wasn't. If he didn't, he would spend the entire battle chasing shadows. But what was shocking to him, more so than even her powerful body, was the fact that even with the mutation to his heavenly pupils, it actually took his fate and karma soul nature before he could see through the illusions completely. It was as expected. She had likely spent most of her efforts on her eyes in these years, and now they had reached a height that most couldn't imagine. A fiendish grin spread across Ryu's face as he looked at the beautiful woman before him. He had been slowly starting to grow pissed off these days. It felt like every new world he went to, his first-ranked heavenly pupils were being disrespected. In Sacrum, they were 6th. In this world, they weren't even in the top dozen, and it took a great deal of effort before he managed to pull them into the top 20, but he was still only nearing the top 10 here. Maybe in other worlds it was even worse. In his eyes, there was only one first-ranked heavenly pupil in existence, and it was his own. Boom! Ryu's aura flared and Serial took a casual step back. However, she didn't seem to do so because of his powerful momentum, but instead to prep a second palm. This time, though, Ryu saw through all the illusions and met her head-on. The world shook around their lord control, and a thin film of space separated their skin, as though they hated one another's guts so much they couldn't even stand to touch one another. There was a small pause before the two erupted. They didn't seem to care what part of their bodies they used, as every clash overturned the world. Palms, fists, knees. Despite Ryu's larger size, Serial was like a shark in blood-infested waters. She moved with the sharpness and fluidity of a battle veteran, switching between styles with just as much ease as Ryu did. Bang! 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 Their forearms clashed and they separated by 3 meters before erupting again. Concentric circles of exploding air destroyed the atmosphere around them, the laws of the world whining and groaning beneath the strain as their lord control forced it to remain intact. The world was growing like a ready-to-burst balloon. However, they didn't seem to notice at all as they separated once again, their breathing even and their gazes indifferent. A sparkle lit in Serial's eyes as her body doubled, and then doubled again. Soon, there were dozens of her, each one with 90% of her prowess. Truth clone. Chapter 2031 Summoning. There was simply no getting away from it. This was the one and only ability of her truth pupils that she had used last time, and the horrors of it still echoed in Ryu's mind. The truth pupils. Its fundamental ability was to distort the line between illusion and reality, allowing it to create shocking abilities like this one. On the one hand, these clones were meant to be nothing more than illusions. And yet, on the other hand, 3 of them flashed forward. Ryu blocked one with a knee and a second with an elbow, his mouth opening up in a roar toward the third. A beam of fire left his lips and tore space in two, appearing before the last in a flash. His body shook as the first 2 clones practically collapsed his body between their strength, but his heavenly Tao tree sparkled as it finally joined the battle as well. The casual use of dragon breath caused a slight smile to flicker in Serial's eyes. It seemed that Ryu had improved after all. Before, he would only bring out such talents as a last resort when the battle was reaching an apex, but now he seemed much more like a true dragon. Amusing, indeed. It was nothing more than a light smile. As for how much she actually cared, it was next to nothing. Her third clone was destroyed. The only weakness of these clones was that their health wasn't nearly as great as that of their master. Well, only Serial knew that they could be. It was just that she didn't care enough about this battle to waste the stamina that would be needed to make that necessary. Instead, she just replaced it with a 4th clone. Ryu was besieged from all sides, his body being forced to withstand an assault from what seemed to be an army of geniuses. They came from all sides, each one having the same sharpness and cleverness as Serial. It felt like she was trying to overload his mind, draining his focused chi even faster than his birth phenomena were already doing. However, Ryu remained calm. He casually blocked and parried, slicing out with dragon claws and breaths from time to time as though he had an endless well of stamina to pull from. And honestly speaking, he might as well have. The skies clapped with thunder and a bolt of lightning as thick as a mountain descended from above, striking Ryu's heavenly Tao tree. However, from the aura, it was clear that this bolt of lightning came from Ryu's own storm talent. At the same time, his lightning god talent flashed as well, and the bolt of powerful lightning became a sheen of scaled armor that covered the crystalline tree from head to toe. Ryu's movements became sharper, his speed suddenly accelerating as he used his Tatsuya movement technique. A fist appeared at the head of one of Serial's clones and burst it apart. The heavenly Tao tree behind Ryu rippled, and a judgment descended from the skies. All of a sudden, Serial's gaze flashed as a warping reality of tree branches suddenly slashed out. It formed a tornado, a whirlwind of attacks so fast that it was difficult for her to manage all of her clones at once. She quickly realized that Ryu had been hiding the true ability of his heavenly Tao tree in the earlier battles. It was only now that he allowed the chaos within it to truly bloom. But what was more shocking was the dichotomy of chaos and order playing well together. The heavenly Tao tree was the chaos, and the lightning god, the judgment of the heavens themselves, became the order. Ryu found the weaknesses of her clones and tore through them in a single bound, and in a brief instant, she was left with nothing more than a handful. After understanding what was happening, Serial was no longer as shocked. He had seen through the method these truth clones were created and targeted those weaknesses. As Ryu had stated, the truth pupils blurred the line between reality and illusion. These truth clones were created on a fundamentally illusory basis before they were shifted into reality. Usually, Serial picked out a casual ability to be the basis of her illusion. Maybe it was an organ, maybe it was a strand of hair, maybe it was a technique she liked to use. The only requirement was that it be something unique to her, something to tether the illusion. Only then could she create a clone that was so powerful. However, in order for the truth clone to continue to exist, that part of it had to remain illusory. Only that balance between illusion and reality allowed the clone to display their truest, greatest strength. But when facing against Ryu, whose pupils could see through such things, it didn't matter how much stamina Serial gave them. He would rip through them all in a single touch of judgment. Ryu took a step forward, his muscles rippling. The bruises that dotted his body, thanks to Serial's clones, vanished with the circulation of a single drop of embryonic chi before he shot forward with another step. He appeared before Serial, sending out a casual fist strike as he ignored what remained of her clones completely. Boom! Serial didn't move an inch, but a portal did appear before her. A palm as white as snow came out from the small portal. Even when what was on the other side couldn't be seen clearly, Ryu could feel the heart-shuddering aura. However, he wasn't surprised. He had already known that Serial was a summoning necromancer after the first time they fought. Back then, she had summoned a demon royal as well. But compared to the aura of the one back then, this one was on a completely different level. They couldn't even be compared. But what Serial did next was even more shocking than that. Ryu watched as her irises rotated and the portal grew larger. Chapter 2032 So 2. Of the truth clones that remained, one suddenly flashed over to the side and fused into the summoned demon's body. All of a sudden, its already oppressive aura reached a new stage, and Ryu was sent blasting backward with a single ripple of its wrists. Ryu barely stabilized himself in the air hundreds of kilometers away as he watched an Ice Queen step out from the portal. Her skin was an unhealthy sheen of whitish blue, or rather a sheen that would have been unhealthy on practically any other creature. However, her eyes, rather than being the usual blue, they carried sparkling shades of violet, ones that looked eerily reminiscent of Serial's eyes. Ryu's eyes narrowed. He knew that this wasn't a normal matter by any stretch of the imagination, especially not when 3 more portals appeared and the 3 remaining clones fused into each of their bodies. Each one of the Ice Queens managed to gain Serial's violet eyes. Each of them swiped at the air, causing a long katana of white-blue ice to appear in their fair and delicate palms. The crowns above their heads shimmered as Serial stood casually behind them, her own eyes glowing for a moment before they dimmed. Ryu knew that Serial had cast a skill with her eyes just now, but he didn't know exactly what it was until the 4 Ice Queens moved. Each one of their auras was in the Lord Realm, and when they moved, vicious winds rippled around them. One suddenly appeared behind Ryu, almost catching him off guard. It was like it had phased through his senses entirely. That was when Ryu understood. The 4 Ice Queens formed a domain of ice, forcefully changing every chi in the surroundings to suit their element. As Ice Queens, they were formed entirely from the ice element as well, meaning if the 4 worked together to create a domain like this, they could instantly shift anywhere within it. It was essentially an advanced application of spirit body. However, Ryu, who was prepared for a slash to his back, felt a sudden spike of pain. His gaze flashed, and he looked down to find a wound eerily similar to the one he had given Blue Moon. No, it wasn't just eerily similar, it was completely identical in every way, shape, and form, even down to the darkness chi rampaging through his body right now despite the fact that the Ice Queens should have only been using ice chi. It seemed that on top of using this domain of ice, they were also able to use Serial's illusion and reality abilities to add yet another layer of confusion. However, when Ryu saw the wound cutting into his shoulder, through his heart, and out of his hip, his grin became even more demonic. Was this payback for her little boyfriend? He had to say, she was quite good at pissing a man off. Ryu suddenly reached out to the side. It looked like he was grabbing at empty air, but sparks flew from his claw as he suddenly clamped down on a sword that had been invisible just moments ago. His wrist flexed, and the sword shattered. Ryu suddenly vanished, his Tatsuya movement art turning him into a streak of starlight that vanished into a smattering of ice. He activated his own ice spirit body, slipping into the domain of the Ice Queens without the slightest worry, and then, boom! Erupted with flames and lightning. His fire and lightning spirit body layered on top of it, and as his body fused into their domain, which was likewise connected to them, they felt themselves being burned from the inside out. Ryu appeared high in the skies above, blood still drizzling down his chest, but the head of an Ice Queen, leaking icicles, was being held by the hair. Chi rippled and roared around Ryu, his momentum only increasing as he became more and more familiar with incorporating his Tao heart into his battle prowess. Serial seemed to be taken aback again. This time, she wasn't expecting her Ice Queens to be dealt with so easily, and certainly not by this method. Ryu was sure confident in himself. Fusing his spirit body with the bodies of 4 others like that was exceptionally dangerous. With those 4 working together, on top of the confusion layered in by her truth pupils, he could have easily lost himself permanently, destroying his soul and never being able to reform his body. But here he was, still spry and looking for battle. Sariel smiled. Decent. But you've got a little injury there. Ryu looked down at his chest, only for the wound to suddenly close. Sariel chuckled, seemingly not caring in the slightest. At that moment, Sariel's aura changed, and she became more alluring. The red on her cheeks deepened, and she fluttered her eyelashes. Looking down at her palm, she began to speak with a sultry voice. Your chest didn't feel too bad in my palm, handsome. I think I might touch it again. She vanished, her body swaying through the air. She appeared before Ryu, her palm striking the exact same place it had before. Ryu's body bent into a curve, being sent flying through the air. Sariel appeared high above Ryu's flying form, ready to strike out again. But at that moment, Ryu's wings flapped, sending a whirlwind of air pressure toward her. The power of the upward thrust was so great that the vacuum that formed behind him sucked up the ground, sending shards of earth scattering upward. Sariel's eyes only blinked, watery and misted over with lust. Somehow, she phased through it all, pressing a palm to Ryu's chest again. Bang! Ryu's trajectory changed. From moving horizontally to the ground, he was blown downward and through it. Sariel vanished once more, appearing on the edge of the crater Ryu was in. The lust in her eyes faded, replaced by a murderous light. She raised her hand to her lips, tasting Ryu's blood and shuddering with pleasure. Every time her personality fluctuated, her soul's strength seemed to take another enormous bound forward. And as her soul strengthened, so too did her eyes. Chapter 2033 Dreary. A new personality, a new soul. New soul, a greater soul strength. A greater soul. Strength, stronger heavenly pupils. The cycle seemed to be endless as Sariel pulled out one shift and change after another. From arrogant and haughty, to lustful and conniving, to bloodthirsty and possessive. Her emotions changed like the pages of a book, and the fluctuations in soul strength that came along with it were rising to the point that even Ryu's own began to feel suppressed from all sides. The lines between deception and reality blurred, and soon what was just illusion was becoming more and more of what the truth could only hope to be. And it all happened in the blink of an eye. Bang! Ryu, who was already locked deep within the depths of a crater, found his body forming a second within it. A force so great came from above that the crater deepened, forming a concave abyss within what was already a several-kilometer deep pit. All of his bones threatened to shatter, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood once more. Sensory input came at him from all sides, and it was hard for his mind to decipher all of them even if his eyes could see through them. He could tell that Sariel was doing this on purpose. So what if his eyes were powerful if his cultivation was too low to decipher everything that he was seeing? It was the same concept he had grasped with his spacetime soul nature. At a certain point, if he kept things too simple, then those with minor grasps on the two elements would be able to see what he was doing. However, he had learned many decades ago by now that if he wanted to maximize his spacetime soul nature, it was in his best interest to layer the complexity to the point where even if an opponent had some familiarity with concepts he might use, they wouldn't have the time in the middle of battle to deal with it all. Ryu just never expected that there would come a day where something like this was effective against him. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, his body practically laying flat beneath the pressure. His body was barely holding up, and it felt like if it was pushed just the tiniest bit more, all of his bones would collapse to ash. Sariel continued to stand at the edge of the crater, striking out with palms that layered on top of one another again and again. Sometimes her laughter would echo through the skies, sometimes it would be a sharp screech, and at other times there would be a thunderous roar that seemed impossible for her delicate body to produce. Bang! 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 And yet, despite the blood leaking from his lips and the pressure threatening to shatter his body, Ryu looked up to the sky with an eerie calmness in his gaze. His horns rippled and the silver marbles that now formed his eyes danced within the reflective light. It had been a very long time since he was truly forced into a corner. He couldn't remember the last time. The nether plane realm he entered had been a joke. The holy worlds of this plane were more of a fight against his own psyche rather than him facing off against any real enemy. And in these last few decades of his life, his only real competition felt like it was himself. Maybe it was arrogant to have these thoughts. After all, in this time, he had run into plenty of so-called geniuses, existences that were beyond him in talent and raw strength. But it was just that no matter how strong they were, he could never truly take them seriously. As far as he was concerned, that so-called Earth ranking might as well not exist at all. It was a pathetic hodgepodge of wannabe elites. They were people that regardless of their talent level, he felt like he could find some method, some way to defeat them. But now, it felt different. When was the last time he had felt like this? When was the last time he well and truly felt that he had entered a battle that he might lose? A battle that challenged his Tao heart and his sense of superiority? Honestly, he really couldn't remember. A grin spread across Ryu's face. Bang! 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 His body convulsed with every pressurized strike from above, but slowly, his hand began to rise. From the pinned position to his side, it reached up into the air. The pressure descending from above caused his skin to fragment and his tattoos to nearly collapse in on themselves. But they held up. Then, with a flash, his great swordstaff appeared once more. Shoo! The pressure seemed to be sliced in two. A radiant golden aura shot upward. He was too obsessed with only showing as much as Serial was. With his eyes, he could estimate just how much she was holding back, and at most, by now, she had used maybe 30% of what she was capable of. Just measuring up against her previous strength, he knew that clearly. He knew for certain that she had more powerful summons. He had yet to even see her use her Tao more than passively. He had yet to feel her natural enlightenment. In fact, she still hadn't brought out her katana. At most, she had shared some of her insights with the sword to the Ice Queens she had summoned earlier. It was mostly his pride dictating his action. However, his pride of today wasn't the same as his pride of years ago. He was still the same confident, arrogant Ryu. However, his mind was much more flexible. He was much more willing to bend and not break. So what if he wasn't hiding as much strength as she was? If he won the battle, wouldn't it be the same? Instead, his arrogance pivoted and his eyes blazed with fighting intent as his undefeatable will soared into the skies, piercing through the clouds and shattering falling meteors. He bet that he could improve even faster than she deemed to reveal her real trump cards. Boom! Ryu's body vanished from the pressurized crater. The moment he was no longer there absorbing the bulk of the attacks, the ground beneath him collapsed, forming an abyss tens of times deeper than it had just been. If a mortal stood at the edge, it would look as though the whole fell into the very depths of hell. But Ryu himself had already appeared in front of Serial. Not only had he appeared, but his second great swordstaff was also in his hand. Serial's expression changed again. A shy and bashful look colored her gorgeous features and she stumbled backward. She tripped on a rock which caused her body to, seemingly by coincidence, fall out of the way of Ryu's blade. As though an advanced application of a drunken stance, Serial stumbled, shied, and clumsily made her way out of the range of his most lethal strikes. Her personality changed again and she became as gentle as a lotus but as distant as a warm breeze in the depths of winter. Her movement technique changed once more into a slow and steady cadence, calm and collected, unhurried and unbothered. Their gazes met across the void. One would have thought that there would be some frustration in Ryu's eyes. He had never missed so many strikes in a row in his life. His actions were usually too precise, and he was used to outsmarting his enemies into almost presenting themselves to his blades. And yet, there wasn't even a hint of it in his eyes. At that moment, his eyes reflected the very same calmness that was in Serial's. It pulsed with a will that didn't seem to care about the disparity in strength. In his eyes, there would only ever be one outcome no matter what she hid. Ryu took a step forward again, his aura surging. An 8-trigram diagram appeared at the base of his heavenly Tao tree, and high above it, encompassing both the tree and his silver star. The world overturned beneath his aura and his eyes flashed. Rob the world of its color. In that moment, the skies lost their specks of vibrancy. The meteors falling from above almost became dull and lifeless in one respect, and yet all the more deadly in another. A black and white paintbrush dotted the skies, and it felt like all the chi in the world had been forcefully sucked away. Serial suddenly found that her control over illusion and reality had been put in a stranglehold, and she was slightly late to react. Though she still dodged, Ryu's great swordstaff cut into her sleeve and drew blood down her slender arm. Blood trickled down as the only splash of color in the now dreary world. Chapter 2034-2. Serial's body flickered, and she suddenly appeared tens of kilometers from Ryu. Ryu didn't follow up, at least not quickly. He only took a calm step forward, crossing an entire kilometer before taking another step that was just as calm. His body was beaten and bruised. His clothing barely covered his lower half, and his blood coated his body. And yet, his aura only seemed to be growing taller and more vibrant. Serial looked up at the world around her, seemingly analyzing something before looking down at the wound on her arm. There seemed to be a flicker of surprise within as well. She recognized the skill Ryu had just used. The most powerful abilities of the Mystery of Heaven and Earth Pupils were all well known enough to be recognized if you were looking for it. Considering she knew exactly what Ryu had, it wasn't a surprise that she could. The problem was that shouldn't be so powerful. Rob the world of its color should be a skill capable of countering immortal rings, but it wasn't supposed to be able to do this. Ryu had stripped the world down of its fate itself. Or, more accurately, the fate that supported her eyes. Ryu had been looking for a home run that forced her into a corner, something like what he had done to the three-pupil girl. Back then during their battle, he had used Rob the world of its color to strip one of her pupils of its sight and the ability that came along with it. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't find a method of doing the same to Serial, even if he was willing to sacrifice his life. Her heavenly pupils were too strong, and her fate was even stronger. This, however, he could certainly do. With every calm step, his aura continued to rise. Since Serial didn't want to use the abilities of her heavenly pupils, he would use his own. He would see how she would deal with this. Lines of fate. The world of black and white became layered in Ryu's eyes. Every probability was firmly grasped, and without the twisting of Serial's eyes, he took another step. But this time, when he appeared once more, his sword was already at Serial's throat. Serial's eyes narrowed. Clang! Blade met blade as a katana came out from seemingly nowhere. Serial elegantly fluttered back, landing on the ground with short, delicate, and practiced steps. With a swing of her arm, she dispersed the pressure from Ryu's strike, and a large carve out of land curled to her side. The wind pressure of her blade alone brushed by Ryu's side, flashing by his indifferent expression as his hair kicked up beneath the pressurized, condensed air. Strands of his white hair were diced up as they fluttered, but his eyes never left Serial. The blade was just as long as he remembered, taller than even he himself, let alone Serial. Even without counting the handle, its thin frame was a slowly curved edge of over 7 feet long, putting even some spears to shame. Even with a spear that long, the hand position would shorten the range considerably. But with Serial's katana, she might as well have been using a long-ranged weapon. There was only a short silence before the two erupted. The howls of blades filled the skies, and their movements flashed in relation to one another. Ryu held nothing back anymore. He didn't reserve the power of his body. His heavenly pupils flashed with one ability after another, and he pulled on the power of his great swordstaffs, commandeering the light and darkness of the world to levy attacks that split the skies into night and day. Serial's wrist flickered and parried one of his blades to the side. Despite the cumbersome length of her blade, she used it with the agility of a short sword, pivoting to the side, twisting her wrist, and piercing at the spine of Ryu's second great swordstaff in one fluid motion. If she succeeded, both blades would be blasted apart, leaving Ryu's chest wide open. But Ryu himself was no slouch. He might be lacking in comparison to her power, but his skill never lagged behind anyone. His own wrist twisted, and the spine of his blade suddenly curled in the air, sliding beneath Serial's piercing strike and parrying it upward as well. His blade continued, looking to slice Serial in two. Serial took this matter in stride. The pivot of her feet continued to carry her momentum to the side. If Ryu kept following to split her in two, his blades would have to cross over one another, throwing his footwork into chaos and leaving him open to suffer a counterattack. It was a huge no-no for dual weapon wielders. Or so Serial thought. Ryu followed through without hesitation, his torso flexing as he swung down even harder. At that same moment, his second great sword staff disappeared from his palm entirely, appearing high above the skies in a blind spot Serial just might not notice. The blade appeared at Serial's waist, ready to cut her in two. And that it did. Ryu could feel the sensation of soft flesh followed by the slight resistance of bone before it too was sliced right through. However, he subconsciously felt that something was off. Serial wouldn't suffer such a blow so easily. Serial's body was split in two, blood splattering everywhere. However, even as her corpse fell to the ground, she appeared again in the distance and out of the range of the attack he was preparing with his second great sword staff. From above, Ryu's gaze flickered and he realized that this was an ability of her truth pupils. She had finally used one other than truth clone, and within his robbed the world of its color domain no less. However, he wasn't too surprised. He had deployed the domain mostly to suppress her casual use of the lines of illusion and reality. That passive ability was too shocking to deal with, and it made his own passive abilities third perspective. And maybe focus could fall into that category as well, feel empty by comparison. Cutting off the fate of heavenly pupils, especially when he speculated that Serial might have more dominion over the truth pupils than any predecessor before her, was too difficult. He could limit the passive ability greatly, but the actual skills that she consciously deployed would be a much taller mountain to climb. True death. Contrary to its name, it was nothing of the sort. She could easily create a lifelike replica of herself to cheat death in her stead. Ryu's gaze flickered as he looked up into the skies. With a swipe of his hand, his dark great sword staff returned to his palm from the air. He knew that Serial had taken this route because she saw his attack coming. At the same time, he could already see how she might use true death with her other abilities, especially her summoning. There were several necromancy techniques that could be used to cheat death. If they were layered with true death. Serial suddenly smiled, her aura fluctuating. For some reason, when Ryu saw this smile, he felt his heart shudder. It didn't take him long to realize why. This smile. It was the very same smile as the Serial he knew the most intimately. This was the Serial who kissed him. The shy and reserved girl who was pure of heart and open about her feelings nonetheless. It was a beautiful sort of dichotomy that could warm the heart of any man. "You killed me, Ryu," she said in a soft, pitiful voice. Ryu took a breath and exhaled before his gaze suddenly sharpened, looking down at the corpse by his feet. Blood surged and swirled into a portal. Out from the inside a second Serial took shape. "I don't want to live anymore," she said sadly, looking down at the ground. The Serial he knew the best raised her katana to her throat and slashed down. Ryu found himself almost calling out to tell her to stop. But it was already too late. His body shuddered as the Serial that walked out from the blood portal seemed to gain new life. She looked toward Ryu with an arrogant smile, gazing between her dead self and him. "How pitiful," she said with an almost sickly sweetness. Ryu's mind felt like it had been fried. The headless Serial's corpse pulsed, and yet another blood portal appeared. Out from within it, another arrogant Serial formed. He looked between the two, one near him and another a distance away. However, no matter how he looked at them, they were perfectly identical. There was no sign of a clone at all, as though there had always been two Serials from the very start. 100% clones. Clones so perfect that they could very well be the real body. Wait, had he ever been fighting Serial's real body? He simply couldn't tell. And these clones, as far as he could see, had no weaknesses at all. He couldn't even deal with one cereal. How would he deal with two? Chapter 2035 Entertaining. This is pretty entertaining. Just look at him getting his ass kicked. Lucard gnawed on an enormous beast on the top of a mountain range, seemingly not caring about the meteors falling around him. And because of that pride of his, he won't make use of us either. We can finally relax and enjoy his pain. Maybe we'll get extra lucky and he'll die here. Don't jinx us, dragon. Langer would have put a palm over Lucard's mouth if his damned head wasn't so big. Just let me enjoy this in peace. What could I possibly be jinxing us about? Don't underestimate that man's shamelessness. Before we know it, we'll fall into a trap. You sound like you're more scared of him when he's not here than when he is. No one is scared of that bastard. The word you should be using is cautious. He has no bottom line fuck. Langer was just in the middle of speaking when he looked into the skies and began to curse. The first was just the beginning. Soon enough, there was a string of curses following after him, and he wanted to strangle Lucard for not listening to him. At that moment, a beauty with flowing white hair appeared. Her breasts were tall and proud, but her style of dress was so elegant and conservative that even the most lascivious of men couldn't feel it within themselves to blaspheme her with their gaze. There was a certain hint of coldness in her silvery eyes that looked down on the world with a loftiness from above. This was a woman used to wielding power. This was the wife of Ryu Tatsuya, Eska Tatsuya. They are here, Eska said lightly. Langer was still cursing. This Ryu bastard was more shameless than he even knew. He had actually sent his wife. What were they supposed to do now? Watch a woman fight while they stood on the sidelines? What Langer didn't know was that the plan ran deeper than even that alone. In one moment Lucard was gnawing on meat and bone, and in the next he stood. The mountain beneath him trembled, and the space around him warped. He tuned out Langer's words and looked off into the distance before his teeth suddenly bared. A rumbling growl filled the skies, and the sound of his draconic blood, surging through his veins, sounded akin to tsunamis wiping out entire swaths of land. Fuck me? Langer pressed a palm to his forehead. He knew that he had lost Lucard. Now no one would be on his side at all. Whoever was coming had already triggered Lucard's battle intent. These damned prideful dragons were so easy to manipulate. Boom! 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 Eska stood elegantly in the skies, her expression calm. It felt like even if the world fell apart around them, she would accept it calmly and without the slightest care. Seichuyu. Seichuyu. Mei and Selhira appeared soon afterward, but rather than looking toward the coming danger, they couldn't help but look to the distance toward Ailsa. It was impossible for them to keep up with the battle of Tao gods. But when Ailsa was hardly moving an inch, such hurdles didn't pose a problem at all. She stood there with her back facing them, her posture ramrod, and her aura somehow soft. She was close enough for them to see, but felt a world away nonetheless. It was like looking at an unreachable target. Subconsciously, they knew who she was. As complicated as Ryu's feelings might be, the idea of sharing wifehood with this caliber of woman left them feeling uncomfortable. The only one who didn't seem to be moved was Eska. In fact, her own aura seemed to be provoked. She wasn't moved when she saw Ailsa on her own. It was only when she saw Mei and Selhira's reactions that she did flare up. The presence of an empress filled the air, and it seemed natural, not carrying the slightest hint of inferiority or jealousy in the slightest. This was an aura provoked not by Ailsa, but in order to support the women by her side. The foundation was very different, and as a result it seemed even stronger in response. From the distance, Ailsa's head slowly turned back, and for a moment, her gaze met that of Eska's. The two women looked at one another calmly before turning back. There was no clash, no world-shuddering change. It was just a simple look. Yet Mac and Selhira felt like they couldn't quite breathe. It seemed that they had forgotten. Ryu had more than just one wife that had experienced trillions of years of life. The only reason Eska wasn't already at the Tao God cultivation realm was because she had fused with a youth that didn't have nearly the foundation she did. In addition, without Ryu by their side, they had to put in a great deal of effort into undoing their sacrum foundation and recultivating to an appropriate standard. But ever since they returned to Ryu, in the decades since, they had begun to wonder why they ever struggled in the first place. With all the embryonic chi they could ever need at their fingertips, progress that used to take them years took a matter of seconds. In this time, Eska and Icemine had been delving into their comprehensions to a deeper and deeper level while refining their foundations. And it was probably about time she took a leap forward. Boom! 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 The skies split open, and the first thing anyone saw were the feathers. A gorgeous brownish tan, rich and almost creamy in its consistency. When they fell from the skies, they carried with them the size of small hills and a softness that graced the world. The air solidified as a paw descended from above. The growls coming from Lucard only grew more intense, and all of a sudden he couldn't seem to hold back anymore. With a stomp, the mountain beneath him shattered. Chapter 2036 Griffins. Griffins. The moment they appeared, Lucard felt as though his dragon's pride was provoked. The rivalry between dragons and Qilins was well documented. There was simply no escaping that. However, it could be said that the dragons had a rivalry with anyone who tried to suppress them in any way. The Qilins were existences who relied on the judgment of the heavens. For dragons who represented rebelling against the heavens, this was a huge insult and unacceptable. By comparison, the griffins represented order, structure, sovereignty. They were antithetical to everything that the dragons were as well. Lucard was here for one reason and one reason only. He wanted to become the next Dragon Emperor. After realizing that the world was far larger than he thought, he changed his goal from wanting to become a Dragon Emperor of the true martial world to a Dragon Emperor of all worlds. However, the reason he wanted to be a Dragon Emperor and not just a normal emperor was that he believed dragons were superior to all races, not because he only had such limited ambition. Meaning, his path wouldn't allow him to be passive when there was some bastard looking above his head, trying to stamp on it. He was provoked immediately by the mere auras of the griffin race. And he wouldn't stand for it. No amount of cursing from Ianger was going to change anything. Eska looked toward Lucard's rushing figure and shook her head. This was indeed what Ryu said would happen. And as expected, it would make things trickier. After all, there weren't just lords in there. There were sovereigns and Dao gods. These weren't the normal sovereigns that Lucard could just barely fight if he had to. These were existences from a world 3 tiers above this one. It wasn't a gap that Lucard could bridge just because he was enraged. But no amount of talking would change things either. The griffins. I've been waiting a long time. Elsa's soft voice echoed through the skies. Despite its delicate nature, it carried a rumbling power to it. The Ruin Master Guild, which already felt like she had given them all they could handle, felt a shudder in their hearts. That was because Elsa's aura suddenly deepened to another level. It took a step forward as though she had been treating them like children all this time, and her crimson eyes flared with life. With a tap of her feet, an 8-trigram diagram appeared. However, unlike Ryu's, it continued to rapidly expand, moving so quickly that it seemed like it would swallow up the entire world. At that moment, the meteors in the skies froze, the destruction on the land came to a stop, and even the winds in the skies slowed to a crawl. Elsa only took a light, airy breath, no different from any of the others she had taken. And then the world bloomed with light. Greenery overflowed, trees grew to tens of times their original height, and clouds dispersed to reveal sunrays that sparkled with ruby crystals.
Cultus Dominion.
Cultus Reign. Reverse. Every light word caused another change to the world on a scale that was shocking to an extreme. And then, the griffins that had split the skies open found themselves trapped and forcefully teleported. All at once, several Dao God griffins were enveloped by runes. They shattered them one after another, only to find that it was never enough. Soon they were dragged into Elsa's prison, trapped within the walls with her. In the skies, all that were left were the lords and sovereigns. Lucard's roars filled the skies as he was just about to clash with the first line of griffins. It was as though he didn't notice the change at all. Or rather, maybe he would have rather died to the Dao God griffins than back down in the face of this aura. Eska didn't move, looking up and into the skies. Originally, May and Selhira weren't supposed to come. Their experience was too low, and they weren't quite ready. But since they insisted on doing so, Ryu had chosen to let them make their own decisions. As for whether that was a mistake or not, only time would tell. Regardless, if there was anyone he trusted to keep them safe, it was Eska. As for why, a subtle wind whipped up around Eska. It didn't seem to be a part of any of the other destruction taking place in the surroundings and practically had a mind of its own. However, soon, it became far less subtle, growing stronger and stronger until suddenly, her long white hair was dancing in the air. It was about time she returned. Boom! A hole was torn through the skies, and claps of thunder echoed. Streaking lightning flashed with a deep black hue, sending shivers up the spine of anyone that had seen them before. Returning to lordship, sovereignty, and godhood beyond wasn't as easy of a feat as it should have been for someone who had lived as long as Eska. For one, she had never made it so far in the first place. The system of sacrum didn't have such realms. Second, she had to consider Icemine's foundation as well. And third was tied into the second reason, Eska's existence itself was already a taboo in and of itself. She was an existence that had extended her life through the use of an immortal jade and had quasi-stolen a body for her use after the fact. Regardless of what heaven she was beneath, she was an intolerable existence. And this was another reason why her cultivation had been so slow and steady until now. Otherwise, with how long they had been back by Ryu's side by now, reaching these stages of cultivation should have been easy. But now, after all this time, it was finally the right moment. The world shook, and Lucard found himself stopping his charge. If he continued, he would ram right into Eska's tribulation. It was clear that this had been done on purpose. Chapter 2037 Taboo Path. Eska looked into the skies, her countenance gorgeous and unmoved. But then it began to flicker, suddenly becoming a woman with a darker tone of skin and a far more valiant air. This second woman looked like she wanted to take a bite out of the skies, her aura surging with battle intent that could overturn the clouds and split the earth. Icemine Tatsuya. Her aura was so much different from the calm Eska that the world didn't seem to know how to react, becoming volatile and almost losing control of its own self. The countenances of the two women flickered back and forth, and something about their auras seemed to be reaching a sort of resonance. Every time they completed a cycle, their auras would grow more powerful until, all of a sudden, it reached a tipping point and they suddenly solidified into a new form. Boom! A white gold aura spread out in all directions, and their power shattered through a ceiling. Their Daos combined into one, soaring into the founding Dao levels and then beyond before continuing one tier, then two, then three, then a fourth. A new woman appeared, sharing the soul of Icemine and Eska. This woman carried Eska's arrogant, elegant temperament while also having Icemine's unruly wildness. She had Eska's large chest but Icemine's rippling, toned musculature. She had Eska's long, flowing white hair but the white gold irises of Icemine. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, and her body was wrapped in tight white leather armor that exuded a pulsing power. A black chest plate rounded her chest, and her white gold aura formed a pair of angelic wings at her back. In that moment, she broke through a veil and her lord aura took shape, rippling with a power that descended from the skies and blanketed the world. With a grasp at the air, a golden spear took shape. Its presence alone caused space to crack and shatter. At the same time, a crystalline tree appeared at her back. Unlike Ryu's immortal Sakura, hers was violet and gold. The petals were formed of a delicate amethyst that had veins of bright brass and polished gold running through it in intricate runic patterns. She swept her spear to the side in a casual motion, causing a mountain in the far-off distance to crumble to ash. The power of the taboo path Eska and Icemine followed was in the combining of their two strengths. Originally, it was meant to be used by twins. Born from the same mother on the same day, these twins would have a natural connection between themselves that would harmonize and allow the most effective use of this technique. If the twins were identical, the technique would take another step forward in strength. And if the technique began to manifest when the identical twins were still a single organism and continued after they separated, then it would be on an even higher tier of power. Author's note: fraternal twins are two different embryos fertilized at the same time by two different sperm cells. Identical twins used to be one embryo before spontaneously separating. The difference is important for understanding the tiers of this technique. However, Icemine and Eska had unlocked a level of this technique that had been speculated about in the past, but had never truly been executed upon. That wasn't because they were the only ones that could pull off sharing a body, but they were probably one of the very few willing to sacrifice to this point. The closest any of this taboo path had gotten to this were conjoined twins that had two heads to a single body. But even these existences would prefer to be separated. However, Icemine and Eska were in a very unique situation. Eska had a naturally selfless heart. She cared for nothing more than the revival of her clan. The amount she had given up in exchange for this was more than maybe anyone else would be willing to pay. By comparison, Icemine gained a lot from Eska. It wasn't just her insights into cultivation, but Eska was the cooling waters to her raging flame. Icemine was born into the martial gods, a family that placed improvement above all else. Their women dual cultivated with any worthy man, and her own mother had 2 husbands and countless lovers more. The shadow of Ryu was firmly placed on her heart as a result. Not just because he stifled her instinct to be with many men, but most importantly because he had defeated her. When she said that she would defeat him one day, she had meant it with every fiber of her being. She strived for that same peak of cultivation. The difference was that she didn't have pride attached to how she accomplished it. If she had to fuse with Eska to succeed, then she would do it. And the kinkier part of hers loved being an intimate voyeur to a woman like Eska's dual cultivation. This path would satisfy both of her greatest desires, to be the strongest woman to ever exist, and to satisfy her carnal desires at the same time. The combined Eska and Icemine took a step forward. Their souls intertwined in their minds as they entered their absolute strongest state. Their auras continued to climb, breaching the Lord realm and then soaring to sovereignty. Then from sovereignty they pierced toward godhood. The world shuddered and shook as one tribulation after another stacked. Each time, they only became more taboo, growing deeper and more violent. Behind the tribulation clouds, the griffins were stuck, not daring to move forward. This was the most shocking scene they had laid eyes on. Their own tribulations were quite powerful, but they were nothing like this. However, this was precisely what Icemine and Eska wanted. This violent upsurge was exactly what they needed to complete and cross the final threshold of their cultivation.
Technique.
When this was finished, they would become one of the strongest cultivators in
Existence.
Chapter 2038 Fused Tribulation. Seichai.
Bang!
The first bolt of black lightning descended from the skies and a flickering blossom appeared in its path. Sparks flew, and arching black lightning descended onto the immortal Sakura, threatening to shatter it to pieces, and it succeeded. The immortal Sakura blasted apart in a shuddering rain, but with a flicker of their fused form's eyes, the immortal Sakura took shape once again, stronger and more complete. They took another step forward and thrust out a spear. Their spear chi shattered into pieces as well, their golden spear threatening to collapse under the pressure and their wrist shuddering so violently it seemed they might break all the bones in their arms in the next instant. But their eyes remained steady and unmoved. White gold energy flowed through their body, strengthening them and helping their body to recover.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Every time they met the destructive black lightning, they suffered. By the 6th strike, blood was leaking from their lips, and fragments that couldn't be healed had begun to appear on the immortal Sakura. And yet, every time, they took another step forward as though to challenge the heavens further. Their Tao hearts shone resplendently, their spiritual foundations churning, and their auras continuing to grow. This was the power of their taboo method. As much effort as Ryu had put into gaining 2 spiritual foundations, they had it now. As much trouble as he had gone through to establish his 2nd set of meridians, they had that now. They had 2 souls, each with their own talents. They had 2 bone structures, each with their own talents. They had 2 Taos, each with their own talents, 2 bloodlines. One of them was a close combat expert, having a powerful body and body realm cultivation, and a chi that came with an overwhelming healing factor that could only pale in comparison to the healing given by Ryu's embryonic chi. The other was an empress of the mental realm, having a soul grown over trillions of years and forming the foundation of a visualization that could have been the basis for its own cultivation system. When they came together, they were the absolute perfect pairing. And suddenly, they had no weaknesses whatsoever. Pong! 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 Suddenly, chains came from Icemine's spear as it separated into several pieces. The spear seamlessly became a whip with a tip that was formed from the edge of a blade. Icemine might be an expert of the spear, but Eska was an expert of the whip. Their talents weren't the only things that fused together. So too did their inheritances and comprehensions. At that moment, a new godhood descended from the skies, one that was a perfect fusion of spear and whip. They stood valiantly in the skies, violet gold blossoms reflecting bolts of black, and a golden spear whip lashing out against the skies, shattering one heavenly attack after another. With every assault they survived, their aura only grew deeper. Their beauty became more resplendent and their cultivations continued to soar. This was nothing more than their first success. Their spear and whip comprehension perfectly melded into one. But like water that had burst through a dam, the moment they had their first success, the second came swiftly. Icemine's bloodline was already well known. It was the Heavenly Dew bloodline, one that was straightforward. It gave them practically endless, overflowing vitality, and their blood flowed with white gold runes that boosted their vital chi to unimaginable levels. Eska's bloodline was the Zhu clan's bloodline. It didn't seem to do much for the body, but when it came to the soul, it provided shocking support. It allowed her to convert vital chi into spiritual chi, adding to her mental realm stamina. However, if one listened to this explanation alone, it would sound quite familiar. That was because it was eerily similar to the Silver Touch branch of the martial gods, existences that were capable of converting vital chi to spiritual chi, and spiritual chi to vital chi. These existences were even capable of forcefully taking the vital chi from enemies and turning it into their own. It almost felt like the Zhu clan bloodline was a step down from the Silver Touch bloodline. But when the Zhu clan bloodline and the Heavenly Dew bloodline came together, the Silver Touch bloodline buried deep within Icemine was triggered, and suddenly the two came together, mutating around the form of one another. Moments after they formed a spearwhip godhood, they formed the Heavenly Zhu bloodline. Boom! 1420. Their aura reached another stage as suddenly, all of the insights that Eska had on the mental realm were converted to the body realm, and all of the insights Icemine had on the body realm were converted to the mental realm. A feedback loop was formed between the two, and they suddenly flickered their wrists. Their vital chi and spiritual quintessence fused into one, forming a shocking attack that split the tribulation clouds in two. A snaking, golden spear whip tore through the air, clashing against the heavens themselves. However, this seemed to infuriate them all the more. The skies shuddered and the tribulation clouds quickly reformed, growing stronger and more violent. And soon, more bolts fell from the skies, only for the next fusion to take place. Icemine's talent pillars were all one and the same, Heavenly Dew, but Eska's were not. Icemine's bone structure was only present to support her Heavenly Dew bloodline. Eska's bone structure, however, was seemingly weak. It was originally a mere sovereign-grade bone structure known as blossoming petals. This bone structure allowed its user to gain a spirit body-like ability to devolve into petals to evade and escape. This bone structure was actually the foundation upon which Eska built her visualization. Of course, a sovereign-grade bone structure might be shocking and sacrum, but it had to be remembered just how pitiful that was on the scale of the whole of existence. From common to black, then earth, heaven, and finally sovereign. Eska's bone structure was a level weaker than an ancestral bone structure, which was a level lower than a fragmented bone structure. Of course, this was just Sacrum's grading system. To the true martial world, her bone structure would simply be known as a common grade bone structure. They would never give this bone structure the title of sovereign. However, when this bone structure fused with Icemine's under the pressure of the tribulation, Author's note, I think I should probably also say here since I won't be able to for a while given the way the narrative is going. But this is not a permanent fusion. This is just their ideal battle state. Chapter 2039 Blossoming Petals. Blossoming Petals was a flowery bone structure seemingly without any real substance to it. Other than evading and escaping danger, it was hard to expect much of anything. But it was precisely that caught Eska's attention. She had spent her whole life with this simple bone structure, even going to the point of building an entire minor cultivation system on it, which by now, her immortal Sakura could certainly be called. These two things, though, seemed unrelated. Her bone structure was designed for evasion, but her immortal Sakura was once one of the greatest defensive techniques of Sacrum. It was so good, in fact, that even Ryu, who was almost always insistent on using his own techniques now, still used Eska's visualization. In fact, if Ryu wasn't so arrogant, he would have realized that he used all of the Zu clan visualizations in some form, from his masters to his wife's. But that was beside the point at this moment, though it was an important one nonetheless. What was more poignant at this time was the fact that in Eska's eyes, these two matters weren't identical at all. The reason why Eska had such a weird expression on her face when she saw Ryu fuse his Ice Phoenix heavenly patterns into the blossoms of her visualization was because, in doing so, he changed the entire fundamental foundation of the technique itself. It had to be remembered that Immortal Sakura was originally best at parrying. The blossoms didn't usually outright block strikes unless they were particularly weak. What the blossoms did instead was redirect power, misdirecting the strength of a blade or technique away from the user located in the very center. This parrying strength was built on the evasion characteristics of Eska's bone structure. When one observed a blossom petal gliding in the wind, it was possible to see its myriad of changes and its shifting forms. Lighter than a feather, it allowed itself to be carried by the currents that surrounded it until it gently fell to the ground. What made Eska's Immortal Sakura so powerful was precisely this method because it allowed two things. First, at the highest levels, the trajectory of attacks didn't need to be calculated at all. The change to the atmosphere around said attack would cause the Immortal Sakura to react immediately, causing a fluttering blossom petal to appear in its path. This meant that the focus chi necessary to use this visualization method started and stopped at the creation and sustaining of the visualization. The rest happened automatically at Eska's level of control, and this was practically unheard of for a technique at this level. Over the years, her ability to do this had only increased further and further. And second, when an attack collided with a petal, it was influenced by its own current, allowing subsequent parries to occur with greater ease. It was actually a misnomer that Immortal Sakura was only good at parrying short-burst, non-energy attacks. But this was still just the tip of the iceberg because there was something else that Eska had studied to form her shocking visualization, the legendary Immortal Sakura tree itself. And namely, the name Immortal. Now the question was, what happened when the Heavenly Dew bone structure and the Blossoming Petals bone structure fused into one? White gold energies danced on the wind, and the fluttering blossom petals around them took shape to their back, forming wings that spanned so far that they seemed to want to challenge the tribulation clouds above in terms of size. They took a breath, steady and calm, unhurried and unbothered. Then the dam broke once more. First, they formed the Heavenly Zu bloodline, a bloodline that now carried the strength of both Heavenly Dew and Silver Touch. Now they had formed the Heavenly Blossom bone structure. A blooming Immortal Sakura began to take form in their eyes, but it still seemed a world away from completing. However, at that moment, when a bolt of lightning descended from the skies, something absolutely horrifying to the spectator happened. They raised up a palm not holding their spear whip, and the lightning collided with it. However, instead of burning them to ash, the lightning actually diverted its path, crashing into a mountain in the far-off distance. There were no shortage of individuals paying attention to this situation. For one, the tribulation had grown powerful enough to block a large majority of the griffins outside. This alone would have been enough for even the Tao gods to pay attention, even if it had been a mere Tao Lord tribulation. But to make matters more shocking than that, it was a triple tribulation that only seemed to be growing stronger and stronger. This person wasn't breaking into Tao Lord. They were trying to break into godhood in a single bound. And judging by the momentum, they didn't even seem to be doing so just to reach the lower Tao God realm either. Hope had done this before in the past, just a few decades ago, in fact. The shock of that event had still not yet settled down, but most still didn't know which expert of the rebirthing cultist sect had experienced such a thing. However, The experience between Hope and Eska was akin to night and day. Hope had lived a very long time, but that was only compared to Ryu. She had still only lived on an order of thousands of years. What was that compared to Eska's trillions? Even Icemine had lived for a much longer time than she had. Their experiences accumulated and suddenly burst forth in a single bound. Kacha!
Bang!
Another bolt of lightning fell from the skies, fast and shocking, so much so that it appeared before them in less than a blink. However, at that moment the two swayed slightly. Their body almost seemed to just lightly shift with the wind, but also seemed as though they remained in the same spot. And yet, the lightning bolt missed them entirely.
Chapter 2040 Formation.
Eska and Icemine's aura continued to climb, surging by leaps and bounds. In fact, their talents seemed to be evolving so fast that their cultivation couldn't even keep up. The light sway of their bodies came so naturally, so lightly. It didn't take them much effort at all, and yet they seemed to have just used one of the most profound movement techniques to ever exist. Part of this was thanks to Ryu. After he fused with the complete winds, he had no need of his northern heavenly wind any longer. He thus made use of his inner world to separate it from himself and gave it to his wives. This comprehension of wind had allowed Eska's immortal Sakura visualization to step beyond a threshold that had once held it back. She had spent so long refining the runes that formed the visualization that she had forgotten to consider what it might mean to infuse her inheritances, her Tao, into its very fabric. Once she had this realization, everything changed, and she progressed by leaps and bounds. And that was what triggered their third change. The Heavenly Dew soul was relatively weak. Unlike the Silver Touch bloodline, there was no connection between Heavenly Dew and the soul, and no feedback to be formed. However, after the Heavenly Zoo bloodline was forged between the two of them, this connection wasn't just established. It became like a gushing dam, allowing an explosion of spiritual quintessence to form that still had yet to settle down. The Heavenly Dew soul was thus hurriedly converted into a hybrid of the Heavenly Dew soul and the Silver Touch soul. Not only did they gain the ability to steal the vital chi of others and make it either their own or morph it into spiritual chi or quintessence, but the Heavenly Dew's ability to endlessly pump vitality into their user made their soul quite a lot like Ryu's perfect Black Buddy soul, capable of self-healing. But this was only one aspect. It had to be remembered that Eska didn't have a normal soul. In fact, her soul was her greatest strong suit. As a mental realm master who had reached the pinnacle of Sacrum and ruled her Zoo clan for trillions of years, she had a soul that most of those on Sacrum couldn't fathom. But the question was whether this soul could stand up to the rest of existence. And for the first time, the answer to that question was yes. Even Eska didn't know what her soul was, and Ryu had simply never checked because he had never really been interested in any talent other than his own. Plus, back when he and Eska first got together, his own soul was quite weak and he was still working toward perfecting it, so his senses were dull in that respect. And that was also long before he regained his perfect Black Buddy soul. After he met Eska again, she was not only fused with him now, but she was also using the taboo technique that made it even harder to tell them apart, especially their souls. But if Ryu was here now, or, rather, if he could spare the attention to give to the situation by his side, he would have realized something shocking. Eska's soul. It was the perfect white body soul. Ryu had read about this counterpart to his perfect Black Buddy soul long ago. Unlike his soul that needed to upgrade to display its true power, Eska's perfect white body soul was shockingly powerful out of the gate. If the perfect Black Buddy soul was known to devour and consume all things, then the perfect white body soul was the opposite, being known as the perfect reflector. But it was hard to say what this meant. The number of ways you could define it were too numerous. And that was precisely why Eska struggled so much with it despite her experience. Not only was it extremely difficult to rebuild the foundation of a talent that was graded so high, but because it had so many paths, it was impossible to deal with. It had to be remembered that in Sacrum, there was no sole pillar of talent. Most only thought of bloodline, meridians, bone structure, and spiritual foundation. They had no idea about soul talent and the Tao. As such, most of her life, Eska had ignored her soul. Of course, she was still a mental realm expert, But she had believed that the difference in her soul only came down to how much spiritual chi she could consume and how large her spiritual sea was. Even when she learned that her soul talent should exist, she had no idea what she was working with. That was because her perfect white body soul was the perfect mirror image to any and everything. No matter what she threw it at, it would be able to replicate it perfectly. Because of this, there was no looking for its strengths or weaknesses. Because its strengths were endless and its weaknesses mostly didn't exist. After a while, Eska gave up, turning her attention to other things. But she never realized that this was the best decision that she could have ever made. As with all powerful talents, the perfect white body soul was unruly and difficult to manage. Ryu was particularly unlucky with his batch of talents. But that didn't mean others didn't struggle as well. What she never realized was that every time she and Icemine progressed in another facet of laying their foundation, her perfect white body would silently record these matters, building up a storage of understanding. The immortal Sakura pulsed in their eyes again, and now it was truly prepared to bloom. They opened up their arms and the immortal Sakura in their eyes shed its blossoms. Soon, the trunk of the tree vanished, replaced by fluttering petals that quickly formed into a complicated lotus pattern. When these petals fused together to complete the structure, the tribulation clouds above became more infuriated. The formation of heavenly pupils. Chapter 2041 Immortal Lotus Blossom. Violet gold lotuses took shape in their eyes, fitting into their white gold irises perfectly, almost like a nebula exploding within their gazes. Across the universe, there was a sudden shift. There were only 99 total heavenly pupils, never more, never less. For one to appear, another had to disappear. And at that moment, ranked 99th across the world, a new pair of heavenly pupils took shape. The lotus shrunk into their pupils and was swallowed up by the blackness in the end. Boom! A pillar of light connecting the ground to the heavens shot through everything and all that there was. Eska and Icemine's auras continued to skyrocket, leaping forward by bounds as fate converged around them. At that moment, their greatest weakness suddenly began to recover. Eska should have died long ago. Her fate star had run dry, and all this time, she had been relying on Icemine's fate star alone. This made them weaker by a considerable amount. Compared to Ryu's other wives, their talents had always been a step below, and they rarely fought by his side as a result. But now, deep within the abyssal plane, a dying star that had grown swollen to the point of near explosion suddenly began to regain a flicker of life. At the same time, a star that blazed with a fierce bronze fire began to converge toward it, only to be swallowed up by the enormous supergiant star. Boom! The fate star exploded, but just when the energies were going to disperse, they were forcefully pulled together by a kernel of energy. If their current fusion was only temporary, this was a true and permanent fusion. From now to the end of their time, Icemine and Eska would be acknowledged by the universe as a single existence. The death of Eska's fate star and the devouring of Icemine's paved a path for the birth of a new fate star. Taking advantage of the influx of fate that descended from the formation of their heavenly pupils, their fate star only became more and more resplendent until a shimmering beauty of violet and bronze appeared high above them. Their soft, cherry lips parted, and they spoke words that caused the world to shudder. Tao Goddess, Lotus Blossom, the lotus. Whether it was the word or the flower, they both had meanings that had withstood the test of time immemorial. Spirituality, purity, eternity. The blossom, it represented beauty, life, a new beginning. Together, they were an immortal sort of rebirth, a perpetual perfection that could be given breath and life again, and again and again. However, after they had spoken out their title, they felt a flare of arrogance light to the very depths of their souls. As though they had been provoked by something, they opened their cherry lips once more to speak again. This time they spoke more forcefully. Immortal Lotus Blossom. They did away with the Tao Goddess title, throwing it to the side as though it was worthless and meaningless. And the moment they spoke out the word immortal, they transcended beyond the title of Tao God. This wasn't a new cultivation realm. There was no cultivation realm beyond Tao God. Rather, it was a state of mind, a state of Tao heart, the state of confidence in oneself. Only those that could shed the chains of Tao God had the right to pick a title without its constraints. Only those that could see beyond the veil of Tao God could realize that cultivation was a path without end. And only when you took the step would you have the right to truly walk your own way to the very pinnacle. Their spiritual foundations trembled and fused into one, their Tao hearts multiplying in strength to become just a single Tao heart. And in that moment they broke through the final stage. From Tao Lord to Tao Sovereign. From Tao Sovereign to Tao God. From lower Tao God to peak Tao God. Their white hair danced in the wind. Their golden spear whips slashed through the bounds of reality itself. To their bodies, a fluttering array of petals formed wings, and hidden deep within their eyes, a blooming, rotating lotus shimmered with a resplendent light. The lotus blossom heavenly pupils. They took a step forward, and a lotus bloomed at their delicate feet. Then another, and then yet another. When they took a step with their right foot, the lotus rotated clockwise. With their left, it rotated counter. A bolt of black lightning fell from the skies. Then a second. Then a third. They moved with such furious momentum that soon the skies were filled with a curtain of them, suffocating and dominating all at once. Yet, when they ran into a clockwise rotating lotus, they were repelled, being parried to the side and sent flying. When they ran into a counterclockwise rotating lotus, they were shredded apart, eaten up, and absorbed into their bodies to fuel them more. Eska and Icemine steadily walked into the skies until they were so close to the tribulation clouds that they could reach out and touch them. All at once, the lotuses that had become their staircase to the heavens rippled. "We will call you," they spoke in a gorgeous, layered voice. Stairway to heaven. The world shuddered, and the tribulation clouds seemed to retreat. But it was too late. The lotuses clashed and surged, fusing into one and shooting into the skies, tearing the tribulation clouds apart. They inhaled once, and the thick clouds were pulled into their noses and mouths, pouring into their bodies with a great deal of strength. Then they slowly closed their lips. The skies fell into silence, and there, high above, the griffins that had been blocked outside appeared once again, only for their eyes to widen. Eska and Icemine stood there in silence. With a flick of their wrists, their several-kilometer-long spear whip snapped back together, its chains leaving rattling sounds that shattered space in its wake. Chapter 2042 Risk. The expressions of many of the Tao gods changed. They had all been fighting to keep a single Ailsa in check, but now a second woman with the same amount of strength had suddenly appeared. How were they going to deal with two existences with this level of strength? Eska and Icemine looked down from their high perch, completely ignoring the griffins in the sky as they checked on May and Selhira. The two of them were looking into the skies with gazes of shock and awe, not expecting to witness something like this today. The pressure they had felt from Ailsa was completely wiped away, and a determination sparked in their eyes. If 3 of Ryu's wives had managed this, then it was their place to do the same, even if it took a lifetime to achieve it. Roar. Lucard was the only person who didn't seem to give a damn about any of this. The instant he saw that his path to the griffins was no longer being blocked, he lunged forward. He opened his maw, unleashing a dragon's breath that was wreathed in spatial storms and what almost looked like crackling black lightning. The griffins were taken aback. Still suppressed by Eska and Icemine's aura, they couldn't quite react, and many of them were enveloped all at once. Eska and Icemine turned their attention back to the skies, their gaze calm as they slowly raised a hand. It seemed that it was time to end things here. Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body was beaten and broken, but he still held onto his great sword staffs as his eyes blazed. He hadn't been able to pay even the slightest modicum of attention to Eska and Icemine. He could only believe in them to make it through on their own. Standing tall and straight, he held his blades out, breathing deeply. There were now 3 serials before him, each one with 100% the strength of the main body. He had managed to kill her again, only for her to repeat the same exact trick. Honestly speaking, she had probably allowed him to kill her on purpose just so that she could pull this off. The coordination she had between, well, herself was undoubtedly excellent, and he had suffered for it several times already. He was sporting several wounds that shone down to his bone, and his breathing was uneven and had difficulty steadying. When Serial noticed his healing factor, something about her blade changed, and it felt like she wasn't just targeting his body anymore, but rather something more fundamental. Somehow, it felt even more fundamental than karma and fate itself. Ryu didn't know exactly what it was, but if he had to describe it, it felt like she was rewriting his reality. He was injured not because he was in a world of normal cause and effect where a blade would naturally cut into skin. Rather, he was injured because it was only natural he be injured, as though the law of the world said it should be so, and as such it was. She was rewriting the laws of his body itself, superseding his control and rendering his embryonic chi mostly impotent. This was the problem and the irony with relying on external items. The problem was that when you came across an opponent that was powerful enough, they would become useless. Then, a large portion of your combat strength would collapse without you being able to do much of anything to change it. As for the irony, it was that embryonic chi wasn't an external item to Ryu. It was being produced by his own meridians, his own talent, and yet it was useless anyway. Ryu's lip curled into an arc, watching as Serial frowned into the skies. Her personality had shifted again, becoming reserved, stoic, and cold. Maybe if she was in one of her more arrogant personas, she wouldn't be reacting like this. In fact, her other two clones weren't. They didn't even look into the skies, just continuing to stare at him with derision. Obviously, the middle clone was frowning because of Eska and Icemine's success. Their appearance had changed the landscape of the battlefield again. Why such powerful women are with a man as weak as you is something I'll never be able to understand. The cold and stoic Serial spoke. Maybe what's between his legs is truly impressive. A second, jokester Serial replied. Then turn him into a toy. An arrogant, sneering third Serial rebutted. Lock him away in a dungeon for when he's useful. Why bother to call him husband? So completely and utterly pathetic. None of this will matter when I'm stronger than them all. All three of them said at the same time. Ryu didn't speak from start to finish. As his breathing heaved, his gaze flickered with a menacing light. The curl of his lips told their own story, and his fiendish intent was only building. All the while, his undefeatable spirit had never wavered in the slightest. In fact, it only seemed to be growing stronger. His grip around his great sword staffs tightened to the point space crackled and groaned around his knuckles. The three Serials looked at him at the same time. Why don't you give up already? They spoke at once. Ryu still didn't reply. He took one more breath and exhaled, howling winds matching the cadence of his heaving chest. Something deeper than fate and karma. Fascinating indeed. Deep within Ryu's body, a change was taking place. He hadn't dared to do this before. In order to complete his body realm cultivation method, he needed space and time. This wasn't just to balance his other elements, but a much deeper reason. His boundless cosmos bone structure. It was the final piece that remained. Without space and time, he couldn't safely complete the cycle of his body realm and connect his bloodlines to his bones the way they were always meant to. However, he really didn't like to lose, and the idea of losing in the presence of not just one but two of his arrogant wives, that was even more unacceptable. His bone structure began to flicker and the first of his tattoos deepened to the point of etching into bone. Boom! Chapter 2043 Risk. Ryu's bone structure was one of his strongest trump cards, but it was also one of the talents that he had the most difficulty in learning to use. This wasn't just because its appearance in himself was a first across existence, but also because the paths in which it could take were too numerous. The cosmos fog within him's main purpose was separating from the influence of the heavens. This sounded great, but it gave him too many paths that he could take. The logical thing to do was to just focus on the space and time aspects of it, and with his cosmos fog, he was able to use time acceleration in ways that others couldn't imagine, even to the point of ignoring the distortions in the laws to comprehend insights with time on his side nonetheless. This benefit alone was shocking because the one thing that Ryu didn't have the benefit of was time. Ironically enough, despite the fact that he had only been forced to come on this mission, the time he spent cultivating here was already more than 4 or 5 times the amount of time he had spent cultivating anywhere else. In Sacrum, he didn't cultivate at all in his first life, and even in his second, he wasted 14 years being oppressed from all sides. He hadn't even been allowed to awaken, let alone practice and cultivate. There weren't even 10 years between the time he finally passed the trial of the Phoenix Sky God and the ultimate battle between the martial gods before he once again found himself unable to cultivate for 999 years. The good news with his rebirth talent activating was that it had made his process of re-establishing his foundation much easier. But the bad news was that he had once again wasted more time while others around him were busy growing more powerful, including Serial. If he didn't include the time he spent meditating by the black hole to gather up the last treasure he needed for his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, he probably hadn't even spent 5 years in the true martial world before he was forced to come here. It was an irony of ironies that the first time he was truly able to meditate in silence and focus on nothing other than improving himself was in this world that was stuck in a perpetual war, but it was also its own form of embarrassment. After all, the only reason he had been able to be so leisurely was because of his wife. If not for the rebirthing cultist sect, would he have been so relaxed? Although Ryu had had a clash with Star River, making it clear that all the things he gained were only because he had become their throne, he also wasn't so naive as to believe that 100%. The throne system outside of Sacrum was far more complicated, and it wasn't impossible for a sect he became the throne of to choose to target him. The reason they didn't was because one betrayal was already far more than enough. Ailsa would never allow such a thing to happen a second time, so the sect she built was extraordinarily safe, all things considered. So much hardship, and yet so little time, that was the summary of Ryu's life. When he was facing off against opponents like Serial who had orders of magnitude more time in cultivation than he had, it was hard for him to find a chance to stand. Serial not only had the advantage of all the time he spent in rebirth, but she had likewise spent many years in Sacrum as well, slowly cultivating and building her foundation on top of having the knowledge that she would progress to the true martial world one day. The fact that she was still a lord wasn't because her cultivation was so slow. It was because she was excavating her potential to the absolute greatest extent. If not for this fervor of hers, she might very well already be a sovereign. In fact, Ryu wouldn't have even been surprised if she appeared before him as a Tao god either. These were the sorts of odds he was playing against, and when these matters were put into perspective, the fact he was still alive at all could be considered to be its own modern-day miracle, and that was also why his bone structure was so absolutely important. But why it was so dangerous. Ryu's space-time soul nature was shocking, but the truth was that it wasn't nearly as shocking as it needed to be for him to do what he needed to do. In fact, he was very worried about taking this step until he gained his karma and fate soul natures to match it. But even then, it felt like he was truly riding the edge of life and death. What Ryu wanted to do was both simple and shocking at the same time. Everyone knew that blood came from the root of one's bones, churned out from the marrow. Ryu had always made the assumption that this was true as well, but as he was analyzing his body to complete his body realm cultivation method, he realized that something was off. His blood did come from his bone like everything else, but there was a thin sheen of separation keeping it at bay. The blood that came from his bone was quite human in nature, carrying not much special at all. It was only after it passed through his 7 corporeal spirits, or his inner organs, in a special pattern that his blood essence triggers and fused into this normal blood to create the beast bloodlines that he relied on today. This difference was so subtle that with all his knowledge and senses, Ryu had truly never spotted the difference until just years ago. But there had been nothing that he could do about it. He realized that this was the main problem of taking beast bloodlines into the body of a human. The ancient beasts and beasts in general, for that matter, had a completely different cultivation system, much the same way the demons did. The anatomy between the races had never been one-to-one, so how could anyone expect to treat it as such? The main thing that Ryu was missing was obvious to him at the first instant. A spiritual root. At least, that was what he had thought until he realized that this too was just part of the answer. The real answer was a combination of 3 matters. The spiritual root, the Tao bone, the beast core. The spiritual root was an extra organ that beasts had and humans didn't. It was a fleshly thing that took the place of the Dantian and formed the foundation of their entire cultivation system, It was what they used to gather and refine vital qi. It was what their meridian systems were connected to, what their bloodlines flowed through, and what they used to trigger their techniques and legacy talents. The beast core was something that didn't even appear in sacrum. It only occurred in a shockingly small percentage of beasts. In the rarest of them, they might be born directly with a beast core. But that didn't stop many talented beasts from forming it after birth. The beast core was an amalgamation of a beast's insights, manifested into a more tangible form. Usually, it was more inheritance than anything else. And that was because there was still one other evolution that beasts could take. The Tao bone. This was where the Tao resided, and this was what separated the truest of the true elite beasts from the others. It was what allowed the most shocking of the monsters to rise up. Beasts didn't have to comprehend much in order to progress. There were probably even god beasts out there, even amongst the griffins themselves, that didn't need to comprehend a Tao. They were the beloved children of the heavens, and they were treated as such, often only needing to rely on their ancestral insights and natural talent to take one step after another. But the beasts that took a step beyond this could start to infuse their influence into their very bone. By infusing these insights into their bone, it could change and influence their bloodlines to some extent, tinging their bloodline with their own unique flair. As usual, there were some directly born with Tao bones as well, making it even easier on them. These existences could gain direct comprehension insight from their ancestors to improve and strengthen their bloodlines. It was only after learning all of this that Ryu realized that he had been staring down one of the main ways to improve his bloodlines all along. The problem? He wasn't a beast. These weren't things that he could do, and his bloodlines didn't even lay their roots in his bones like they should, but instead in his organs. If he wanted to change things, he would have to take an enormous risk. Chapter 2044, True Blade. Ryu was attempting to do several things that were dangerous. He was trying to accomplish something with his bones that only beasts could do. This didn't sound like a problem until one realized that the beasts were highly favored by the heavens, and many of the things that they accomplished were as a direct result of the help they received from the heavens. Ryu attempting to do this on his own without the support of the heavens would not only be highly difficult, but it might very well infuriate the heavens as well, causing the difficulty to spike considerably, as he wouldn't just be fighting against his own insights and comprehension, but the suppression of the heavens themselves as well. But this was just the tip of the iceberg, because the only way for Ryu to actually succeed, he would have to do what his bone structure did best and break free of the heavens. What was his real plan? It was to steal the insights of the beasts, make them and their power his own, and then infuse it into his body. That meant that he would also be fighting against the wills of the ancestors of the ancient beasts themselves. Without their acceptance or the help of the heavens, he might very well be fighting against two enemies at once that would both like him better off dead. And yet, that still wasn't the most shocking danger that Ryu would have to face. Because in the end, the worst of the danger came from none other than his own self. As Ryu had said, his space-time soul nature that was usually untouchable and shocking was actually highly limited here. Or more accurately, it just wasn't enough. He didn't have enough insights. Ryu had given up much of the immediate power and comprehension of the silver star of the Zhu ancestor, or rather his future self, in favor of potential instead, allowing his perfect black buddy soul to swallow it up. As such, in order to offset that weakness, he needed a space-time world that he could swallow up for more immediate gratification. Instead of absorbing these insights into his inner world like he usually did, he actually planned to circulate his body realm cultivation method and direct it to his bone structure, allowing the holy world's blessings to guide the final steps of his method. But the question was why? This was because Ryu was about to firmly remove one of the three pillars from the heavens themselves. After he succeeded, an entire third of his cultivation realms would no longer be reliant on the heavens and would be built on no one other than himself. And doing this was exceptionally dangerous. It meant allowing his boundless cosmos bone structure to truly be boundless, and without any sort of regulation, he could easily lose himself. If things went wrong, he might be trapped in a time loop he thought lasted only 1 second, when in reality he had been trapped for trillions of years. Or, his soul might end up losing its sense of direction in the endless fog, and he might not be able to retrieve it. Or his Tao heart, which was already causing him problems, could appear in a nook of his bone structure, concocting plans he wouldn't even be aware of until it was too late. The problem wouldn't be his talent, but rather that the scope of his bone structure was far too large and it needed guidance. And yet, despite knowing these dangers, not only was Ryu taking this step, but he was doing so in the middle of battle. Boom! A confidence that couldn't be taught emitted from Ryu. It wasn't something that could be given. It could only be built on a mountain of corpses. From the time his father first handed him a spear and he took his first lessons, he had been building this confidence into his bones. Even when he no longer believed in his ability to cultivate, that confidence had transferred to other things. He had always refused to be a useless man. Even when the heavens abandoned him in one way, he insisted on improving in others. Now he saw this situation as no different. He was Ryu Tatsuya. He would forge his own path to victory. A spurt of blood came from Ryu's mouth, his pores practically pouring out with his valuable life's blood. However, he brandished his great swordstaffs, his aura climbing. Space crackled like black lightning around him. Furious storms of time warped the air. Silvers and blacks swirled above, and the tug of fate and karma sharpened considerably as though they had all been pulled tight. Deep in Ryu's eyes, scenes of shocking events played out one after another. The image of a dragon's head rising out from an erupting volcano. Volcanic ash billowed from its nostrils and golden lava flowed down between its scales. The image of a Qilin raising its horns into the tribulation clouds of the heavens, its body sparking with gorgeous blue lightning that shimmered like gems. The image of a phoenix rising not from the ash, but the deep abyss of the nether plane, spreading out its wings and enveloping the world in its caring warmth. One after another, shocking images that could hardly be described in words danced by, forming runes that took shape only to be drilled into Ryu's very bone. With every one that formed, Ryu's aura skyrocketed. And then the confusion began to set in. Ryu found himself looking several seconds of time in large leaps, almost as though the world was skipping around him. The more he separated from the heavens, the worse his anchor and feel for time and space became. In every one of these instances, Serial would casually attack, causing another deep wound to appear on his body. But then, Shiing. Serial's casual strike sparked against Ryu's scales, and for the first time her attack didn't make it through his defenses. Serial paused, surprised by the outcome. Ryu's movements were becoming more erratic. Sometimes they would be locked in fierce battle, but then he would randomly stop. She could have killed him several times already, but her curiosity was getting the best of her. What was he doing? And what sort of stupidity could cause such a thing? She attacked again, using a little more force this time, but Shying. Ryu snapped out of it, his arms moving with even fiercer speed. He parried the blow to the side and aimed a second great swordstaff right for her neck. Somehow, Ryu's speed seemed to have increased several times over. His arm bulged with muscles, his scales looking several orders of magnitude brighter. However, just as Serial was about to pay for her arrogance and her head was going to soar into the air, Ryu froze again. A flickering light danced in his eyes, and he felt like he was frozen in time and space. A dense gray fog that exuded an ancient, primordial air started to come from his eyes, ears, and mouth. His aura became more ancient as well, and he seemed to be both right in front of Serial and yet a world away at the same time. Serial recovered, but the confusion in her eyes only deepened. 10-17. The injuries on Ryu that hadn't even been able to close before were doing so rapidly. And yet, Ryu was more vulnerable now than he ever had been. Shiing. Serial attacked again, this time piercing forward and putting in even more power than before. The tip of her sword finally cut into Ryu's scales. And yet, it only drilled in a half-inch. Before it came to a stop and Ryu was sent flying as though he had been hit by a hammer. Even after landing on the ground, Ryu didn't awaken immediately. He looked into dead space in a daze. Serial looked down at her blade, almost wondering if Ryu had done something to it. Her katana wasn't as powerful as Ryu's great sword staffs. But the difference was that It was actually one of her eyes' abilities as well. The True Blade. This Truth Pupil ability could manifest a blade dependent on its user's inheritance, allowing one to access a godhood of sorts based on weapon-related illusions. At least, that was its ability with Serial. The reason Ryu didn't recognize it was because True Blade was supposed to be a lot like Ryu's mutated robbed the world of its color, capable of cutting reality. This original ability was why Ryu hadn't been able to heal easily. However, it had mutated with Serial, allowing her to manifest a weapon much like the War God Pupils might. When both the mutated form and original form of this ability came together, they displayed real strength. But as with all Pupils' abilities, they were limited by Serial's cultivation, which was why they couldn't possibly be as strong as Ryu's weapons. But it also didn't matter because Serial could just continuously repair her weapon as well. And yet, this blade that she trusted with her life couldn't cut through Ryu's undefended body with ease? Chapter 2045 Disbelief. Serial was in slight disbelief at her inability to deal with Ryu. These defenses weren't normal, and there was definitely something off about them. Although she was suppressing her own cultivation to the Lord Realm, it had to be understood that there were very few lords across existence that could match up to her at all. The things that she had learned during her time in the true martial world made her realize that just bringing her clan back wouldn't be so easy. As much as it looked like she was ambitious, she had thought her only enemy in this life were the martial gods, only to realize that the so-called martial gods weren't nearly as simple as they seemed on the surface. This was a realization that Ryu himself had made on many occasions. It was simply too difficult to take the strength that the martial gods displayed on the surface at face value. Their true abilities ran much deeper than maybe anyone knew. In life, Serial only wanted two things. The first was revenge against the martial gods, and the second was the restoration of her clan. It might have seemed like she wanted to rely on a man to do so, but the reality was that both wishes required one. How was she meant to restore her clan if she didn't have a man worthy of her to use their seed by her side? And since she didn't want her children to experience the same heartache she had, the man also had to be strong. If he wasn't, and all the trouble she got into ended up getting him killed, how would she face her children? How would she face herself? This was all to say that she had very focused intentions with her cultivation, and she took meticulous care to take one step at a time, excavating all of the potential she could. And in practice, that had worked out greatly for her. This meant that not only was she near the limits of what was possible for the Lord Realm, but her weapon likewise reflected that since it was an extension of her talent. The number of body realm experts that could face off against even a normal Lord-grade weapon with their bodies alone were an infinitely small percentage of a small percentage. Usually, body realm experts would still be forced to use treasures of their own. Even if they relied on close combat techniques, there were still hand wraps, gauntlets, and armors they could use to help amplify their powers and meet such Lord-grade weapons head-on. But Serial's blade was not only not just a normal Lord-grade weapon, it was a weapon so powerful that it sliced apart reality itself. So how could Ryu possibly defend against it without, well, actually defending against it at all? He didn't use chi, and he couldn't even react to the weapon or brace himself. Normal tactics like chi skins or solidifying muscles at the target area weren't even being used. Granted, Serial also hadn't used her full power either. But it was a joke that she had to against a defenseless opponent that she was already beating the crap out of. It didn't make any sense. Ryu suddenly regained some of his senses and looked down to find the small punctured hole in his chest quickly mending itself. It wasn't that he wasn't trying to regain control of himself. He was pushing his mind to its limits, and his focused chi was flying away much faster than he could even begin to create it. But nothing at all was working, and he also wasn't under the illusion that he could keep blocking Serial's blows like this. He was already seeing the benefits of his completed body realm technique even without it quite being complete yet, but Serial was just using normal casual attacks and he was certain that he had yet to see her truly go all out. Ryu's grip on his great sword staffs grew stronger as he took deep breaths. By this point, his body was steadily growing so powerful that even these inhaled breaths caused the ground to quake. Some of the pain from his bones being etched with tattoos forced him to grit his teeth, but he soon settled down into an indifferent expression as Serial seemed to also recover. The three serials gazed toward Ryu as though they were trying to figure something out for themselves, as though their eyes were capable of seeing through the world itself. "You have a lot of nerve," the cold and arrogant one spoke. This was all she said as she surged forward again. Ryu found himself pincered from three sides at once. His mind spun, trying to figure out how to handle this situation. He had brought out all the stops, but bang, bang, bang. Ryu unleashed a barrage of attacks, two that sent a pair of serials flying and the last of which sent him into a deadlock with the third. The air vibrated around their crossed blades, and then, as expected, Ryu lost himself in time. Serial's gaze sharpened, but it was too late to pull back her force. Ryu was sent flying back as his body went lax. He's doing it on purpose, Serial realized. If they were in the middle of a clash like this when he lost consciousness, it would be much harder for her to follow up and deal a lethal blow to him. By the third time this happened, Serial found herself getting frustrated, caught between her pride and a willingness to end this battle as quickly as possible. However, Ryu's lapses were also getting longer and longer rather than shorter. She realized that whatever he had done to himself, he was no closer to fixing. In fact, he was only getting worse as time progressed. But likewise, the effect his body had on the world was also increasing. Not only was Ryu frozen in time, but so too was the immediate space around him. Chapter 2046 Murkiness. The murkiness of Ryu's mind was only growing greater. Every time he tried to force his way out, he found himself trapped even further into the quagmire as though the mesh of time and space around him had formed a quicksand that he was already right in the middle of. His cosmos fog was too thick and it felt endless. The more he etched into his bones, the more it flooded into those etchings and even into his body. It co-opted his bloodlines, and it was even encroaching on the rest of the inner organs. It might have already taken over his meridians if they didn't have deep and profound abilities of their own. He was like an animal stuck in a cage of his own making. He knew that this would happen, but he had chosen to do it anyway. The problem wasn't that he lacked the affinity, but rather that he lacked the depth of power. There was too much to analyze too quickly. Having to do it personally would leave him not only unable to proceed but also entirely drained of focused chi. Every time he slipped into this experience, it only got worse as he fell deeper and deeper. Ryu couldn't help but chuckle to himself, finding the situation funny. Fear of death? He didn't feel it, at least not in this situation. And maybe that was the real difference between himself and Serial. Serial didn't want to die because she knew that the moment she did, there would be no one left to get revenge for her clan. She lowered her head when it was necessary, not because it was what she wanted to do, but because it was the smart thing to do to survive another day, to live for another moment, to strive for another improvement. This was why she did what she did. Ryu had never seen things that way. It wasn't that he felt his family would be just fine without him. He didn't care how powerful Ailsa, Eska, or Icemine grew. As far as he was concerned, if there was a bet to be made, he was the best choice to lay all their chips on. The real reason Ryu never went as far as Serial in protecting his life was because he felt that no true cultivator could be born in fear. If he wanted to rise to the top of the world, he couldn't be sheltered and hidden. He couldn't be a coward who lowered his head once, because then there would be a second time and then a third. He had seen it happen in his other lives before. He had seen what happened to people who bent with a thought and swayed with the changing winds. He refused to be that person. And unironically, that was what had led him to this situation. Could he have asked his wives for help here? Yes. He didn't even have to go so far. Just getting Lucard or Ianger to help him with this battle would have been more than enough. Both were lords, and they would be unlikely to be stopped by others. He could have set up a formation ahead of time. He could take out the treasures he had literally just gained from Adlil, and make use of them right here and now while he figured out a way to get to the remnants of the Holy World. But he had done none of that. Why? His pride. And did he regret it? Not even the slightest bit. He had grown a lot in his cultivation journey. He had learned when to put his pride down in some respects, and he felt that he had grown as a person. But this one kernel of himself, he refused to change. It was what made him Ryu Tatsuya, and it was why he didn't even have a thought to bed a woman who was so in line with his preferences like Serial. The moment she trampled that bottom line, It was like any thoughts he had ever had of being with her were eviscerated. It should have been clear to him then, but as with all things in the cultivation world, it wasn't what you knew, but rather how you came to know it that was undoubtedly the most important. Did he know that he was arrogant? Of course he had always known. But it wasn't until now, when he stared down a real possibility of death due to his own actions, that he truly felt the difference. There wasn't even the slightest bit of regret in his heart. In fact, he could tell that even if he were to truly be lost in an endless cycle now, he would be disappointed. But he would also be content. It was an odd feeling, one that Ryu never thought he would have. He thought that he would be the last person to ever want to die before he achieved his goals, and though he didn't truly want to die now, he was just fine with it. At first, he thought that it was his Tao heart messing with him again, but he quickly realized that he was so lost in the mire of his cosmos fog that his Tao heart couldn't even reach his mind to influence him, at least not well enough to manipulate a mind as sharp and intelligent as his own. This left Ryu in an odd balanced state where his Tao heart was finally active in a normal capacity for once in its life, and this was precisely when he truly felt the real him. All his life, the various attacks on his talents had twisted him one way or another, changing who he fundamentally was and shading his outlook on life. And it was ironically in a quagmire of his own creation that he felt himself truly feel free. He wished for nothing more than to reach the top of the world of cultivation, to stand above and lord over all others. But should he fail, he would be content so long as it meant he had been given every chance to succeed. Chapter 2047 Irony. It was ironic that Ryu realized this about himself. He had always seen himself as a hypocrite, a man who wanted for everything and wouldn't be satisfied unless he could have it all. He didn't care about the hopes and dreams of Wobbling Fairy. Since she had chosen to lay with him, she would be forever bound to him or suffer his wrath. He didn't care about who he killed, who their families were, who was waiting for them to come home. But should anyone think to do the same with his family, they would surely also face his wrath. He had so many contradictory views, all of which could be summarized in a single word: hypocrisy. Never did he think that at the height of his life, when he faced off against the dream he had chased after the longest, that he had wanted for the most, that he would actually have such thoughts about it, that he was actually okay with losing. Just this one, but only if he had been able to give it everything he had. Only if he was able to burn as brightly as he could, even if it was just for a short period of time. Ryu couldn't help but remember his fate star. That day, on his 1000th birthday, he had looked up at it for the first time in a very long while. He remembered how bright it was, how large. But it was too large, too bright. It would burn through its fuel quickly. He would be like a flashpan in the span of the wider universe. Although he would shine boldly and largely, he would eventually burn out just as quickly, forgotten and abandoned by the world, never to be remembered. The name Ryu Tatsuya would likely be lost to the stream of time. He would have existed for too short a period. He had made peace with that long ago, or so he thought. At the very least, he had forced himself onto another path, trying to find other ways to be useful. Although he had allowed it to jade his life, he couldn't help but wonder now if the only reason he had become so hateful of the world was precisely because his Tao heart hadn't been by his side at the time, because his soul had been stripped from him and hidden away in the death shrine. What if this was the real way he would have reacted back then? What if it took all this time and facing off against true death, not to mention gaining those pieces of him back, to finally allow him to see his truest self? It was almost amusing in a way. Almost. It should have been terrible. How long had it been now? How many years had passed with this smile on his face? Had it been a split second like he felt it was? Or had centuries already passed outside unbeknownst to him? What was the truth? What was the reality? He didn't know. But he was content. Was the choice to take this step stupid? Maybe. But he had done things his way to the very end. And that was enough for him. Since you've done things your way, how about we do things my way now? Ryu didn't really react to the voice. It was so ambiguous he felt that even if it spoke again right now, he would be unlikely to recognize it. There was some sort of filter over the voice, making it impossible for Ryu to tell if a man or woman was speaking. In fact, even if one told him that a different person had spoken every word of that sentence, he would still find it believable. It was like the voice had disconnected so thoroughly from the laws that dictated the universe and existence itself that even their sense of self wasn't grounded. Almost like they were mouthing the essence of words, and not just speaking them, so their self wasn't involved at all. Ryu analyzed this in an instant and understood that whoever was speaking to him now was an expert beyond his imagination. Maybe such a person was one of the existences that he had chased after his entire life. A person who sat on a perch above the world, looking down on the world with a careless impunity. To them, he was nothing more than a fly. Ryu laughed. I think I'll pass. I knew you would say that. If you agreed, then you wouldn't be content anymore, now would you? You understand me well. I know you better than you know yourself. Is that so? Maybe so. Ryu chuckled again, not minding it. Maybe someone so powerful really did have the right to say such things. He felt calm, relaxed. He stared off into the endless cosmos, his heart resting at ease. Do you know why I picked you? The voice spoke again. Is there a need to ask? I, Ryu Tatsuya, am always the best bet. And yet you are about to lose yourself because of your stubbornness. I've lost myself before. It was quite embarrassing. This, though, isn't that. If anything, I have finally found myself. Indeed, and it's quite annoying. You're insufferable in the worst sort of ways. There are a few men like you across existence. One I met before. For a long while I thought he was you reincarnated. But he is not. You two are so similar that you've taken opposite paths. A few? I doubt that. I knew you would say that too. I'm interested now. What is his name? He is nameless. Ryu blinked for a while and then burst out into laughter. He laughed so hard that tears almost flooded from his eyes. He couldn't remember the last time he had such cheerful laughter. He must have been only 7 or so years old when his grandpa Qilin had made a ridiculous joke. And yet, here he was laughing so heartily. Chapter 2048 Hypocrite. Nameless, huh? Ryu said. I was right. He and I are really too different. So similar that we took opposite paths, you said? I guess that is also correct. I wonder, between the two of us, which one is stronger? He could wipe you out with a single thought. In fact, he would if he cared to pay attention to an ant disrespecting him like this. Ryu didn't seem offended. In fact, he only laughed harder. I'm sure you know that isn't what I meant. Ryu spoke through his laughter, the wild ambition in his eyes burning like a furious light. And I'm sure you know that he wouldn't care about your semantics. True. Ryu's smile became a fiendish grin, his heart beating wildly as anticipation grew within him. Would he be content if he were to die here? Yes. But the world had forgotten one thing. He was a hypocrite, down to his very bones. Who cared if he would be content? Contradiction. Doo-doom. Doo-doom. Ryu's heartbeat grew so furious that it began to ripple across the world of fog he was in. He already had a solution to the problem. He just didn't want to use it. He could also guess who this voice was. He just didn't want to acknowledge it. But in the end, between the choice of allowing his life to fade away here and grasping another chance, there was only one choice to make. Who cared if he was a hypocrite in the eyes of others? Who cared even if he was a hypocrite to even his own self? In what felt like a far-off, distant past now, Aika had once told him that his Tao heart was so rigid that it was brittle. If he ever failed one day, it would cause him to collapse. However, she didn't really understand the type of person Ryu was. She couldn't be blamed, though, because even Ryu didn't understand what kind of person he was until this very moment. If he ever met anything contradictory, he would just ignore it. If it came again, he would steamroll it. If it came again, he would grind it into such a fine dust that it would have no choice but to cower before him. He was Ryu Tatsuya, and that was all that mattered. So long as there was that shining beacon in his heart that lit his path forward, his steps would never be stopped, even by himself. Boom! The call of a white phoenix echoed through the air. White runes filled the skies, descending and piercing into the cocoon that took shape around Ryu. Soon, the dense, heavy gray fog that looked like the primordial dust was laced with these gorgeous white runes. Bang! A great sword staff disappeared from Ryu's palm, and his arm reached out with a great amount of speed. Serial's blade was caught in the middle of the air. A stunned expression crossed her face for a moment, but it didn't trick Ryu. His second great swordstaff disappeared as he snatched out at the air, grabbing her clone's second sword out of the air as well. Ryu's aura surged and his forearms writhed with almost serpent-like veins as his power erupted. Crack. Bang! Both blades exploded beneath the pressure, sending all three of Serial's clones flying back and spurting out a mouthful of blood. The third didn't even get a chance to attack before the shockwave sent her reeling. Ryu's white hair fluttered in the air as he looked into the skies. How long are you going to spend up there? At that moment, there was a shimmer, and a gorgeous woman stepped out from seemingly the middle of nowhere. A black dress clung to her curves, her sharp violet eyes staring down with a twinkle. Bang! 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 The instant her cherry lips parted, her three clones shattered into a rain of blood. The words she had been about to speak stopped in her throat, her pupils constricting into pinholes. Were you going to say I should defeat your clones first? I should say, I knew that none of them were the real you since the battle started. Unfortunately, it was a bit too embarrassing to expose you then, so I didn't say anything. I think you've underestimated my eyes far too much. What happened to not speaking? You're no longer a mute, Serial asked calmly. Holding back my tongue was getting annoying. If there's a woman that needs a spanking, shouldn't I give her what she's pining for? Serial sneered, the wind kicking up around her. A truly arrogant bastard. Haven't you grown tired of the Tsundra shtick yet? Ryu asked, rolling his neck. His wings flared out, and mountains for dozens of kilometers were flattened beneath their wind pressure alone. I can tell you that one way or another, you'll obediently climb into my bed. Do you believe? Not in the slightest bit. Ryu smiled, flicking out his wrists and causing his great swordstaffs to appear at the same time Serial waved a hand to manifest her steely blue katana. That's fine. I can make you a believer. We can start with lesson 1. Ryu took a step forward and vanished. Boom! The pressure of their two blades stopped them from meeting. Space bent, but was forcefully maintained by Ryu's pressure. Serial's gaze flashed, her blade passing through his. But Ryu didn't react to the sudden warp in reality at all. Instead, both of them came to a sudden stop. Boom! Boom! Air exploded as their weapons stopped at one another's necks. Another millimeter and both of their heads would fly into the skies. Just as Serial was about to speak, a pressure slapped against her face, sending her flying into the distance. Lesson 1. I don't hit or abuse my women. If you want to avoid the pain I'm about to inflict, there's really only one choice to make. Serial's eyes bulged in shock, and then came her fury. Ryu Tatsuya. Ah, my name has a nice ring to it, don't you think? Learn it well. You'll be saying it a lot. I'll kill you. You see, that was less nice. Doesn't have the same charm. Bang! Chapter 2049 Eruption. Bang! 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 A tempest of furious strikes erupted between the two. Every clash felt almost like the end of the world, the laws of reality bending and folding until they were forcefully kept in place by the Lord control of both of them. An outsider looking in would feel as though they were watching the battle through a rippling mirror. Sometimes they would see Ryu and Serial fighting in place. But then suddenly, and inexplicably, their bodies would warp, stretching out across thousands of kilometers as though they had become the strings of karma themselves, before snapping back into reality as whole humanoids once more. They seemed to have completely forgotten their techniques and skills. Or maybe the battle had reached such a high-level state that it simply wasn't possible to rely on such things any longer. They weaved in and out of one another's strikes, the streaks of cold and darkness coming from Serial, while Ryu's aura changed far more frequently and remained far less consistent. Ryu ripped through an array of elements, swapping from beams of light to explosions of dense black fog, from crackling ice to heart-shuddering flames. He flowed seamlessly and fluidly from one to another, his momentum only increasing with every furious strike. Serial didn't seem to be holding back in the slightest either. At least that was what it seemed. But every time Ryu became sharper, she became swifter. Every time Ryu became faster, her strikes became heavier. They matched blow for blow, crossing the skies and leaving exploding concentric circles of air in their wakes. The moment these furious momentums left the range of their lord control, space would fragment and shatter, mountains would collapse, and entire oceans would ice over or explode into heated mist. Is this all a few extra 1,000 years can give you? Ryu asked, his eyes blazing with battle intent. Before, you didn't speak because you were too embarrassed. Are you sure you want to start now? Sariel sneered. Not embarrassment, I would say. Have you never seen a thinking man before? How would I find a way to beat you and talk at the same time? Shameless to an extreme. Sariel seethed. What was the point in bringing up the failures of a man who didn't seem to take them seriously in the slightest? Ryu's laughter boomed toward the skies and his great sword staffs flared out. He seemed to leave his chest completely open to Sariel's strikes, and yet Sariel didn't dare to take the opening in the slightest. Instead, she took a step back, lowering her katana in one hand and raising up 2 pressed fingers with the other. At that moment, another katana appeared above her head. Then a second, then a third. Take form and split the heavens. Shiiraing. The cry of a blade echoed through the skies and Ryu's eyes lit up like a blaze. Sariel definitely knew something. Otherwise, she wouldn't be using her immortal rings still, even though she was already a lord. The fiendish grin on Ryu's face only spread wider as his great sword staffs shuddered. The fan of katanas that formed behind Sariel separated and soared into the skies in separate pieces, quickly forming a mysterious formation that almost radiated the aura of a world all to itself. Sariel slowly raised the blade in her hand, and it left what looked like permanent afterimages in the air. Even after several seconds, they showed no signs of fading. Away, Chiang, Chiang, Chiang. Then these afterimages solidified into reality before snapping into the main blade as though they were never there. Sheeing. Sariel pierced forward. The one strike was dozens of times more powerful than any she had levied before. Had Ryu been defenseless in this situation, he would have certainly found himself skewered through and shredded to pieces. However, bang! Ryu finally brought his arms together, and his great sword staffs seemed to fuse into 2. The reason it wasn't so obvious was that from time to time they almost split apart, almost like the technique wasn't complete yet. And yet, somehow, it also felt as though it was steady and stable, as though nothing at all could change it. The dichotomy was enough to make a person's head spin, especially when Ryu slashed down. The piercing katana and combined great sword staffs met in the air. An explosion of light dark matched with cold dark met, rippling golds, blacks, and icy blues painting the world in a swirl of colors that reflected in both of their eyes. Bang! The 2 were forced apart, but it was then that Sariel's array of katanas descended from high in the skies. Ryu's heavenly Tao tree took shape once again, this time even larger than before. Its roots pierced into the ground for the first time, and its canopy felt so large and looming that it could be a sky in and of itself. His Tao heart bloomed and cosmos fog erupted out from within him. His branches of the heavenly Tao tree shook and met the arcs of the blades in the skies. Sariel's array of blades suddenly doubled in size, and then doubled again. The 2 stomped on the ground and erupted forward. The ground itself was forced to bear the full brunt of their prowess, solidified beneath their lord control. But deep underground, their power traveled and turned the sturdiest earth of the world into piles of loose sand. The 2 clashed in the air once again, one backed by an enormous tree and the latter backed by a formation of swords just as large. Tree branches and shimmering blades clashed continuously in the air as the 2 fought amidst the chaos. Ryu took steps that caused blades to miss his neck by mere millimeters, and Sariel sent out strikes that avoided lashing tree branches by a hair's breadth. They almost danced in the skies with the world as their backdrop. Fate swirled around them in a tempest as though it was eager to crown its heir between the 2. Chapter 2050 Lesson 2. Boom! 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 The world finally collapsed between them, unable to withstand the pressure any longer. Space lashed out like a chain broken under high pressure, sending out scythes of black and silver lightning in all directions. The two coughed up mouthfuls of blood as they were sent flying beneath their own strength. It was almost as though the two had compressed the air so much between them that they had created a bomb that detonated with their combined strength. As strong as the two of them were, neither one could withstand a blow this powerful, and in an irony of ironies, the both of them ended up heavily injured after a long battle without significant strikes. The whipping scythes tore into Ryu's heavenly Dao tree and Serial's array of swords. Half of both of them were obliterated in an instant, and while Serial seemed to be fine, the destruction of his heavenly Dao tree caused severe backlash to Ryu's soul. He stabilized himself in the air, taking a deep breath before looking down at his chest. A mangled mesh of scales, flesh, and bone was all that could be seen. If he washed out the mess, it would probably clear out straight to the bone. This world is too weak for our battle. No, it isn't that. Ryu looked off into the distance. There were Dao gods fighting here. No matter how strong he and Serial were, they weren't a match for even the weakest Dao god in existence. So why could they fight? While they couldn't, the truth was a little more complicated. The two were in a perfect sweet spot where their personal strength was more than enough to cause destruction to a world of this caliber, and yet their control was too weak to contain that strength. These two factors together were what led to this result. Serial hacked up mouthfuls of blood. She and Ryu both had sensed what was about to happen, but they also knew that whoever backed off first would take the brunt of the damage. They had ended up in this state even with the two of them taking on the damage together. If one of them alone had been forced to take it on, they wouldn't even be alive right now. Ryu took a breath, and the wind around him howled. He probably should have expected this result. In truth, he had methods to deal with this matter and methods he could use to increase his lord control even further. But the reason the two hadn't been using their best techniques was that they knew from the moment Ryu awakened that this battle wouldn't have a conclusion here. As for the reason for that, Ryu's gaze sharpened as his look into the distance finally brought him what he was looking for: a furious retreat. Eska and Icemine's evolution had left the battlefield in a completely lopsided state. There wasn't anything that their opponents could do against not just one, but two shockingly powerful individuals. The worst of it was that Eska and Icemine seemed to be a perfect complement to Ailsa, even though the two were too arrogant and prideful to directly work together. Ailsa wasn't a fan of close combat. She preferred to control the battlefield from a distance. Both her cultists and Kabus bloodlines were like this. In general, this was just the nature of fairies. They were different from the Fae in this way. This combination of Ailsa's was extremely powerful, allowing her to, in one part, contract a large number of spirits, corpse puppets, and demons, but also have the knowledge and control necessary to both nurture and guide them. However, ultimately, in situations like this one, the best thing one could do to deal with Ailsa was to target her main body. Of course, these were all relative. Ailsa's body was weak in comparison to her overall strength, but it was still enough for her to slap a normal peak Dao god to death with a single blow. Still, this was where Eska and Icemine came in. With their abilities fused, their close combat abilities were nothing short of shocking. While Ailsa could handle the long-ranged actions, the two of them thrived in the middle to short range. Not only did they provide shocking defense, but they pressed the enemies in a way that Ailsa hadn't been able to alone. Controlling so many puppets and summons took a toll. Ailsa had been fighting against her seal for countless years, and her focused chi wasn't up to where it needed to be to summon her strongest cards. And yet, this was the final result. "What? You're not going to run now?" Ryu asked with a laugh. He didn't seem to notice the ghastly injuries on his body at all. His breathing remained steady and unmoved. "You're going to let me?" Serial sneered. "Why wouldn't I?" Ryu replied as though it was the most obvious thing in the world. Serial's gaze flashed. "You're a fool. I do things how I want. Don't mistake my intentions, though. This isn't because you're beautiful. I've killed more beautiful women in my lifetime than I care to count. You can't count what doesn't exist." Ryu laughed at her words, understanding her meaning even if she didn't state it explicitly. Obviously, when Ryu called her beautiful but then went on to mention other beautiful women, she took offense. This wasn't out of jealousy, but rather disgust in Ryu putting her on a level playing field with them. How could Ryu possibly use the same word to describe all of them? Her level of beauty wasn't something that just popped up everywhere. Serial wasn't the type to take great pride in her looks, but she wouldn't allow anyone to claim she didn't look good either. The irony was that Ryu had never said such a thing. Ryu's laughter faded, and a sharpness returned to his eyes. I'll give you lesson 2 at the title steal. Chapter 2051 No Fear. Serial stared at Ryu for a long while, as though she was trying to decide what she wanted to say. She could tell that Ryu wasn't letting her go out of love. He was letting her go because of his ego. Maybe he could already tell that she had feelings for him in some shape or form. But he wouldn't be satisfied until she admitted that. And the only way that she would is if he defeated her. They both could seem to see through the thoughts of the other, but neither of them seemed to care to explain themselves either. Truth veil. Serial spoke lightly. In that moment, all of her injuries vanished in the blink of an eye as though she had never been injured in the first place. It started off as nothing more than an illusion, but then the lines between illusion and reality blurred until it forced itself to be the one and only truth. Her dress was now perfectly intact, as was her flesh and skin. What did I tell you about showing off in front of me? Ryu asked with a smile. Serial snorted, but then Ryu spoke again. Fate reversal. Serial, who had just returned to a perfect state, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood again, her chest exploding in a rain of pain. Ryu took a step and caught her waist before she fell to the ground. I'm going to take this as half a victory. Be sure to remember this. Ryu could have easily taken advantage of her body, but he did no such thing. He felt no desire for such cheap victories. When she fell into his bed, she would be begging for it. Serial felt both enraged, embarrassed, and most importantly, in pain. He had definitely done this on purpose. He hadn't even used fate reversal the entire battle, only to spring it on her now. Since when could fate reversal be used so precisely and even bypass her defenses like that? Off you go. A strong spatial warp surrounded Serial, and she was blinked away by his spacetime. 1455. Soul nature. She probably couldn't have resisted it even if she wanted to, but that was because he hadn't had any intentions of killing her in the first place. Ryu stood to his full height, giving his now smooth and uninjured chest a look. Then, he looked above him to catch sight of the majestic white phoenix. Even just flying silently there, it was exceptionally arrogant. Ryu had been ignoring it for a while now. The moment he stepped onto the path of forging his own techniques and Tao methods, he had also insisted on leaving it by the side. If he relied too much on an item like this one, that wasn't truly his own in the first place, he would definitely pay for it eventually. He had always known that it was a secondary solution to the problem with his body realm method, but he had wanted to try to do it all on his own. Ultimately, that voice had ended up appearing at the time he stood at a forked road. As for who that voice was, he was certain that T could only be one person. The Phoenix Sky God. Ryu, though, was far more interested in this so-called nameless one. They certainly had a name as well, but they seemed to have not allowed the heavens to grant them a title, nor did they choose to forge one themselves. They were certainly an arrogant character, and precisely the kind of person that Ryu felt he would have to surpass if he ever wanted to reach the pinnacle of all there was. However, whoever that person was, he was well beyond him. And before he could even think of getting to him, he certainly had to defeat this Phoenix Sky God first. Come. The white phoenix opened its wings and gorgeous white feathers dancing in white flames fell from the skies as it dove toward him, re-entering his dantian once more. Ryu took a step, soaring into the skies with a valiant momentum. The carnage in the outside world didn't seem to have anything to do with him at all. He took a breath and then he vanished. When he appeared again, he was within a familiar holy world. The situation inside hadn't changed much precisely because Ilsa had casually stepped out of it without doing much. But now he would just have to take it personally. It was time to truly complete his body realm cultivation method before he lost his mind again. Doo-doom, doo-doom, bang! A pillar exploded through the world, rising to the top and ripping through its hidden canopy. The world shook from side before it shattered to pieces. Like the glass of a gorgeous array, Ryu appeared in the outside world once again. Beneath him, there was a magnificent shrine altar, the object that was none other than the third and final false shrine. It was completely ordinary. Unlike the others that were adorned in all sorts of special jewels and the like, this one was a simple wooden piece. It could have taken center stage at a normal mortal's church with how simple it was. But this was precisely the last piece. With this, everything would end. Ryu could sense several powerful auras locking onto him, but neither one could get close. The one with the best chance was Dao Godshai. His battle with hope was still ongoing, and neither one had gained a decisive advantage just yet, but it was also because of this that he had the best shot at peeling away. However, Ryu didn't fear him. The false shrine shuddered, and it was sucked directly into Ryu's body. Boom! A pillar of light that connected the earth to the heavens above enveloped Ryu. At the same moment, his realm heart trembled, and the runes etched onto his bones began to solidify. That was when Ryu did something astonishing. The cry of a phoenix echoed once more.
Chapter 2052 Come?
If you want to play, we will play. Ryu's Dao heart had thought of this idea for his body realm cultivation method long ago, but he had been unwilling to take this step. Unfortunately, he also wasn't able to think of any other methods to do it either. That was because it wasn't something that could even be done without a living spiritual foundation. As great as the idea of Dao bones and a beast core sounded, they weren't possible unless one was a beast. It required a connection to the heavens that couldn't be replicated under normal means. Ryu had circumvented this somewhat with his cosmos fog, but ultimately these weren't real Dao bones. They were fakes that had limited power as a result. Of course, this so-called limited power was still enough for Ryu to be ranked nearly all on his own in terms of body realm cultivation. He was this confident in his self-created method. In body alone, he didn't believe that he had a match at the same level. And that so-called nameless god could come and test that out himself. A flare of arrogance erupted from Ryu's chest, and his blazing intent seemed to be fueled by the white flames of his long-forgotten spiritual foundation. The plan was obvious by now. He was going to use his living spiritual foundation as a proxy for his beasthood. It was the perfect fit. A spiritual foundation was already the natural connection to the heavens that all cultivators needed. This was something Ryu knew more intimately than almost anyone else. Without the spiritual foundation, communicating with the heavens was an impossibility. A living spiritual foundation was a step beyond that. Not only could it communicate with the heavens, but it could do so on behalf of its owner. It was known as a living spiritual foundation for a reason. It wasn't just a misnomer. There was a true phoenix living within his body. It was just that he had neglected it. But now he wouldn't. Ryu's meridians shook and his body almost burst at its scams. What was his plan? Well, it was quite shocking. So shocking, in fact, that Ailsa, who sensed what was happening, couldn't help but look over. She didn't seem to care when Ryu defeated so many genius lords while only in the omniscient realm, nor did she react when he conquered a god-grade world all on his own while, once again, not being a lord. She didn't even react when the false shrine was taken by him and the third and final loss of the fiends was sealed, causing their rainbow wall to shatter and retreat millions of miles back to their original borders. The only thing she seemed to have reacted to this entire time was Eska's breakthrough into the Dao God realm, but even that was more muted than this one. Her pupils couldn't help but constrict. And the reason for that was because Ryu's actions were almost too blasphemous even for her. Over the course of his journey, Ryu had caused the heavens to bless him with not one, but two bone structures. In fact, those two were just the ones that he cared to remember. His boundless cosmos bone structure and that mysterious close combat bone structure that he had rejected were both gifts from the heavens in thanks to his comprehensions. His original bone structure was none other than his ice jade crystal body. He had a fondness for it because it was the same bone structure his mother shared, and it was also the most responsible for his dual-wielding ability. Although he had managed to keep much of that ability thanks to the influence of his bone structure on his musculature, he could feel that that was waning. Soon, it might not even be practical anymore to dual-wield, which was why one of the strongest attacks he had levied at Serial was actually a fusion of his two weapons. But there was another side to this coin as well. While his muscles were slowly changing and adapting to the abilities of his new bones, that also meant that his muscles, tendons, and ligaments weren't perfectly compatible with his new bone structure either. These were two sides of the coin that he had noticed while studying his body for the sake of completing his body realm method. And now, he would form the solution to that problem. Bang! 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 A series of eruptions shook Ryu's body to its very roots, shattering his boundless cosmos bone structure. The cry of a phoenix continued to shake the skies as crystalline runes formed all around him. The heavens reacted to Ryu's fate and karma soul nature, returning his ice jade crystal body bone structure to him. Ryu's aura began to plummet, his strength reacting as though it had fallen from a cliff. However, Ryu himself didn't seem to care in the slightest. His aura alone was able to keep his body from collapsing in on itself as his new bones formed. His skin and muscle regained their support structure, but they were so powerful that fragmentations began to appear in his bones. Just a simple flex would have ripped his bones apart. His tendons were so powerful that just a slight tug might cause his bones to shatter to pieces. However, Ryu remained entirely indifferent. His mind seemed to be somewhere else. Ice. The name of his ice jade crystal body never referred to the element at all. In fact, everything about his bone structure's name reflected balance, purity, and polished perfection. But today, I will let you know true ice. Ninefold frostbane bone structure. Come. Dudum. Bang. Ryu's ice jade crystal body shattered beneath the pressure of the far more powerful bone structure. As Ryu had said, the boundless cosmos and unknown close combat bone structure were far from the only two that he had unlocked. The ninefold frostbane bone structure was a sovereign-grade bone structure that Ryu had unlocked but ultimately dismissed while he was practicing his ice spirit body. And now, Ryu circulated an embryonic chi droplet, forcing his ice jade crystal body to reform again and again, and the heavens etched the Tao runes of the ninefold frostbane bone structure into his body. If he was going to form Tao bones, he needed a Tao. For too long now, his Tao had been hidden away in his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, but his white phoenix spiritual foundation didn't have one. He had unsealed it and entered the world sea realm with inheritances instead. Today, that would change. He would form a Tao of the strongest bone structures the heavens had ever blessed. Him with Ashen Flameheart Lotus Bone Structure. Come. Boom. Chapter 2053 Flameheart and Frostbane. A red gold lotus took shape on Ryu's forehead, before it darkened considerably, becoming an ashen gray that carried the vicissitudes of life. As sovereign-grade bone structures, there weren't world-shaking legends about the Ashen Flameheart Lotus and the ninefold Frostbane bone structures. Ultimately, such legends were usually left to those with god-grade bone structures, individuals who stood and rose above all else. However, there was a legend of a woman who had once been born with both the Ashen Flameheart Lotus and ninefold Frostbane bone structure. These two bone structures were opposing in a way that went beyond just their fire and ice abilities and delved deep into the very foundation of what they were meant to be. The ninefold Frostbane bone structure was a talent steeped in restrictions and mystery. The so-called Frostbane was known as a banishment, a lock of sorts, one that was actually not too dissimilar from the divine chains of the martial god. It represented a restraint on the world that suffocated and opposed. When one unlocked the first Frostbane, one would gain access to an ability that expelled all heat from a region, allowing ice to thrive and suffocate the world. Just the slightest touch could turn a land into one of ice, and even strong cultivators into statues. However, this sort of restraint wasn't so simple. Heat could be defined by the movement speed of particles. The reason it felt like heat was expelled from a region was because this was precisely what the Frostbane was forcing. It was restraining the very fundamental laws of the world itself. As one progressed to the second Frostbane and the third and the fourth beyond, one would be delving deeper and deeper into such mysteries, exhibiting a level of control that was rarely seen in the world until one reached the ninth and final. Upon reaching this stage, it would be where everything truly changed and the world overturned. At this realm, even techniques and Daos could be frozen, communication with the heavens could be severed. It was even possible to become the bane of the laws of reality themselves, causing freezes in time and space. This was why Ryu had deduced long ago that most abilities, when taken to an extreme, could touch upon such laws. This was why he had to maximize his space-time affinity through complexity rather than simplicity. It was a rare instance where the former was far better than the latter. But then there was the Ashen Flameheart Lotus. The words made it sound as though it was an existence designed for destruction. However, the reality was the exact opposite. The word ashen in this case represented two main aspects. The first was despair and hopelessness, while the second meant dust. This term embodied the end of the road and the helplessness one would feel when facing it. By this point, it seemed that it was only natural that this bone structure be about unfettered disaster and destruction. However, then one proceeded to Flameheart. This was a very unique word as it wasn't usually used in normal language. Instead, it was a term often used in abstruse religious settings or monk temples. It could be translated as one's will, one's inner emotions, even one's Tao heart in some respects. At this point, it sounded like this bone structure existed for the sake of targeting an enemy's Tao heart and burning it to ash. However, that still wasn't the full picture. The lotus, purity, immortality, these were things that the lotus usually represented, but there was another, enlightenment. But even so, this wasn't quite right. The lotus referred to here wasn't the entire plant, but rather a very specific moment in its life cycle, its blooming. When these words were all put together, the bone structure here referred to not destruction, but rather the exact opposite. It embraced a rising from the ashes and a shedding of weakness from the heart, or in some cases, a willingness to face off against the world and bring your own brightness to it. This bone structure was a lot like the rage flame in that it could be fueled by the emotions of its user. Namely, it could combine with one's sky god control to increase one's power and influence over the flames of the world, using your own enlightenment to bring life. When these two bone structures came together, they were very push and pull, very yin and yang. One suppressed the world while the other embraced it. One filled it with a chilling death while the other pumped it full of a warm life. When these two appeared together in the same body, it was akin to the end of the world. In many cases, a child would die long before they could be conceived in this way. Dual bone structures were extremely rare to begin with, easily as rare as dual meridians were, and only shy of as rare as dual spiritual foundations were. To not only be born with dual bone structures but to also have the body composition capable of letting them thrive was a rarity amongst rarities. But that was precisely what made it so powerful. Violet hues danced around Ryu as the world fell into an eerie balance beneath his presence. There were spikes of cold and then abrupt shots of heat that could burn even mountains to ash. They changed randomly and almost carelessly, entirely to the whims of a man who lorded over the world. And then they would suddenly fuse into one, forming a gentle, warm energy that was neither too hot nor too cold. And it was precisely this energy that destroyed everything in its path, grinding it to. Ryu could sense that this was going in precisely the direction he anticipated that it would. As such, he would only continue forward. Azure Cloud Vein. Come. Jade-bound Clear Heart. Come. Ryu only spoke lightly, but every intention caused the world to shake and quake. Chapter 2054 Balance. The names Ryu spoke all carried mysteries of their own, each one painting the world with a variety of colors as their fates were tugged upon and their forms were forced into existence. Ryu himself didn't seem to feel the pain of his body being ripped apart again and again, nor did he seem to care that his ice jade crystal body was far too weak to hold all of these powerhouse bone structures together. His ice jade crystal body was a mere ancestral grade bone structure, while these bone structures were an entire 8 tiers above it. It simply had no right to become their foundation. And yet, Ryu indifferently stared down at their discontent, carelessly withstanding their furious rampage through his body, and forcing their runes to become the Tao bones that he forged with his own hands. The Azure Cloud Vein bone structure was a sovereign grade wind elemental bone structure, and much like the others, its name carried with it mysteries that couldn't be described simply. The word azure almost seemed out of place. But when it was matched with the word vein, at least for a rune master, it all became clear. The word azure was very special to the cultivation world. That was because it was tied to a legendary creature, the Azure Dragon. It was a truly legendary beast, one that ruled the skies. It was said that it could control the clouds and the rain, climbing to the peak of the world, the heavens as its stepping stool. In reality, Ryu didn't think that the Azure Dragon actually existed. It was a mythology created by lesser cultures that eventually rose up to the cultivation world, one of the rare instances of such a thing happening. However, this didn't mean that the legend was weak, just because of its origin. In fact, it was actually far stronger because of it. For such a legend to persist even after so long, the amount of fate bound to it was astronomical. The Azure Cloud Vein was an homage to the Azure Dragon, an attempt to make the legend real. When it formed, vein patterns would appear across the body, and one would be born to the wind, capable of summoning the clouds and commanding the rain, embraced by the very skies themselves. And then there was the jade-bound clear heart bone structure, a bone structure of the earth element. Jade. Ryu understood what it meant intimately. It was a word that embodies purity, balance, and harmony. It was why it was such an important piece of his ice jade crystal body. This bone structure was all about a resonance with the earth beneath one's feet. Depending on the world, bending the earth to one's will could be incredibly difficult. This bone structure instead took the approach of harmonizing with it, embracing it, making yourself one with it. In a lot of ways, it too was the mirror of the Azure Cloud Vein bone structure. And together, one controlled the skies and the other the ground it shadowed. Ryu's body rattled as his bones continuously shattered and reformed, only to shatter once again. The cycle was continuous and relentless, but he was just as relentless. That was because he barely waited for the last Dao bone rune to be set in place before he spoke out again. Eternal Dawn bone structure, Come. Dark Moon Veil bone structure, Come. When many spoke of light and darkness, they often forgot the two most important contributing factors, the sun and the moon. Usually, the sun and moon were more tied to yin and yang, fire and ice. But they were arguably even more closely tied to light and darkness than anything else. Without stars, there would be no light in the universe. Without the moon, there would be no light in the night. However, without stars, no moon would have light at all. This balance, this ebb and flow, was too often neglected. But not by these two bone structures. The Eternal Dawn bone structure didn't just claim light itself, but the beginning of it, the first rays of the day and most powerful. Some of the most powerful cultivation methods in existence relied on the first rays of sunlight at the break of dawn. They were the purest, most beautiful, and undoubtedly the strongest. The swirl and array of colors carried a breadth and depth of mystery that stood before the secrets to the beginning of existence itself, and their radiance could enrapture an enemy and take their lives. The Dark Moon Veil bone structure was unique. It wasn't technically an exact opposite, but it embodied the truest essence of darkness, the absence of light. The weakness of darkness, as Ryu had seen in these last few years, was that using its techniques often required pumping darkness of your own into the world. But this was fundamentally not what darkness was about. Just by virtue of doing this, it was weakening your technique and your method. This bone structure was different. Much like the ninefold Frostbane bone structure, it imposed its darkness onto the world by veiling the light, embodying the truest essence of darkness itself by not creating it, but imposing it with the expulsion of light. When the dark moon was formed and light was completely overshadowed by a reflection of darkness, the power of his bone structure could truly display its might. This sixth bone structure burrowed into Ryu's body, and the lotus tattoo on his forehead gained a black moon hidden within its petals. Ryu felt himself shaking, but he forcefully stabilized it all with his will and grit. He wasn't finished yet. Never would he allow himself to be finished here. Ryu's eyes blazed with an almost fanatical battle intent. This was where the challenge would truly become shocking and he just might lose his life here and now. These elements were relatively still fine for him. But now he was crossing over an entirely different territory entirely. 9 Revolution Skybreaker, Come. A crack of thunder resonated through the skies. Chapter 2055 Revolutions. The 9 Revolution Skybreaker bone structure, it was one not just of lightning but of thunder as well. Often, these two concepts were confused and combined into one, but this bone structure made certain that was impossible to forget the latter. Thunder was the product of superheating the air. Another neglected fact about lightning was just how hot it was, and it was this overwhelming heat combined with its speed that caused small sections of air to rapidly heat and then cool down. It was this process of expansion and contraction that triggered the thunderous booms usual for storms. However, these were forms of lightning that were often neglected because it was too fast, too powerful. Who cared about heat when your lightning was fast enough and powerful enough to pierce right through the head of an enemy like a blade? By extension, though, lightning was also extremely difficult to control. Ryu had never really personally thought much about it because his chi control had always been excellent. However, he was also quite naive in his assessment. Just because he could get lightning to go where he needed it, didn't mean that he had perfect control of it. Even when he could get it to go to the exact locations he needed it in, he couldn't always control the path perfectly even if he could pick the landing zone. This would sometimes result in excess energy being used as he had to fuel whatever flight path the lightning chose. Maybe Ryu would have seen through these weaknesses if he placed more emphasis on lightning than he did. But maybe because he subconsciously understood that it wasn't his best element, he didn't find himself using lightning much at all these days. Even during his battle with Serial of all people, he used many more dragon talents than he ever did Qilin, and that was despite the fact his storm talent was probably amongst the greatest in his arsenal. 9 Revolution Skybreaker, however, was Madman's bone structure. It forcefully reeled lightning into the body, controlling it and using it to explosively increase one's power by 1 revolution. Ryu pushed out, and an echo of thundering air followed his strike. Boom! 2 revolutions. Boom! Boom! Ryu punched out again, lightning crackling in his eyes and flashing in the skies above. 3 revolutions. Boom! 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 Ryu's forearm exploded with a rain of blood and gore, the impact of the thunder jetting through his body, tearing even his own tough flesh apart. However, his gaze was almost fiendish in its fanaticism, chasing after something greater. Boom! 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 Ryu's entire arm seemed to vanish in a sudden flashbang of blood. The crimson exploded outward so fast that it looked almost like sparks flying through the air before disappearing into the wind. All that was left behind were minor muscle fibers whistling in the wind and small strands of bone that almost looked like a splinter of wood. The light in Ryu's eyes blazed as he pulled his other arm back and punched out again. Boom! 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 Ryu's arm vanished, and a large segment of his torso went with it. The crackling lightning above only became more fierce. It was as though it was daring Ryu to continue, daring him to continue testing its patience. And that he did. Ryu's mind moved, and he clenched his fist. The problem was that he had no fists left to clench. Both of his arms had been ripped to shreds beneath his own power. 9 Revolution Skybreaker was designed to be used with normal lightning. No one had ever seen it appear in the body of someone that could control tribulation lightning, and maybe that was because the heavens purposely didn't allow it. Well, that and the fact. Bone structures were a distinctly human talent while humans with Lightning Qilin blood were few and far between. But now, Ryu was trying to take an already supremely powerful bone structure and make even stronger. In reality, he had already succeeded. It was just that he was trying to push it to its absolute limits. He wanted Skybreaker to not just appear in its first revolution form. He wanted it the best it had. The absolute best. 9 Revolution Skybreaker was a sovereign-grade bone structure as well. But even without doing anything to it other than using it with tribulation lightning, it instantly became not just a god-grade bone structure, but one of the strongest of god-grade bone structures. In the area where Ryu's fist should have been suddenly shuddered, as though the laws of the world were heeding his command. No fist? No hand? No problem. Boom! 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 Ryu spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Cracks appeared all across his soul and his psyche wavered. In that moment, he didn't just feel like he was close to death. Felt like he was that close to being wiped out from existence permanently. However, he gave the world a bloody grin. Who cared? This would be his last life no matter. And he was determined to stand at the very top. He was born a talent never before seen, only to enter the wider world and find out that his talent was actually quite pitiful on the larger stage. It was about time that he returned to that level once more. Boom! 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 Ryu lashed out with a kick that ripped his leg to shreds. Spindle fibers loosely hung from what remained of his hips, blood as heavy as mountains crashing down from the skies above. His haggard breathing kicked up winds that caused entire forests to sway. He didn't even seem to have the energy left to lift his head and look to the skies anymore. Blood fell down his chin and his body, and he truly seemed to be on his last legs. However, what remained the same was the blazing intent in his eyes. Ryu's last limb flexed, his right leg bulging with muscles. Blood spurted out from their pores, coating his skin and soaking what remained of his robes through. He was only preparing for the attack, and yet he was already in such a state. But when had that ever stopped him? Ninth Revolution. The thunder in the skies erupted, and a streak of lightning as thick as a mountain. Range fell from above. It had had enough, but Ryu hadn't. Ryu's leg flexed, doubling in size before it lashed out. Boom! 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 The last echo barely sounded out before being drowned by the chirping of lightning. Sparked like electricity in the air, leaving crackling air in its wake. Ryu's entire body was enveloped by the lightning, or maybe what was left of it, because the instant Ryu had lashed out with that leg, his entire body had exploded. Along with it, this exposed his soul to the air, only for it to be ruthlessly shattered by a rain of lightning above. Silence fell onto the world, and Ryu seemed to be nowhere to be seen. His wives looked toward where he had been in horror, not sure what to do. They had never seen a lightning strike so fierce. It was even more savage than anything they had seen in their god tribulations. Just how could someone like Ryu be expected to survive that? Dead? Was Ryu really dead? But there, floating in the skies, there were a pair of eyes. They floated there eerily, the fibers that connected them to the brain also remaining perfectly intact. Those eyes, silver in all their glory, were still blazing with a violent intent. Ryu had stored a sliver of his soul in the one part of his body that he felt could survive. Even his chaotic silk meridians hadn't been able to make it despite being formed of the third strongest material in existence. Could be said that the heavens were truly pissed. But he didn't care, because with that blazing intent in his eyes, he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Beyond perfect extreme, 10th revolution, lightning crackled, and the vague outline of a body took shape around him. He looked like a ghost of blue lightning, his body flaring up sporadically akin to sparks of silver blue plasma, and then that vague outline punched out again. The world fell into complete silence. Then came the roar from the skies. It no longer sounded like thunder. It was as though the heavens had opened its maw and furiously bellowed from on high. Ryu was too concentrated to look up into the skies, but he could practically feel the fear trying to creep into his heart, something that he had never experienced before in his lifetime. But then a rage sparked in the depths of his soul. He really didn't like it when people stood above him. Boom! 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 It started off as a single echo, and then it doubled, then tripled before a cascade of them erupted like the flashes of a firecracker. Chapter 2056 Form. The laws of the world imploded around Ryu, shaking and quaking, overturning after overexposing themselves. It was like the vibrations of Ryu's fist had exploded inside of them, shredding them to pieces. Thunder. It was usually just the aftereffect of lightning, the much slower, less important result. Often it contained a lot of bluster, but what it actually did was alert someone to what might have happened after all the damage had long since been dealt. However, this was no longer normal thunder. It reverberated through the laws of the world itself, exhibiting a form of destructive control that forced the world to remain intact for only as long as it took for another rumbling cadence to echo. This was the true Skybreaker thunder. Tribulation Skybreaker. Reaching this point was one thing, though. Actually surviving beyond it was a different matter entirely. A wrathful sort of vengeance began to concoct above Ryu's head once again, if it could even be called that. His body didn't have anything left, and even the vague outline he had once managed to form was shredded to pieces. However, the light in his hovering eyes didn't fade in the slightest. If anything, it only became stronger. Empyrean Warframe, Come. Ryu didn't even wait for the wrath of the heavens to finish gathering up. It was as though he would be satisfied until his tribulation clouds grew so far and wide that more than just a single world began to target him. But maybe this time he had truly bit off far more than he could chew. Empyrean Warframe. The name alone caused this region of existence to quake, nearby worlds shuddering without their experts quite understanding just exactly what was happening. In Sacrum, the 6th-ranked heavenly pupils were known as the War God Pupils. They were a shocking set that hadn't appeared in their world in a long while, and thus had slipped down. But they were so powerful that it wasn't rare to find them in the top 3 across many worlds. But honestly speaking, when one was referring to the top 10 heavenly pupils, any one of them had history beyond imagining and could be seen as a shocking existence. So this wasn't what truly made them shocking. Rather, its description. The War God Pupils gave its wielder an innate understanding of all battle styles they came across. A single glance would be enough for them to grasp it all and incorporate it into their combat style. But this was still just the tip of the iceberg. That was because this was just the foundational ability of the War God Pupils. The second most well-known ability of the War God Pupils was the summoning of the War God Treasury, and most importantly, the War God Armor and War God Wings. These were known as some of the most powerful treasures across existence because it was said that the War God Pupil wielders all shared a unique linkage between themselves, allowing the insights of one another to be engraved onto these treasures to be passed on to the next generation. It could be said that because of this, unlike other heavenly pupils, every new wielder of the War God Pupils was stronger than the last. If Ryu had been born with the War God Pupils, he would have never had to worry about his foundation because he would have insights from a countless series of other worlds in his mind. However, this still wasn't the most powerful ability of the War God heavenly pupils. That was because there was another War God sense. This ability gave the wielder of the pupils shocking abilities in close combat. Their instincts superseded even that of beasts, their bodies often moving on their own even before their brains could think through what was happening. If they could combine the insights from their War God armor into their War God sense, the latter became sharper, quicker, more lethal, often allowing those that wielded the War God Pupils to kill enemies far above them in strength with what even looked like little effort and often truly was. When a certain stage was reached, there would no longer be a separation between War God armor and War God sense. That was when one of the first wielders of these heavenly pupils formed something truly shocking, the Warframe. There was a saying in the cultivation world. When meeting the War God Pupils, one should run the other way. They were all madmen, obsessed with battle and thirsting for blood. They didn't know what mercy meant, and all they wanted was to taste your blade. When meeting a War God with a Warframe, fall to your knees and beg for forgiveness. In the cultivation world, the name of things was too important for there to be no connection between the Warframe and the Empyrean Warframe, and in this situation it was even more shocking than normal. The Empyrean Warframe was none other than the bone structure of close combat that Ryu had been granted all those years ago during his seclusion in Ika's sect, but had ultimately ended up rejecting because he preferred the boundless cosmos bone structure for what it could potentially provide him in the future. What he didn't know at the time was the kind of history this bone structure had. The Empyrean Warframe wasn't created by a War God Pupil wielder. It was created by an ancestor of Ryu's very own mysteries of heaven and earth pupils for no other reason than to prove a point. In the far-off past, the ancestor of Ryu's pupils and the ancestor of the War Gods had a rivalry that could only end in the death of one or the other. Many believed that this battle was close because the War God was far better in combat, but the mystery's ancestor was far better at planning. The former would often fall for the machinations of the latter and have to pull himself. The mystery's ancestor found this amusing until the ancestor war god began to complain about his cowardice. Somehow, this matter began to spread, and it likewise began to affect the reputation and fate of the mystery's ancestor, making him weaker at the same time. The ancestor war god thought that this was his chance, and he launched a full-scale attack on the world of the mystery's ancestor, and at first the result seemed to be exactly what he wanted. It looked as though the mystery's ancestor had been far too weakened to even see him coming when usually he would have already had everything planned out. There weren't even many traps, and most of what he found were easily blown through. However, when the ancestor war god made it to the core of the world, he only found a single man waiting in silence. It was the mystery's ancestor, standing in white gold robes with a careless disregard for the world. However, in the eyes of the ancestor war god, who had already seen everything in the world, it looked to him like a prideful man who was ready to die with his head held high. Feeling arrogant and confident, the ancestor war god howled into the skies and his warframe took shape. He charged, ready to finish this battle in a single sweeping victory. However, to his astonishment, the mystery's ancestor who had never fought him head-on before suddenly took a step forward. The world beneath them rippled with a wave of gold, and the mystery's ancestor was suddenly wreathed in armor that seemed descended from the heavens themselves. No one knew what happened in that battle until afterward, because the mystery's ancestor killed them all. It wasn't until the war god ancestor's head was sent back to his world that everyone learned of the explosive news, but even that paled in comparison to what the scribes of fate learned after retracing the history. The mystery's ancestor didn't just rely on schemes to win. In fact, he didn't rely on a single scheme at all. Not only did he defeat the war god in hand-to-hand combat, he defeated him with a warframe, the Empyrean warframe. It was a sweeping suppression of the war gods, and it was just one of the many feats crafted by mystery's ancestors that resulted in their pupils often being known as number one. But for whatever reason, the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils just hadn't been appearing in normal cycles in recent years. Many remembered its power, but they also knew that it took existences that were truly special to allow it to shine through the way it was truly meant to. And now, Seichai, 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 Seichuyu, Seichuyu. Golden bones began to weave through the sky's muscle fibers that looked like streaming white gold light taking shape at the same time. However, Ryu's intent flared and it shattered. No, the foundation of his body would remain his ice jade crystal body. Form. Chapter 2057 wasn't that? Ryu roared. Or rather, his soul remnant did. Its will imposing itself onto the world, and the skies began to rumble with a more and more furious might. Seichai, Seichai, Seichai. Bones continuously formed and collapsed, white gold interweaving with crystal and a gorgeous blue. However, even before they could fully form, Ryu's intent flared and he spoke out again. Boundless cosmos, come. For the first time, Ryu roared out in pain, the last wisps of his soul truly trembling as though it might be wiped out of existence at any time. His wives looked from the side, wanting to help but being unable to do anything. Quite frankly, it was difficult to even find a place to stand in the entirety of the world right now. It felt like every location was being overwhelmed by Ryu's tribulation. In fact, if one took a step outside of the world, it would be possible to see that the tribulation clouds had grown so large that they swallowed up more than just the entire world but had encroached onto the entire quadrant, connecting with the heavens of other worlds and descending with a furious sort of might. However, every time that the heavens wanted to strike, Ryu would do something else to piss it off, and it would feel the need to gather up even more power. This was a tribulation the likes of which one simply wasn't meant to survive. But Ryu kept pushing it as though he could sense this at all. He wanted to fuse 10 bone structures into one, all while using the weakest of them all as a foundation. It simply didn't make any logical sense. And yet, bang! The first bolt fell from the skies, crashing right into Ryu's eyes. After their mutation, Ryu's eyes had simply been indestructible. However, after this one strike, bits and pieces of them became charred.
Bang!
A second bolt descended, even more concentrated than the last. Compared to the first bolt that Ryu had suffered through, one thicker than even a mountain range, these weren't even as thick as a finger. 1717. But that made them even more shocking, because it meant all of their power was concentrated into a single point. Seichai. Cracks began to appear across Ryu's eyes. Sprinkling shards of lightning entered and lashed out against his soul, causing his howls to pierce the skies. The world quaked as another spark fell, and then another, and then another. Ryu was continuously bombarded, the structural integrity of his eyes failing so much that even his inner world began to suffer. Tribulation lightning appeared within as though the heavens were telling him he didn't have a right to have a world of his own, as though it was informing him that there was nothing beneath its skies that could escape its control. Except for me. Ryu's voice was exceptionally calm, an odd occurrence to be sure. After all, his screams were still echoing, so how could he also be speaking so calmly at the same time? The cry of a phoenix echoed across the skies, and the white phoenix that seemed to have disappeared earlier returned. White runes appeared around the outline of Ryu's body, taking the shape of what remained of his collapsing bones and muscle fibers. Kome! Ryu roared these words out once again, but this time he didn't attach a name to it. When it was time for the world to know the name, they would. However, his soul did resonate, and the booming words he wanted to say but didn't seem to echo through the heavens themselves. And at that moment, the tribulation clouds above were almost forcefully dispersed. Xian. Fa. All of a sudden, it was as though Ryu had suddenly ripped through a barrier. His bones all formed at once, forging a resplendent skeleton that stood in the skies with a pair of piercing eyes forming its core. However, this skeleton, it didn't just have a slit for 2 eyes, it had 3. A third opening formed atop Ryu's head, and the foggy energy centralized itself there. If one looked closely, it would be possible to feel that this bundle of energy was the very same energy that could be found in the boundless cosmos fog, the sort of primordial ancient weight and heft that could only be found at the beginning of the one-gun uni in UV on Vegangun universe. The skeleton opened its arms to the skies as the next bolt of lightning fell. But, this time, Seichuyu. The third eye pulsed and the lightning was sucked inside. Ryu's bones began to gain a reflective glow to them. At first, they were extraordinarily simple, well, as simple as you could look as a set of bones carved from diamonds. But slowly, they only became more complex. Sparks of lightning flew and became like the strokes of Ryu's pen. Ancient runes carved themselves into being, and with every bolt of lightning Ryu's third eye accepted, it seemed to take more solid shape and form as well. The eyes were the window to the soul. Ryu had thought about this a lot, but he had never really thought of a way to maximize it until the connection between his eyes and his soul birthed his new soul natures. So he made a decision. Space and time weren't well suited to his eyes, which was why they only evolved after he gained his fate and karma soul natures. He had noticed only after this just how much different this added compatibility made things. It was like he had unlocked a whole other level of his eyes, but by extension, his soul nature itself was also several times more powerful. So he had already decided that he would form a new path more compatible with his spacetime soul nature. Right now, he had no ability to complete it, but he could easily cheat. With his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils as a foundation, his boundless cosmos fog as a primer, and the rage of the heavens as a spark, he would ignite the flame to start it all. Boom! 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 Ryu stood beneath the skies with his arms opened wide and his aura blazing. The tribulation above him continued to send increasingly thick bolts down from the skies, but he forcefully absorbed them with his third eye every time. Every time he did so, the heavens would grow more enraged and enlarge themselves, but Ryu would continue to absorb the bolts nonetheless. The 9 Revolution Skybreaker runes being etched onto his bones melded with the Lightning Qilin blood sinking deep into his marrow, and his Storm talent, Lightning God talent, and Lightning Seed talents all took shape at a single time. Took a lot more than usual. Ryu remembered days where he would almost carelessly deal with tribulations. But it seemed that nowadays he was starting to piss the heavens off more and more. Good. Boom! Muscle fibers erupted out of Ryu's body like tendrils of light. They wrapped around his bones and snapped into place with their tendons. The tendons themselves were akin to wound steel wires, connecting so strongly that the ice jade crystal body Ryu had initially had would have crumbled to ash beneath the pressure. Just before the muscle fibers took shape around Ryu's chest, one could see his organs shining with a resplendent light. Their spirituality trembled with a heavenly cadence and erupted with bright beams that were instantly swallowed up by Ryu's muscles. Nerves, blood vessels, and sinew all took shape before Ryu's skin began to form. Ryu took a breath that seemed to suck all the air from the world. The power in his body sounded like crashing waves, the rushing of his blood echoing like the roars of dragons and the fierce stomps of Qilin. Veins bulged across his body and seemed for a moment like the pressure might be too much, but then, it all just settled down, silently and softly. The third eye of swirling fog and flashing lightning in the middle of Ryu's forehead slowly closed, leaving nothing but an incredibly fine line of flickering black silver. His hair began to grow out once again, striding out so long from his scalp that it fell lower than even the small of his back. And then, two tattoos appeared on his forearms once again, one for his golden great sword staff and the other for his black one. Ryu took another breath and the tribulation clouds above shuddered and shook, nearly whining and twisting out of the way. Looking down at his hands, Ryu couldn't help but wonder just how much power was concentrated into his body right now. Kai-iti. The white phoenix did a loop around the skies before diving into Ryu. White gold runes erupted across his skin before settling down into a comfortable silence and vanishing as though sinking into his flesh. Ryu felt at peace and the world settled down, if for nothing but for a moment. After all, were the heavens not still infuriated? But this time it seemed that he had triggered something far beyond a normal tribulation. A gate appeared high in the skies, majestic and golden, ancient and primordial, carrying with it the etchings of battles long past and stories long forgotten. Ryu's gaze couldn't help but flicker when he saw it. Wasn't that his Heaven's Gate? Chapter 2058 Heavenly Court. Ilsa's brows trembled when she saw the gate. The Heavenly Court? Why now? Ryu looked straight up at the gates that appeared above him. Maybe he should have been feeling a great deal of pressure, but honestly speaking, he didn't. It was as though he was looking at the entrance to his own home. However, when the gates cracked open, it felt like a different matter entirely. Ryu sensed a flood of essence pour out, the likes of which that appeared at a quantity and a level that made his current access to Chaos Chi seem pitiful. However, he continued to stand there in silence, like a lone ant in the skies facing off against the descent of a planet. The Heaven's Gate was so large that a crack in its door alone was dozens of times the width of Ryu's body, let alone its overall size. Ryu thought that maybe he would have to wait for hours or days before the doors fully swung open even if they moved at the speed of light. And yet, it soon seemed that he had thought too much. Out from the minor crack a single finger walked out. There was no cascading rain of tribulations or a violent upswing of chi. There was just a single man, dressed in a golden robe with a leather pauldron delicately and carefully sculpted on just his left shoulder. He looked like a 5-star general ready to descend and accept a reward. But Ryu found that he couldn't quite see the man's face. In fact, maybe this man was a woman. The robes were thick enough that the person's figure was quite ambiguous. But judging by the pauldron's position, that seemed to be the only thing that wasn't fuzzy about this person. Ryu judged that their shoulders were probably too broad to be a woman. The man took a step forward and ripples of gold extended from his feet, forming a path. He didn't seem to realize that he was parallel with the ground at all, continuing to form a path beneath his feet perpendicular to the earth with a calm flair to him that made it clear he cared little for the laws of the world and how they might want to apply to him. Then he paused before Ryu and his aura shifted. From an unfathomable aura, his cultivation plummeted to the omniscient sky god realm. But Ryu could tell that there was more strength condensed in his body, making it clearly and firmly in the Lord realm. The man raised a fist and suddenly attacked. Maybe sudden wasn't the right word. The fist was slow, as though it was being forced to move through rippling waves of thick water. But, contradictorily fast at the same time. It was like Ryu's mind was stuck watching a frame by frame while the fist itself was already upon him. However, Ryu held out a palm. Bang! The fist collided with Ryu's palm and ripples were sent flying in all directions. The moment the two made contact, the world around them seemed to solidify and Ryu finally saw the person clearly. Well, as clearly as you could see a person wearing a white gold mask. However, it was enough to see the slight flicker of surprise in the young man's eyes. Ryu was fairly certain that he was a youth. This was surprising to Ryu because this supposed youth had to have his cultivation suppressed when he likely wasn't much more than 100 years old. Would it be surprising if his Chi realm cultivation had been at the Lord realm? No. But the problem was that his cultivation had been so deep that even Ryu's eyes that could see through Tao gods hadn't been able to pinpoint it exactly. Is this my final tribulation? Ryu asked, almost as though he was speaking to himself. You're going to need more strength than that. The young man pulled his fist back but didn't respond directly to the instigation. You are a heaven's chosen, but you've abandoned your own world. How is a fool so powerful? Then, he too seemed like he was just speaking to himself. Both young men were locked in their own arrogant worlds, so enthralled in their own sense of self they couldn't be bothered to speak to one another directly. And even after these words were exchanged, neither seemed to care to change that either. This time, they both attacked, their fists rippling through the air and colliding. The young man was forced to take a heavy step back, but his control was greater than any Ryu had ever seen. The solid golden road beneath his feet didn't so much as quiver. So, that's possible too. Ryu seemed to understand something. His Tao heart was the core of his control right now, and that was all fine and dandy, except for the fact this wasn't perfectly in line with his earlier speculations. If control was truly part of a perfected cultivation system that he had missed out on, how could it not be just as tightly wound with Qi itself? The Tao heart was the spiritual foundation. What could it influence more than your Qi? This young man was so powerful because, although he wasn't using it now, he had access to essence and seemed to be naturally blessed with it. But didn't Ryu also have an equivalent Qi? What was chaos Qi if not essences exactly opposite and equal? The trouble was that Ryu always took his chaos Qi from his Meridians and never really mixed it into his Dantian or spiritual foundation. How then was he supposed to exhibit the most powerful forms of control? It was only now that Ryu truly began to understand why it was having a powerful Tao didn't just make him invincible everywhere he went. Not to mention the fact he wasn't even satisfied with his current Tao. The Tao itself was just one aspect of cultivation. There was so much more. Boom! Chapter 2059 Locking. A dancing dark gold energy poured into Ryu's beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, and a path of equally dark gold formed beneath his feet. He took a step forward and for the first time, the world didn't shudder around him in the slightest. He retracted his fist, torqued his torso, and then unleashed a blow. Bang! The young man's shock had long since faded. Even as their fists met and he was sent flying backward this time, his expression no longer changed as though he was indifferent to victory or defeat. Compared to the young genius of the Fae who lacked any and all battle experience, not even having seen his own blood, this young man was someone Ryu could tell had likely fought more life and death battles than even himself. Even when he was fully outmatched, he didn't panic in the slightest. Ryu crossed the distance between them, his fists unleashing a barrage. The young man blocked with his elbows and forearms, weaving through Ryu's barrage with a calm, sharp light in his eyes. Suffering blow after blow, he looked like a snake wading through tall grass, waiting for a moment to strike. Ryu found that he couldn't instantly kill this young man like he wanted to, but his countenance was just as calm. Two arrogant young men danced in the skies, their fists flashing. Ryu suddenly hitched his hip, his torso leaning back like a powerful spring as his leg whipped out. The young man calmly blocked with a raised knee before he was sent stumbling back. Ryu's torso torqued in the other direction and his second leg came flying in even faster, forcing the young man to block with both forearms before his face. With another step, Ryu found an opening and unleashed a savage palm into the young man's chest. The sound of shattering bone didn't resound like Ryu expected. Instead, The young man's flesh rippled and Ryu found his energy dispersed all through the young man's body. Interesting. Just not interesting enough, Ryu thought indifferently. The young man took a heavy step back to disperse the rest of the pressure, and the golden road beneath his feet showed signs of defeat for the first time. However, Ryu was already upon him again. His body moved like the fluid waves of a river following its banking shores. From one style to the next, he had a flexibility and explosive power to him that couldn't be described in just a few words. He erupted with strength from angles that shouldn't have been possible, but worse than that, his body seemed to be able to gather momentum from earlier strikes, exhibiting a level of body control that was even beyond the young man's ability to disperse power as a form of defense. Every time Ryu's fist or kick rebounded against the defenses of the young man, a portion of that rebound would be taken back into his body, flowing through his flesh even more seamlessly than the young man's and gathering into the power of his next strike. Then he would unleash a combo of powerful strikes, each one more powerful than the last, until it grew so heart-shuddering that the young man's golden road would nearly collapse beneath himself. The more Ryu fought, the more he got used to the sensation until he was able to take back more and more of the rebounding force. Eventually, it was like Ryu was using 200% of his power, a figure that didn't even make any sense. The laws of the universe called for a loss of energy during the conversion, but beneath Ryu's control, his laws were the only ones that mattered. In a sudden vicious change, Ryu converted raw power to explosive speed. The young man was caught off guard and a fist cut up and through his blind spot, a vicious uppercut landing on his jaw. Crack. The man's bones finally gave way, his mask not providing any sort of defense as half his face collapsed beneath Ryu's powerful strike. The rippling of Ryu's torso like a wave of vascular power caused a second echo to rumble through the face of the young man and almost shatter his head completely. The golden road shattered and the young man stumbled through the air, his power fluctuating wildly before he ultimately fell to a knee in the skies. He coughed, blood coming from his mouth or what looked like his mask. The young man looked up, and for the first time it looked like he was actually looking at Ryu rather than through him. Maybe that was the most sign of respect that he cared to give. "That's enough, Tamarin. Return." An ancient voice echoed from the heaven's gate above. The young man stood and his aura began to rise once more. Soon, it had stabilized into that unfathomable realm and his injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. By now, Ryu was already able to see through the young man's cultivation. The reason it was so unfathomable was because he had cultivation with essence. But in practice, the young man was a lord just the same. However, with his full power, it felt like he could kill the sovereigns that Ryu had met with a flick of his finger. The young man gave Ryu another look before the golden road appeared beneath his feet again, and he returned to the heaven's gate above. Ryu stood there in silence, not bothering to attempt to stop him. "You are a chosen." The man spoke again. "In order to maintain the balance of the world, your kind cannot be allowed to roam freely in greater existence. I will give you 1,000 years to ascend to the heavenly court. Should you fail to do so, you will be the enemy of the world and we will kill you with our full strength." The ancient voice seemed as though it was about to disappear before it suddenly hummed, its aura locking onto Ailsa. Chapter 2060 Then good. "You are not meant to be here." The sentence was plain and simple, and it was also quite clear that it had no intention of giving Ailsa a millennia like it had given Ryu. However, Ailsa seemed entirely indifferent to it. "Then see if you can do something about it," she said calmly. The ancient voice fell into silence before its aura locked onto Eska and Icemine. But it still didn't say anything as it once again turned its attention to Hope. Something about this place seemed odd. And then the ancient voice hummed again, seemingly understanding something. In the end, its aura locked onto Ryu once more. "I will give you 100 years. Ryu frowned. For one, he didn't like being commanded. Second, he disliked being jerked around just as much. He had just been given 1,000 years, but then without reason or explanation, it had suddenly been shrunk to 900 years. However, to the ancient voice it only made sense. Whether it was Ailsa, Eska, Icemine, or Hope, not a single one of them was actually a chosen. The only reason why their fates were so jumbled up and difficult to read was because of their connection with Ryu. Hope was especially a mess because she had tied her fate to Ryu completely, meaning their fates were practically identical when that made no sense at all. Then there was Ryu's fate itself. He seemed to have been manipulated in one part, and then he had a second life, and all of that ended up extending the time it took for the heavenly court to find him. If not for the interference of the martial gods, Ryu would have probably already been sensed by the heavenly court long ago in Sacrum, and he would have followed the normal path of a chosen. But that was precisely why the situation was so complicated, and also why the ancient voice had no choice but to shorten the time frame. Anyone who could mess with the fate of a chosen was a problem. And if they were working on that sort of scale, it meant they had a purpose for doing so that was maybe even beyond this voice's pay grade. The less time Ryu spent in greater existence, the better. That was the only way to manage the fate of existence and stop the world from collapsing in on itself. There were enough rogues in the cultivation world. They didn't need for there to be others. The ancient voice could see Ryu's dissatisfaction, but it wasn't the first time he had seen such a thing. Maybe Ryu even had the intention of ignoring his words. Whatever it was, it didn't matter. Between Ryu's feelings and the fate of existence, there wasn't even a choice to be made. If Ryu listened, then good. If not, he would find himself as a small boat in the middle of a raging ocean. Even Ailsa had to take a step back from the heavenly court to regroup. What more of Ryu who wasn't even a Tao Lord yet? The voice disappeared from the world and the heaven's gates closed. From start to finish, Ryu didn't bother to say anything. It would have been a waste of his time, and despite what he had said to Serial, these days he still preferred to let his actions do the talking instead. As for anything that would come afterward, that would be decided by his fists. First, he would need to figure out how to perfect his entry into the Lord Realm. For some reason, he had a feeling that the title steal wouldn't be so simple. And given the changes to his eyes, a feeling to Ryu now might as well have been a sneak peek into the future. Without the burden of his incompatible space-time soul nature layering on top of it, Ryu's eyes felt almost lighter in a way, and their abilities were far more shocking now than they had ever been. This so-called chosen title was interesting, but not enough for him to truly care very much. He had been called that once before when the heavenly knights of Sacrum descended during the ascent of the martial god youths. Back then, the heavenly knight had asked him why he was betraying them when he was their chosen. He didn't think much about it then, and he still didn't think much of it now. As for what it meant, it was likely related to Sacrum and how it had chosen him to be a champion of some sort for it. That would certainly explain his talent, but oddly enough, the ancient voice seemed to also imply that whatever blessing Sacrum gave him carried over into other worlds as well. And that would be why he had experienced the luck he had in his life. Could Ryu be considered lucky? He would say so. In the past, he might have been unwilling to accept such a thing or maybe even outright reject it, but he knew better now and it honestly didn't bother him. It would take quite a lot to make a hypocrite feel bothered. He smiled to himself, feeling that his own joke was quite amusing and true at the same time. Why bother about his other lives, and whether this Ryu was the real one, or if he was only a product of his upbringing and luck, when it didn't matter to him one way or another? What he knew was this life, and since it was his last, he might as well reach the top of the world on this casual stroll of his. Ryu grunted slightly and a fragrant wind came barreling into his arms. He looked down to find that it was Hope. "You're hugging me too tightly," he eventually managed to squeeze out. "You deserve this," she replied. What did I do?" Ryu asked with a laugh. "Too dangerous. And also, why are you waving that thing around everywhere?" Private. That was when Ryu remembered he was still naked. Chapter 2061 Deeper Meaning. Ryu chuckled. It wasn't long before he was surrounded by his women. Eska and Icemine seemed to have undecided to unfuse, which was odd because although the situation was calm now, it wasn't to the extent that all the troubles had been handled. The Griffins were still here, and so were the Ruin Master Guild members. Plus, there were still some powerful Fae lingering off in the distance. However, it didn't take Ryu long to figure out why. Elsa's power had skyrocketed again. It seemed that Ryu's lack of power was still holding her back tremendously. As his life partner, she was especially affected, even more so in comparison to his other wives. In the end, a battle that she was already practically handily winning on her own became even easier in the next instant. The funny part was that Ryu continued to grow. She too would only continue to gain access to power she should have had all along. Ryu didn't find it disheartening. If anything, he found it amusing. He didn't find that this matter bothered him much anymore at all. Who cared? At the end of the day, she was still reliant on him. And soon enough, the power dynamic between the two of them would be flipped on its head. At that moment, the skies shuddered and one of the elder griffins fighting Elsa shook. His eyes shot up into the skies and Ryu even saw a small light of fear. The skies split and a gorgeous griffin descended from above. It was easy to tell that she was a woman at a single glance. She had elegant paws that walked across the air as though it was solid ground, and a body of reflective white fur that made one feel as though one was staring right into the maw of a star. On her head, a reflective gold gem lay, and a crown of feathers rose from her head. When her white wings spread, feathers fell from above. And when they landed on the ground, ripples of white danced in all directions, healing the land and calming the raging chi. Slowly, the world was healed by the presence of this griffin alone. She walked forward, ignoring the battle until she was right above Ryu. Then she lowered her head until her large eyes practically swallowed his figure. This beautiful griffin had a body that could swallow up the skies. One could imagine just how large her eyes were. And yet, she seemed insistent on looking right at Ryu like this, as though to make sure that she truly wasn't seeing things. Ryu smiled. "How've you been, little gem?" He could sense the spikes of fury coming from the surrounding griffins in an instant. How could their goddess have such a stupid name to bear? Suddenly, little gem shrunk down and became the same size as a little puppy. She leapt into Ryu's arms, licking his face, and then scurried up his head, her white fur practically disappearing into his white hair. Ryu was a bit speechless, but he ended up laughing. It was the griffins who looked over in complete, abject horror. That was because this wasn't a simple shrinking. Ryu had sensed it at the first go, but little gem had reversed everything, going back to an existence that was still cursed and lacked any and all cultivation. It was completely baffling. Even Ryu had no idea why she would do this. There was no need. In one moment, she had been likely no less powerful than Elsa. No, she had been even stronger than Elsa, as she wasn't weighed down by Ryu's fate. But she had given all of that up. For some reason, Elsa felt her heart shake when she saw this. Ryu and Little Gem had never even really exchanged words. They had met when Little Gem was a baby. What words could she have possibly had to say? During that time, though, Ryu didn't do much other than feed her and stroke her fur from time to time. In fact, it could be said that Elsa had taken far more care of Little Gem than Ryu ever had. Of course, it had been Ryu who braved the attacks of those far stronger than himself to save her egg, but she hadn't even been born then. How could she be aware of such a thing? Plus, because she was so powerful now, she only had to save Ryu once and that debt would be settled. There was no need for her to give up all of her cultivation like this. It didn't make any sense. But Elsa understood why, and so did Ryu. When Ryu learned of the curse that Little Gem had suffered and how her clan had abandoned her because of it, he, a man who rarely felt any sort of righteous indignation, had felt furious about the unfairness of it all. Ryu felt that his story and that of Little Gem's had been very similar at the time, and he hadn't wanted to help her because of that. Ultimately, it ended up being Elsa who helped Little Gem break the curse without much of Ryu's input at all. But this seemed to have been enough for the little griffin to be completely attached to Ryu. Ryu looked up. At some unknown time, Elsa was standing across from him. It was 3 meters, a distance that seemed so close and yet so far at the same time. He was about to smile almost carelessly when he saw something behind her. Ryu stopped moving, his thoughts moving in slow motion, or so it felt. His mind worked such that he understood the deeper meaning behind what he was seeing instantly. It wasn't that an enemy was creeping up behind Elsa or that there was some treasure or memento behind her. Instead, it was the very same half-dead man she had been carrying around all this time. The same man that had hurled all those insults at her. Over the years. The question then was, What was the deeper meaning Ryu saw? Chapter 2062 Small Fry. Ryu stared at the man for a long time. It was truly odd. He was spending more time looking at this sorry excuse of a fiend more than he was the beautiful woman in front of him, but he felt like his mind was churning. He couldn't remember the last time he hesitated with a decision like this, and he was finding it hard to even look toward Ailsa in the first place because if he did so, then he felt like there was only one choice he could make. No matter what sort of hard stance he took, he would always have a soft spot for his women. He could be a hard ass in any other situation, but he didn't have it in him when it came to situations like these. Maybe that was because of guilt. No, he felt that it almost certainly was. For a hypocrite like him, it was funny that he even had such worries to begin with. But that had always been a part of him. In his first life, he didn't even want to touch Elena for fear of what her life might be like once he was no longer around. He held himself back for the sake of sparing her feelings, when in any other situation, he would never do such a thing. That guilt carried on into his second life, and he had treated Ailsa worse than he probably had anyone else as a result of it. He had been staunchly opposed to ever having a second wife so that he could repay Elena for everything that she had done for him. He wanted to help her to live a life that she deserved, one that her man should give her. That was the sort of responsibility he took for himself, and it was the kind of thing he felt was only natural. However, in the end, his feelings for Ailsa also grew to the point that he couldn't ignore them. What maybe even Ailsa didn't know was that her response to his initial rudeness hadn't given him a bad impression of her. If anything, it was what had creaked the door between them open. He remembered back then when he said that the heavens didn't have a right to pick his partner in love. He could remember how angry, how closed off, how completely infuriated he was about every aspect of the world. He wanted nothing more than to scorn the heavens at every turn, even if there was this gorgeous woman before him. And yet Ailsa had given him a check on his reality. For the first time, rather than receiving the coddling of his parents and the sympathy of his grandparents, someone told him to his face that despite everything he had been through, he was lucky. He had talent that others couldn't imagine, and even if he felt aggrieved about things that he couldn't control, didn't he now have the opportunity to change everything? So what was he moping about? Maybe Ailsa had only said those words out of frustration, but it was the first time anyone had ever said anything like that to Ryu. And even if he was still stubborn at the time, that didn't mean that it didn't cause a slight crack in his armor. By then, it was already too late. That sort of blunt, confident, arrogant sort of woman that could meet his coldness with her own. He had always had a weakness for it. No, that wasn't true. Before Elena, Ryu had never had feelings for a woman. Before his awakening, he was too young to have such thoughts. And after his failed awakening, the only thing he could think about was improving his life and not being useless anymore. But Elena wasn't that type of arrogant woman. She was carefree, always looking for fun, and had a cheery personality that even if most might not see, was her down to the very core. It was only after he met Ailsa that he grew this fondness for arrogant women. Then he began saying that that was the woman he liked most when in reality, it was nothing more than a new taste to his palate. He didn't know how to resolve much of these emotions. That soft part of him that wanted to protect his women was combating that part of him that wanted to look down on the world. The fact that Ailsa had come here silently, as though offering a proposal she couldn't be bothered to say with words, was somewhat annoying. However, by the same token, describing it as something she just couldn't be bothered to say was very clearly his anger and rage talking. This sort of thing wasn't the sort of matter you said out loud. Otherwise, it would completely defeat the purpose. If she had to explain it, Ryu might as well not do it at all. Ryu looked away from the fiend and back toward Ailsa for the first time. He stared into those deep crimson irises, feeling a trembling sort of weight to them. It was the first time he had truly looked at someone so powerful, and even if Ailsa wasn't trying to pressure him, she wasn't particularly hiding her aura as well. She probably knew him all too well. Doing such a thing would probably just piss him off. More, the request couldn't have been simpler. This fiend meant nothing at all to Ailsa. She should have killed him on the first blow. Why would she bother to carry him around like this? There were plenty of others that had pissed her off. The Griffins had enraged her by taking little Gem, The heavenly court was an existence she had her own clashes with? Or what about just the other fiends of this world in general? Why not them? The difference between all of those events was that Ryu hadn't been there to witness her get bullied. But he was there when this man spoke those foul words. So, was he going to be her husband and deal with the situation for her or not? If he killed the fiend for her, it would be acknowledging his husbandly duties. If he didn't kill it, then it would probably sever the last of their relationship. The fact that Elsa was lugging around this fool, whose eyes had long gone vacant, was for no other reason than this was the only recent grievance that Ryu had been privy to. He remembered that day when his master sent him to Elsa's side. He remembered how what should have been their touching reunion was ruined by the crude jokes of a bastard who didn't know how to shut his mouth. He remembered the kind of sheer, unbridled killing intent that he had had at the time, and yet how he was able to do nothing to change the situation at the time because he was nothing more than an astral projection sent across worlds. A silence hung in the air and no one spoke. Even if there was danger lying in the surroundings, they probably didn't even dare to approach at this point. All they cared about was getting as far away as they could. What a joke. Who would attack with both Elsa and Eska present? It would be a suicide mission. Ryu felt a shift in his hair. Little Gem moved slightly before collapsing into what she probably thought was an even more comfortable position. The distraction seemed to make him wonder if it was worth it. However, he already knew why he was dragging his feet like this. In reality, he had already made his decision. But Ryu looked off into the distance toward the remnants of the Ruin Master Guild, and then up into the skies where the residual boundaries of the Heaven's Gate had been. He sighed. The sigh seemed to echo across the world, filling the folds of reality as though it was sighing along with him. Elsa's pupils trembled, and though she controlled it well enough that almost no one saw, Eska certainly did. Ryu took a step, and then another until he was no longer 3 meters from Elsa, but rather so close that their noses almost touched. At this distance, he could feel a natural weighted pressure coming from Elsa that almost crushed all of his bones. The very same bones that he had forged from the bodies of 10 different bone structures. This woman's power was truly beyond his imagination. "Don't waste my time," Ryu said coldly, looking Elsa in the eye. "Kill him yourself." Elsa stared back at Ryu, her trembling pupils having already been reined under control by her. The two of them just stared at one another, and it felt as though something had ended. However, it was then that Elsa suddenly jolted, and her body jumped involuntarily. The same time, Ryu winced before quickly regaining his composure, burying the pain. He was feeling deep as he turned away. "I don't kill small fry. I'll give you the head of the Ruin Master Guild instead." Chapter 2063. No matter what. Son of a bitch. Ryu looked at his arm a long while later in outright shock and horror. Maybe he shouldn't be shocked, but was hard not to be when your entire arm was nothing but pile of mush right now. He didn't have a single other bone left in it. And if he hadn't been quick, he had a feeling that every bone in his body would have been shattered. "Serves you right," Hope muttered, feeling speechless. Could be said that the entire world came to a stop after Ryu and Elsa's conversation ended. That was because this idiot actually went and pinched the holy goddess Tatsuya's ass before everyone. "Worth it," Ryu said shamelessly. Elsa hadn't done it on purpose. She was just caught off guard, much the same as everyone else. That was the last thing she expected Ryu to do, and she had been so distracted by his words that she didn't even realize that his hand had reached around her waist to her back like that. She might have been a Tao god, but Ryu still had a much larger frame than she did. Couple that with her small little waist and how close they were, and it was like snatching candy from a baby. If that baby's casual protections could blast your arm to smithereens, that is. Ryu was also fairly certain that his wife had to cut off most of her instinctive reaction. If not, let alone his arm, his entire body would have been obliterated. Was it the smart thing to do? Absolutely not, for more reasons than just the fact he had almost died because of the prank. There were countless issues, from the matter of Elsa's fate all the way up to what danger he might face the moment someone strong enough to be enamored with her beauty decided to come and take his head. However, for the former, he didn't care anymore. His woman was his woman. Soon, he would be overflowing with so much fate that it didn't matter what they thought. As for the latter, he would like to see them try. After all, he had more than one overpowered woman now. What could he say? He was overflowing with riches. Plus, he needed that for his ego. Was it mature? No. Did he care? Didn't he already say he was a hypocrite? He truly didn't give a damn. He really had needed to teach that wife of his a little lesson. Otherwise, how would he continue to be the head of their household? Of course, he would have to grow much stronger before he could say that out loud, lest he lose a few more bones in the process. But he had to say, the feeling was both familiar and novel at the same time. That sort of elasticity couldn't be taught, but her cultivation made it all the more shockingly impressive. A Tao goddess's body was truly something else. For the first time in a long while, Ryu didn't feel like his lust was being dictated by his bloodlines any longer. But despite that, rather than weakening, it felt like it only grew stronger. This wasn't because he had some innate lust that came from somewhere else. Well, at least not one that came from anything other than just being a normal male. Instead, it was because he no longer had an external source to blame. The thoughts were much more his own, and as such, even though the lust was much less potent, it was far more effective at swaying his thoughts. As he vanished into the distance with Eska, Icemine, Selhira, Mac, and Hope, evil thoughts swirled in his mind. Of course, he would have to find a place to hide little Gem. He couldn't let her innocent eyes be forced to witness such a thing. Unfortunately for Ryu, getting rid of the little griffin would be much easier said than done. Soon he wouldn't have the tears left to shed. Who asked him to be so unforgettable to the goddess of the griffins? Elsa stood in silence for a long while. At some point or another, her hand subconsciously reached for where Ryu had pinched her ass, still not quite believing it. She didn't even really know why she was so shocked. Ryu was her husband. Of course he could touch her. In fact, even if during their falling out, if Ryu had wanted to sleep with her, she wouldn't have rejected him. There was a reason she didn't hide her body from him when he used his third perspective to speak with her. However, she also knew that Ryu's pride was far too great to try and do such a thing. As much as he had a fondness for arrogant women, it was only because the satisfaction of having such arrogant women willingly crawl into his bed was even greater. Who said it wouldn't be willingly? She spoke to herself softly. If nothing else, she missed that feeling. But her own pride was just as great as Ryu's. Elsa looked toward the fiend after a long while. You are not useful anymore. She waved a hand, and he was blasted to ash. It was almost like the world itself had erased him from existence, the eraser shavings being all that was left of him. And then Elsa smiled. She looked toward what was left of the Ruin Master Guild. They had already fled to a far-off distance, and she could see them as though they were in the palm of her hand. After some thought, she let them run. These were just the small fry of the Ruin Master Guild to begin with. The true underpinnings of that organization wouldn't show themselves easily. She had been wondering if she could lure them out, but after seeing Ryu summon the Heavenly Court, she realized why it was that they didn't. The ability of the Ruin Master Guild to seek out opportunity and avoid disaster was unmatched. One of their scribes had most definitely predicted the appearance of the Heaven's Gate and consciously chose not to send their best. But that much was fine. Elsa found that she couldn't control her smile anymore. Even as she thought of gloomy things like enemies and death, she really couldn't. Suddenly, she understood little Gem. That carefreeness to give up any and everything just for the sake of her own happiness. It was freeing. However, while little Gem could do it, Elsa couldn't bring herself to. Her ambition had always been too great. That said, if she had a husband who could accomplish all those things with a turn of his hand, then there wouldn't be a need for her to pursue it. Even if she too wanted to reach the pinnacle of cultivation, what if her husband gifted her that mountain peak? Unfortunately, it didn't seem like that husband of hers knew just yet what kind of promise he had made to get her to climb into his bed willingly. Even the Heavenly Court had yet to be able to deal with the Ruin Master Guild. And Ryu saying that he would bring her their heads was little different from an ant shouting at the moon, but she was certain that he already knew that in part. And even if he didn't and only learned now, he wouldn't care. He was a man who was uncompromising in his pride. He took things so far because he couldn't stand the fact that she had brought him a man on his last breath just to prove his loyalty to her. Elsa sighed. If you were here, you could have probably saved me from this mess. No? Where are you? Yana? It was a long while later that Elsa's smile faded, and this was probably the only topic that could have triggered it. Ryu hadn't asked, and Elsa knew why it was. He had a feeling that she didn't know, and he didn't want to face the implications of what that might mean. Elsa had risen to the point where even the heavenly court knew her. This was the largest scope that existed in the world. And yet, there was no word of Yana or Little Rock for that matter. What could that mean? Could she have ended up in a far more distant timeline than Elsa had? Where was she now? Was she even alive? The more days passed, the less likely it seemed that they would ever find her. But there was hope. Elsa clenched her fists. That ancient voice had recognized that Elsa shouldn't be in greater existence, but it hadn't known her by name despite the commotion she had caused. The world was large, an impossibly large place, and Elsa had spent too much of her time trapped by the petty schemes of a coward of an organization that hardly dared to show their tail. Now she was free again, and she would spend every waking moment trying to find Yana. She wasn't just a woman who shared her husband with her. After all the time they had spent together with no one but one another to keep themselves company, they were closer than even sisters. I will find you, no matter what. Chapter 2064 Changes. Ryu ignored the entirety of the rest of the world, his thoughts consumed by two things. Well, he would have liked for there to be a third, but Little Gem's existence didn't even give him the chance to think about it. The little one refused to leave his side, and though he had the power to just lock her away in some corner, how could he do that? After she had given up so much to be with him, he could only oblige. He might be a hypocrite, but he had a place in his heart for those that stuck by his side, and Little Gem no doubt fit that bill. Plus, although Little Gem had given up all of her cultivation, there was something that told Ryu that she wasn't as hopeless and fragile as she looked. So without a choice, Ryu could only slash women off of his list and turn his attention to the other two matters. The first was a method to return to the true martial world. Luckily, this issue was fixed quite swiftly. He hardly had to think about it because the moment he succeeded in his mission, the dream wraith existences had sensed it as well. They didn't speak to him, but he could feel the shifts of fate in the air. He could tell that soon, they would provide him a path to return to where he had come from. Since that situation was handled, he could just wait and focus on the second thing that had his attention. The changes to his body. In truth, like Ryu had thought earlier, he had had this idea in his mind for a while. It was among the methods his Tao Heart and Perfect Black Buddy had created while he was meditating, though only peripherally. They had been more focused on crafting Tao methods and techniques of the like, whereas this was far beyond just that. However, his Tao Heart had created a technique that he couldn't use at the time that was quite good and relied on similar principles. As such, by extension, they had thought of this method. But Ryu hadn't wanted to follow through on it. The reason for that was obvious. It relied too much on the Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation. Without it, he would never be able to do this because no matter how much beast blood he had in his body, he was ultimately a human. Nothing could change that. But now, Ryu sat in silent meditation, the broken bones in his arms slowly mending themselves. As he did so, he could feel the changes to his body more subtly and nuanced. His ice jade crystal body had indeed become the new foundation of his body, shining. 1904, with a resplendent diamond color. But it was the Tao runes etched right into it that truly gave it a shimmering sort of gorgeous mystery. The Ashen Flameheart Lotus, the Ninefold Frostback, the Azure Cloud Vein, the Jade-bound Clearheart, the Eternal Dawn, the Dark Moon Veil, the Nine Revolution Skybreaker, the Empyrean Warframe, and the boundless cosmos bone structures all weave together in a rainbow of colors that danced between dark and light, bright and faded. The etchings in his bones seemed alive, and most even seemed to be swimming within their crystalline depths as though soaking themselves in a spring of life. The sheer power that this new bone structure gave Ryu was truly shocking, but he knew that he had only been using it in its rawest form during his battle with that heavenly court genius. He had yet to truly exploit the power of his bone structure. In fact, he had yet to even name it. Of course, he already had a name in mind, but when that name would be revealed was another matter entirely. The first thing Ryu could feel was that his bloodlines were finally, well and truly, entirely under his control. He could not only access the full array of talents within, but he could use them to the fullest extent of their powers without worrying about the issue of suppression or clashing. It didn't matter whether it was his fire dragon bloodline or his phoenix bloodline. They were all like clay putty in his palms, being molded, shaped, and warped to his views. The second thing he noticed was that he not only had access to these talents, but they were also made far more powerful by his Dao bones. He didn't even cast it, but when he moved just his thoughts alone to his rage flame, he could feel the Dao runes of the ashen flameheart lotus bone structure flaring up. The heavens responded, and the talent was amplified twice over. When the lightning seed in his third eye shifted, the Dao runes of his 9 revolution skybreaker bone structure rumbled, lightning sparking around him. That was when Ryu realized something profound. It wasn't that he had just gained access to his full array of bloodlines after so long. It was like he had become an entirely new species of beast entirely. The world itself was bowing to his will with every action he made. But these were only the changes made to his bloodlines. Honestly speaking, they were the simplest and most straightforward of the changes. The most complicated of the changes would actually be the synergy and relationship between the bone structures, and namely that of the Empyrean Warframe and Boundless Cosmos bone structures, paired with everything else. Ryu's bone structures now fell into 2 categories, the elemental bone structures and the non-elemental bone structures. His Boundless Cosmos bone structure was sort of in an in-between state, but Ryu still chose to firmly place it in the non-elemental. That was because its abilities were related to matters that were far more than just space and time. That said, the third thing Ryu noticed was precisely related to that. Each and every one of his elements seemed to have gained a space-time nature to them. Chapter 2065 Synergy. Maybe saying that it was space-time didn't really do it justice. Instead, it was more accurate to say that they had all been influenced by his cosmos fog, giving them just that added bit of power and control. With his cosmos fog attached to the foundation of these abilities, Ryu got the best of both worlds. On the one hand, his Dao bones allowed him to communicate with the heavens in a way a human shouldn't be able to, but on the other, it also allowed him to exhibit control that a beast wouldn't. It could be said that though the Dragon Emperor was the first existence to show Ryu the sort of power that control could exhibit, control was actually a weakness of the beasts. That was because control relied on influencing the world around you with your own will rather than allowing the heavens to carry you instead. The fact that the Dragon Emperor could exhibit that sort of control at all was a testament to his talent. But he definitely didn't have the innate capacity for it. That was what attached Cosmos Fog to all of his elemental bone structures did for Ryu. It was like an innate boost to his control, giving him a sort of power the likes of which an existence of his caliber shouldn't have. Ryu already had Lord Control despite being a mere omniscient sky god. But with this Cosmos Fog, his control could dwarf most sovereign control. This sort of thing was mind-numbing. If Ryu had had sovereign control alone, ignoring all of the other improvements to his strength, that last clash with Serial wouldn't have harmed him in the slightest. In fact, there likely wouldn't have been an explosion to begin with. The world would have been forced to hold. This was just the most important of the synergies, but there were other much more trivial, but shocking in their own way changes as well. For example, when Cosmos Fog was fused with his 9-fold Frostbane bone structure's ability to freeze time itself, there was a mutation. It had to be remembered that 9-fold Frostbane didn't actually freeze time, but it instead chilled particles so much that it might as well freeze time. With the Cosmos Fog attached to it, it could perform much more targeted freezings, chilling attacks or defenses at different rates to crumble them apart from the inside out as the chi control used to wield them gave way. But most shocking of all, it could even be used on Daos and inheritances directly now. Cosmos Fog allowed such deep control that he could probably freeze a person's comprehension itself before they could even use it in battle, severing that piece of the world from them and not allowing them to get into contact with the heavens. Or there was the synergy the Boundless Cosmos bone structure had with his 9-revolution Skybreaker bone structure. He had reached 10 revolutions on his own, but his cosmos fog could store them and explode with multiple at once. What if he stacked 20 revolution? 30? More? Just 10 alone was a shocking feat, and every revolution was at least a 20% increase in power that was stackable with the previous revolution. By the time you got to the 7th, 8th, and 9th revolutions, you were looking at basically double the power every time, while the 10th was even more shocking than that. Although storing the revolutions wouldn't continue to stack them so perfectly, storing revolutions took time. This time might have just been a split second to Ryu, but in a battle of experts, that might as well be an eternity. What would happen if he stored several and exploded with them in quick succession? There were simply too many small synergetic effects just like this to list that it almost wasn't worth it to document them all for Ryu. He could easily come up with new ones mid-battle and use them with just as much fluidity and without losing a single beat. But these were still just the synergetic effects between boundless cosmos bone structure and the elemental bone structures. The Empyrean Warframe was shocking in its own right. Crafted by an ancestor of the mysteries of heaven and earth Pupils. It was designed to forge a close combat expert, to maximize one's bodily strength and use everything at one's disposal to display the greatest strength possible. But what about when your bodily strength included Tao runes? Ryu's Empyrean Warframe didn't just exploit his body alone. It touched upon concepts of his elements. The reason Ryu was so confident in thinking of new synergies on the spot and using them mid-battle was precisely because of his Empyrean Warframe. There was just a natural fluidity to his body that came with it, one that made him feel like he didn't need to practice at all because everything would come naturally to him. He wasn't even that adept at using light and darkness, or earth especially for that matter, but his Empyrean Warframe made him feel as though he had been using them for a lifetime. Everything just felt natural. Ely's control extended out of his body and his elements became like an extension of himself. But that was the key reason why this was just the simplest change. That was because his Empyrean Warframe now allowed him to use the world as an extension of his senses for precisely that reason. If the original Empyrean Warframe allowed perfect reactions with the body itself, this mutated version allowed Ryu to read and react to things even not happening directly to him. So long as they were in a world filled with some sort of elements, he would be able to, and in Ryu's case, he could even create a world himself by projecting his inner world, essentially taking his elements along with him wherever he went. And once again, on top of this, there were countless little synergetic effects he couldn't be bothered to go through entirely, and that left the synergy between his boundless cosmos and Empyrean Warframe